Me too. Me too. So I'm not gonna, the old beliefs of like what the eclipses were. They're still like ideas, aren't they? Like Ketu, those Mesopotamian like eating the sun and all these law. This law is basically what is the new age law is what NASA's giving out, and the astrophysics. That's
You
the
are
new
talking
age
about
law.
theoretic physics that is not real. Theory
No, yeah,
physics
yeah, exactly.
that is not real. That's just they are try to give some possibilities. They are not. They are not science. They are not following any
Right.
scientific method at
Theoretical
all.
physicists, man. They're the guys who are like creating the macrocosm, which we can't confirm or verify. They're the ones creating the view of the universe, right, as a whole.
Yeah, it's just a funny
And,
fucking
and that's
shit. I'm sick or tired of this.
yeah.
And these people, they should be taken out. And
Yeah,
I believe that's more of a
ah,
philosophical thing, Johnny. So like I'm a different belief to that because it's philosophical, right? It's like what do you believe?
I
At the
am
end of
not.
the day, it is a
Yeah,
philosophical thing.
I'm not talking about the belief at all. I hate the fucking belief. The
Yeah,
fucking
I won't use
belief
that word then.
talking.
Your philosophy, cosmology,
It's not working. It's not the right way to do it.
origin story. That's basically what it all explains, right? This new cosmic law that the NASA's pushing and schools are teaching. That's just the new law.
It's embarrassing. The academia is in a fucking embarrassing moment now. They know better, but they cannot admit it because they will fall. And if they fall, then they are meaningless. That
The
is
whole
the
thing
problem.
just Yeah, they're just overcomplicating it with this theory, that theory to fill that gap, and dark matter to fill that gap, and yeah, exactly.
So they are afraid to be exposed, and they are trying to hold on. And yeah, I understand that, but it's absolutely obvious for me that they are just stupid. They are not that they are trying to be. And theory, theory, theory of scientific
Mhm.
theory has nothing to do with reality.
I get it. That's why when people like label people, oh, we've got the two sides, the dualism, it's globers versus flat earthers or whatever. You're gonna have like a conception of what flat earthers believe, right? As like an idea, if you want to challenge them or something, right? And same on the other side, you've got a concept of what they believe or what they should believe, right? Because that's their model. And then
Yeah,
when you debate them and rip their model apart and then challenge their beliefs on this and that, and it contradicts the main model, what the globe is supposed to believe. That's where all the arguments come from, because people are trying to debunk
yeah,
people,
but
not ideas.
you cannot talk about the belief, like I said before, and you are still talking about people's belief. I don't care. It's just bullshit, and you cannot talk about beliefs in this matter. That's just stupid. So
Earth
stop
law, then, because
think about it,
yeah, okay,
saying
okay,
belief.
okay.
Believe
Johnny. I mean, maybe I took you wrong. I mean, if you're saying they though, like as far as like coming up with this stuff, it's far from stupid. Like it's pretty genius how they're able to friggin' constantly, whatever, math this thing out to try to set or create this set of beliefs. The way the way that they're able to cover for their lie by and convince so many people. Like it's pretty genius actually that they're able to be such deceitful liars. And they are lying. I would say it's more like insanity. Like they're convincing themselves of their own lies. Like
it
that's
exactly.
what's up.
Exactly, it's insanity. That is the answer. That it is insanity. Absolutely, I don't understand how we have been in. We are in this situation of this fucking insanity. What's wrong with people? And it should be intelligent people. They are able to do great things and everything. But how can they be so fucking stupid? Uh, I have lost all respect for people. I don't have any respect for the academia anymore. It's over.
like, disbelief in science and academia, but the method itself and the logic behind the academia, you could agree upon, right? The logic of science, like the process of it.
Yeah. How can the academia not hold on this is the right thing and take every questions and go through it? They are not doing it. They are hiding. They are absolutely hiding, and that's embarrassing. It's
Well, they've got answers
disgusting.
for everything, haven't they? Yeah, they've got answers like everything, like a prophet or something from like a religious background. That's how they're coming across to everybody.
There you have
It's
it.
a pick and choose.
Yeah, there is some people that's trying to follow, but it's everything is wrong. How can it be? We can. How can we let it everything work somehow? It's crazy. Is is everything working? Yeah, technology has nothing to do with science. Technology is doing well, but science is not doing well. What is science today? Science is not a thing. Science is a method. Science is not people. Science is not a thing. What
It's got
is
some power
science?
behind it, though. Yeah. You can say science said this, and it holds a lot of weight behind it.
Yeah, how can science say things?
Right, right. Yeah, it's become personified as this deity we can just invoke, and it holds a lot of weight behind it. A lot of
just that,
gravity, you could say. That's it, a lot of gravity.
just
Science is a
that,
lot of gravity.
just that statement is stupid, oxymoron. And
Yeah,
uh,
right.
and they say, "Oh, the gravity is not a force." Okay. What's the cause of gravity? We don't know, but it is gravity, and gravity will do this and this and that. But they don't know anything about gravity, and they don't know what is the cause of gravity. But they are very easily they say, "Yeah, gravity is something." Gravity is the name of a weight. That is the reality of gravity. Gravity
Chicken
is
or
a
the egg
weight.
thing. Yeah, it just becomes the chicken or the egg at the end of the day. But you need mass for gravity, but then you, you need the other way around too.
So
What came first?
it we are lost in a fucking stupid craziness. I can use acceleration formula that's kinematic formula that will explain how things fall down for mechanic for if I'm doing something. Yeah, that is you start with zero, half, then two, that is square two, and initial zero weight height. You can use acceleration formula, kinematic acceleration formula to prove and use for your if you are doing something as that you need to prove that in your engineering if you are engineer. Yes, it will absolutely work. You don't have to use the small d. And first of all, small d is not able to use because the small d is a constant to the middle of the earth. That's the explanation. But they don't know what the middle of the earth is. So that's wrong. They cannot do it. It's just
I agree.
stupid.
Speculation
Yeah.
was built off speculation, and then they were
So
kind of stuck in that idea of having to have a core, and then yeah, it became like an atomic model and orbits and such. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can use kinematic equation and it will work 100%. And you can use the acceleration formula just like that. Has nothing to do with anything that they are trying to sell you.
No, that's why navigation seems to be the measuring like a spherical sky, celestial sphere, and imposing it on a terrestrial sphere, which is a projection.
Yeah, and if you really think about it, and if you're talking about engineering, that's the answer. Say, but it's working. The Newton equation is working. Yeah, it's just it's just the acceleration formula. It's working. Yes.
Look, Turquoise, you keep on giving physicality to the celestial sphere as if it's actually like a sphere or a hemisphere or something like that. That's
Uh-huh.
just the way that it's viewed. There is no physical sphere shape of the sky or anything like that. That's just the way that it appears to us from the ground. Okay, like the way that we see. There is no actual sphere.
Right. But okay, yeah, I understand. You can see it like that from one modality, which is the globe, where there's like a celestial sphere of stars around that globe, right? Or the the field of view or whatever, the stars that are bright enough to be viewed or whatever. And then there's like a distance to them. And then the concave's like inverse of that.
No, we
And
don't.
there's
We
like a
don't.
celestial sphere.
There's no claim of distance to them. Like for the celestial sphere for celestial navigation is just taking angles to that
Yeah,
light.
yeah, yeah. It's not about distance.
Nothing about distances.
It's about your location on Earth relative to the location of the celestial sphere. And that's imposed over the longitude and latitude lines that are imposed on the Earth, the map you're using.
It's not imposed over the latitude and longitude. The latitude and longitude was derived from them.
Yeah,
GPs.
well, maybe a flat Earth, but maybe a terrestrial sphere,
No.
celestial sphere. It's
Yeah.
just that the flat Earth doesn't have an excuse for the stars. They have to be a plane, flat sky, not a dome.
What? In your head?
No, no, well, from geometry and the fact that the axioms of each model have different attributes, right? So the zeniths are all pointing in different directions. Everybody's unique zenith is pointing at a different location. On all the models, you've got a diverging one, a converging one, and then flat Earth one is a parallel one. So horizontals and verticals are all parallel relative to each other on a flat Earth. That means the zenith point
All
or
the
the
maps.
point.
All
Yeah,
the
I'm looking at
maps.
a square. It's a square.
We're derived from the GP, the ground position, assuming a flat plane,
Yeah,
and plotted. Okay. Then
yeah, yeah.
your globe and all that stuff took
No,
that
the
data
globe's a sphere. Yeah, yeah.
back
I'm
around the sphere.
um, using it synonymously with the celestial sphere because that's kind of what we're imagining we're on while we're navigating. It's weird. It's like we're transposing our place on the
No,
Earth into the sky and then getting our location.
Nobody needs to imagine that you're on a sphere to navigate.
No, no, you don't. No, no, exactly, exactly. I'm not saying it's philosophy, isn't it? Doesn't matter. As it is flat plane. Okay, I agree. I agree. We can't prove that on my scale. Fundamentally, like when I say you can see too far, and then I'm like, oh, I can see this object's meant to be obstructed by this amount of curve. It doesn't exactly prove it's flat. If at the end of the day, it just proves it's not the measurements they've given us. And I want to be more accurate than that.
No, you don't. You're perfectly happy just being philosophical or philosophizing about it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I can do, can be. But
You,
like when
no, you, that's all. Like you've already. I heard you a couple of days ago, freaking like openly say like you'll just probably never. This isn't going to be word for word, but
Right.
no matter what evidence you have, you're always going to just make it a philosophical issue. It's just going to be whatever it is in your head, and it could be this, or it could be that, or it could be that, or it could be that.
So I've only got my senses, and one model says I'm moving, and then the others say I'm not. And there's alternatives that I'm not, and it's probably quite certain we're not. So that's a philosophical thing, but then there's the excuse is it's constant, so you won't feel it. So there's that bullshit, you know. There's answers for everything on the other side, and it ends up just being philosophical, depending on which reality you want to live in.
Okay,
And I'm
so
living in the
one more time,
stationary
going in a circle with it. So does the Earth measure flat, or
locally.
has curve ever
Um,
been found?
oh, I'm sure measuring over distance. Yeah, I'm sure it would have been
Okay, so has anybody ever
elevation
found
change.
the drop? Has anybody found the 8 inches per mile squared, or any drop over distance? Like, you're willing to live in a contradiction. Like, it's
I
flat
don't abide by
ground.
that formula.
It's flat ground, but because you're looking at a sky that appears to be a celestial sphere, then it also could be curving, or also has to be curving at the same time. So it's flat and curving.
It's misunderstood. So okay, we'll forget the globe. We'll just be on this flat plane, like we said, right? And the celestial sphere for navigation. But then what the illusion is, and the psyop is that they transpose the sky map onto the Earth map, which they showed us as a globe, and it works as a globe navigating because it's relative to the sky. But enough, for navigation wise, you can imagine what you want, but practically it is a sphere.
Nobody navigates with a globe.
Or the shortest distances, and everything's worked off relative to longitude and latitude lines. Shortest distances are arcs. So it's a strange one.
Yeah, it's very strange.
But then again, we don't travel over that much distance using just one angular measurement and then never changing again. We're constantly adjusting, and it'd be so difficult to. It's 1 degree every 70 miles, man. We don't need to measure that far. So yeah, work Earth is a flat, level, stationary plane. It's all good. I'm not trying to impose my new acquired dogma onto people.
So it's a flat stationary plane that's also a globe.
The sky's a globe, at least, or
Well,
whatever's around
I
us.
heard you say it's flat, stationary, but people measure curve.
Yeah, depending on how you believe that light optics works. No, I'm not going to take refraction into this, but like whichever way light's deviating, then makes a
Yeah,
difference.
I will tell you, if you're flying an airplane through long distance, and everything, if you're flying around the globe and on the airplane, then all the star has to go over your head, and we have airplane time lapse that's showing it's not happening. It has to happen, and it has to
While
be
you're in a
like
plane, you don't see
that.
stars. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and they have to go
Yeah.
over your head, and that has to be like that, but it's not happening because you're flying straight. If you're flying around the globe, then everything has to go around you and over your head, and you have some kind of interaction with the star that's going over you. But it's not happening in reality because we have time lapse of from airplane flying from one from England to Africa. So it's not working, baby.
I've seen a
Just
few of
because
those
of that.
chasing the sun. there's a good GIF. I think it's flying over Russia or something, and it shows like the Mercator projection flight path, and a little GPS, and then the video on the bottom with the plane chasing the sun. It's pretty epic.
Yeah, but everything has to be go around you, and everything has to be all the stars has to go over your head that's true. But we have time lapse of airplane flying from long distance. That's not showing that. Therefore, it's not happening. It's just like if you don't accept that, then you're just then you're just stupid. Or maybe just
we just need a way to verify if the guy if he's flying in a straight line, or it'll end up as a circle. That's kind of the end test, though. We need to figure it out.
everything has to go around you. You're going around the globe, right? But it's not showing that.
But what I'm saying is, on a globe, you can get away with flying in an exact straight line, or whatever's called the Great Circle, the largest.
It is a straight line. Yes.
Well, you can't. There's only one place on the globe that could happen, and that's directly above the equator. Otherwise, even on the globe, you're doing a circle to chase the sun.
Well, geometrically, all that happens is the line that you draw on the surface has to intersect and invert at the center of the sphere.
It's not intersect. It's just a straight line. It's not intersecting with anything. It's just straight line all the way. And there is
what I'm saying is
it
puts an intersection in the sphere.
No, it isn't. So
the Great
that's
Circle.
the problem. There's no intersection.
There always
the
is.
only great circle route that you could do to stay straight and follow the sun would have to be over the equator on a globe.
The equator could be drawn anywhere on a sphere.
Oh my God, dude! No,
but it could be, though. You can draw the diameter line or a circumference line across any sphere anywhere.
What is the equator?
It's the geometric point, but it's essentially like the.
No, it's stupid. How can you talk like that? You're making fool of yourself now.
What do you mean it's a geometric point?
Could you follow the sun doing the great circle route of following the prime meridian and around?
On the eclipse, on the equator, yeah. If you, or whichever direction, east or west, whatever. As long as you're in the same latitude line.
What is the equator? What is equal what? That's where equate. That's where it comes from. Equal what?
Right. It's equal everything. It's the flip point of everything.
Yes,
seasonally.
It's just the equator is just the pattern of the sun. That the sun is going.
It's just middle point.
Right. That's right.
Kind of bounces between them and the tropics.
The sun travels between the tropics, and halfway between them is the equator, right?
Yes, that is the pattern of the sun. That's all it is.
But listen to this, though. So what that means is, if you're on the equator at 90 degrees on the equinox, the sun is directly above you, geometrically. That's what it means, basically. That's why it's the equator.
No, you're just talking from your ass now. You're not saying anything.
No, it's relative to what they call the tilt, which I'm not certain of, right? I think the sky is tilted. But essentially, like...
So now take that. Hold on. You're getting off track now. Take that information that you seem to agree with and tell me how you could make any great circle route and follow the sun and call that the equator.
Oh, no, I'm not following this.
That's what you were saying.
It's quite stupid, I have to say. It is.
There's only
you
one.
have to understand.
There's only one. That's what they call the equator on the globe, that you could chase the sun without changing the yoke, without changing direction of the plane.
Oh, my confusion was, right, you can do that at any orientation. So there's multiple versions of that. That's what I was saying. Doesn't have to be at the equator. But then you said about following the sun, so right, okay, I'm on track now. You went on the equator to follow the sun, right. But you could do that line
that's
anywhere.
The only place. That's the only place on a globe that you could do that is over the equator.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're making a circle, even on a globe, to chase the sun.
It is a circle. That is what it's about, and the circle of the sun.
Yeah, my concept of great circles are off. It's not a bit the same longitude and the longitude line. It just creates a great circle, still through the center though.
Latitude lines are not great circles.
No, I know.
Yeah, but 60 nautical miles. People don't understand that it will work absolutely clear on a flat Earth. Yes, 60 nautical miles is just a circle of 1 degree and 1 fucking minute of any degree of a circle. That is it's taken from the sun. It's about the sun circle.
We're living on. I can agree with this. We can work Earth as a square and the sky as a circle, and that whatever model you want to believe in, I think that's how we can run it.
Yeah, and nobody can say anything about it. It's just like it is, and
that's what I mean. As it is, yeah, as it is.
And it is about the sun circle. That is it's about. Why do you think you have no flora, no fauna in Antarctica? It's because the sun is not going wider.
It's the limits.
About the sun pattern.
Yeah.
Therefore, you have ice there. Therefore, you have ice because the sun is not going there.
The way I think about it is, if the tilt or the axis were somewhere else, the sun would have the Earth would have a new equator just in the center, right? And it's literally where the sun dwells the most. It would be in the equator on an average, and it just kind of dwells in that 23.4 degrees on the top side and 23.4 degrees on the bottom side, and that's the only incidence angle the sun has on Earth.
I will tell you also that we are talking about angular momentum. The sun is going faster in the bigger circle. The faster the sun going. Therefore, you don't have twilight zone. You don't have the sunlight in Africa, in Australia, like you have in Iceland or in Norway or Sweden or so on.
They get it, don't they?
Therefore, you have faster sun going in a bigger circle, but has the same angular momentum. It will be the 50 degrees all the time, but it's going faster.
That's relative to the observer. I get it.
You have to understand.
But it should be relative to the surface. It is moving. No, I guess never mind. Because the AE map, the way the AE map's projected is that the further out you go from the center, each of those like grids are supposed to be the same size. Because they're just equidistant, but not equilateral, or isometric, or whatever.
I'm not sure what you're saying. Equilateral. What do you mean?
Maybe the wrong word. That's
I'm not sure.
You know, on the any map with the longitude and latitude lines, you can make it's a grid, okay? On an AE map,
no,
it's like a dartboard.
So it would be equidistant in latitude lines, but not in longitude. On the globe, obviously, in between each one of those longitudinal lines at the equator is a greater distance than at either of the poles. In fact, at either of the poles on the globe, it becomes 0. At the equator, it's over 1,000 miles each.
But it's not happening. There is no fucking equator. It's not happening. You're not living on a globe, and I can prove it for you. Absolutely. So it's not happening. Why do you think you're able to, everywhere you are, to make a triangle, right angle measurement over a long distance to every celestial bodies above? Why do you think you're able to do that? You cannot do that if you're on a globe. That's impossible.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you got different concepts of a globe. But the sun doesn't work too well with that idea because the angles
No,
won't
maybe
line up.
you have a different concept of a globe than
Yeah,
what the
right. No, I
globe
do.
claims. Yeah, you have a
I
different
do.
concept of the globe than the globe
Yeah,
claims.
yeah. That's why I don't like throwing the you and this and you guys around because I'm not, different breed of globers, should
Instead
you
of
say?
calling it a different concept, let's call it a misunderstanding. You have a misunderstanding of the globe.
All right. Right. Oh, no. It's a go on. I'll agree. It can be a different dogma. I don't know what do you want to call it.
Yeah.
It is.
Why do you live in a fucking dogma? Just clear your mind and be right.
No, because you're only going to swap one dogma for another. That's what I realized already, man. And then I come back years later, and everybody's still at each other's throats talking about this dogma, which is
Yeah,
not verified. Some things are verified, but mostly not.
I'm telling you, it has been verified. The Earth is flat. Cannot be anything else.
You can go measure it flat, and I'll agree you will do. You'll come back and you'll think it's flat until you measure it differently, and it might show something else. I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
So
but
when we have a measured flat Earth that you agree with, you're not satisfied with that. You still think that it's on an equal playing field with any other
it's all
model.
relative. I'm thinking relative, like on my scale with my instruments,
you don't
with
have
what
any
was told.
instrument. You're absolutely out of your mind. You have nothing. You don't realize in that. What's wrong with you? Just come to the reality and be with us.
Well, I'm standing. I'm measuring the Earth on a flat plane. I'm with you, but I don't need to. I don't need to measure anything else on the scale I'm building things or I'm navigating with. So I can just say it's flat. Fair
Fucking
enough.
spaced out, dude. You're like you got your head in the clouds. You're worried about the sky, not the ground you're on. You say that it's measured flat and that we use it as flat, but it still might not be flat because you want to live in some theory in the fucking sky.
Right. Well, be certain, and it's okay. I don't mind.
Yeah,
But I'm not
we
certain.
don't have to talk about the sky. We are talking about the surface. And the
I know.
surface is absolutely measured flat, so far we know.
Yeah, that's the part I'm poking at. So far we know. New instruments, new experiments, and new technologies might come out where you can disprove that, just like the Nikon P900 came out and maybe debunked a previous myth. And then there might be another experiment or device coming out that'll an altimeter or a fucking barometer or some kind of other device. They might debunk the globe, but some more, do you know, the current model, the current dogma. And we're just going to keep doing that, and that's how science grows. And we just keep smashing the idea around and
Hey, what's globe
testing
proof
it.
number 7 supposed to be?
I think it's confidential for now.
How do you know
Without
about it?
because it's
Are you part of
confidential.
Troll Team 6? Do we need to get you on the list?
I don't agree with the names, to be fair, and I wouldn't change my username to fucking show it anyway.
So it's very interesting. I was going to ask you before, but I decided to not. Now I'm asking.
Go for it. Yeah. I don't agree with the name or don't bring any ill will. I've got a different agenda.
So you know what number 7 is, and you're not going to tell us?
I don't know the in depths of it. I know who's making it, but you can't release yet. It's a composition basically.
Okay, well, if you're
But
not
it'd
going
be
to
fun
tell
for you
us, then
guys.
what's your purpose here?
No, I'm not. Dude, I'm just here to talk. I'm not here to promote anything or change anyone's mind. I'm just, you know.
No, but you spend way too much time talking without taking an actual stance. Like it's just derailment. That's all it is.
Yeah,
It's
I'm
muddying
going to
the
ban
water.
you. Say goodbye.
I think he's trying to be a flat earther. He has just has hard time.
I don't think we want him as one. He's gonna. You see, you hear how he sounds.
He's a troll.
He's no good for the Globers or for us. Like if that's the way he's going to talk about everything and waste everybody's time.
Yeah, but maybe it's just trying to understand what's
Well, he can
about.
figure that out without speaking out loud about it, like to us, wasting our time. He can talk to his friends. He can work it
Look,
out in his head,
look,
but like he
cognitive
doesn't need to
dissonance.
fucking just think out loud here with this nonsensical shit.
Look, cognitive dissonance does weird things to different people. We're all different here. So whenever that happens, it's really best to just shut the hell up and just let them think about it. It's so important just to stop talking to them
Yeah,
and just
Yeah,
let them, you know, think about what they're going to think about what we think, cuz they have to take that with them at the end of the day, right?
he should be doing
That's
more
on
listening
them.
and
That's on
more
them.
listening,
Right. And just
more thinking, and less talking.
right. It's on him from here on out. So,
there's nothing wrong with talking. Yeah,
but
talk a
if he
lot.
wants to continue talking about it and like, oh,
It's nothing wrong to talk. Just let it flow. That's nothing wrong about that. Anyways,
what I'm talking about is to keep trying to push it if somebody is already in cognitive dissonance, because at that point it's just a losing battle, I think.
yeah, it might be.
Now he's got to think about it. It takes time, right? You can't push things, right? It's their choice of what they want to think. Then they'll think about it, and then they'll come back, and then continue talking.
There's no comeback. There's no fucking comeback. It's just like a army. Yeah, there's no fucking comeback.
If he comes back, if he doesn't, it could be tomorrow, a week, a month, a year, years from now.
I'm just saying, there's no comeback, and I think the flutter has been very, very clear, and everybody knows that's the right thing, and it's winning. It's taking over. Why?
I mean,
Why? Because it's
a
right.
big pill to swallow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
I
a big
mean,
fucking
When
thing
I
to
swallowed
swallow.
that pill, dude, like I didn't say anything, but I was just like, I thought they were crazy because this person was somebody that I agreed with politically, like 9 times out of 10, like just about everything. And then one day he's just like, "Bro, the Earth is flat," and I
I,
was just like freaking out. I wasn't freaking out. I didn't say anything to anybody, but
I was
you
I
could
was
see it in my
freaking out. I
eyes.
was freaking out. Somebody tell me 2015 and said, "Hey, Johnny, space is fake." Really? I thought
But
it was.
here's the kicker, though. Like I watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon, and I knew, I've been connecting the dots for a minute, dude. Like when Zeitgeist came out, the documentary in 2007, handing out DVDs at Walmart of that, you know, I've been connecting the dots for a minute, and I still had extreme cognitive dissonance when someone told me, "Hey, the Earth is flat," and it wasn't just some random person; it was somebody that we agreed on just about everything politically. I was like, dang, we really resonate in that aspect. And then
And I
you know
was
what I
listening
mean?
to some Chinese guy talking about English, and he was telling me about this flat, and somehow I was listening to him, and I got it. I understand what he was trying to say. So it's crazy. Some Chinese guy telling me the Earth is flat. Yeah, it was crazy. So, but after that, I was on my own, and I was on my.
I think that like already starting, someone who's already starting to connect the dots. I mean, I feel like it's something to be chiseled at, not just like try to pull the rug out. You know what I mean? Like a really big one is NASA, right? Kind of like get some common ground and see what they think about NASA and about, you know, space and landing on the moon, right? Fill them out in that area, and then proceed from there, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
if they think that we landed on the moon and that all this nonsense, and then you just go at them with, "Hey, the Earth is not a spinning ball," you know what I mean? You get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, and the man that was literally on the moon, he's saying, I was never there. It was just animation. It was just a bluff. It's not true. He was trying to say that. So, but nobody will listen to that, and nobody wants to take that and to reality. But the Bush, he was trying to tell us, yes, I never go to the moon. He was trying to say that many times.
I'm just saying that that might be a better approach, maybe.
The approach, I don't know what you mean about that.
Well, I mean, just fill them out on like what they think about NASA, you know, and go from there. Because if they can't agree that if they believe in NASA 100%, then there's no point in bringing up flat Earth. I don't think. That's just what I think, though. You know,
Okay.
like
I
that
think
makes sense.
the Bush, Aldrin, absolutely given us the answer in his way. He's able to do it through the time. There's no question about it.
I mean, us landing on the moon. I mean, that's pretty obvious. You know, it's pretty easy to. You know, you can see the strings. You can see. You know, it's just so many inconsistencies. Well, what about this? What about that?
Yeah. And everybody say, "Oh, we didn't know the simulation. There was no difference between the simulation and the so-called real operation. There was absolutely uh, no difference between the simulation and the so-called operation of the moon. And we are talking about the operation room. And that's so stupid. So that we are saying is it was it was a simulation. There you have it. It was a fucking simulation. And all the people that was getting all the data in the computer there, stupid computer that was not able to do anything. They were just there. They were just used. Nobody can say any difference between the simulation or the so-called real operation. There you have it. Do I really have to say anything more? So it was just a simulation, and all the fucking shit was a fucking lie. We never go to the moon. Nobody have been going to the moon, and nobody is able to go there because that's a place that you're not able to go to.
But I get it though, because I bought everything. You know, I believed in all the bullshit, right? Because like you gotta think, that means your parents are lying. That means your teachers are lying in school. Your
No,
friends,
they're
your
not. No,
family,
it's not
right?
lying. They just wanted
Like
to be.
everyone thinks the
They are
same thing,
proud. They
right?
say, America,
Right.
America. I'm
Yeah.
a proud America, and we have done this and that. You fucking love it, right? So, no, you cannot say anything like that. They just want it to be like that.
I mean, it's just inconceivable to think, oh, everyone else is wrong, but I'm right, right? When you like realize what's really going on. You know,
What are you talking
that's
about?
crazy, right? That sounds crazy.
Yeah, of course it is crazy. It's
Right? That's how it
psychology.
works. That's how
It's psychology,
yeah. That's how propaganda works.
of course.
So yeah.
So it's nothing. So it's just like it is. It's nothing new. And in the '60s, everybody was happy in that time, and nobody was trying to. Everybody was just living the great time. It was a great time. You know what I mean?
Were you born in the 50s or what?
Yeah, it was a happy time.
Man,
Yeah.
I wish I was born in the 50s.
And the housewives was getting all the freezers, they were getting this and that, and that was wonderful. And the cars were wonderful. Everything was wonderful in that time.
Man, you're freaking lucky, man. You
I'm just
got
telling
to
you.
you got to see the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. I'm a 90s kid.
Yeah, you get to
I
kick
was
the
born in the
bucket
mid
before-
80s. You know, I don't remember
70s were the best
80s.
years ever.
The 80s was a blur, and I can't stand it.
You get to kick the bucket before everything goes completely haywire. Like,
Exactly. That's the whole point.
70s were the best. 13 years old, out with a band from Friday night and come home Sunday morning. And because I was with my cousin, it was okay. They lived next door.
It's crazy, yeah. And you have to go out to the pub and living the life.
And then when you're younger, you could just wake up at like 7 in the morning, grab your friends, and come home at like 9 or 10 at night, and nobody gave a shit.
that's what I did in the freaking like 80s and early 90s as a kid. Like, we still acted like that. Like, sun up till sundown. You know, my parents didn't give a shit where I was, and as long as I was, back before dark or around, sometime shortly after dark, even. Just
Exactly.
I used to ride my bike for freaking like 12, 15 miles away from home and come back when I was like 12 years old.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's about the time I would do that stuff too. That's when I moved out to where we are now. When I was really young, so when I moved, I had to be 8 or 9 years old. We would walk from my street to the Cleveland Zoo, which is about 2.5 miles, and then we would sneak in, be there all day, and then get out. We'd go underneath a fence in the back, and that was it. We would do that almost every day in one summer.
But Cleveland is a fucking hard. Yeah, but you're nice people in Cleveland, so that's. What do you think about Cleveland?
I don't live down there anymore. I live south of there. I live where.
Yeah, but
I
it's
have
a
more
nice
land.
people there. It's a very, very nice people. It is. Right.
The Midwest in general in the United States is pretty safe and laid back. You
Yeah,
know,
everybody's nice, I guess.
Yeah.
Everybody's laid back. That's why a few years ago, not many people. You'd see a lot of people out, I should say.
But Cleveland is. It's more educated people. They don't want to say anything wrong, so everybody's trying to be the right on, and so on. So it's more polite people in that area, right?
Depends on which side of town you're on.
Okay, of course.
You know, the best part about growing up in the 90s, in the early 90s, was didn't have any phones. Only people who had phones were middle class women who had a purse that could fit the Motorola brick phone into. You know, you don't see guys walking around with a big ass phone in their hand. Where are you gonna put it? in your pocket. So it's not like no one's calling you, hey, where you at? Why aren't you home or whatever? You know, and
Yeah,
the
those
main
things
thing
are-
is there was no, I mean, yeah, there was cameras, but people took pictures with intention, you know, because it had to be processed, you know, because it's film, you know, and
Yeah, it
you
wasn't
don't have
surveillance.
everybody whipping out a camera from your pocket, you know, recording and taking pictures of everything, of every waking moment, to be blasted
Yeah.
online to be there forever. You're doing some dumb shit, you know, as a kid, and it's on the online forever. I'm so glad I didn't have to experience that.
It's
You
funny.
know?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's crazy how you're taking it in that way. It's absolutely crazy. And why are you like you are? Do you know why?
What do you mean?
You are very special. You're saying you are thinking in this way and this that. Why do you think you are like you are?
Most people are the average of the 5 people closest to them
Uh,
psychologically.
I'm trying to give me the answer. Why do you think
Well,
you
that
are
can't.
like you are?
I mean, maybe when you say most, maybe that's most, but that can't be true for people like us. I mean, people who are kind of outside the box thinkers and into this. I mean, I, I doubt that too many of us have, you know, a lot of conspiracy theory parents and uncles and freaking brothers and sisters. You know, you're outside of that box of those 5 people, most likely.
Yeah, but all of these conspiracies have been proved right through the time. So we have a problem there, right?
Yeah, we're the ones that don't fit nicely into a box, and people think we have a screw loose. That's okay.
So maybe we have to listen to the conspiracies people that's trying to tell you something. Maybe you have to give you the ability to listen to it. It can be something that you really have to listen to.
Yeah. People are
I'm
going
not
to
saying
think
that
what they're going
in
to
all,
think.
it's not in all, not in all, but sometimes.
All we
And you
can
have,
do is plant a seed. That's all we can do.
yeah, and you have to be open for everything, and you have to be open-minded and not be
Right.
stupid.
And they have to water that seed. That's up to them.
There you have it. And then we can also do to be or not to be. That's the question. Okay, guys, I'm going out.
What I find hilarious is how this area that just supposedly goes on forever and ever and eons, we just call that space. You know, something so massive and, you know, stuff flying around everywhere. We just call it space. It's space. Can it come up with any other word?
Well, because, well, I mean,
Space.
at least in the paradigm, you know, it's you just called it massive. Well, according to, you know, it's the absence of mass. That's why they call it space. It's void.
Well, I'm going off the idea of what we live on being a spinning ball, right? Well, because that's what the context that space is usually used in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but well, space is, and not outer space, but yeah, space is void. It's absent. It's the lack of something. Not, you see what I'm saying? Like it's the emptiness between you and me is space.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Which is funny. They just call it space.
And in order to navigate in that, you need a flat plane to start with. So even space-time requires a flat plane.
Yeah, so it does make sense. They just call it space. Oh, it's just space. You know, just emptiness. You know, between.
No, it's 3D,
Whatever.
three-dimensional plus time. And to have 3D, you need a flat plane to have your X, Y, Z coordinates.
We've got space to fill.
Space. I gotta watch the movie Spaceballs. Anybody up to watch Spaceballs? I've never seen it.
No, you've never seen it?
I have not.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, you should watch it. I mean, I'm not watching it again, not for some time anyway. It's kind of, I mean, it's funny, it's slapstick, like it's old, 80s slapstick sort of humor. There's some good shit in it, but otherwise, yeah. I mean, you kind of got to be a Star Wars fan to find the humor in it, and I never liked Star Wars either, so.
Oh no, I'm not a big Star Wars fan myself.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن
Case in point, being a kid and you end up being a massive meme. Look at the side chat. Even though it's harmless, but you know what I mean.
Fight Milk wanting to get on the mic, or is he just there to do some keyboard warring? It's not a word. warrioring.
Warrior.
Yeah.
He's just tough in text.
What's that guy's name that he took a piece of poster board and put a bunch of sticks in it, shining a light on it, and then he bends the poster board. And see, we prove the Earth is flat because it's a shadow. Carlin, or what was his name? You always talk like this, kind of like Mr. Was it the guy from the Matrix?
Morpheus?
Mr. Anderson.
Oh, Agent Smith.
Carl
Carl
Sagan.
Sagan. That's it. Thank you.
You were doing it so bad I couldn't tell.
Mr. Anderson.
Just kidding.
Great movie, by the way. If you haven't watched it in a while, highly recommend watching the original Matrix.
I'm blown away. I mean, it's such a. I mean, that's one of those movies that's going to be a classic, talked about for a very long time. But God, we're fucking getting old. You know, I mean, I was like a senior in high school when that shit came out, so I know it very well. But we got all these freaking Zoomers and shit that it's like that movie was old to them. You know, they were born well after that movie came out, and a lot of them just have never seen it. They only know of it as like a legend.
Right. And that's with everything, though. Music, videos, movie shows. Well, the good thing is it was shot on film, so it still holds up. It looks great. Like they nailed the lighting in the dark scenes, spot on.
I think a lot of the Zoomer kids and stuff are discovering a lot of these like '90s movies and realizing just how much better movies were, cinema was then. You know, like all this CGI and technology and well, cancel culture and freaking propaganda and you know, like has just destroyed movies ever since I would say. I mean, I guess 9/11 probably would be a turning point, but it's gotten so bad today. Like nobody really like you can't really. That's why the movie industry is doing so bad. Why so many theaters are going down and um like there was. I mean, God, like the late '90s though, like there were so many fucking awesome movies that came out.
Oh yeah,
Eh,
music, TV shows, movies, games. They were all like, dude, you couldn't keep up. You couldn't. Coming left, right, and center. It's like a
Yeah,
flood.
and I know even then, you know, like my parents or whatever, they would talk about some of the classic movies from their day, you know, but the thing is like a lot of it was really cheesy, you know, because like they didn't have like we kind of hit in the late '90s. We kind of hit this like nice pinnacle of like where the technology was there, but it wasn't just all technology based. Like they had like a lot of really cool effects and ideas and things like that. Like, I mean, like I'm sorry, Scarface is fucking corny as shit. You know, like um a lot of these like or going back to watch these, you know, like some of the classics, you can just give them their appreciation, but it doesn't really compare, at least in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those movies where, like, if you're gonna take things seriously, it's probably not the movie for you. Like Scarface, for instance. It's because the whole thing just falls apart. You know what I mean? It's like, well, that couldn't have happened, right? That's unrealistic. You know, and people just
That
taking
ain't
it
even really where
seriously
I'm
are.
coming from about it. It's not about whether it's realistic, like it could actually happen in real life. I'm just talking more about like you know, the either the writing or the acting or the cinematography, like
Oh yeah,
like colors were off, audio was off, freaking
yeah.
it,
It was rough.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you got Terminator 2. They came out in 1991.
Yeah,
I just
Judgment Day
watched
was
that. I just watched that
that was a movie.
yesterday morning.
Yeah, that was one of the. That was probably. I think that was like the biggest blockbuster hit movie of all time at the time.
Yeah, I'm just blown away. It came out in 91. Like, holy crap. Still holds up.
It does, but even more now, I would say, because then people didn't really relate necessarily to this whole, I don't know, technological transhumanist type future, freaking AI takeovers and shit like that. Nobody knew what the fuck AI was.
Right. It's becoming truer every day. Skynet. I mean, because who hasn't thought about, the powers that be just making a bunch of robots with like guns attached to them or drones with explosives and just like make millions of them and just complete chaos just by machines, just like huge
Yeah,
numbers of
Boston
them.
Dynamics is a propaganda company. I've seen the actual little dogs in action, and they don't do shit but roll over and sit on their hind legs, just like the toys in the store. I've seen what we may be going there. Seen them at some shows. They don't have the big walking thing, and besides, that thing is controlled. The ones they do have are all wired with a big box. You just don't see it because they green screen it out.
Interesting.
And none of them can just jump around and do all that crazy shit. That's all pre-programmed stuff, or it's just CGI. But you have to pay
Wait,
attention. You're looking
they're
at.
not doing parkour,
Fuck no.
huh?
Because what better machine than one that walks? Because
Best thing you're going to get
the
is something that
terrain.
rolls around.
Yeah.
That's it. Walking isn't going to cut it for anything. Not a machine. You're going to damage it.
Well, that is still though. I mean, they're going to continue doing their research towards that though, because ultimately, like the best machine would be one that can do all the same things we can do. So it has to move like us. It has to be able
Yeah,
to manipulate things
maybe
like
for,
us.
maybe for toys for people, but that's not going to happen in industry. It's too dangerous.
What about the technology that they're not just giving us and showing us? Like, what if they have technology way in the future that we don't even know about? They're just giving us a hint of what is to come, possibly.
What do you
Not-
mean they have technology in the future? You
They didn't
you think
discover fucking new.
Terminator already happened, don't you?
Well, not
They
in
didn't
the
discover
future,
new
literally,
physics.
but I'm
Shit.
just saying, as like in the future, as in of what we know of, right? But they already have it. You know what I
They
mean?
didn't discover new physics.
So you think all the technology that we're being presented is what they have?
We're just changing it around,
Because
using it in
let's
different
say
ways,
let's
making it smaller, making it bigger.
let's say you were in power of well, not in power, but you were trying to take over the world. Like, would you give all the plebeians the technology that you have, or would you give them lesser technology so that they couldn't use it against you?
I mean, I would say they're doing R&D and they've got some technology out there that we probably don't have access to. But I think what Red One's saying though is like it's another version of the same technology. It's just it hasn't like it still has to work by the same physics. It still has the same problems about battery life and frickin' all kind. Like
Yeah, gear wear, mechanical, burnout boards, all that's real life shit. And I work in the industry, and we can't keep shit running more than a week out of just one plant. We probably have just shit. How many are in that plant? 250 machines. So at any given time, there's around 15 machines completely down where RX is working on them, and that's anything. And that's the same technology.
Oh, absolutely. Anything mechanical is going to break down, right? It's just
So you're not going to have robots out there repairing robots ever. Go walking out and saying, "Hey, you look broken. Turn around, let me fix you." That's never going to happen. Anything that would do anything has to be pre-programmed, and it can only follow that. This bullshit AI that's just going to start doing its own things. You have to tell it to do that stuff. You have to give it parameters, or it's not going to be able to do things. Period. Can't make up its own parameters.
yeah, like movies like the Terminator, um, AI takeover, any of that stuff. That's the propaganda. They want you to believe that you know machine learning can be actually sentient at some point. It can't be. Um, it's fear mongering is what it is. It's to make you. Yeah, I mean it's follows that same theme. Like the one of the first movies ever made, like the very first sci-fi ever made, was Man versus Machine. It's one of our deepest fears. Like just for some reason, like humanity just has that buried in them, like a fear of man versus machine takeover, and so it's a theme that they play on that in order to control you and keep you in fear.
And I just say unplug the things if you're afraid of it. So the future people, listen, you guys in the future afraid of the future shit, just unplug it when it gets near you.
Yeah, just block out the sun so that. Wait a minute. Hold on. That was they did that too.
So it can't charge.
Yeah, no, it's a joke.
Knock it over so something breaks. That'll be the end of it. Then it'll take them 2 weeks to fix that. We can't even get our delivery carts to work properly, and you think these things are going to be able to just do whatever they want.
Yeah, I mean, machines will be able to do amazing things. They already can, and they'll do more amazing things, but not on their own. It's
So they asked us to, I guess in this year, we're supposed to also research the automatic moving rope vehicles or whatever they're called to move stock around and all that shit, and they'll do it on their own as orders come in and blah blah blah. Well, that works great at Amazon because they basically developed their way of doing it, so people know not to get in the way and the robots know to stop, and they're programmed to do the same thing over and over. They have specific spots they go to. We're not
Actually,
like we're not like Amazon, so it doesn't work like that. We have people that set things in the wrong places. So once you do that, your thing stops. That's it. It doesn't know what to do next. That's it.
Didn't Amazon have like a fatal accident with that not too long ago? Like somebody, I don't know, between one of their automated machines and a person, something
Oh, I don't
something
know.
ran somebody over or stabbed them with a fork or forklift or something. Like I'm pretty sure
Ouch.
that was something
I don't
that
know.
happened.
I don't know, but when they started talking about that, all I know is I'm not going to be on that team if they go forward because I don't want anything to do with fixing that shit or developing an RX plan for those guys to go out and fix the shit. Because that's what we'll end up doing. You know, we get the stuff, research it, work on things, test it. I do other things. I'm also a developer and I work in the lab there too. But I'm not going to have any part of fixing robots.
I mean, all it's gonna do is try to replace our job, right? If it can even do that.
No, that doesn't work like that. We've already done the study on it.
Because
Well, I
you
mean,
have to
that
have
is the
people
goal of
repair the
automation.
machines.
That is the goal of automation is to replace many jobs.
No, the
Maybe
goal
not.
of automation is to get more parts out per hour.
Well, it's one of okay, yeah. Ultimately, that's the higher goal, but
It's not to
more
replace people
not
because
just
then
more
you
per
got to
hour, but
call people.
also by reducing cost and downtime and like people need to sleep, machines don't, shit like that. So as much as more they can automate, the better. The more that they can reduce the number of human workers for them, the more profit that have to make.
So you can't get rid of the people because then you're going to have even more downtime. So you move them around and you cross train them like we do.
When you cross train, you mean like people working with the automated machines, essentially?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also being able to do other jobs that they didn't know they were going to be asked to do and they want to do. People want to work with this technology. They don't like having to sit there and do mundane shit over and over. They'd rather sit there and see, oh, a light went off. Let me walk over and look at what happened on this machine. Oh, okay, let's do this. That's how it's supposed to be. We want our people to sit there and make sure that they're producing good parts. We don't want them to a robot to decide if the parts are good or not.
I don't know if that's the same for all the companies though. That might be your company, but that's pretty sure there's plenty out there who would just like to eliminate humans altogether.
Well, we've never had a layoff, and I'm not going to tell you how long, but it's under 100 years and more than 70. Our company's been around. Not one layoff ever. And we've always been just constantly hiring. That's how fast we've been growing. We're hiring 200 people a month, and we're automating everything. So that tells you anything. We don't do layoffs. We just get more space and put more things out. So the big boogeyman is don't automate because you're going to get rid of people. That's what's on TV. The reality is I work in the industry. Automate so we can have people focusing on better parts instead of worrying about if the machine is going over and moving a rack from here to here and then loading this machine. We can automate that shit. We just need to know where and when.
Well, I mean, okay, let's say you've got a low paid, like just an entry level warehouse guy, right? And you can do his job with an automated machine, just basically an automated pallet jack. Like what are you going to do with the guy who really has no skills other than picking up and moving boxes?
We don't have that skill level because in our receiving or material handling department. I'm trying. Let me go slow so I don't give away anything here. So we work with exotic materials, and a robot's not going to be able to just go and grab me 800 pounds of bar stock of Inconel, and be able to route it all by itself. Somebody has to get that stock wrapped up into a crane, loaded onto a cart, tagged on the proper spots, the right tags hanging where they need to be, stuff like that, so that they can be scanned when they get at the other end. That shit can't be automated.
Right. Well, so I'm not just talking about the company that you work for, though. Maybe that's true, but like, say somebody like Amazon, they have an interest in eliminating those jobs. The people who literally just are material handlers.
Amazon's just about making money, about how fast they can get product to people, and automating that with less people. They're in the same boat. They still have to repair that shit. People get the wrong shit, and when they're handpicked or not, I don't know what, but we get the wrong shit from them. So depends on, you can kind of tell when it's handpicked or not. So the robot goes and fills the order, or we're going out there. I'm going to I'll give you exactly how they work, but we're scheduled to go to Amazon to see their automation so we can get a better handle on our automation to try to automate material moving from one place to another, basically. Like I said, we can't do it because people don't set shit down, set it down in the same spots. That's something that has to be taught to people. And that's a culture thing in companies. You can't get rid of people because they don't want to cooperate. So you have to work around them. Figure it out.
Have them fulfill a different task. Move them
Yeah.
around.
They might be really good at what they do, so it's easier to not move them and move things around them. We've done that plenty of times.
Yeah, I mean, have them do other tasks. Like those other tasks, if the simple jobs are automated, then the other jobs to move them to would require more training or more education, more technical know-how, and unfortunately, the vast majority of the human population doesn't have those skills. Like we do need the mundane, simple, low thinking grunt jobs. We need them.
So that would be like, we do have some jobs like that, and we are eliminating those. That's an assembly. We figured out ways to eliminate those. Those people will get moved around. But if they can't take it, people do get fired. If they do a bad job over and over again, that's with any place. But we don't lay off people. Oh, we slowed down. Now we're going to lay off people. One plant might be only at half capacity of work. But so they got people walking around. We'll send 50 people from that plant to 5 other plants, just split them up, and you'll never even see the difference, the way we move people around. And when they go from one plant to another, all the jobs are the same standard work, same everything. So they should know how to, if they don't know the job, they should know how to go to the job and figure out who to ask, what to read, and how to at least start it. You know what I mean? They should be able to do things by themselves, and then they have trainers that come over and they'll say, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But we've developed a way to move people around so that they're not lost, basically.
The benefits of working for a big company, and you also gain institutional knowledge.
Yeah.
Because like bigger companies have bigger resources and can afford better educational, better work products to work with.
Yeah, after they combined mine with another team that was kind of flopping around last year. I know why they combined us, because their ideas are good. It's just them trying to get them off the ground the proper ways. They want them to follow the way we do things. So we asked for like $250,000 ourselves, and then what ended up happening was that got scrapped, and we ended up getting basically $1 million, $750,000 for just research and development, not buying equipment to use. That's buying toys to play with, and then deciding what we're buying. That's a big change from what we've done in the past. So our company is focused this year on the automation team, and that's the team that I grew.
Any more trolls in here need a boot?
I don't see any. Yeah, we're not going to allow that shit. We're not going to let people make Twitter content.
Yeah, and especially for the stated purpose of trolling. That's just dumb. Yep, it's against the channel rules.
Dude, a couple of days ago, and I forget which one of the Troll Team 6 fuckers, I don't even know who I was talking to because I didn't look at who was lighting up, but yeah, when I called him out, and it was like, why should anybody take you seriously? He took offense. He's like, it's a joke, dude. Like, it's a joke. Like, take a joke. Like, no, the funny part is that you have silenced yourself. Nobody is going to take you seriously. No, like, you put yourself in this fucking hole.
Yeah, you call yourself a troll, and then you think you're offering what you're trying to pass off as a legitimate and serious proof of a globe. Yeah, you're gonna have to take that somewhere else now.
Like, yeah, I can be a part of a troll team, and you should take me seriously. What? Yeah, you're definitely trolling.
I'd rather not talk to anybody than waste my time talking to somebody like that anyway.
Whether
Yeah,
it's
the goal
cognitive
go.
dissonance or them trolling, either way, it's best to just disengage.
That's the general goal, is to just keep us running in circles, chasing our own tail. They're
Yeah,
there to put to throw a wrench in the engine. That's it. They've been doing
yeah,
it for years.
and that's done by engaging, right? We're giving them what they want. You know, it's
Yeah,
like
and
feeding a
one of the
stray
purposes.
cat. You know, next thing
Yeah,
you know, you got 20 cats.
we use them for content, not they're going to use us for content. It's the other way around. We're going to use them for content. That's how it works.
A lot of these guys want to waste time to make the discussion unproductive for the listening audience.
Yeah, which is how it goes. There's no
Yeah, that's
escaping
why
it. There's always going to be trolls. You know.
that's why every time you finally get into a good conversation with somebody new, that's where all of a sudden two or three of them pop in and have to jump into the conversation and divert.
It's
Every fucking
hilarious, isn't
time,
it?
everywhere you go.
I like how Indio calls it. He says that they're throwing themselves onto the gears.
Yeah,
They're
trying to
basically
stop the engine.
suicide bombing themselves.
Yep. Yeah, they need to intercept. They need to stop that person from having a fruitful conversation, and also in the meantime stopping anybody who might be listening from hearing that good conversation.
That's exactly it.
They there's no place like flat earthers make all these smaller like side servers to go and just have chill chats and talk amongst themselves and stuff. These globers will or these trolls I should say, they can't have that. They have to monitor every single place where flat earthers go. They yeah, have to infiltrate and try to take over and try to monitor everything.
Yeah, there's always at least one plant in every room.
Probably dumping chat logs into files, recording conversations, data
Oh
mining
yeah,
this stuff to dox us.
for sure. How often am I asked questions like that? All the time.
Yeah, so you get people that come in, and over the course of months, they elicit information. Like they'll ask people what their first name is. And then weeks later, they'll ask them what city they're from. And then weeks later, they'll ask what they do. And
Or
they use
how
time
old
to their
they are.
advantage.
How old they
Yeah,
are.
exactly. And we know exactly who's been doing this. And so they just build dossiers on people and they spend so much time doing it that nobody notices that it's happening to them.
Now imagine being that person. Imagine having that mindset.
Well, you're talking to one of them right now. We just don't know who it is.
True.
But by process of elimination, I can figure it out by looking down the list.
All of that goes to show how insecure they are. Also, I mean, that's really what it is. Like,
Yeah.
if they've got to watch over and monitor everything, you know, it's because they know that their freaking paradigm is getting real thin. You know, like people, you know, they need to. That's not even the right way to say it, but yeah, they know they don't really have much to stand on, and it's threatening to them. They're very insecure about it, so they have to use these methods, these tactics.
Narcissists. It's probably a lot deeper than what you think.
Well, yeah, and I mean it's hard to point fingers at like who's paid, but I mean we know that there's militarized internet trolls out there. Like that's admitted by the government.
Well, I'm talking about the ones that are not getting paid off. Like that's just how they are, you know, regardless of the topic or whatever. You know. And then you get the ones that are paid, which that's kind of obvious, you know.
Right. Well, that's how that would work. I mean, you'd have some paid level people kind of recruiting and steering the rest, you know, to get them to volunteer essentially without even knowing what they're volunteering for, you know, but they're still doing the bidding of like a government-funded psyop.
I mean, what better way to control the opposition than controlled opposition? To control the
Yeah,
whole
from the inside.
narrative, right?
Yeah, you try to control both sides also, like of anything.
Right.
Just like
Like
how we fund both sides of every war, don't we, in the United States? You know, like or the the elites, the Rockefellers and shit, the bankers. You know, they've got vested monetary interest in both sides of every conflict.
kind of like JFK, right? Oh, if they don't believe the official narrative, oh well, it was a lone gunman or William Greer, the driver, or this or that. You're shot from this angle. Is this person? Is that person? Well, what if he never died? What if they faked his death? And what if he was really what's his face? The president after him? I'm drawing blanks. Looking down the list. Jimmy Carter. What if he has some work done and he's really Jimmy Carter? You know, like there's so many boxes to fall in, like 9/11. Oh, they don't believe the official narrative. Oh well, it was pulled with thermite. It's like, well, what if that's not the case? What if dew weapons was used? You know, right? So what better way to control the opposition? That's what I think. Flat Earth is.
Hold on. See, what I was saying is, I think flat Earth is like a little society in the Pacific West with a bunch of Jews mapping out plans.
I think flat Earth is controlled opposition, 100%. Right? Because everyone's all like, "Are you a globe Earth or flat Earth?" It's like, well, what if that's a false dichotomy? Like name one thing. Like
I mean, the
anything
Earth is obviously
that
flat.
there's only two possible answers. Name one thing that is that way. That it can't be anything else.
I mean, there are true dichotomies, but
Well, name one.
I mean, when it comes
The
to
Church of
narratives like
Zionism.
that, when it comes to like what you're talking about, yeah, it's tough to when it comes to political or I guess philosophical worldviews or just that's tough to come up with true dichotomies, I guess. But I mean, on and off switches. You know what I mean? There's no in between. You know, like that's a true dichotomy.
Right. It sure seems that way. Because I rarely hear anybody talk about anything else other than globe Earth or flat Earth. It's always one or the other. Well, what if they're both wrong?
See, that's it depends on like what you call like flat Earth. You know, like does it measure flat? Like, you know, sure, yes, it does.
I mean,
So
it's like
the
they're
Earth is
both.
flat. So, but like it can't be concave. It's
The
at
point
least
is like they're both trying to come up with this model, but can we prove 100% that whatever model it is actually like true?
well,
100%.
no, that's
Like,
the problem. See,
see,
there is no flat Earth model. All really what we're doing is debunking the model that's been presented to us of the heliocentrism.
In Blue Card 2, models are inherently self-defeating because no model is going to completely match all of reality. There will be an error. That's why you have to beginning when you present a model, you have to say what the limitations are.
right. So that's the issue I have with identifying with, oh, I'm a glober or oh, I'm a flat earther, is that people, it's so easy for people to throw you into that niche, into that group, into that category of, oh, well, they think this, so they assume that you think, everything that they think, they throw you
Yeah,
in
but
that hole. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, to tell them you're not a model earther. You're a real earther, or you live on the real world. It's not. There's no model. There's no thing you can go to represent how you see the world. You see the world as you see it. There's nothing you can put in place for that.
Absolutely. That's what I
don't have
say.
to you don't have to put yourself in a different box because you don't like the one that they're putting you in. Like the people will always straw man you. People will always freaking misrepresent what you believe or what you know to be true or anything like that. Like fuck the labels. Like I say go ahead and embrace the flat earther thing if that's what But yeah, I mean,
You get what I'm trying to say, though, right?
yeah, there's a stigma attached to it that
Yeah.
but but you shouldn't have to bend because they are misrepresenting you.
I mean, well, like, does it really matter what shape of the Earth is? Right? Isn't what's important is that we're not some insignificant spiraling, spinning ball that's like flying through space at 1,000,000 miles an hour, like this little speck of dust. It's just lost in the vast space, right? Like that kind of changes things, that
Does it matter the
maybe
shape?
we're
No.
stationary, and like,
The
like
overall shape,
we
no,
have
it doesn't
purpose.
matter. But the overall
Like,
shape, no, it doesn't matter. But the practicality of knowing that the Earth is indeed flat, used as flat, like yes, that's important. Like it completely shapes and changes your worldview, and if you're willing to see the world for something that it is not, then that opens you up to more vulnerability elsewhere.
yeah, so I just say, well, I'm a living being on this earth, like what I see with my own eyes is, that's it. What I observe, right? And it is what it is, right?
Right.
It's like whatever. What I do know is like we have a purpose here. Like this place was created and we have purpose. Like we're all here for a reason, obviously, Like we're not just like some spinning ball that came from evolution. Oh, it's just by chance, just try a few more gazillion times. Oh, you'll eventually get this perfect earth, Of course that's how it is, Like, oh, like so it basically means that like life has no meaning, right? Oh, it's just by chance. Here you are. Good luck. Whereas like maybe, the whole thing has purpose, it just changes my outlook on everything. Right? How I view life, spiritually and everything. I don't really know where I'm going at with this. I guess like it's like a way of disassociating away from there's so many people out there that are controlled opposition, right? That are like like Eric Dubay. I don't really mean to throw names out there, but they're just like mainstream and just they're like acting like, oh well, I'm waking up people. I have my YouTube channel. I'm getting banned several times. They take down my channel, but I just keep coming back, and they're trying to silence me and rare, and they just sprinkle a little bit of truth in there,
I mean, about controlled op, like that was kind of my point before. Like most controlled opposition is controlled opposition because they are controlled. They don't know they're controlled.
You don't think so?
Not most of them. That's how it works. Like
Well, that's frightening
Yeah.
to think about.
Yeah, it's called useful idiot. No, I'm not even joking around. That's what the CIA calls it. When they've got somebody working against their interest or working for them that they don't even think they are.
I can see that though.
It's
Absolutely.
mind control. It's MK Ultra mind control. That's what it is.
Absolutely. Right. I mean, what do we think LGBTQ and all this transgender crap is all about?
Oh,
You know,
yeah,
that's
that's
MK
off
Ultra
topic.
right
Off
in your
to-
face.
Off topic. What they're talking about? They're talking about government and using people to advance an agenda. I mean, do you think that those topics are being advanced by government?
Absolutely. Just another way to control people.
Hi.
Hey,
I want to know this topic 24/7 flat Earth.
Reckoning is upon us. Reckoning is upon us. Stay safe, my brothers. Shabbat shalom.
I'm just enjoying listening to the people come in and leave, come in and leave. They're not sure what the fuck's going on. Why so quiet?
That's kind of what I'm wondering. I mean, usually at this time of the day, this room is like rocking, but like it's kind of dead.
Nah, it's fine. I'm just waiting for somebody to spout something stupid off.
Yeah, I'm just listening to music.
Balls.
There you go. What kind of balls?
Big balls that spin and water sticks to them.
Let mine drip dry.
Sweat is pretty much water, so yeah.
A lot more than just water.
Huh, yeah.
It's more urine than just water.
Ugh. Peels, I don't know. I don't do that.
There's ura in sweat. The more you know.
Ugh.
Well, at least urine is sterile.
What? But that's how yours work. That's not how my balls work, though.
Something like 3,600 pores per square inch. Or urea, as it's pronounced.
Is that just ball sweat or sweat in general? Like, is pit sweat filled with urea also?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. More than I really cared to know. Interesting, though, I guess.
It's like, what is it about armpit sweat that just stinks more?
It doesn't always. It depends on what you're eating or what you've. Yeah, like.
Oh, absolutely. Like, let's say reading a bunch of garbage, garbage in, garbage out. Absolutely.
Like, I know if I drink too much coffee, I know my pits are gonna stink.
It's about how well you shower. You can have sweaty armpits that don't smell, but every time you sweat, it leaves bacteria on your skin. And if you don't shower properly, the next time you sweat, that's when that bacteria gets activated and starts to be smelly. So you can be sweaty and not smelly, and you can have people who are smelly all the time with BO because they're not showering properly. There you go.
Well, it's not just sweat. It's our pores also off gas, right? Like literally body odor. Gas comes out of our pores. Right. That's one of the 4 elimination methods, right? Is respiration, breathing, sweating, obviously, perspiration, urination, and defecation.
Yeah, this is related to one of the problems that NASA has with their claims of astronauts in space, right?
Excellent. Let's talk about it.
Yeah, let's tie it in. Let's come back to flat Earth. So
So there's a problem with like your tears. Indio brings this up, and it's a really good point. When you produce tears, your eyes well up, and gravity gravity is responsible for pulling your tears down and keeping the water. It's really just, of course, the displacement of your tears in air. But when you're up in zero gravity, all those tears have nowhere to go. So how are you supposed to see anything with your visor on, zero gravity, if you're out in space and your eyes are producing natural tears just throughout the day?
Yeah, you're watering up and nowhere to drip away from. Like it would.
Good point.
I know somebody can look this up. I forgot what it was off the top of my head, but like how many liters in a day? I don't think it's liters, but maybe it is liters. That your eyes produce tears.
So this is also related to another kind of disgusting topic. And I guess it doesn't have to be disgusting. It just, yeah. So women menstruating in space.
I like where this is going. Let's keep it going.
Oh, we could go there. Have you seen the Skylab toilet training video? The Skylab toilet training video from the 70s, dude. They got the zero G plane and a toilet set up and a bunch of cameras and scientists, and there's an astronaut sitting on a chamber pot with a little window so they could see the dookie. And he's just dropping a deuce while the vomit comet is going up and down, and they're studying it. We've got the video clip somewhere. It's on our home server.
I said about the menstruation, though, like, yeah. So, like, women, they drip, right? That requires the so-called gravity, like you said, like with the tears. So it doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if they have a pad or a tampon or anything. It would have nowhere to go to, just like with the tears. So I think they must put them on like a freaking what do they call that? Like the thing that spins them around, a centrifuge. I think they just put them on a centrifuge out there and freaking drain them that way.
Maxi pad centrifuge.
Drain them. Oh my gosh.
Well, that's what the Arthur C. Clarke space station was from 2001.
Open the floodgates. Here it comes.
There should be like a dedicated room with the centrifuge in it just for the ladies. Freaking splatter painting the walls. All right, that's too far.
You know, that just brings up more questions. Like,
yeah, like how good is Don Petit's coffee filter? Really?
Yeah, I hope it's not just like a Brita, you know?
Yeah, that thing better have like reverse osmosis and other stuff happening.
oh yeah, and they say that they recycle their own piss and drink it through like a filtering system, kind of like we do here on Earth.
No, the whole that's the chugga chugga coffee. Like he talks about literally recycling their shit and turning it into coffee.
Looks about the same.
That's some good some Saturday morning talk. I mean, it's 10 o'clock here, but those waking up on the West Coast are like, what the fuck?
Yeah, same time here. Now I'm like thinking like, where the menstruation blood even comes from, and like I have a whole bunch of other questions like I never really like cared to think about.
You're not
Now
supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to.
it's all your fault.
Yeah.
Or have you seen the toilet on the ISS? How it's just like this little hole, and you have to perfectly aim yourself right over it. And there's not even a real seat. I guess they don't really need one, right? Because they're in zero gravity. But the hole is about the width of a Coke can, like the entire Coke can, not just the opening of a Coke can. And then how do you clean that up? Who's responsible for doing maintenance checks? Are there people like dropping deuces at 1 a.m. and forgetting to clean up and going back to sleep?
I mean, yeah, you would think it would have to be something like a vacuum hose, like a vacuum cleaner or something, to get anything to happen there.
Yeah, it's a 6.5 horsepower rigid vacuum.
Like, hey, no.
Yeah.
What happens if you get hemorrhoids in space? Like really bad hemorrhoids?
I don't have enough experience, I guess, with those. I don't know what does
Yeah,
happen.
well, they erupt and they burst like cherries, man, and create a mess. Yeah, so it looks like somebody
Nice.
cracked a box of cherries. So yeah, how do they deal with hemorrhoids in the ISS? I mean, somebody's going to be having hemorrhoids. All right, don't know Taco once now.
Taco.
Hey, we need a Glober.
Where there's a globe, can you explain hemorrhoids in space on the ISS?
Or menstruation.
Yeah.
I would also like to add, like, if someone farts on the ISS, where does it go? What's the what? So, what's the filtration process? Can we see the diagrams, the blueprints, all the stuff? Like, how does it work exactly? Because like it's limited space, right? So, or do they get used to it and they forget about it? Now, what happens if all of them farts at once?
They all breathe it in unison to
It's just one
process
giant.
it.
It's just one giant hot box up there.
Yeah.
Eventually, it the gas exchange in the lungs, and it enters their bloodstream, and
Oh, you know them guys got some bad kicking breath too. Like just nowhere to go. It's just getting filled with freaking bad breath and farts. Freaking
Yeah,
skin cells and freaking
yeah, exactly. So
blood.
imagine everything, like, okay, all those like hair, dust, sweat, like the smell of the sweat, basically. Maybe they can control the humidity, but like, okay, all the smells, where do they go? Like, as you said, like, who's responsible to clean all this stuff, right? So, and it's in space forever, allegedly.
Yeah, for like over 20
You
years,
guys might
25
appreciate
years or
this.
whatever. Then
So yeah, Don Pettit, when he was talking about like how he didn't bring the eggs up on the space station, don't ask how he did. He shows everybody all these eggs he brought on the space station. In that same video, he says that he's going to be making vindaloo curry later on the ISS. Like, Have you ever cooked curry or had neighbors who cook curry, and you can smell it down the street?
Yeah.
And they're cooking it inside the hot box of an ISS. How are they going to clear that shit out?
That's how they cover up the smell of the farts.
Yeah, the farts afterward, man, it's crazy.
It's true.
Yeah, but man, like people who eat like especially like very Asian spices, like the sweat also smells very like you know, all those like spices they ate. So that also adds to the problem. Like if you add into that, like yeah, it's like no way, man, no way.
Yeah, like curry meat sweats.
Yeah.
Or a
Yeah.
Mexican eating a bunch of Mexican food. Oh boy. Never smelt anything like it.
You'd think they'd have protocols against this kind of stuff, like no cooking curry up here, no eating refried beans while up there. But they all do it.
Yeah, well, Don
You
Petit
can
like
have
said it.
Taco Tuesdays, just like every freaking Tuesday.
Yeah, you know, remember Don Petit when he like when Smarter Everyday asked him about what happens if you have a leak, right? He said like, "Then we have a leak." So not a big deal, man.
I'm sure there's some kind of protocol for that, but you know, it's the same. Yeah, I'm sure there's some kind of protocol for fucking replacing and changing all these fucking air filters and stuff too, right?
Yeah, and also Smarter Everyday, like in the same video, like he literally said like, I don't know how do they get those like O-rings to actually work because physically it's actually it can't, right? But like it's NASA's magic.
Real good engineering.
Yeah, real good engineering.
NASA, not a single astronaut.
That's a cool one.
I totally just thought that up on the fly. I was like, there's got to be an acronym for NASA.
Oh, you haven't heard the others? There's a bunch of them. Never a straight answer.
Not the space agency.
Good.
Yeah, that one guy, who was he? David something or other. He was like a former general counsel at CIA turned congressman. He died, and he was calling NASA never not a space agency. He's on that video talking about the Nazis going to CIA, the other Nazis going to NASA, deception. So you got CIA calling NASA not a space agency. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. I'm trying to think
It
of other
probably
ones.
means the real stuff, the real secret propulsion program is held elsewhere.
I'm trying to come up with a new one, but if I say it, I'll probably get banned. I don't know.
Now I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what it could be.
Oh, I got one. Nearly all severely autistic.
Nice.
It must be.
What's next? We're not going to be able to say autistic. We're all going to be saying the A word. Mark my words. Write that down.
Yeah, it's already kind of, that's one of those gray area ones. Like, you're not supposed to call people autistic.
Hello, Flat Earth.
Hi, who are we talking to?
So, what you guys are talking about?
Is that Fox?
Nah.
You probably don't really want to know what we were just talking about.
He's trying to get a channel shut down.
And you definitely don't want to know what we were just talking about.
Yeah, he's all worked up by Flat Earth, and you ask him, well, what is it? Can you tell me what you're mad about? He can't do that, other than compare Flat Earthers to pea people. It's the same thing in his worldview. If
Put
you
him on the
describe,
centrifuge. Put him on the centrifuge, he'll be less cranky.
yeah, if you describe a surface of the Earth as flat, that's the same thing as harming children. In his worldview, it's really bad, and he got feedback from multiple people to tell him to quit it, but he can't.
Their studies show that children come to the flat earth realization on their own. And does that harm themselves? No. People ask us all the time if we're teaching kids about flat earth, and that's not really the point. I think a greater point is kids could teach you about flat earth.
Burn.
I think a major point of education should be to think critically and be able to analyze evidence yourself and think through things on your own.
Okay, so what was a giant leap forward for mankind on the Apollo program?
Going someplace where nobody had been before.
That's not what they said, though. They said they do this for world peace. Carl Sagan called it quite ironic. You make this giant leap forward to perpetuate science, logic, and reason, and then systematically carpet bomb third world countries adjacent to Vietnam because you don't like Vietnam's economic philosophy.
Right.
Just critically think about that. Why would Carl Sagan call the giant leap forward for humans ironic?
He wasn't. He was calling the irony that we're still doing war.
After he said you did a giant leap forward.
Yeah, he's comparing the two things, going forward in one area, yet we still fight wars.
Not just fight wars, but bomb third world countries that can't even really defend themselves.
Right.
Destabilizing the region and whatnot.
Yep, and then we ended up losing that war.
What was a giant step forward then?
Giant step forward was doing science and engineering well enough to go someplace that nobody had been before. And
for the purpose of?
Increase in science and knowledge. He was a scientist.
World peace, right?
Yeah. How about for the purpose of developing intercontinental ballistic missiles?
That's why now it's not ironic anymore, is it? Now it matches. That's what we call a clue. It was always about weapons. It's always about warfare. That was just a PR spin.
What?
That's exactly right.
Suddenly now it's not ironic. Wow, you did this amazing thing. Be afraid.
Wait, can you think of any science or technology, like good science and good technology that hasn't been twisted and used for war?
That's why he called it ironic. This one was supposed to be different. This was a giant leap forward. This wasn't the same thing, same day in, day out, no change. This was going to be the thing. This was going to start a space age.
Eisenhower's own space policy that was declassified in the 1980s, which nobody ever reads, outlines a program for using space platforms and propulsion technology itself as a means of psychological warfare. This is found in NSC 5814 by the Eisenhower administration. Anyone can Google it. It's at the Reagan Library. And it came out in 1958 with the kickoff of the space race. So go imagine. Go imagine that space and NASA and everything was just created only for the pursuit of noble technological development for peace. Meanwhile, Eisenhower is saying this is secretly being developed for psychological operations in order to assert American technological dominance over the world.
I mean, that's been happening for a long time. That's why people built the pyramids, right? It wasn't just to build a big pyramid, but it was to kind of like show their power and prestige.
All these people melting down, trying to make this about us and not about the server topic.
Earth is curving because it's not flat.
There are hills, right?
Earth is curving because it's not flat.
What's your evidence for that?
Hills.
I knew it.
Next.
PD, I think your best proof are earthworms.
Cool. I would say worms don't go through solids. Apples aren't solid.
come up with an answer yet there, Matthew?
For which?
What happened after Apollo? I mean, are you just kind of like going to go with what Edgar Mitchell said? Clearly, the federal government was taken over by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
So after Apollo, you're talking about why NASA didn't send more people to the moon after that?
No, why it didn't change anything? Like, as I we're in this framework of critical thinking, what happened? Why didn't it change anything?
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, history moves on forward. Like, how you're expecting? I don't know who is expecting like some NASA program to change the world.
No, space program.
I mean, things slowly progress over the years. In the next decades, they put like weather satellites and TV broadcast and communication satellites and GPS. So things change, but not right away. But things do slightly get better.
Okay, so here's Edgar Mitchell. In outer space, you develop an instant global consciousness of people, orientation, intense dissatisfaction with the world, with the state of the world, and a compulsion to do something about it. From out here on the moon, international politics looks so petty. You want to grab a politician by the scruff of the neck, drag him 250,000 miles out, and say, "Look at it, you son of a bitch."
Yeah, nobody's been 250,000 miles away from Earth, so I don't know what he's talking about.
How far is the moon from you, in your worldview?
230,000. Oh yeah, I guess it's 250,000. Okay, I was thinking low Earth orbit.
Come on, math guy. You can do.
So no, yeah, I would say 24 people have been 250,000 miles away, but so
Well, it's less than that though, right? Because you've got people who went twice.
No, I think it's 24 went and 12 landed. And there was, let's see.
Yeah, I think you've got. I think if I looked it up once, a couple of names were listed twice.
Right, but that's why you get down to 24.
Oh, okay, I gotcha.
3 people went twice. I think it was 27.
Yeah, that
9
otherwise it would have been 27.
Right.
Okay,
right.
so you 3 people went twice, which knocked it down to 24.
Yeah. So the point being
Okay.
that even if 24 people had this amazing experience and now have this consciousness of like, hey, we all should be one, they didn't affect much of the world.
Yeah,
On
so
the
they
other
call
hand-
this the 100th monkey effect.
On the other hand, Jesus changed the world with 12 disciples, or 11.
So there's just not enough monkeys who've been to space.
Right.
So it's ironic, though, that all the people spend all this time thinking about space and thinking about Star Lord, Star Commander, Spider-Man, Far From Home, like the last Navigator, the first Navigator, Star Trek, Star Captain, Starman. All these star shit, all this space stuff, all constantly being bombarded by fan fiction of the space age. But yet, no one seems to have any sort of cognitive shift in any of this. Like
Yeah,
they
this-
watch a movie, The Arrival, and breaking down how to communicate with aliens and what it would mean, what the aliens are trying to tell us about the way the world works, the way the universe works, and people just walk out of there and just start brawling over a parking spot again.
Yeah, I mean, it's in human nature, right? In fact, this isn't the first time this has happened. Back in the late 1800s, people said, oh, we're going to usher in a new era of world peace because we can have instant communication with this new telegraph machine. But it didn't happen. And then people said, oh, look, here's radio. We can talk to each other instantaneously. We'll usher in a new era of world peace. But it didn't happen. And then, oh, look, here's television. This will usher in a new era of world peace. But it didn't happen. And same with the internet.
So let's break it. Let's critically think about this. So if you've got a model with no change, nothing new under the sun.
Yep.
And you can model this out with predictable, measurable, and repeatable results.
Yeah, so technology doesn't magically fix human evil, is the point.
Or there's no such thing as a renaissance or a giant leap forward. Those things don't exist. You can say it so, you can PR it, but
Well,
no
they
change.
exist. They just don't fix humanity. Like we did have a renaissance, but it didn't fix humanity. We did invent telegraph, and then telephone, then TV, then the internet, but it didn't fix humanity.
Because there isn't a fix. This is what you got. This is the world, a flat, stationary world where nothing changes around here. The same set of circumstances that existed in the Greek age existed today. I mean, if you read people's journals and entries and news articles from the Greeks, they complain about all exactly the same thing. Executive overreach,
that's true. That's
police
true.
problems, taxes.
Yeah, the point being that we can invent all this technology. I mean, you can jump in your car and drive to Walmart and buy 1,000 different things, or you could hop on a plane next week and fly 2,000 miles. And the Romans couldn't do any of that, but yet these technologies don't fix the general human problem of sin and evil in our hearts.
So the astronaut, Edgar Mitchell, was entirely wrong.
Right.
There is no such thing as an overview effect. But the problem is, you can experimentally model overview effects. Like if you lock, like they did 2 prisons where they changed the way they treated the inmates. They started calling them by their name, not numbers. They painted like murals on the walls, like sunshine and rainbows. They took not all the gray color. They broke down. They gave people their own cell that they could lock the door and sit in there if they wanted to. They could lock it internally so no one could bother them. They did a lot of these things. They expanded telephone privileges. They changed meals where instead of just walking through a line and you get what you get, there was different lines you could pick. You say, hey, do you want pasta? Do you want whatever? They had different meal choices. They did all these things, and sure, it took some time, but they picked 2 of the most violent prisons there were, and both of them changed. Not overnight, because they said part of the problem was there was still a lot of retaliatorial violence that went on afterwards. But it did change. So environmental conditioning works. You can change someone's environment, or even organisms, and get new behavior patterns. But yet somehow environmental conditioning doesn't work if you use a heliocentric model to express the environment.
No, I think you're right. That prison thing just goes to show that it's compassion, love, and kindness that's going to change humanity, not technology. So you can invent the telegraph and the telephone and TV. That's not going to make people kinder to each other.
Environmental conditioning.
Yeah,
so this is why they started rolling out this idea of nihilism. Hey, the heliocentric model doesn't offer you anything worth believing in. It's a toxic, crazy, chaotic world where nothing is going to work. Nothing's going to happen. It's all just sort of a freak out, just a constant freak out about trying to get what you can get while the getting's good. So here's a second quote from Edgar Mitchell.
Yeah, so I would hope that would be the type of thing anybody who sees the beauty of creation would come to realize, that there is beauty if you're walking through a garden or looking at the ocean or hiking in the mountains, that there's something more, that there's some intelligence who designed this place, no matter what you're looking at.
Yeah, that's what he called an instant cognitive shift. This idea, this view, this concept is so powerful that it just snaps people out of this lull, this idea that somehow there isn't any reason to be like fighting the way people fight and argue the way people argue. Like, you should be able to see a Karen, show them a picture of Earth from space, and they'd be like, wow, I have no idea why I'm angry at this person right now. I don't know. They're all interconnected. Everyone's interconnected, and you could be able to use this to get along with flat earthers. They're part of the story too. Michio Kaku did a full TED talk explaining flat earthers inside a heliocentric worldview, and the globalists can't use it. They can't even use their own model to offer explanations for the things they disagree with. Like inside the heliocentric model, they've completely destroyed any disagreement. There's only one concept that is accepted.
Well, I would say at the edges of cosmology, there's lots of disagreement still. That there's people who are trying out lots of different ideas. I mean, there's not much disagreement about the common things like the idea that the sun is at the center of the solar system. But as far as cosmology goes and what causes gravity and what is dark matter and dark energy, there's lots of disagreement about that.
What up?
Word.
Yo, what's the news today?
They finally confirmed the helicopter, the ingenious helicopter, is done for. They're not even gonna try.
What are they saying happened to it?
They think a propeller bent somehow.
They said that it went over a part of featureless terrain that was mostly sandy, so it had trouble seeing where it was. And when it landed, the props or the rotor blades hit the sand and were damaged. And because it spins so fast, they don't want to start it up again because it would probably shake apart.
Well, that's what the first thing they said. It said the sort of invincible, the invincible Mars helicopter may have damaged its blades on the bland, flat, featureless terrain that it's been flying over for, like all these years. Okay, these are the words they use, not me. Okay, in the article, the bland, flat, and featureless terrain. So now, after like 90 something flights or whatever it was, I don't know, something like that, 3 years, flight after flight after flight, suddenly now the flat terrain created a problem and it clipped its wing on the, like Matthew said, on the sand.
So how long do they claim those props are?
Yeah, I mean, apparently it's the size of a Kleenex box or something. Like it's much smaller. I mean, after reading about it, I learned more that, like, yeah, it's really tiny.
Yeah, it's just like but it's proportions though. It's proportions to like so like the body of it is really small, right? But
Yeah.
but still proportionally, like the freaking prop is like really big.
Yeah, that's what I thought was interesting too, because they framed it as a helicopter. Like I'm thinking, like this is like a drone, like this is like like something kind of big, like it's its own thing. But no, it's just like the whole lore behind the thing was just completely dumb. Like some astronaut, some guy at NASA just casually builds it, from like just leftover parts that were on the shelf. I got an idea. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna build a helicopter on Mars that will fly around on Mars. They go, dude, you can't do that. There's not enough air pressure. Helicopters can't fly in that environment. Watch me just casually grab some random shit, like. Then it flies for like 3 years, no problem. No problem with dust, wind, nothing. But then eventually the flat, featureless terrain takes out the blades. And now it's done for.
Maybe they caught a burst of wind and it went a little sideways.
Yeah, because earlier in the week they're saying maybe they think an accident had damaged the wing, the rotors, and now yesterday.
It sounds like one of their freaking drone pilots just got careless and they don't want to admit that they fucked up. They're like, yeah, like maybe, well, maybe it got fucked up the last time I was flying it around. I don't know. I couldn't say.
Yeah, it was the other guy who's flying it. It was like that when I got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was something that happened not too long ago when people had to sign when they signed something in, and then they had to show that when they pick it up that it's okay. God, what the hell? There's something at work where that happened.
Well, a car rental.
Yeah, car rental's a good one because they don't really do like the full inspections and whatnot. But there was something more a little bit different than that. It wasn't a pawn shop, but kind of like that where.
It's like if somebody borrowed my freaking drone and they freaking ran it into a tree and they're like, "Quick, put it back!" Like just put it back. Like, what the fuck happened to my drone? I don't, I don't
I don't
know.
know. Yeah, it was like that.
It wasn't like that when I used it last week. It was fine.
72 times. It apparently flew 72 times. And it had been problems with the dust and keeping the dust off the solar. That's the one thing too, but their lore doesn't match. They say the static electricity on the Mars dust clings to solar panels, making it ever degrading. The solar panel constantly is degrading because it's getting covered with this charged dust that blows around.
And they gotta have some kind of like windshield wiper fluid or something for it, right?
Yeah, because this was saying now. Okay, so on the 18th of January, this is when they think it happened. The last flight, one of the rotor blades damaged by an impact with the ground during an uncontrolled landing.
Now, does that thing fly automated, or somebody here on Earth is flying it around with a delay? How does that fucking work?
If I remember the lore right, without looking it up, they program like movements and then send it, and it operates all its movements and then comes back.
Okay, so yeah, they program an automated path or
Yeah, it's
mission.
like 5 steps forward, turn right, 2 steps, turn left, 1 step backwards, about face, whatever, that sort of thing. Like,
Which one was the first one that supposedly landed? Was that the Curiosity, or what was that the second one, Curiosity? Anyway, like the story of like how they landed the first Mars rover. That's a fun one too. Like they didn't claim to like slow its descent in any way. They just like dropped a freaking giant airbag out of freaking space and it rolled like it bounced and rolled and tumbled for like hundreds of miles. Just boom, 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 boom. Like, very elegantly. Picture of the shadow of the rotor blade showing the damage. Oh, okay. So it's a tip. Yeah, that's what it looks like if I hit a fucking tree with my fucking drone. They didn't bring extra props. Like I keep a few sets of extra props around. And yeah, that sand right next to the shadow looks disturbed. Looks what happened there? What's the shiny blue thing in the middle of it?
Good morning, everybody. Hope y'all have a wonderful day today.
Thank you. Likewise.
Hello?
Somebody told me that this chat is like just people that made other accounts to make this chat look bigger than it is. I really hope that's not true. I really hope that's not true. Welcome. Oh, just another fake account. That's cool.
Guys, I have a question, guys.
I'm pretty sure there's no fakes. These are all real people. A lot of them just like to listen. Been slow for the last little bit. You got something you want to talk about?
No, I'm kind of drunk. But what's the channel? What's the YouTube channel where this is like always like streamed? Because I always wanted to hear my voice to see like how stupid I sound.
You don't sound all that bad. Just so you know. But if you look up the Helioskeptic channel, you should be able to find it that way.
It's like always live.
Yeah, he resets it every 12 hours. It's as long as YouTube will allow you to do in a single stream. So it might be down in between streams for a few minutes, or, maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes or so, and then it starts up again usually.
Hmm. Helio skeptic.
Yeah, one word, Helioskeptic.
Hmm.
Oh wait, you know what? Hold on, let me check that. That might be his other channel. It might just be under. I think that's what it is. I'll just post it. I think he's got a Helioskeptic channel, and then he's also got a 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. So that's probably the one you're actually looking for.
For 7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Yeah. Yep.
I just want to do this once because I've never been able to talk to myself. Space.
If you're like me, you hate the sound of your own voice in recording.
Space, I just wanted to let you know. I love you, Space. And the Earth is flat.
You heard it here.
God dang, I sound creepy. I don't like that. I gotta work on that.
I think everybody feels that way when they hear their own voice.
I know there's people that, I think I talked about this last time, there's people that are like, well, alright, let me preface this by saying, everyone in this chat, whether you're a globe earther or a flat earther, I'm just a guy who used to smoke pot and just analyze shit and just see what's going on. So how I look at it is, the same way we put elephants in a zoo, and at the edges of the zoo, we have like trees painted and like an endless safari to like make it seem like, oh wow, it goes on forever. But who's to say that this civilization we're on isn't created for us, and we have the like stars may exist, but who's to say that whatever we're in, the people, the zookeepers, are like, all right, let's just give an illusion of stars to make them think like, oh, okay, we can just go forever, and
Yeah, sort of like a Truman Show kind of an idea.
yeah, like if they just came out and said like, you guys are encapsulated, there's no escape. Like I think that would dramatically change the events of human history. I feel like you have to give humans the illusion of eternal freedom. It's like all we have to do is just keep advancing, and we can escape.
Escape to what?
I don't know. I mean, as long as we think like the sky is the limit or not the limit, then we're like, okay, we can create rocket technology, anti-gravity. But then the people that actually got the opportunity to go up there and went, oh shit, we're fucking inside some shit. Well, we can't tell everybody else about this.
Yeah, we talked about this a little bit the other day. Like that, people are always asking, why would they lie? I could conceive of like them lying almost by necessity. Like even if they thought that they could escape and discovered that they couldn't, like you're just saying, after they'd already put the idea into the minds of people that there was, more outside and that we, could get out. If they told people that they found out that they were indeed trapped here, like it would be like it could create like mass panic actually. So I could conceive of a way where that perhaps it's a little bit of a benevolent reasoning actually for the lie.
Like I'm partly partly because I'm still open to whatever the fuck we could be on. I know whatever we're on is a lie. I know the globe Earth. I don't know what the truth is. That's a lie. Globe, lie. But
Flat lie.
possibly. But what I think could possibly be going down is the same way God separated the waters from the waters. Like we could be on a planet that's way bigger, but we're underneath an ocean, and they're giving us fake stars to make it seem like we can just go out forever. But we ourselves are underneath an ocean. And when you look at the Earth, quote unquote, 70% of it is water. What if we just keep making civilizations underwater eventually, and we just fool those civilizations into thinking that there is all that exists? So like we're underneath a dome, which is underneath an ocean, which is
It's
underneath
like
another dome.
a terrarium. Okay, you're gonna go infinitely, just like that's a infinite regression fallacy. Like, in order to end that, you would have to still have like a creator, a creation. Yeah, I don't like just pushing it further down the road. Like this, like the whole idea of like aliens did this to us, or something like that. Like, it doesn't solve anything.
I think what possibly might be going on is there might be many domes on whatever the bigger thing is. And it's like if you have one civilization coming out with, like, I'm going to use us as an example, V2 rocket technology, iPhones, hovercrafts, self-driving automobiles, and then you have like 30,000 other Earths that believe they're the only Earth. And you oversee all of these Earths. Like one is making jetpacks, one's making invisibility, one's making anti-gravity, and you can siphon.
You'd be talking about God, but it would be a God that, didn't create just us. From what you're describing, it would be almost like God. So it would have to be a different type of a God than the traditionally accepted Christian God. Like, it would have to be one that isn't all knowing. It would have to be something like that he's curious, like a scientist, like trying to manipulate a variable and see what happens, like creating multiple civilizations or multiple human races and multiple Earth domes, and like a petri dish or something, just culturing. Actually, that's funny. They call it a culture, don't they?
Yeah, right? A culture. But notice with the movie The Truman Show, when it was a dome on a bigger sphere, they could have named the Truman Show movie the Johnson movie, the Washington movie, but they named it The True Man Show.
Yeah, because he was the one true man in that show. The rest were all actors.
That's why I get on camera. Everybody's like, "Space, why are you on camera?" Because I'm like, I know I'm hopefully a real person. I don't think I'm an AI. So like, I like to get on camera and just be like, all right, I'm the fucking real deal. I don't know. Like the same way they have like they put fake gorillas and fake fish. There's like I seen a Discovery Channel where they have like fake birds, and the birds like identify it as one of their own, but it has like a camera as an eye. It's like, how do we know like anyone that we're going and shopping with? Like we do the simplest shit. We drive, we go in the store. Hi, how are you doing? Have a good day. Like, how do we know some other thing doesn't just put fake people that are just like monitoring us on like a first person level?
Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean, there's some people who are just so, I don't know, cookie cutter, where it's easy to conceive of that. But I mean, you're getting into territory where all of a sudden you could question whether or not you are the only true man, like you're saying, like from the Truman Show. What if everybody is? And no, I kind of think everybody's real, but everybody is also pretty programmable. Kind of follows us the vast majority of everybody kind of follows a script. They don't really recognize that they're doing it, but they are.
Like the same way there's 8 billion, at least, excuse me, 8 billion of us. And we think, wow, that's a big fucking number. But who's to say if there was a bigger object that we're living on, who's to say that there's not trillions or gazillions of other beings that are somehow tuning in to every single one of us? Like, oh, I want to watch what space is doing. I want to watch what 28 Doves is up to.
Or like The Sims, like you got just players freaking, with a god's eye view that are able to just kind of tune into a channel for each one of us. And
Yeah, I'm not saying this is true, but I've been in weird scenarios where, like in the Truman Show, where the moon, the main guy, is inside the moon watching everything. I've been in weird scenarios where I'm like sitting in a room smoking pot, and I'm like, why is the moon in like the only where I sit down? It's like in the only fucking direction where it could look at me if it was looking at me.
Yeah, I've experienced similar things. Like the moon could be anywhere in the sky, but it's right there through this window looking into here.
Like it works both ways. When you could see someone, they can
How is
see
that
you.
weird when you know that we have like 3D crystals that they sell at the mall that follow you no matter what angle you look at? Like, how do y'all just go jump out the window when you know there are more practical things?
well, that's why it only happens when you're really high. Yeah, keep in mind also that moon is following a cycle, like a predictable cycle. It's not like it's just there to watch you through your window at this
No
given
shit.
moment.
Like how they say the moon, it's like, okay, what is the moon? Like the same way you have a bookcase where like one book is like a safe with gold in it. It's like, all right, what is the moon? It's like, well, it's just a rock in the sky. It's the only rock in our solar system that's always facing the people. The only moon in the solar system that's always facing the planet is the one where there's people on it.
That's not true.
What other moon is exactly like our moon where it doesn't turn?
Ganymede.
I'll look into that.
Charon. Io. Europa.
Yeah, Matthew, seeing as you're here, you probably might be able to answer this. So how many moons can you actually see on, because like on Saturn there's like 94 or something, and on Jupiter there's like 140 something. I remember the number added up to 11. It made me uncomfortable. I was like, come on, NASA, find one more.
And they all look like potatoes or like a piece of Play-Doh, like molded up, but like ours is like the perfect sphere.
How many can you see, Matthew, from a amateur telescope? I think it's like a really low number, like 1 or 2, isn't it?
From Earth, you can't see any moons of Jupiter with your naked eye, but with with binoculars, which are as good as what Galileo had, or even bigger telescopes, you can see the 4 Galilean moons. And Saturn, I think you can see like 1 or 2. So for Jupiter, I know it's 4.
Right. Thanks, I appreciate that.
The moon doesn't really look like a sphere to me. I'm just going to go out on a limb and say that. No sphere that I've ever seen. Looks round. But sphere? No.
Have you looked at it through a telescope?
I have not, no.
It could be convex,
Just my
like the
naked
same way
eye.
you could see the lens of a camera appearing convex, but you can't see the other side of the convex. Like you could see the edge, like it could curve around at the edges, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's all the way around as it is perceived. I feel like the same way we all kind of hopefully agreed, like, all right, 9/11, obviously an inside job. But like there was like 10 years ago where everybody was like, dude, 9/11, legit, Saudi Arabia. But there's like 5-hour documentaries which completely disprove that. And right now we're in, dude, the earth is flat. And no, dude, I feel like in maximum 50 years, we're all going to be like, holy shit, I can't believe we thought we were on a globe.
Yeah, I kind of doubt that.
I'll be back. Y'all take it easy. I love you.
Peace out.
Your clone turquoise dragon was here earlier, but I think he's got himself a silencing for a little while.
All right, what did he do?
I know I'm tired of it, but it sounds like a bunch of other people were too. Just his wishy-washy frickin' it's sophistry frickin' like I don't know. I think he's a time waster.
Yeah, it's hard to get a read on that guy. When I first heard him, I was like, I know exactly where he's from. It's not far away from me, obviously.
Right. No, it's even to us Americans, like I call him out. I'm like, you got to be like right down the road from Andy.
It's not far. Everything's not far though on this little island.
Yeah, it's funny how you guys got. I mean, you're in England, right? You're just one of the many accents that you guys got over there. Yeah, it's not.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm in the Midlands, so I'm in the middle basically. And yeah, you can drive. I've been accused of being posh from where I'm from.
That's not the posh sounding accent.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Everybody, when they say water, they say water. Go on, give me a drink of water. That knows. They talk like that. So if I was saying you're a twat, they'd say "Dee da twat."
Oh, you sound so posh.
I'm a bit more well spoken because my mother married a parson who was educated in Cambridge, and he was incredibly well spoken, as you can imagine. So, and I think of my million hours of listening to Alan Watts, who's also well spoken. So, yeah, I think it's a bit of an effort, a tiny bit of effort. And what I mean by that is, if I lose my temper or I'm low on energy, then the northern sounding accent comes out a lot more. But I feel like I should enunciate for Americans, you know. So it's good that people can understand what you're saying.
I agree.
I made the joke.
I'm just always blown away by yeah, all of England is it's almost exactly the same size as the state that I'm in, which is only like a medium-sized state. Like Wisconsin is not one considered to be a big state. And per square mileage, like we're almost exactly the same. All of England and Wisconsin. Yet you guys have like 400 different distinguishable accents.
Yep. Yep. What we need is boats and boats full of immigrants on this tiny island. I'm like, hey guys, go to America. There's plenty of room. I mean, I'd swap me. Give me your, citizenship. I'll go to America for fuck's sake. But yeah, what was I going to say now? Yeah. Oh yeah. The UK will fit into Texas about five or six times or something. I mean, Texas is fucking massive though, but it's a small place.
But it's still not our biggest state either, though.
What is the biggest state?
Alaska.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we almost don't count it because it's mostly snow.
Yeah, Alaska is the biggest, and then I think is California bigger than Texas? I forget which was larger, Texas or California, but they're both huge. Also, Texas is larger.
Yes.
Is that where that old fellow went and lived in Alone in the Wild, Alaska? I think it is. Does anybody know that guy's name? When he went and built his own cabin.
No,
I think I know what you're talking about. I don't remember his name.
Yeah, I can't either. That dude was a legend. He was like, I've had enough. I'm out. He had a name like Bert Postlethwaite. But it's definitely not that. Bob something?
Look, boys, I got one thing I got to say real quick, bro. Dead ass, man. Y'all better start building bunkers, man, because this shit, it ain't looking too good, boys. I'm gonna keep it real, bro. This shit ain't looking too hot outside, man. Fucking Russia claiming Alaska now. Motherfucking Taiwan's going full independence movement. Man, life's getting crazy. I'll just be keeping it real, bro. But don't worry about it, guys. Don't worry about it. We're gonna make it. Everything's gonna be fine. I promise. All right.
Yeah,
Anyway,
you gotta kind of try to keep a positive, keep your head up. But no, I'm with you. Like there's a lot going on in the
everybody
world.
just keep that smile on your face. Pray, even though it's hard, bro. Straight up, it ain't easy, man. And I don't know what the religion for.
You know what the best part is? The best part is we got Flat Earth destroying people's faith and credibility in all the institutions that enslaved them.
Yeah, for real. Flat Earthers just be fucking. They be the Sigma male grinders of this society, bro. They just be.
We don't give a shit. We're honey badgers.
Destroying everyone.
Honey badger Earther.
That fella's name was
Dick. Either, but
that fella's name was Dick Predicate. Just came to me anyway. So, everything's fine, dude. There's no need. You know what I mean?
Will be fine. We're all
don't
good.
forget.
Everything's happy. Just think happy thoughts, manifest, bro. Fucking.
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, look. The thing is, have you ever thought that the headlines they're just designed to wind you up? Have you ever noticed that? You ever looked at a headline?
Fear mongering is a very real thing, yeah. But you know what else is a very real thing? North Korea's fucking nuclear arsenal, and the fact that he threatened to use it, even if they freaking try to set foot in North Korea again.
Well, I'm not even sure that nuclear weapons are real.
Yeah, me neither.
If they are, then I'm certainly not going to worry about it.
Nagasaki, my boy.
Well, they could still be around there. They were there the following day, in fact. There were lots of people and wildlife all around that place. straight away
Yeah,
after.
you know what else was around there? The ashes.
No, I know, but you can make a mushroom cloud with a huge dirty bomb, can't you? You know.
But that's my point, bro. They didn't
Yeah.
even know what a dirty bomb was at the time. We
Yeah,
were just
nobody's saying
discovering it.
nobody died.
Nobody died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Is that what you
No,
just told
nobody's
me?
saying nobody died.
Okay, I was about to say,
No,
bro.
it could have. There's plenty of reason to suspect anyway that it could have just been just general carpet bombing, like regular explosives. You know, not nuclear.
Hold on, guys. Let me just. I'm gonna pull up the video of it for you, boy.
I bet the Black Tom explosion in the
Just
early
take a little history lesson.
1900s in Manhattan was a mushroom cloud.
I mean, I've seen
People don't
plenty of
realize this.
I've seen plenty of examples of these
Do you guys
so-called
want the
nuclear
3D?
bombs.
Do you guys want the 3D virtual reality one, or do you guys just want to see the normal? Like let's see, Hiroshima bomb. Here we're taking a history lesson, boys. Everybody, let's go back. The year is 19. I think it's 40. What 45, 44? Fucking, you know, we're some dude. He decides to frick. Here we go. He decides that you know. We can split the atom. We can. I don't fucking know. But here, I'm gonna just send you guys the video, and you guys can watch it together, and we can all just think about that. Because I'm not.
Think
Honestly,
about
bro,
how they
I
would.
can't be such a Debbie Downer, bro.
They had to come up with a
Okay,
great
Hiroshima
story
bomb.
so that the entire Japanese culture and people could save face. And what better story than, oh, the Americans had this doomsday weapon that could crack the planet in half.
Yeah.
Dude,
And so they had to yield to that because they had no other choice, right? Right.
Here's the ironic part, bro. Here's the ironic part. Stalin was so terrified of nuclear weapons that he managed to actually get some, like I think it was one of the scientists. He managed to get them to fucking, the scientist busted a nut in a fucking Russian operative, and straight up gave him the nuclear classified documents on accident. Basically, isn't that a hilarious story about humanity right there? Just the fact that some scientist just was trying to bust a nut in a Russian. And because of that fact, the Russian lady fucking stole the classified documents, brought them back to to Stalin, and just said, "Yeah, here you go." And then boom, just all that hard work, all that secretive, all that classified documents, all that type of shit out the fucking window because some homie wanted to bust a nut, bro. Isn't that that's comedy gold? Come on, guys, we just have to look at that and just appreciate that for a moment. Just like, no disrespect to anybody, but like seriously, isn't that hilarious?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Anyway, I think it's hilarious. Here, hold on. I'll find you the. Let's see. Russian operative.
Like the Rosenbergs or whatever their name was, the Russians that were executed.
No. It's So literally, one of the people who worked at the Manhattan Project or the Manhattan Project, right? He fell in love with a not a deep cover, but like a spy, and she was sent there to essentially steal classified documents about the Manhattan Project. And so what she did was she literally fucked the dude and then took documents afterwards. Like, no shit. Like, I'm trying to find it for you. Hold on. Stealing.
It sounds like Cap to me.
History is full of stories of empires falling because leaders make stupid decisions with women.
Let's see. Yeah, seriously, bro. Pussy rules the world, boy. Pussy rules the world. Just remember that.
Didn't they just make a movie with that Manhattan Project? Wasn't it called that?
Let's see. Oh, here we go. I think this is it. How Soviets stole nuclear secrets and targeted Oppenheimer, the father of the atomic bomb. Okay, let me try to find the. Let's see. Target Soviet spy. Declassified. Soviet spying on the U.S. atomic bomb effort in Moscow program, but let's see, not Oppenheimer's perspective. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, for Toby Dog. Every time I always think that as well with Hollywood. As soon as they put the movie, Jurassic Park or fucking Schindler's List, etc., etc. As soon as they put the movie there, you're like, yep, that's just pushing the fucking propaganda. It makes me doubt it instantly.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Born to a British mother and a Latvian father, Norwood is most famous for supplying the Soviet Union with state secrets concerning the development of the atomic weapons at her job from the British Non-Ferrous Metals Research Association, where she worked for 40 years. Her name was Melita Norwood. Yeah, her name was Letty. Letty took one for the team, bro. Fucking apparently, homie. Like her code name was Ola.
Bro, do you actually believe this though? Like, you actually believe this story?
Well, I don't believe it. Damn, bro. It's interesting to me. Isn't that kind of hilarious? Like, if the story is true, right? If just for the sake of it, right? For the sake of like the what if of the world, wouldn't that be just the funniest way that they got nuclear secrets, right? Like the fucking military, Oppenheimer, all these people were sworn to secrecy, and they all kept it like hidden for like nearly a decade trying to figure this shit out. And meanwhile, just one fucking scientist and just wanted to bust a nut and just did it in the wrong woman and just fucking and it's like comedy gold, bro. It's like you gotta look at you gotta
I
find the
get
funny.
it.
You know what I mean?
It would
You
be
really
funny if it's true, but it's like, yeah, for something that would be so top secret and so protected as that, I mean, I don't even see how one scientist working on the project would even be able to have those documents to give to anybody. You know what I mean? They wouldn't let them out of their sight. It would never be out of the lab. It would never be,
Yeah,
you know what I
yeah,
mean?
I agree with you on that one.
Under lock and key.
That's what I'm saying. It's like that's why it was such a strange story when I heard it. I was like,
yeah, but
what the
okay.
fuck?
So look,
But yeah, I'm trying to find it. I just here. You guys, Melita.
Look, man, there's a really easy way to get people to believe lies, right? And so what you do, instead of talking directly about the lie, you furnish the lie with details. And you start talking about, oh yeah, well, we've got this. Obviously, we know that nukes are real, and we can't question that. And did you hear this funny story about X, right? And then they start talking about all this kind of peripheral stuff, and it's like, but that story that you've just told me, it doesn't sound believable to me, for the reasons that Lou
It
gave.
doesn't.
No, it's not believable.
Because life is really, like the granny spy. Oh God. All right. Yeah, I'm not. Oh, here we go. Let's see. And ending the Cold War. No. Hoover Institution. I'm seeing a lot of stuff about her, but nothing really about like the guy the scientist himself. I don't know.
Well, look, man, do you see
Honestly,
how
if I was that
into
scientist,
it
I
you're
wouldn't want to be
like?
that either.
Do you see how into this you're getting? This is the point. This is the point of these irrelevant details, is to get you to buy in.
Well, it's not that I'm getting. I'm just curious.
Dude, I'm still talking.
I
I'm
want
still
to.
talking. Still talking,
You know what I'm
dude.
saying? Like,
I'm still talking, man.
it seems like a funny story, but yeah, I mean, it's not that important. But regardless, though, it's just like originally the topic is nuclear bombs real, right? And I would say there's about 10,000 of them that say they are. You know what I mean? Like that's just the U.S. and the Russians. That's not even counting China, Iran, Pakistan, India. Fucking God knows how many terrorist organizations just have dirty bombs just sitting around somewhere.
Yeah, dude. The reason that they furnish you with these irrelevant details is to get you to buy into the meta narrative, which is exactly
What's the meta
what you're
narrative? I'm curious.
the meta narrative that these countries could just destroy each other with a click of a finger.
I'm not saying they could, but I'm saying they could do it maybe with a couple clicks.
No, exactly.
Maybe like a phone call. I would say probably with a phone call, and then a phone
into
call.
the meta narrative,
and then a guy with a key somewhere maybe, and then a red button, and then
yeah, exactly.
Maybe
You've been watching too many movies, man.
I don't
Relax,
know, bro.
relax.
Like you act like I'm personally nuclear
At some
armament.
point, you need to stop talking. You can't just talk over people and then never stop.
Right.
So, the point is that you have bought into this meta narrative of these superpower countries could kill each other and you straight away, right? And this is why you find these irrelevant, very unbelievable stories interesting.
Yeah, because they're funny.
They're not true. They're obviously scripts.
But if it's that's my point, bro. If it's Even if it's script, it's still funny script. You know what I mean? Like someone had to fucking write that shit.
Right, but they've written it to convince you of a meta narrative. That's my point.
Okay, and my point is, regardless of whether I believe in the meta narrative or not, that's like besides the point. I'm finding funny in it. I'm laughing at it. It's not about whether I believe it or not. That's why I was even looking it up to try to find the source, and I found one. I found one that said the whole Melita Norwood story. She's the woman that I'm talking about. But what I'm saying is, regardless of if she was just taking them, right, like secretly, like kind of passing them off to the Soviets, or whether she was fucking for them, it doesn't really matter. You know what I mean? What matters is
Skibidi Toilet.
Skibidi Toilet.
What's up?
That is so Phantom Tax.
Anyway, though, I
agree with that statement. On God.
But I mean, originally we were talking about how
the Skibidis.
Yeah, like we just gotta. You see, that's my philosophy.
up, little bro.
You either fall fragile and you cry, or you just learn to laugh at life, bro. You can't let yourself get down like that. And obviously, like I know.
Speak up, little bro.
All right, what the fuck's happening here? There's like five people talking about.
Yeah, that's the interruptions.
We were talking about nukes, bro. I don't know what the fuck everybody's talking about now. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, no, they just came in to just interrupt and shit all over what you were saying. Carry on.
Yeah, but that's my point, bro. It's like, here, let me just, like, you guys don't believe nukes are real, or it's like a fake.
Well,
thing,
I brought that up. I said I wasn't sure they were real, but the fear narrative that they put across, that certainly is real. So certainly in the Russia versus America, we're going to wipe everybody out. Get under the table.
Right,
that is
right,
real.
seriously, and that's what we had, mutually assured destruction. That's what kept the world peace for so long, right? That's why no major countries fight.
That's what kept the war going. That's what kept the conflict going. Mutually assured destruction.
Talking specifically about MAD, right? But that's
MAD. Mad.
That kept the conflict going because both sides could win.
Well, no, but
and it grew the military-industrial complex and took your taxes.
So the specific idea.
What I mean to say is,
anyone
it seems
starts the war, then it assures the destruction of everyone, is an apocalyptic narrative that everyone's bought into without any evidence.
What evidence do you need, bro? I mean, Putin's literally threatening every other day at this point. North Korea is doing it now too. Like everybody's just they're using nuclear weapons like it's fucking it's a.
It's very easy to push a narrative that people believe without evidence. That's the point.
I agree with that.
So that's what they're doing, and you're falling for it.
I'm not falling.
It's funny, it's not even consistent half the time. Like in the current narrative, Putin is simultaneously getting his butt kicked in Ukraine, and he's ready to invade all of Europe.
Yeah,
literally,
it's complete bollocks.
And he's not even just all of Europe. My man wants fucking Alaska.
Bro,
they were fucking asking for Alaska back. Like, bro, Alaska hasn't been a part of the fucking Russian Empire for almost 200 years. What are you talking about right now, bro? Put down your crack pipe, for God's sake, man.
They were publishing articles saying simultaneously that they were winning and losing in Ukraine for months. And it was like, on the one hand, it was this like war machine that couldn't be stopped, blah, blah, blah. But also they're so incompetent that the frontline soldiers didn't have guns. And I just remember reading all of these articles thinking, this is the most schizophrenic narrative I've ever read.
Yeah, I was saying the other day because SE was talking about it a little bit. He thinks the Russian army's fucking, I don't know. He seems like a big fan. Well, he was banging on about it. But yeah, I think he was saying that America would stand a chance basically against Russia. But I don't get involved. What the fuck do I know?
The Russian Orthodox provide a good counterweight to the Jesuits. Just going to leave that out there.
Yeah. Well, I was saying that I remember there was a documentary in 2014 from the BBC that the British Brainwashing Corporation. They did a documentary where they showed that there was lots of neo-Nazi groups in Ukraine, and I just thought it was funny that there was this like it's on national television showing that they had a Nazi issue in Ukraine, and then all of a sudden everybody had Ukraine flags on the Facebook profiles, just like 5 years later.
Isn't that funny?
That is weird.
It's a
And I
it's a
think
cool world
the
we live in,
Ukrainian
boys.
parliament welcomed a soldier to talk about his experience fighting in World War II, and they all clapped for him and celebrated him. And the soldier was a Nazi soldier. And they didn't realize this till after the fact.
Yeah, they did
Yeah,
a big
man.
apology and shit, didn't they? After, yeah.
No, they didn't even apologize, bro. They hate us. But no,
I mean, we've got old like declassified documents from like the CIA. You can go to their website. Project Aerodynamic was CIA's funding and equipping of Nazi groups in the Carpatho-Russian region, Transnistria and other places.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. All right. Well,
yeah, so I mean, and this document was from like the 1960s, and it was talking about how their program goes back to like 1947 and training and equipping Nazis in this region, and it was still going on in the 60s.
Man, honestly, bro, and they wonder why society's fucked, bro. They wonder. They
Yeah, a bunch of flat
why,
earthers who remember everything dig this stuff up, and now their goose is cooked.
Yep.
Seriously.
The thing is, man, the only way these people
flat
can
earthers,
actually
bro.
teach-
They're the
Yo, Six
secret
Dack.
liberators of society.
Six Dack, just chill for a second, Joe. The only way that these
Yeah.
people who are pushing these unbelievable narratives can actually get you to do stupid things is if you believe them without question. So as soon as you see some stupid narrative on the TV, you should ask yourself, what is the physical evidence that this is true? And the answer is
Right.
virtually every time, there isn't any.
Mm-hmm. Well, it is a lot of just threats. I agree with that part. You know, that is a major like part of this. But it's like, you know, when you guys say stuff like, "Oh, I don't even believe nuclear weapons are real," or this or that, and I don't know who. I know it wasn't everybody in this chat. I get it, but it's like when you say shit like that, bro, it really does. Like, you have to realize they're fucking very real. They're very usable, and more than anything else, there's a freaking motive to use them now. Because at this point,
Well, let me respond to that because I made that claim. The thing is, I said I'm not sure whether they're real. Even if they are real, doesn't seem like something worth worrying about to me. Do you understand that? Because I understand the way I look at it is I see a fear narrative, and as Crypto just said, you've got to question these things. You need to just sort of stop and go, wait a minute, is this real? And even if it is real, in this case, I can't really worry about that, can I? I don't even know if I'd want to survive like a worldwide disaster like that. If they destroyed everything, I don't believe that'd happen. Let me just put that out there. But if it is possible, I don't think I'd want to survive it anyway.
You said even if it is real.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
I feel like that'd be like the perfect live.
You're breaking up just for me or everyone?
Yeah, it's for me as well.
Yeah, no, hold on. I'm doing multiple things. I apologize. But no, it's like dead ass, dude. I feel like, you know, like I used to have this philosophy in life that humanity was kind of a cancer on the world. You know, and we kind of destroy the world. And I'm not like some eco-terrorist type bullshit where I believe, you know, this and that. But it's like genuinely, like, you got to remember, we have destroyed this planet and killed more animals and more things like that than anything else, more than a fucking asteroid could. Straight up, like, we've killed millions upon millions.
There's about 6 different
throughout our
issues with this sentence so far, but carry on.
Okay.
Yeah, you're
well,
right.
And it's like, obviously, like, it's our right to do so, or whatever the hell, you know, and we can, or whatever, because we're like, I don't fucking know what your narrative is going to be. But all I do know is genuinely, right? The world is coming down to a very, very bad place, and it's like, you don't want to believe, or you think nukes aren't that bad, or you think they're bad, or like earlier today, I heard someone say that nukes wouldn't kill the world. You know, like but all it takes is one person dropping a nuke. It doesn't take, you know, everybody just coming together and holding hands and saying, yeah, let's just do it, guys. No, it takes one guy who's pissed off and ready to just fucking end it and just says, you know, and has the power to do so. You know, and pretty much, like, for instance, Kim Jong-un, right? And I'm not going to drag his name through the mud and call him a sociopath, you know, any of that type of shit, even though he kind of is. He's literally a god king, but to his people at least.
Narrative.
But it's like, that's not a narrative. That's genuinely how they see him. That's how their
don't know.
people see him.
Right, I'm going to stop you there because it seems like you're not actually going
Please,
to stop talking.
let me hear the truth,
Yeah,
bro.
but there's
Come on.
about 9 different things which are foundationally incorrect that you've already mentioned, and you're going to come to a conclusion based on all of these assumptions, strawmans, and narratives that are
Then
based on
point it out.
zero.
Don't just fucking beat around the bush. Tell me what I'm wrong about.
Yeah,
All
sure.
right, this is your red pill moment.
Yeah, you've got no physical evidence that nukes exist. You just assert that they exist. You've got no physical evidence that Kim Jong-un is actually the person that's presented to you on television. So you've got no evidence at all that one guy could push a red button and end everything. You don't know what our narrative is around. Dude, did you want to hear the answer or not? Okay.
Well,
let's
yeah,
put
but it's
this
like
way,
already
right?
you're saying shit that's wrong
Do you
yourself. Like,
actually
what are
want
you
to
talking
have
about?
a conversation with us and understand our individual and collective points of view?
All right.
Like, actually.
Like, actually, yeah. I would
So
love to
then
hear
what's
it.
the best way of doing that, do you think?
You know, bro, like, honestly, I prefer texting, but, you know, it's all right, bro. Like, obviously, I'm a writer, so it's like, you know, I like to read, but...
I'll ask you a question. Can you answer the question?
What's the question?
If you want to understand Amish Discord Surveillance's point of view, or Andy's point of view, or my point of view, what's the best way of doing that?
By listening.
Right. So, instead of just like...
We pick a topic, or have him pick a topic, and we can run it through.
Okay, yeah. Okay, let's start with the first one, right? Kim Jong-un is not the guy on the TV, all right? I'd like to go with that one first, please.
Sure.
What do you mean
That's a
by
much
that?
wider topic.
You said something along the lines of Kim Jong-un isn't, you know, I have no proof that that's actually the guy that's on the TV. Now, can you please explain that to me? How, like, I'm a little confused by that one, genuinely.
Well, do you think that the news always tells you the truth about...
No, I don't believe the news tells me the truth half the time, bro. I'm sure they get a lot of...
I think I got one for this guy if he remembers this. Do you remember a story called like Coney 2012?
Oh, I remember that. That was top mints.
Yeah. So if you might be too young for this, but they basically invented a fake warlord in Russia, or not Russia, sorry, in Africa. You'll Freudian slip there. Like this fake warlord in Africa was rounding up boys from farms, having them kill their families, and then recruiting them into a child army. They did this whole social media campaign about raising awareness and let's bring in the military. Let's go find this warlord and take him out. Yeah, the whole thing was fake. Okay, there was no guy. There wasn't even a Coney. The whole event was completely fake. It was completely fabricated to do this sort of like social media experiment to see how riled up people can get over nothing. Really, nothing.
Okay.
So
And
what crypto
I
here is
don't
telling you is like, how do you know Kim Jong Un is this horrible person pushing the world ever closer to mutually, mass destruction? What do you got? What do you know?
I'm not even going to say he's some horrible guy, but what I'll say is he's a dude. Like, look, this is kind of what God was looking at when he did this part, right? We can't have a society, and I'm not going to say we can't have a society, but we can't have a place in the world. And it's essentially, I'm going to try to explain this in the easiest way possible, but they're two ideologically different Koreas. And there can't be two ideologically different Koreas because neither side will ever accept that as a permanent solution. It's not like Israel and Palestine. It's literally they both want to be the sole Korea because there's always been.
You're incorrect there. See, what happened was like Vietnam, the West sort of, quote unquote, you say lost, right? Lost Vietnam, and eventually the two sides they learned to coexist. So you've got this sort of weird communist capitalist.
But this isn't Vietnam,
dude. Listen, hold on. Okay, you got this sort of weird capitalist communist worldview inside that country. They were able to kind of blend it together. What happened in North Korea and South Korea, they've been forced to be separated since the 1950s. They've never had a chance to have political debates or discussions or people to talk to each other. There's been a radicalization of both sides. So now you've got what's going on in North Korea, and you've got some really cringe things going on in South Korea. Yeah. Like the movie. I don't know if you have seen the movie Parasite.
I've seen it. I remember.
Okay,
I know.
That's the type of crazy shit that's happening in South Korea too. Neither side is very healthy, but if they were able to, But if the West would have got out of the way, I'm sure they could have solved their differences. North and South Korea were a unified country for thousands of years.
Yeah.
1000s. Then the West got involved, and now it's dysfunctional. So
Well,
what
not
if you
just
were
the
to
West, but China got involved as well.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. The West got involved with the geopolitical positioning of that area.
Yeah.
So before
What
then,
ended up happening was back in the Korean War, right? You had the North Koreans and the South Koreans who, the communists and the capitalists or the authoritarian, whatever you want to call them. And essentially, right, the Democratic Party, you could say, the proto-Democrats. And so essentially, right, they were originally the communists were whooping ass. They were going to probably win the war. And then America and a lot of these NATO allies stepped in and, single-handedly pushed them back. And then they started pushing way up close to the Chinese line or to the Chinese border. China didn't like that, so they pushed in troops. And then from there, now we have the border, which, to be honest with you, it isn't even a peace deal, as you probably guys already know. It's literally just an armistice, meaning the war never really technically ended. It's just at a standstill right now. We're just kind of like, and that's kind of the point. It's like that war to them is still very real, especially in North Korea and especially in South Korea. That's why you have these military-aged men being forced to be drafted. That's why you have like all these types of propaganda being pushed by the North Koreans saying Americans eat babies and they'll bomb you and fucking destroy you and terrible shit like that. The same way Americans push this sort of propaganda that Kim Jong-un is some radical evil dictator meant to just murder and wants to just use nukes on America and South Korea and just wants to conquer, that type. I'm not saying either side is correct. What I'm
no,
saying
but
is,
what Crypto's saying
North
is, how
Korea
do you
and
know
South
that's
Korea,
true? How do you know the propaganda on either side is even accurate?
I guess you have to read it out yourself, and you have to read different articles.
Okay, so
and you have to
how
read
did you weed that out?
by reading different sources from different sides of the political spectrum and coming to your own conclusion.
And your conclusion was that this guy's a madman that needs to be what?
Well, not a madman. I think he's very smart with the way he runs his government. But what I think at the same time is, it's like that doesn't equate to, I don't want to say good mental health, but it's like when you're completely cut off from the outside world, right? And the only way that you live is by being off of China, right? You have to learn to be a strongman. And to be a strongman, you learn to do some really crazy shit. And he's been threatening to use nukes for God knows how many years now.
How do you know what's going on over there?
Yeah, who knows what the fuck is going on? Seriously, who knows what's going on in his head?
Oh, you're just making up stuff, right?
What's up?
You're just making up things?
No, I'm not. Genuinely, this is something that he threatened not even a week ago. He said if anybody tries to step foot or tries to mess with his borders, he will not hesitate to use a nuclear weapon. And I'm not sure, he could be bluffing. He could be bluffing and that's probably what it is. A bluff. But regardless of if it's a bluff or not, it kind of goes to show the state of this world. How we're all pretty much in this place of we're just about ready to start pointing guns at each other and start fucking saying, you know what, I don't care about what you say. I'm just going to shoot you.
You know what? Fucking television is a wild place. I'll tell you what.
Not even television, dude. News media, the legacy media.
I don't know why you watch all that. I mean, what shows do you love the most?
Bro. I read news. I like to read news articles. I don't fucking watch TV anymore. I don't like
you get to read other people's stories. That's good.
I do read other people's stories. I go on, dude. I love listening to everything from interrogation videos to fucking reading news articles about random shit. I like watching, like there's a show, or not a show. There's a recent article about this guy who fucking dipped out of his wife and walked like 300 miles down Italy. I liked reading that. That was funny, But it's like, the sad truth is there are people in power today that have way too much control and have way too much. I don't want to say authoritarian mindsets, but like they have way too much fear of what their world could be like if anybody tries to fuck with them. So because of that, and they have nukes. This is why we were trying to stop Iran from getting nukes as well. Because we were afraid what they would do with them, because they're radical enough to use them, because if they have a religious extremist movement like that, they can use them and give them to other people, and now suddenly a terrorist.
Yeah, dude. Even inside your own worldview, the only persons who's ever used nukes is America.
Yeah.
And then you've got like maybe some of the other countries like France and England who tested the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Like apparently England completely irradiated large portions of Australia. America irradiated large portions of the Southwest. So those are the problem. Those are the problem people. Then wouldn't it be the people who've demonstrated that they're going to use them?
Yeah, but my point is, it's like if you look at the other side of the spectrum, right? Like Putin, Kim Jong Un, Xi Jinping. Like even what you're saying is it rings true. I agree with that part. That America is the only country that's ever actually used them in a wartime setting. However, all it takes is how long until the precedent changes? You know what I'm saying? And more than anything, if you look at it, Xi is probably one of the only people that I not trust, but I realize he probably doesn't want nuclear war either, because he himself has a non-first strike policy, meaning he will use them in a self-defense era. So if someone launches nukes at him first, or his country first, then they'll use nukes, but they'll never use them as a first strike, because nobody wants that possibility, and he doesn't want to be blamed for it. Kim Jong-un and Putin, they have nowhere near the same qualms. Putin's not afraid to just keep threatening to use them every chance he gets if he doesn't get what he fucking wants. And now he's threatening to say, oh, the war is going to last for 5 years, and how Ukraine is running out of ammo, while meanwhile fucking Putin is over here, doing God knows what, building up armaments and shit like that. Pretty much just surviving the catastrophic quote unquote sanctions that we gave them. And he's just shrugging them off.
Okay, so now try to square that with these cultures, these countries are advanced space age, pushing societal evolution to higher and higher levels.
Right.
Doesn't make sense. Doesn't add up, does it?
What do you mean?
So they're out there exploring space for the betterment of humanity, trying to find the answers to all creation, and constantly threatening to end all life in the known universe if they don't get their way.
That's not
Does that square? Does that make sense?
He's not worried about fucking space, dude. He's not. He's worried about
when they did the Olympics. They carried their flag all the way up to the ISS and all the way down to the Mariana Trench. He's really in the space program.
That's political showing, bro. That doesn't mean shit. No offense.
Yeah, so there are these countries who you think are exploring space for the betterment of humanity: China, North Korea, Iran.
I didn't
Russia.
realize North Korea was sending up spacemen.
Yeah, they apparently sent a probe to the moon and then shared not the moon. I mean the sun to the sun. They sent a probe to the sun and then shared all the scientific data with the international community.
That's awesome, dude.
That's not awesome, because how do you square that now with him? He's some sort of madman threatening world destruction if he's also sending probes up to go check out what the sun's up to.
Well, okay. I think two things can be true, right? Someone can be curious about space.
Those are direct contradictions.
Have geopolitical reasons to threaten to use nuclear weapons.
Those are direct contradictions.
No, it isn't.
It's like the same thing too, where they ask like, "Hey, how come America and Russia can seem to get along just fine on the ISS, but they can't get along here?" Well, because the ISS isn't real. It's not real. That place doesn't exist. Of course, they can pretend to get along, because it doesn't matter. It's not real. It's like the same thing. They could pretend to get along in Narnia or like World of Warcraft. Because these places are not real. They don't exist. No one cares. They don't really care what happens on the ISS because nothing's really there. It doesn't exist. Same thing with the South Pole, this McMurdo Station or whatever. All these international people all get along just fine there because it doesn't exist.
Maybe it's because scientists are more like valuing
science.
Yeah, maybe they're more valuing science than some stupid thing like nationality, right? Maybe they realize.
No, they don't. They're hugely. The scientists are hugely jingoistic.
To the Earth.
Even if that's true, who's funding the science?
I don't know.
The
Probably
point.
different group. Like
no,
probably,
the scientists are hugely jingoistic.
Yeah, it's like man, and like every scientist as a monolithic group doesn't care about nationality is such a cope. It's unreal.
No,
and
like
it's
look, bro, I'm not
completely
saying you're taking my words and you're putting them to the extreme.
And I finished, and it's irrelevant anyway because they're just following the funding of the interest group that funds them, and a lot of the time that's the government, which is the whole point that Crick was making.
Okay, I think we got a little bit off topic here. So, what's the current question right now? That's what I'm asking.
The topic is when you made these claims that somehow you know that Russia, North Korea, Iran, China, these places are an inherent threat to the safety of the Western culture.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you know this? Because of nuclear weapons. And how do you know that while at the same time using your own worldview to try to square how all these countries seem to get along when they're exploring space for the betterment of humanity?
Right,
They
because
managed
for
to
the
do it
betterment
for
of humanity.
Antarctica. They managed to do it for Antarctica, so they can manage to do it for space. I'm sure.
Or
Yeah,
why
but
not
it's for the
other
betterment of
places?
humanity. It's a simple. You said it yourself. It's for the betterment of humanity. That's why they get along. But when you look at places like Russia, right, if you look at things like Russia as a political institution or a political, country, whatever you want to say, with their politics, right, or if you look at China, our geopolitical interests directly conflict. They completely go against each other. And what happens then in the end is we're going to have to either compromise and learn to agree to disagree and find a solution that benefits, if not everybody, that at least makes everybody say, okay, fine, we can live with this, or it's going to be direct conflict. And that's what it's leading up to nowadays. I'm not saying I want that to happen. I'm not saying I believe it will happen. I believe humanity is always going to be self-preservation at the end of the day, and we're all going to look at ourselves and say, yo, man, is using nukes really the best option for everybody? Is burning the whole thing to the ground really going to be what's best for everybody just because I can't get my way? And no one's going to agree to that. But at the same time, it's scary because when you have dictators and you have people in power who threaten to use these things near constantly, it creates a fear-like state within everybody. And when you have people who are afraid of not just getting used nukes on, but let's say World War III or any of this type of shit, it creates a more and more toxic environment for the entirety of the Earth, where everybody now is in a constant state of flux.
You can be happy, man. No fear, man. Nukes are fake anyway, so no fear, man. Nukes are not
No
real.
fear, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro. Just fucking think positive thoughts, bro. Be happy.
Yeah, but you fully bought into the Kool-Aid, though.
No, I don't drink no Kool-Aid, bro. I don't fucking know what you're saying.
I'm going to be allowed to talk. Just don't talk over me while I'm talking. You just spoke for about 4 minutes. You don't need to talk while I'm talking. So, maybe not 4 minutes, whatever. If they put something like Game of Thrones on the TV and said this is real, you would believe that too.
No.
And yes, you would. Because
no,
that's
I wouldn't, bro. You're making a false equivalency.
But that's what they're doing. They're saying, oh, look at all of these dangerous interest groups. If you don't appease them, they're going to come get you. Be scared of all this shit that we don't have any evidence for. And then you're coming here telling us it's all legit, it's all true, with no evidence.
No, I'm not saying it's all legit, it's all true. When did I say that? What did I say is all legit, and what did I say is all true? The fact that there are different conflicting interests in the world that are causing political chaos. The fact that China and America are directly conflicting with each other. The fact that Russia and U.S. are practically in a proxy war already. What is not true? Let me ask you that.
Yeah, but if you ask me a question, or if you ask anybody here a question, the next thing you do is listen to the answer and not put words in their mouth. It's very annoying.
You were putting words in my mouth saying that I believe a false narrative. I'm not believing any sort of false narrative. What I'm saying is I believe in nothing but...
You've just talked over me again. So, there's two things that you're doing that are very annoying. The first one is not allowing people to actually respond to what you've said.
Okay.
The second thing you're doing is putting words in people's mouths, asking a question, and then assuming what they should respond. Don't do that. Just wait for the response. Now, bear in mind, I've just spent the last 30 seconds correcting your behavior. I haven't actually responded yet. That's the other annoying thing about this, is that I have to spend so much time correcting your behavior. Just behave better, then we can have a productive discussion. Now,
one more thing to throw in there too, Crypto.
On this is that the stuff you see on the television that is narrative led and has no evidence shouldn't be believed. It's really that simple.
All right, I appreciate your.
Listen, I just want to add something here before you go again. Look, I know you're an excitable person. Also, keep in mind, every time like crypto is coming through a little bit faint. It's common with him. And so when you do start talking, it starts clipping him. So some people can overpower and just push through. He doesn't have that ability. You are overpowering. So just seriously try to be aware, like when it's time for you to go again, and that is when he is finished.
Okay, I got you. Here, hold on.
Look, he posted a video of missiles. That means North Korea is going to nuke somebody. Yay!
Bro, that's what I'm saying, bro. This is why fucking humanity, like, bro. Honestly, dead ass. I don't like this shit, bro. You guys just assume shit, and you try to assume where I'm coming from, and you think I just said, you think I got all to these points because I'm some fucking loony bin wearing a fucking tinfoil hat, and not because I can just read shit. Genuinely, like, if you just sat down for a second and fucking read the article.
Bro, we see it on the TV, bro. You're bringing everything
you posted some video of people using missiles. Like, that's not even what it's about, bro.
Bro, but there's no difference on the sources you're getting, bro. Everything that you're bringing is on the television, but since you're not getting it from the television and you're getting it from Politico, then somehow you can say I don't watch the TV and I'm not getting my sources from there. It's literally
not even Politico. It's literally like, okay, look, bro. If you want me to pull out articles from all over the spectrum, from
dude, since you're not watching TV,
I can do that.
Dude, since you're not watching TV, all of the books you're reading, you talked about earlier. It's from the pipeline as the TV, dude. Your naivety is hard to listen to, bro.
Dude, it's hard to listen to as well, bro. Hearing this shit is like fucking listening to cancer. Dead ass.
Well, you seem really upset that this whole story you've been fed might not be real.
It's not that it might not be real. It's just that you guys can't fucking see it. Literally,
dude,
right now.
Relax. Hold on. Cool your roll.
Let's make it real simple for you guys. Let's just make it real simple.
Hold on. You're right. We can't see it. You're exactly right. It's not there.
Okay, bro. You know what? This is why I think, honestly, dude, like, I mean, I don't even know what to say, bro. It's like, okay, what do you want me to do?
Okay.
What do you want me to? What do you want from me? One of you guys, please, just ask me that.
Stop watching news.
I don't watch the news anymore. Dead ass.
I'm reading news articles.
Dude, I haven't read a news article in almost a week because people have been so far up my ass. I'm tired of it. Dead ass. I'm just trying to make it through the fucking day. You know what I'm saying, bro?
Okay, well, whoever's telling you about North Korea, ask them to stop giving you news.
Thanks,
yeah,
bro.
That's a good idea, bro. But it's like, you know,
it's sad. It's really sad, dude, that you're. Come on, dude.
Come on, what, dude? It's like these are real problems that we're facing.
No, they're not.
North Korea and South Korea,
dude, you're wrapped up in a narrative.
Okay,
you're so wrapped up in the bro.
What do you think?
You wonder how you're wrapped up in a narrative. You just start talking. You don't stop yapping, bro.
Old Hoff, tell me, what do you think is going to happen in North Korea and South Korea? I'm asking you.
Yo, Six.
Oh my god.
Yo, Six. You made a comment earlier about I'm not some sort of eco-terrorist, right? You said that comment.
Said what?
What is it about that type of person that most people think is cringy and weird?
I can't hear you. I had to turn up your mic all the way.
Okay, well, tell me out.
I did.
So you said earlier about not being an eco-terrorist, right? I know what you mean, the Greta Thunberg kind of type of person.
Yeah.
We both agree on that. They're cringy and weird. What is it about them that's cringy and weird?
Because, in a sense, humanity deserves a spot as well. It's not like we're evil by nature. We care about our own self-interest over the interest of the eco, or over against the nature.
Yeah, I'd agree with all of that. But there's something extra. Maybe you missed or whatever. I don't know. But it's this fundamental credulity that they have towards a meta narrative they have no evidence for. Okay, and that they will then bludgeon everyone else with this narrative that they've fallen for, hook, line, and sinker. Now, most people probably don't understand that that's going on, but the reason that people find these people so cringe and weird is that they have this absolute, how do I even put it, zealotry towards this narrative, and they will drag you along, kicking and screaming if they can. And people find that strange, right? You understand that?
Okay.
And there's a good reason for that. You basically see them, you think they're brain diseased. It's not a good thing to be around these people. So, but there's like an outer layer of people who are maybe less extreme than them, and maybe suffering from less of an issue of zealotry, but that incorporates the mainstream news, and it's part of the group you're in. Like, and I'm not trying to. You're nowhere near as bad as these people, right? I'm not trying to say to you, but you certainly have a willingness to believe that far exceeds the evidence you've been given to believe in the narrative.
Okay.
I'm done.
That's well put, Crypto.
Yeah, thank you for that, Crypto. I appreciate it. Well, was that Crypto? I can't. It was Popper. It was Popper.
Love you, Crypto.
But I feel, okay, look, if one of you guys has a question for one of these things, or you guys want to know how I got to these conclusions, ask me. Don't just fucking assume everything I got is from a news source. It's just you have to look at it like it's almost like a chess game, and you have to see it for what it is. And I know that might sound corny or whatever the fuck, but it's the truth. That's what geopolitics is at the end of the day.
Yeah, we're seeing it for what it is. We see nothing.
Yeah, you see, that
most
kind
of us are
fucking
not
behavior.
just uninformed or
What
anything
does
like
bring
that.
into the conversation? What does that bring into the conversation? Can I ask you that?
Reality.
What does saying that do? Well, I'm curious.
It brings reality back into the conversation.
No, it really doesn't, because you didn't bring any sort of. You didn't say anything. You just said, "Yeah, we don't believe it." You're like that one dude who's just like, you're like that dude in the back of the class, right? Who goes, "Huh, gay?" That's literally you, bro.
So you want me to go? You want me to like?
Yeah, I want you to actually bring some fucking evidence or say something of value. If you're gonna say something.
Yo, Six Stacks, can I bring something? Like, because you just skipped over the point I made, right? Do you not have a
I'm sorry.
Do you not have a reply to what I just said to you? Because I think I'm quite happy with how I put that. And then you just kind of.
I agree with you. I think it's a good point.
Okay.
Yeah, so Six Stack, he said that you don't have any evidence for what you believe, and you tried to reverse that onto us.
Yeah.
I don't try to reverse it onto anybody. That's my thing. I follow my beliefs.
Look, man,
we're not obligated to believe any of this under no ethical duty.
I never said you were.
So we don't believe. We know things. We prefer to acquire knowledge and talk about that.
Okay. What do you guys want to know? Deadass. Like, what do you?
Here's the thing. Let me see if we can actually level in some place. Do you think that the news? Bear in mind, when it comes to information, information is centrally acquired and then distributed to all of these different news agencies. I don't know if you know that. And then these news agencies give it to news stations to then tell you about that. So, do you believe, given that that's the structure of the information that's being disseminated, that the news can be weaponized against you as a member of the public?
Yeah, I think it could be weaponized against anybody.
Fantastic. So given that that's very much the case, and I think everyone here agrees with that, do you really think that's not happening with all the narratives that you're telling us?
Well, I think that happens every day, but that's the point. That's why I look at it from different perspectives on the political spectrum, because not everybody has or wants to push the same narrative. If you go from CNN to Fox News, you're not going to get the same. You're not going to get the same belief system. You're not going to get the same people who want the same thing.
I just told you the news is centrally gathered and then disseminated.
Do you have any sort of evidence for that? What is the point?
It's like what Cat Williams said. I don't have to tell a story. I don't have to explain anything. I just see things as they are and accept it that way. And it's like, if you don't understand that the news is utter gutter trash, then there's no other perspective to that. They are objectively weaponizing information.
But Six Stack, before you get in, are you done, Eli?
Yeah, go Crypto.
Yeah. Okay, because I just didn't want to cut him, but I could tell Six Stacks wanted to. That's why I need to get in. We're talking about the structure of the news, right? So you've got central gathering of information, right? So this is an apolitical
What's the organization called that does that? Can I ask you?
Sorry?
What's the organization that does the central gathering of the news? Can I ask you that?
They're out in the open. There's places like Reuters and is it Breitbart? There's a couple of other, not Breitbart, sorry. It's a Jewy sounding place.
Oh my God! You don't. I can't, bro. I can't. Jewish.
Are you aware that
whatever.
the word news and intelligence are the same in many languages? So intelligence agencies are called news agencies in foreign countries to us.
I would love to see. I need to see some sources, bro.
Can
That's all
I
I'm
just
gonna
finish my point, please? For fuck's sake. Right. So you've got Reuters, you've got a few of these other central agencies that gather information. The only role of the supposed left and right-leaning agencies is to put their narrative spin on the information that's been approved for your consumption.
Mm-hmm.
So that isn't the same as them giving you different information. They're all giving you the same information, but they're just making it palatable for certain audiences. The issue is that the information they're giving you and then isn't necessarily true, and that's my point.
Okay, but how do you know it's not true then?
Because there's no evidence. I care about.
Yeah, can we talk again about Putin, Ukraine again?
Do you need Putin dropping a nuke on Paris or fucking Kiev or even
for the
US?
love of God?
Like, what do you need for evidence to show that people are willing to do this?
Yeah,
like,
the same Putin who's getting his ass kicked in Ukraine right now.
You're staring at the barrel of a gun down, and you're calling the bluff, saying, "No, I don't believe there's any bullets in that. I don't believe there's any bullets in that at all. I think it's fine." You're essentially the dude.
You've never seen one. Because, bro, here's the issue.
You've never seen one.
So if you don't see something, that it's not true.
You're afraid of things that you read about.
I'm not afraid of the nuke. I'm afraid of the consequences of what those nuclear armaments can do.
Listen,
I don't want to fucking listen to idiots, bro. That's the problem, dude.
If you don't want to have a conversation, then leave. If you do want to have a conversation,
honestly, God bless you all. God bless you all.
It's
Peace be upon your families, and I wish the best for you.
If you want to have a conversation, then shut up and fuck me. Why is it so hard?
What are you talking about?
His news is the right news.
Jeez.
Why don't you read the news, guys? Why don't you read the news? Come on, read the news.
I'll finish what I was saying because I have to go now. Basically, the easiest narratives to push are the ones where the evidence is very hard to acquire. Because then people say, oh, what do you want? What do you want? Well, I mean, obviously, if evidence is hard to acquire, then that's an easy narrative to push because it's unreasonable. It's seemingly unreasonable to ask for that evidence, right? That's the whole point. That's the Kool-Aid that they've drunk. That is the trick.
Yeah, but whatever appeals to their emotion the best is the truth.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the you guys must have seen it. Somebody cut the news stations together in America. There's probably about 40, maybe more, and they put them all side by side. Slowly, starts with one, ends with like 40 or 50 or something, and they're all saying the same thing in tandem. It's great.
Yeah, they send the script that has to be put on the teleprompter. They don't just have people make up the teleprompter. It's all ready to go, packaged and ready.
Yeah, the social engineering. They do this thing called nudging. They just nudge people in one direction or another. And data mining. That's worth more than gold right now. That's what they're doing with everybody. So I just see it as one big giant social experiment, basically.
Well, that's the genius of what they've done with social media and people abandoning a lot of these legacy news sources or mainstream television media is now, and they openly talk about custom curtailing news feed, news articles for the individual. It's like what you get in your Facebook news feed. It's all social engineering. It's all
put there through an algorithm to try to steer you. And they don't even fucking lie about that. Like if you're willing to listen, they tell you that that's what they're doing to try to get whole knee jerk reaction. And
Yeah, there's a lot of people that come on Discord that obviously some of us see straight through it. I would imagine that that if I was at some kind of hypnotist show, that he would ask me to take my seat. You know, he would, I'd be one of the people that get turned down. I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure, but that's my guess. You know, you might have seen that one where they ring the bell, you know, and people are standing up, the actors, and then the random person walks in and they're looking around and the bell goes, and then they eventually start standing up too when they hear the bell go. Whereas me and perhaps a lot of you would be like, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing that? And there's so many experiments like that. You might have seen the one with the lines, with the different length lines on the board, and they have 5 actors, one random person, and they all pick the next line, you know, the penultimate longest line, and the guy knows they've picked the wrong one, but because of the pressure, the social pressure, he picks the same one as everyone else. So that guy who just left, he certainly would be, yeah, he'd be standing up with everyone else. But you know, it is funny because what he just did there, I've actually done in a in a different server where we were talking about evolution or something. Oh, I can't remember the topic, but I don't really believe it. I was like questioning it, and they were all attacking me, sort of thing. So, you know, I just got a few jabs in and left. I was like, you don't have to wear a mask, guys. Don't be afraid of the air, kind of thing, you know. And then I just left because you know, when there's 5, 6 people all trying to get in, they even said that I was going to be their new chew toy because I was questioning things, you know, on certain topics, and they were frothing at the mouth, couldn't wait, and I was like, okay, like I say, I basically did well. I wouldn't say like that guy, but it was similar. It was a similar thing. So it's quite intimidating going into a room with 30 people where you know most of them disagree with you. But yeah, I suppose I'd really like to talk about what we were talking about, but I don't think we can on here. Is this going to YouTube?
yeah, I believe it's
Oh,
up right now.
okay. It is a funny thing though that you point out someone who does see through the game and they don't have the qualifications. That's the first thing. They haven't got the plaques on the wall. They don't have the PhDs, so why should I listen to them? If you give them someone with lots of PhD, you know, you give them the uber expert like a Stefan Lanka, and then you know, he's a kook. He's some crazy kook on the internet. It's always the same.
Is there anybody in here that has any questions related to the Earth?
It's a bummer that guy left. I felt like he was almost there. Like he was like right on the cusp of some kind of I mean, for lack of a better word, a red pill. He almost
Yeah,
was
about 30
ready.
seconds. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off, but about 30 seconds before he rage quit, I was about to compliment him on how civil he was.
Yeah, no, he cracked. He he is nearly there, but it takes people. I mean, it's going to take him more time to really come to these realizations. He sounds like he's pretty young still. And sometimes all that fear in the media and in the news is a little bit addicting as well. Like
The Earth is round.
Fake news.
I can prove it.
Oh, here we go.
I got to hear this. Go on then.
Check chat.
All right, getting it from a guy named Derp.
That's how you know he's the one.
He usually gets muted right away.
Just look up the word round and start there.
There's my evidence.
Did you draw that yourself?
Yeah.
Did you just draw that from your mind, or did you use something to?
I used a crayon.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's got the likeness of his PFP.
Because it's round.
It was a
cloudy. Yeah, round kind of is like derp because round is an attribute or a feature, not a shape, right? You're pretty derp.
That's actually like, if you look at it, like a lemon or football shaped.
It's kind of funny how cloudy it is over the ocean, but they made sure to remove just enough of the clouds over the land so that you could recognize, something. Like every time I watch the ISS live stream, I never see land. It's nothing but clouds and ocean. But this was a good day. The Earth was very photogenic that day.
Look how shiny it is.
I caught the Earth's good side.
It's shiny like a cue ball.
Oh, it knew it was having its picture taken.
How come the like look around, the deep ocean is very dark, but then there's this very definite cutoff of light blue water, like in the shallows.
Have you ever been down there?
Do you think that's the way it would look like?
I don't think the ocean goes that deep because I haven't been down that far, so I don't believe the ocean's that deep. I think the ocean's shallow.
Do you think clouds replicate themselves?
Do I think clouds fuck?
No, as in you can have the same formation of clouds. Do you think clouds are unique and have their own distinctive shape? Or do you think that you can have the exactly same cloud scattered all over the Earth?
What are the chances of that?
I think you need to upgrade your Photoshop license.
This is actually computer generated. This whole image.
Oh, okay.
It's 3D.
I was going to say, because if you look to, what shall we say, along the equator line towards where the 9 o'clock position would be, where it starts getting a little bit darker, you look along.
I wouldn't be surprised
that
if
area.
this was AI as well.
Just copy and paste that cloud.
None of these clouds look real because they're not real.
None of this is real, dude. Fuck, mate, the same clouds are everywhere on this. This is crazy.
If you look carefully, you can see that there is no distance between the clouds and the ground. Those two distinct surfaces, they are on the same layer. So how can that be? Like in the ball Earth model, the Earth is actually clouds. We can walk on clouds.
I mean, this looks drawn, so.
Yeah.
Look at the shadow as well. It's barely covering.
Yeah, but
Even
can you
space looks
provide?
weird. There's no stars.
It's a magnificent specular highlight.
Do you think the Earth is hollow?
What do you mean by hollow?
Like, you know, aliens, lizard people.
I mean, I would have gone with like clouds and areas beneath the surface, but you jumped straight to aliens. That was brilliant.
Yeah, cuts to the chase. All right.
I might as well. Like, no point
Yeah,
softening you guys.
That's brilliant. Talking to flat earthers, so obviously aliens underground, right?
So you believe in aliens? Aliens?
I think that the universe is so vast that there has to be some sort of alien out there.
Oh, they pulled a number on you, didn't they?
I think it's gonna be like parasites.
Oh, okay. Now you want to talk to Gemsy? He loves parasites.
I think humanity came from a meteorite, and we're all aliens.
Well, your world is actually a lot smaller.
We're all Atlanteans from space.
So you go with this, what? Atlanteans from space. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome, dude. I'll tell you what, maybe about 10, 11 years ago, I might have agreed with you.
What changed?
Aliens coming from other planets. Other planets being other, as in the Earth is a planet, and the universe is full of Earth-like planets, when the Earth's not a planet.
What about the Martians?
Martians from Mars. Mars being a planet that things can live on just like the Earth. The Earth's not a planet. So whatever Mars is, don't think that green aliens going to come to Earth.
Like I tell you what.
Go on.
Sorry, go on, Jedi. I thought
No, you're fine. I'm just rambling, dude. You're fine. You make it.
So, in ancient mankind's history, we had this concept that the sun and the moon are actually living beings, brother and sister, Luna and Apollo, Diana and Apollo, and pretty much all those tiny lights that we see in the sky, we call stars and wandering planets, they are actually living beings. Even the Bible tells us that the kingdom of heaven, where God and the angels are, it's
brother.
filled with life. So this paradigm of globe Earth contradicts everything about that, about life being into space, and
brother.
yeah, they are telling us how they look through these telescopes and they see no sign or trace of life. But why should we look for humanoid life forms when in the Bible, yeah, we do have descriptions that there are so many other entities which us, the modern man, we have not witnessed, we have not seen such beings. So we wouldn't know how they
I
would
love you,
look
brother.
like.
Thank you.
Yeah. So denying this reality, everything that mankind believed that is filled with life, now they believe the exact opposite. that is lifeless. And everything that is lifeless, like rocks, they call it actually cousins. What the fuck? And liquids, soup, they call it like, yeah, it will be no wonder for me to hear tomorrow from NASA that this cosmic soup, the water that we have on Earth, is actually some sort of life form entity.
Sounds like next week's episode on Star Trek.
Yeah. Oh, aliens. Oh, yeah, we do have knowledge that there are prisoners deeply chained in iron chains, very deep in the ground. Like Atlas or Prometheus or whatever, you name it. These beings which roamed on the earth back in the days.
I guess the majority of us here have like researched quite a bit over our time. There's two prime stories that seem to go hand in hand across the earth. Through history, ancient cultures seem to share a similar narrative. One's the flood. There's flood stories all across the earth, many continents, same story. The other story is things came from the sky. They called them gods. Every culture seems to agree with this, that at some point shit came down from the sky. I think there might be a few that their culture began by climbing out of the ground. I think that might be more of an American thing. But primarily it was gods that came out of the sky that was mostly agreed upon. I think that's the idea about aliens, right? Things came from the sky. Must be other planets because the sky's different because we're on Ball, so other planets. So that's what they were.
Aliens come from Mexico too.
That's true. Also Poland. Surrounded by a lot of Polish people.
I came across some theories where it explained how the world was separated from the heavens. So God separated the heavens kingdom from the world. So the sky was actually here on the ground, and that would push all the liquid water very deep underground, doing the same cycle but out of our sight. And on the ground surface we would actually have these things like clouds, mist on the surface of the ground. And this is how would plants and everything would get water. And that's actually also, you see, for us to see these clouds above the sky, high above in the sky, we marvel at their splendor. But that's actually an insult because of our sin, So those clouds had to be lifted so that they rain down on us to wash the world of filthiness and misery, and and yeah, because the righteous place of water is at our feet level, not above our head.
What do you think about the flat Earth theory?
Flat Earth theory is actually observation and measurement.
But is it
So
mentioned in the Holy Testaments?
it's not a simple story.
It doesn't hold water. It falls off the edge.
Actually, in the Bible, it's contained.
Yeah, the world is a closed system. So just because I don't have the right to go outside the European Union borders because I need a passport, which I have no interest to pay that much money. Yeah. So obviously I'm limited. The distance that I can travel, I'm very limited in this world.
Yes.
But even if I would get a passport, I could not go explore Antarctica. We all know that's bullshit. The medium of Antarctica, like in winter, there is minus 80 degrees Celsius. Those temperatures are lethal for human body. So any human that will breathe air pressure of 14 psi at minus 80 degrees Celsius will die at the first or second breath.
Nah.
We need special apparatus to breathe in that kind of temperature, half the atmospheric pressure and a much higher oxygen concentration. So that's special kind of air
Yes.
mixture. Yeah.
The opposite of Beijing.
Wait, what?
The air is probably way cleaner than anywhere else too, and you're getting a higher concentration, like LA and Beijing,
Yes,
all the
but
smog and shit that those cities contain. It's the opposite of
New
them.
York too.
that's what you think about Beijing. Have you been to Beijing?
I've seen pictures. It cleared up around
Yeah,
COVID. It looked way different during COVID.
Rather, do you
So
think that aliens are in the ancient texts?
Aliens in the ancient texts. Which ancient texts?
Just
He's
all of them.
talking just all of them. Okay,
Yes.
that's going to be a big discussion. In the Bible, they will be referred to as fallen angels, aliens, things that came from the sky.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nihilium, right?
They're angels.
The angels, not to forget, they are much older than mankind. So the man was created in the sixth day, but those days of creation are actually thousands of years because those are godly days. For a day for God is 1,000 years for a man. So from the beginning of creation of the world, the angels were there from the first day of creation. They were present and witnessing God's creation process. And after 5,000 years, in the 6,000 years, God created man. So angels are like at least 5,000 years older than mankind is.
What about dinosaurs?
Yeah.
Dinosaurs were the
Okay.
dragons in ancient.
There's like
Yeah.
bones, and you can like do tests
Yeah.
on them
So
and find out, hey, they're way older.
dinosaurs
Okay.
did not
Okay.
exist.
They are
Okay.
dragons.
We do have.
Okay.
Right. We were talking earlier about two primary stories that everybody seems to agree upon. One, that things came from the sky, the other one being the flood. So from the biblical narrative, we might call them dinosaurs, but these terrible creatures were what the fallen angels created. So they use DNA manipulation to bastardize God's work, which was a sin.
Yes.
So basically, that's what's on
Not
the
a believer in
forum.
God, really. I guess
Why
I
did they?
remain.
Why did they create them?
What question do you want me to answer?
Why did they create them though?
Why did?
Because they could. Why do we do shit? I mean, I think mankind's last words are going to be like, "Aha! I did it."
I agree.
They wanted to make their own. They wanted to make their own creation. One, they came down here and had children with women. These children turned into the Nephilim. These Nephilim, they manipulated the animals to create hybrid.
Where can I
animals.
find one of these?
That'll be dinosaurs if those things even exist. But we do dig things out of the ground.
Oh no, you said like the Nephilim or
You're roboting Jedi.
Oh, am I? Okay,
No,
sorry.
he's fine. Jedi is fine. I hear him good.
Got a question now.
I hear you just fine.
Oh, that's fine. It's still Saturday, so maybe we should try and get back to flat earthish stuff. But
I have a general question for flat earthers.
Okay, what's your general question, mate?
I mean, I don't want to poke. I have a friend that's a flat earther, and I cannot convince him otherwise. I am on the other side of the fence personally. Just curious, are there any pilots in here?
No.
Clay. Is Clay here?
Still.
Yeah, Clay he could talk to you about that.
Let's start with a C or a K. I'll like look for it in the chat and probably pop in when I see him. Okay. Oh no. So I don't know. I'd like to say a story involving my flat earther friend.
Yeah,
he
you should
became-
probably just hold that. No one really cares.
Okay, fine.
It's like this Dear Diary type shit, you know, top 10 flat earthers, TMZ, BuzzFeed, creative writing.
No, it's none of that shit. I'd say this
Yeah,
is just
dude,
a story
no one
of
cares
me
about
and him
your
looking
friend.
up at clouds.
Yeah, no one cares about your friend, dude.
So why do you believe that you live on a spinning wet ball?
Oh, somebody just said they don't want to hear the story, so sorry.
Yeah, about your friend.
No, I'm asking
How about
you why you believe it.
Oh no, it was the moment. It's the same story that kind of something clicked in my brain of like, oh hey, I believe we are on a spinning ball. And I'll keep it real short because some people don't want to hear it. If that's all right. But we were looking up at the clouds. We were looking up at the clouds. I want to start and finish
Stop,
so you can.
Stop. No. Let's take it methodically and step by step. Like, ask a question, you give an answer. You ask a question, I give you an answer. Then, if you ask a wrong question, then I address points, each point, each mistake that I find in your response and address it. I mean, to speak constructive, not just spitting out words fast through our mouths.
Yeah, this cringe script you got going on, we've seen it before. Like, have some guy walk in here like, oh, we got our friend who's autistic and he thinks the earth is a globe and we want to try to help him. Yeah, that bullshit, you can just check that bullshit at the door and just come in what you think, your ideas. You don't need to compare them to some friend who's not here, some imaginary sky friend that you don't know. That no one knows, no one's talked to, he hasn't been in here. If you want to talk to Flat Earth about that, just go talk to him. You don't need us to talk to your friend. Your friend, not my friend, not anyone here's friend. Your friend. Go talk to your friend. You, not me.
You seem angry, my friend. I'm sorry.
Okay, let's follow that. If I'm angry, would you be allowed to talk here, or will I just shut your mic off if I'm angry?
I don't know.
Follow your
was there a question
worldview.
that was asked to me?
Yeah, let's follow the worldview to the full logical conclusion. If I'm angry about the content you're providing, would I shut your mic off so you can't talk? Or would I not do that?
That's on you. I don't know. You do you.
Okay, so inside your worldview, if someone's angry about content, what do they do? Come on,
Depends
think.
on their
This
position.
is
It
the
depends if
first
they're
time
the
you.
creator or the consumer.
Yeah, the consumer. So someone hears content they don't like, and they're able to control what content is being presented. What do they do with content they don't like that makes them angry?
Different people react differently. I don't understand.
Yeah, you can just you just listen for a while. You're too bricked to even follow simple things, very simple ideas. That when you squawk and start making claims, you're going to have to back these up. And the best part is now you can change your worldview, because if you say, well, the content I'm presenting here is making people angry, but I keep talking anyway. See, this way now your worldview is being held to a logical conclusion. You can write that down. You made people angry, and because they were angry, they didn't let me talk. And then now you've got a reason to go talk to your friend, which probably doesn't exist. Completely made up story. Okay, what was the topic before that dude derailed? You guys remember? Was it Nephilim and dragons and fossils or what?
Yeah, but that was
Well,
kind of asking questions about aliens. But that's
new
where we were.
the new archaeological findings in Romania, they found a very ancient human skeleton, which was gender confused, like neutral, you know. Fossils. Why they never found skeletons which are
The Earth
neutral?
is not flat, dumbasses.
Oh, spoke at the
Yeah,
wise.
we know mountains and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look up the word round. I mean, this is really some problems that people are having with this word.
Yeah. The dial of a clock is round also, but it's not spherical. It's not a ball.
Well, Dak, you're back. So what's going on? You get a chance to bounce that stuff around a little bit? Got another take you want to? What are you thinking? Where you at right now?
Y'all fucking broke me, dude. Deadass. I'm just
I'll try to explain it one more time, bro, and I'm not going to use any sources, but I'll make it simple. I'll make it quick. It's not going to be too long because I do want to watch this video. But if you're questioning the very establishment media, which understandably so, I get that. All right, I can respect that. But if that is your view, how do you prove anything to be true? And then after that, and let me start that first, right? If you choose to discredit everything as fake or as something, pushing its own media bias or whatever the hell, then how do you prove anything to be true in terms of when you do hear truth in the media?
I gotcha. Okay, logic, reason, and science. Just think it out. Okay, think it out. So if you've got things that are true, you just take all of it. You take all the claims, you put in a giant bucket, and say, does this bucket hold water, or is it full of holes? You look at the story. Number one, would advanced space age cultures who have proven there is no other life in the visible universe, as far as the eye can see, Earth is completely unique. It has a superposition in the universe that they can't explain without invoking a creator, which is why NASA and one of them they're very religious because they say that they really cement. I mean, one of the astronauts just wrote a book about how he found Jesus in space. So without invoking a creator, just staying inside the observation, what is so unique about Earth? Like somehow it's a fluke. Life doesn't exist in the universe except for here. Then on the backswing, they threaten to destroy all life in the visible universe if they don't get their way. But the reality they should be able to find some sort of common ground because there isn't any place to go. This is it. Inside their own worldview, they wouldn't be nuclear armament. There'd be nuclear disarmament, or the cradle of civilization. You look at the Iraq, the Tigris-Euphrates River Valley. They've bombed that region twice with depleted uranium rounds. You can look up the NGO and stuff. Some talk about kidney cancers and birth defects and the contamination of the groundwater. Inside their worldview, they think this is where humanity started. Somehow, this position on the Earth was able to make for the crowning of the advancement of society and where humans are able to come together. So would you preserve that location for future generations? Or would you burn the church because you want oil? See, the story doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. When you follow what they say... Okay, that's what I'm saying. So that you got to find...
humanity.
So once you realize that, you realize the story is fucked up. The story doesn't make sense. Okay, they're telling you a bunch of bullshit. Then you ask why. Why would they do that?
Who's they?
Yeah, the people telling you the story.
But
the news media or the press corps or whatever.
William Casey, for example.
Journalist, calling them all out. Okay.
No, I'm talking about the ones whose story doesn't match. I'm not talking about the journalist who's writing about Mrs. Betty's a prize-winning apple pie.
No, I'm talking about independent pieces about the whole conflict in general. Like people who actually go and on the ground and see the war for themselves and freaking journalists, and write about it and come create articles about it. You're calling all those people bullshit because they're trying to push their own agenda. They're trying to push fear into society. My point is a simple one. Okay, we can't take any single source. No one news media place, right? Not even online social media. You can't take any of that shit. You can immediately say,
is it just me or is he heavily roboting?
Yeah, he is. I was just gonna. I thought it sounded like it was getting better. Then it got worse.
Yeah,
again.
it's raining right. No, it's raining right now, so it's pretty. Hey, you see, this is the devil, bro. Dead ass. The devil's all around us. But no, my point is, it's look, if that's your view and you want to question the very sources that come to these places, that go to do these things, that journal this and try to write about it and do the opinion pieces, quote unquote, right? Which I'm not saying isn't an opinion piece, it doesn't have its own bias, but you have to look at it, like you said, with logic, facts, and reasoning, critically. You have to just look at it critically, and you have to be able to understand we're all human beings here, and you have to put yourself into the shoes of that person. Now, Putin, he's in a corner right now. He is in a corner. If he
Why?
doesn't bring
Who?
back results,
Why? Why is he?
Putin, Vladimir Putin,
Yeah. Why is he
Putin
in a
is the
corner?
strongest man in the world.
Why do you think
he's in a corner because he
Yeah.
has people who he has to bring
No,
back
he's not
results
in
for.
the corner. He's the most powerful man in the world. He has the most secret technology in the whole world, which no other country
I'm
has
gonna have
it.
to mute this guy. He's not
Secret
saying anything. I
technology. I
apologize,
love
brother.
that.
I'll unmute you in a little bit. But my point
Okay.
is, okay, as a dictator, right, or not even as a dictator, but as a president, right? I'm not even gonna call him a dictator, but as a president, he has to bring back some sort of public image, and that's the image that he's been giving people. That he's a strong man, that he's the type that gets shit done, that he can handle conflict, that he can be a man to bring people through hard times. That is who he perceives himself to be, and that is what his people perceive him to be. Now, obviously, they see him as much more of an authoritarian figure now because he's been drafting people, he's been, he's been cutting himself off from the outside society, and a lot of people have been running away from that because they don't want to be around that type of leader. However, the ones who are still in there that remain, he has to bring them results. Otherwise, what is all the sacrifice going to be worth? What is all the murder and the brutality and the bloodshed and the war and the famine and just losing all that armament and all that money? What is it all going to be worth? Blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline, for instance, what is that going to be worth? Losing
Yeah,
billions of dollars. What is that all going to be worth? So he's in a corner right now.
the
He
Nord
has to
Stream
bring back
pipeline?
results in terms of
Who
he has
blew
to
it
bring back
up?
something to the table that allows him to give himself some sort of leeway that shows to the people that his special interests, the ones he doesn't necessarily work for, but work for him and help him build his empire, so to speak. He has to give them something to work with. There's a really good YouTube video. It talks about the keys of power and how no man rules alone, and how every person under him have people who have them or have people under them, and it just keeps going down like that and like that. So what ends up happening is you have to be a provider at the end of the day, and that's what he's trying to do right now for the country. He's trying to provide land, trade routes, more trade ports, whatever the fuck, right? Oil, grain, whatever it may be. He's trying to provide that for the people because he's not only, and it's not only that, but he's also afraid of the geopolitical consequences
Blah
of Ukraine
blah.
joining NATO. You see, it's boring. It's fucking boring, isn't it? Listening to this shit. Because that's the truth. It's not fun. And it's not something you want to listen to. It's not exciting and spy movies and fucking flat earth and all this shit. It's literally just geopolitics. It's a man trying to build his country back from the brink of destruction.
I call it tribalism.
Yeah, it's tribalism. And
Okay,
that's why
so
I'm saying
which
this
model
will
now?
cause the end of the
Okay,
world.
so now compare which models demonstrate tribalism and which models debunk tribalism.
How do you mean? I don't know what you're trying to say.
Okay, so there's a model of creation that would
Right.
explain tribalism, and there's a model of creation that says tribalism is debunked because it's endless space. All people are connected. Interconnected storytelling. Okay, so which
I would
model?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I would say religion and spirituality debunk tribalism, as in the sense that it teaches us to be interconnected with everyone and to have empathy towards everyone. However, if you believe in the genetic or the scientific belief of how humanity came to be, which was, like we were eventually a single cell organism, and then we became bipedal, and then we were monkeys or whatever, and God knows how we got our intelligence, whether it be through shrooms or whatever the fuck. Eventually, we managed to just kind of coherently group up enough to eventually make these tribal societies, which then were going out and murdering each other. And then from there, we kind of grew and became and expanded and learned how to farm and cropping techniques and all that type of shit. I would believe spirituality and religion is an end to tribalism. I can't deny that it has been used for tribalistic purposes, like crusades or jihads or any of that type of shit. However, like, if you have anything you want to say, please jump in. I'm willing to listen. But
no, go ahead.
My main point in bringing this whole thing, like the whole end of the world type shit up, is for the sake that we have to figure shit out, and we have to understand that this world is not a pretty place. It is a very tribalistic place. And in that sense, there are people who are still fighting over land, fighting over material, fighting over, pointless reasons like, oh, this guy stabbed me in the back 30
and
years, so I don't trust him type
that
shit.
is
And
the
and
USA
sometimes it's pure paranoia.
corporation that's
Like with,
fighting over
with
land.
Putin, it's pure paranoia. He's so terrified that NATO is going to try to envelop him, or that something bad is going to happen to his country, that he would rather sit there and declare war and then watch all these other countries realize,
Wait.
holy shit,
How could you possibly know how Vladimir Putin feels? How could you possibly know that? You just repeating something that's been fed to you in some propaganda and telling it to us like it's a fact.
You have to put yourself into his shoes, and you have to see things from his perspective. And in his perspective, things are looking really, really choke-necky, like bottlenecky, if you want to say, or whatever the fuck, like a noose being wrapped around his neck.
How do you know his perspective? You're just repeating what some news articles fed to you. You're repeating
I'm not repeating what the news article. If you
couldn't possibly know what Vladimir Putin's thinking or feeling. You're just speculating like it's a fact.
That's exactly right. It's speculation in a sense. But it's not at the same time, because if you can understand that this man is just trying to provide for his country, that he just wants to stay alive and he wants to stay king, or whatever you want to call him.
But again, you're speculating. You're speculating again. That he just wants to stay alive.
Everything is a speculation. Yes, you can say everything is a lie. You can say everything is distruthful.
I'm not saying everything's a lie, but you're stating it like it's a fact.
Okay. I'm not saying anything
it's a fact.
What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, all right, this man is, you have to realize he's not doing this for no reason. There's not like nothing's going through his brain. He just decided to invade Ukraine for the fun of it, right? He's doing it because he wants to bring something back. He wants to do something, whether that be unite the Soviet Union again and try, like, there's a really good, you've probably seen it, where there's a dude, I forget his name, but he was a Secretary of State, and he was talking about how, Ukraine is like the Robin to Russia's Batman. And how if we could take Robin away, that's going to be a major embarrassment to Putin. And Putin, keep in mind, had this promise from the West that they would not push further past Eastern Europe and that they would, respect their boundaries and everything. And ever since then, all he's seen is constant growth into the NATO allies, where people just constantly go into and, kind of join into NATO, all while Putin can't do anything about it but complain. So now he's at a place where even NATO, or not even NATO, but even Ukraine is getting to a point where they're about ready to go. And I'm sorry, if you have something to say, please say it.
Well, you're just feeding me a script that's been fed to you.
It's not a script.
You don't know any of this. Have you been to Russia? Have you been to Ukraine? Have you seen it happening? You're just feeding me a script, bro.
It's the truth, dude.
And in Russia, they're getting fed a different script. And in Ukraine, they're getting fed a different script.
What are you thinking?
You're just feeding me the script. Go on, you said if I've got anything to say it, so let me say it. In Russia, they're being fed a different script. In Ukraine, they're being fed a different script. You're feeding me the same script that's been fed to you. You don't know any of this.
And you can, it must feel so good to be able to say that, because it makes.
I can say that because I don't know. You don't know. Easy to say that.
But it's not that hard. All you have to do is put yourself in the perspective of Putin. And, obviously I'm not saying I can have an exact same mindset as Putin, right? But if you learn and you understand enough about geopolitics, it's not that fucking hard. It really isn't.
Do you think Putin is motivated by Orthodox Christianity?
I think partially, I think he is a believer. I believe he does believe in Christianity or Orthodox. He's a follower of that. He takes part in the traditions and shit like that. But it's like, for him, the main reasons are political. They're purely political.
No. He's a multi-religious figure. I mean, he's building multiple mosques and stuff like this. So it's not just Christianity.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear. I'm glad that he's respecting other people's religions. But he's not he's not a follower of Islam. He's not a follower.
No, he's not. But he still respects it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's good. I'm happy.
Okay, well, you mentioned that he's rebuilding the Soviet Union, and I keep hearing this all over again. Why would anybody who respects religion want to rebuild the Soviet Union?
But he's not. That's just a ridiculous talking point.
Yeah, so you're trying to put yourself into this guy's mind, and you don't know a single thing about him. You don't know a single thing about Putin, and you're trying to put yourself into his shoes, dude.
The height of Russian power. I'll be more specific for you. He wants the same power as the Soviet Union did, which was one of the major superpowers. He doesn't want to build communist Russia 2.0.
Yeah, he doesn't mean literally.
Yeah.
He means like geopolitical power-wise.
Exactly. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions?
So can I just say what was the original claim like someone made? I just got
That I claimed that World War III was coming, and people all claimed that I was just buying into a false narrative pushed to me by media and legacy media and all that type of shit, when in reality, that is not the case. And if you want to question the media, go ahead and do that. I'm actually in favor of that. I believe thumbs up, question the media. But you can't deny hard facts, reality of situations, which is like the Ukrainian-Russo war, literally killing God knows how many people. Right?
Yeah,
That's
but
a
I
real hard fact.
but you have to look like why that what happened, and I think that the West especially is aggravating the whole situation.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
I think they're pushing. We're practically in a proxy war with Russia at this point, guys. I don't know if you know that.
Yeah, we literally are. Yeah.
That's literally what it is. And you have Biden on the news saying that we're going to have to go to war with Russia now.
Yeah, same here in the UK. They're saying that we need a citizen army, and every citizen
That's
needs to
what
be
I'm saying, bro.
conscripted
World
within
War
the next
III is
5
incoming,
years.
and everybody's just coping. I don't mean to be a dick about it, but that's the truth. Everybody's just finding ways to cope, and the only ways they have is by just closing themselves off to the media and say, "Oh, it's all bullshit. It's all fake. It's all nothing."
Well, I mean, if we believe the media, Putin's getting his butt kicked, right?
No, Putin's actually winning now.
He's not.
Isn't
He's
that
winning
funny?
the war.
Oh,
Yeah,
he's
he's
winning
winning the
now?
war. Ukraine, no, because Ukraine doesn't have any funding anymore because Putin managed to push out the narrative that he's going to keep fighting for years. He said that they're going to fight for 5 years, and nobody in America wants to fight for 5 years.
the wrong
Nobody
channel,
wants
man.
What's that?
You in the right
No,
channel?
we're not. We are in the right channel.
So
Okay.
so let's just say you humor me for a minute.
Okay.
Let's say that everything that's going on is going absolutely according to plan,
Mm-hmm.
and that the overall and overreach of a central world power is underway, and you are buying into the narratives of the division and the reasons why, so that you're not paying attention to policies being passed through this superpower, and it's taking away certain rights of normal everyday people all over the world, so that when the power comes in place, it'll be a no-brainer. So what if that's the case? Because I'm reading a book about, I keep mentioning it in the chat, but nobody's paying attention. Well, maybe a couple of people are. But the Trilateral Commission, that the whole point of that was to unite Japan, Europe, and Russia with the United States. So all of this is supposed to be underway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I doubt that's gonna happen. I mean, there could be arguments made for that.
I'll be real, okay? I do believe there are people currently in every single government that are trying to create some sort of world order, right? Trying to create some sort of, unified place. However, there are some major plot holes in that one because, for instance, places like China and Russia, and even North Korea, just to name a couple few, they're left out of that, and there's
Oh
very
no,
little pieces.
I could play devil's advocate on that one.
Okay.
I could say that the upcoming world war could be used as a form of population control, of killing the vast majority of military-age people in certain countries. That would make it easier for a world government to be established.
Well, I don't think it's even going to be a direct conflict. I think it's just going to be nukes. Because you have to realize, look at it from this perspective,
It won't
right?
be nuked, I don't think.
Well, you said you will. You said you do
No,
think
no,
it
I
is, or
don't think
you?
it will be. I think it will just be a big slugging match of trying to kill as many of the
Well, that's
military
just
age
going to be impossible.
population.
That's quite literally impossible.
Well, I
'cause you're
mean,
going to be
basically,
going.
what's going on now, a stalemate that just keeps going on. If there was to be a war,
Yeah,
but
it's literally just, and that's where we're at.
I mean,
as a
Putin is
society.
winning now, but
Okay, let me try to.
Here,
Let me just try to.
here,
Okay.
Oak or Dark. What do you go by? Is it
Just call
Oak?
me Dark. Or
Oh,
Dak,
Dark.
Dak.
Okay, I thought you said earlier you would go by Oak. Okay, anyway, so think of it this way, right? You and your neighbor don't get along, and
No, I'm not going to kill my neighbor.
okay, okay, fine. You jumped to the gun. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. You can't really put yourself in these people's shoes because they're psychopaths. Okay.
Except, what happens if
They're
your neighbor is
deranged.
threatening to kill you?
Yeah, they're deranged crackhead freaks. Okay, like Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14, said it much better than anyone else has said. The only explanation he could come up with is that these people in government have been replaced by shape-shifting reptiles from outer space.
oh Jesus!
God.
That's where the reptiles in outer space come from. Apollo 14, the
No,
astronaut.
The
no,
reptiles
no,
come from our
no, no,
anus.
no. That's
All right,
not
look,
happening.
we're getting
Yeah,
off topic,
look
though,
up
and this is why
Edgar
I
Mitchell
don't really be fucking
14
with
and
Discord anymore. 'cause you
reptiles
guys
in
fucking
space.
Anyway,
straight
man.
up.
But I mean, I suppose
Because they're not thinking like normal people think. They're thinking in such a
look, man,
weird way.
that's fine, buddy. That's fine. But Flatty,
I
so
had to meet
what sort of world government are you talking about? What nation do you think will emerge as the world government, so to speak?
Well, that's the problem, because there is we managed
That's
like
why
we
I'm
got
asking Flatty. Just for 1 sec.
it's getting to a point where that's not going to be possible anymore. Straight up.
No, that was their view. I just wondered, like, what world, what country?
I think it would be under my best guess, and this is what I was even advocating for yesterday, is we should have like some sort of confederacy of the nations, right? Where everybody
Like Star
works
Wars.
together. What's up?
Like Star Wars, bro.
Quite literally the closest that we can get. I don't mean to make it Star Wars, but straight up, that's probably the best bet that we have. A confederacy where we just all understand that we're all fucking humans, right? We're all life here, and murdering
But that's
each
basically NATO.
other. Basically, but it's not NATO because NATO is an alliance. This would be something that's a completely neutral, got worldwide level alliance kind of system where nobody. It would be kind of like the UN if the UN was actually being held accountable for.
Yeah, but the thing
everybody.
is, you need to understand that the global agenda of like population control that I was talking about earlier, like that they
Right.
they are going to start conscripting people to literally kickstart population control.
And that's the thing. That's what I believe was going to happen with nukes. That's the thing. Going to be a fucking way to restart the system. Being more in power and losing control of what they want to say. That's why I love this shit.
So you're lagging. Sorry.
And they're teaching
You just repeat what you said.
to be everybody because they realize society is too far from liberty and freedom and individuals that we can't actually agree even on simple things like hey, it's like essentially if you've ever seen American Horror Story, the fucking the witch one thing where like they go to the nuclear and there's
Hello?
And when we live in a democratic society, and that's what Western society is, democratic mostly, it creates this idea that the elites are actually beholden to those types of people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, who don't know what the fuck that they want, who don't know the first thing about geopolitics or how to deal with these people. And all they're scared about, or all they want, is just to fucking take care of their family, eat, and then have a good life. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But that's
Bro,
not all life is packed up to be anymore. If we
the
want to
West is not
advance
free.
to the next level of society, which is to be a truly spacefaring society, we need to be able to come together and see that this world is something that needs to be shared. I'm not saying open up all the borders and destroy all nation states. That's too broad and too risky. And at the end of the day, it'll only cause more destruction and more havoc and anarchy. What I'm saying is there has to be some level of accountability, and that's what this accountability is. This is the judgment, quote unquote. That if we can't fucking make it together, if it's all together or not at all, and not everybody wants to be all together, then guess what? It's going to be not at all, and we're going to have to fucking restart for God knows how many times. And I'm pretty sure after this fall, once we die as a society and we have to come back, and come back from the brink again, it's going to be something that we're going to teach like the Great Flood, right? Where
It'd
it
be
was
like
like,
Fallout.
except instead it's
Well,
going to be human hubris that led us to this point, not
it
some
sounds.
asteroid that almost wiped us out, which caused us to all have like a giant fear of space and to be afraid of constantly what could happen, and all the space movies, all that type of shit. But it was our own hubris. It was our own desire for our selfish needs, whether it be for the nation state, whether it be for personal vendettas, whether it be for just a personal desire, like for instance, just wanting to own a territory, right? Or believing in a certain god that doesn't agree with another god. It's like,
Can I have a word?
I know a lot of this right now sounds like schizophrenia or fucking manic episode or whatever the hell. But at the end of the day, what it's going to come down to is there are certain people in power like Putin, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong Un, Biden, Trump, fucking, pretty much, I don't want to say all European leaders, but, like a lot of people who have control over the nation that don't know what the fuck to do anymore. And they're confused, not because they don't have options, but because they don't know which option is right. Because when you're dealing with half of the world, right, all of Eurasia, right, if it's all of Eurasia versus North America and Europe, or not even all of, my bad, I said Eurasia, but you get what I mean, like Russia and Asia, or Russia and China, right, versus like Europe and North America, and that's the level of like split. How do you reconcile that? If you go to
Can
war,
I
you
have a
realize
word
that that's
with
just going to
you,
be
sir?
such a bloodbath that it's going to be beyond any sort of. It'd be worse than fucking World War One in the trench warfare,
So
because you have to realize too, we're
it
invading
sounds
whole
to me like
continents
you
at this
don't
point.
hear
It's not
anyone.
just
Can get say his
you're
point.
really muted. I'm sorry. Hold on.
I just want
Which one is
I
that?
want get to say his point.
So
You're
yeah,
like
I was asking
really
if
really
I
muted. I'm sorry,
can.
brother. I can't hear you.
Okay, no problem. I just ask if I can have
Here,
a
let me
short
try to put it
word
against my
with
ear.
you.
I'll see if that works.
I'll just tell
Okay.
you what he
So,
said.
Well, it's like
oh,
everybody's muted. Hold on. I think. Oh,
Go
here we
on,
go.
get say your point, man.
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
So I just asked if I can have a word with you. So thank you for unmuting me. Now, I want to say that to me it sounds like you are a little bit terrified of this coming war, which has
I'm not
been
terrified.
foretold. No,
Mhm.
this is not the problem of the point.
Okay.
Actually, yes, these world
Too many white
governments
people in here.
and powers um, reached a point of world population where separate, tiny, little government entities, they cannot hold control on the number of people and the diversity of the people. Therefore, they have to bring havoc and destruction upon them to make them beg for actually instaurating a one world government, one world police, one world religion, a homogenization of all the people in the whole world.
Yes, essentially, it's like the Tower of
Yeah,
Babel again,
yeah,
where
and the world will very, very soon have a world king, and that is by 2035, the latest, I speculate.
that'll be a perfect
So,
time. Yeah. No,
yeah.
but my main
my main issue, dude, is just we don't have to go through that bloodshed if we just agree that beyond your race, right? I don't care if you're black, white, fucking Jewish, Asian, Native American,
Yeah.
beyond your religion, beyond your creed or your ideology or what you believe in. We share this world. We share it. Meaning at a base level, we all work together to keep the same things that we have, and like sometimes you hear the Garden of Eden, right? How we had to, in the Bible and shit like that.
Yes.
But this truly is the world itself is the Garden of Eden. This is our garden. And if we have to kill each
Was.
other, if we have
Yeah.
what? But if we have to kill each other and burn down the trees and do all this other type of shit, what do you think is going to happen to us? Do you think God's going to look at us and be like, yeah, they're just learning, they're figuring shit out, or do you think it's going to be another spiritual death where billions of people are dead, not just getting cast out from some mythical, beautiful land with all the land and all the trees and all the fucking elephants and all that type of shit, but genuine, like we're going to have to lose pretty much everything that's beautiful about this place. The
Well, I want to
trees,
tell you something.
the clean water.
Yeah. Everything that we
It's
see on media, NATO wars and stuff, everything is leading towards putting a world king in
yeah.
power. So,
Mhm.
and this world war, I don't know how it will be, but it will be very, very meticulously orchestrated and controlled.
Oh yeah,
With surgical
he's gonna be a
precision,
puppet.
they will do. Even if they
Yeah.
launch like a nuclear attack on USA, it was foretold that this power will fall and then it will rise back, fulfilling the prophecy of the phoenix bird, which reborns from its own ash, stronger and more powerful, and then makes everyone kneel to this uh, entity, to this
Yeah,
world
I
power.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But what I'm saying
So,
is, it's like before we get to that point, the sacrifice is going to be innumerable. I doubt
yes.
even a quarter of us in this chat right now are going to be
Yeah.
living by the time it's fucking, 2050. If I'm being
Yeah, that's
completely
true.
real.
All the major changes in the world took a lot of human blood sacrifice. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to keep happening like
Yeah.
that until we finally fucking understand
Yeah.
we're in this together. It's as simple as it gets. Bro. It's not like I'm preaching fucking aerodynamics. You know what I mean? I'm saying
Yeah.
a simple fact about life is humanity is all we've got, bro. And I'm not saying I don't want no
Yeah.
fucking some like I don't know what's that one place called the fucking it's that one it's like the God Emperor or whatever, and it's a video game and it's all these like giant dudes in like suits that be fighting other I don't fucking know, but it's like I don't want
I
a
don't.
society where humanity is just some like some violent fascist authoritarian government that goes out trying to kill other alien species and type shit. We have to respect all life. We have to see all life as valuable. Otherwise, when we do come up against those things, like another alien society or something like that, we're gonna get fucking bodied. Like genuinely,
Well,
we're gonna be like the little kid in the room talking shit, like how you guys were saying earlier, or not you guys, but last night someone was saying to me earlier about how oh these guys are he's like the type of dude, he's the type of kid that needs to get punched, and then he would ask why he got punched afterwards. That's humanity, bro. We're the type that if we go into society thinking or go back into space, right, and start like seriously exploring and trying to build colonies and trying to go and expand our horizons, like God really wants us to do. Right? Well, then we're going to have to learn to coexist with cultures and aliens and all that type of shit if we come across them. If we don't, that just means more for us, right? We just get to keep going and keep building and stuff like that. But if we do come across those cultures and we say the first thing that we do is let's fucking nuke them, guys. What do you think they're going to do? You think they're No,
Dude,
seriously, you don't think that they're going to
dude,
have
dude, please. You are so lost in the sauce. I
I'm
mean, come on, buddy.
I
I'm
understand the idea,
well, no, this is a hypothetical. It's not like I believe
spirit.
that we're
Yeah.
gonna be aliens in a couple years. You know what I mean? I don't believe that shit. I'm saying we have to be able to appreciate all of life. It's as simple as it gets. That's all it is. And if we can't appreciate, even if we're, having different geopolitical interests or any of that type of shit, so be it. Fucking deal with it and compromise. Don't fucking sit there and act like the only solution is some giant catastrophic war that's going to cost like half of the world's population. You know what I mean? Where we're going to be, because look at it, bro. If it's America versus China, right? Just for one instance, right? If it really is going to come down to
Well,
that.
I want to address this problem that you just said. So, why this sacrifice and war? USA at the moment, their international debt is extremely high,
Mm-hmm.
and these World Bank masters, they decided, that the US population is actually owning to all the countries in the world like a lot.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, US external debt is estimated at $2 trillion,
Oh yeah, it's
dollars
astounding.
or 200.
Yeah, it's
So
astounding.
it's a huge amount, yes.
Yeah.
So now these masters, they decide, okay, we will burn these all, because they will never be able to pay back, yeah, and they have to wash this debt away, to wash their hands.
Mm-hmm.
So
they gotta just annihilate the debt,
yeah,
essentially nuke the
yeah,
debt,
yeah.
literally.
And
And
in my personal research, I have found that actually Putin is the man capable to do this, the job. Like he's the only man in the world which owns this kind of weapon technology. He has the Sarmat 500
oh yeah, the
helium-3 bombs. Now, these bombs are estimated to be 200 megaton in power. It's many warheads inside, so this bomb can hit multiple targets or actually can detonate as a single bomb, very powerful bomb.
Mm-hmm.
But this bomb reaches speeds of Mach 20, so 20 times the speed of sound. Now, that kind of speed is the actually speed which is generated by nuclear explosions, detonations, the shock wave of those explosions.
Okay.
It's a speed limit. It's the speed where tungsten metal, like almost the highest melting point metal, the metal with the highest melting point, begins to actually melt at that speed in the air because of the friction with the air. Now, there was a team of scientists who developed this technology. They made these missiles and bombs. And all those scientists happened to luckily die, all of them, in 2018 August in Russia at the Arkhangelsk Nuclear Research Institute. All of them died. So all the people who worked and invented this weapon, created this weapon system, a stealth intercontinental ballistic missile, they all died. So
yeah,
nobody
that's
can
funny.
actually send spies and get their hands on this kind of technology.
They all just magically poofed out of existence.
Yes.
And
And this makes Putin like the only man capable to actually which
Not to
owns
mention
a
the nuclear
weapon,
submarine.
which is actually capable to burn an entire continent from east to west coast. Like
See, and
USA
that's what
could,
I'm saying, bro. I think
yeah,
we're all just scared. Genuinely, we're all just
yeah,
fucking scared, but we don't want to admit it
yeah,
because if we admit that we're scared, then it looks like some shit out of Rick and Morty, where everybody's just burning shit down,
yeah,
like some fucking purge, where we're all just burning shit down and fucking rioting in the streets and shit like that. But
yeah,
that's I don't want to say that's what's going to happen, but we have to remember that
yeah,
all we have in this society, like I've been preaching again and again and again, is each other. And that's
yeah,
what, I'm not going to go into the whole religious thing about Christ and all that shit. But,
yeah,
we have to try to remember that this society is, and I'm talking society as a human society, not just the American
yeah,
society, not the Russian society, nothing like that, is we're all interconnected in the sense that we need each other in certain ways and we don't want each other in other ways. That doesn't mean we should burn or throw the baby out with the bathwater type shit. That just means we have to figure compromise. We have to
yeah.
freaking understand that no matter what we're going through, we're still in it together. And that we have to preach this sort of love, this peace, this ability to try to understand one another, even if it's not easy. And it's like, it's not
Well,
easy. It isn't. It's not going to be easy. But like I said before, that's the problem with our human independence or our not decisiveness, but our division, right? Everybody has their own point. Everybody has their own sort of perspective. Everybody has their own idea of what the perfect world should be like. Some think it's communist, some think it's fascist, some think it's democratic, some think it's anarchist, right? Doesn't matter. What matters is the common point or the common thread is we're all humans. And it's like we have to try to come together and band together under that banner, not the banner of an ideology or, all that other shit can be worked out and ironed out with time and debate and compromise, like I said. But until we get to that point, like it's pretty much like, like for me, I'm leaving. You know what I mean? I'm fucking going. I'm trying to get the hell out. And I'm not going anywhere near a city. I'm not doing any of that type of shit. I'm not trying to scare you guys, but genuinely, like, it's like it's about time to
me
fucking
too.
go off
I
the
have
grid.
my retirement place, secluded in the mountains in Romania, but yeah, I mean, we are very close to Russia, and
That's got to be
looking
scary.
at the Bible predictions, prophecies,
Mm-hmm.
it's actually USA, which is the ground zero. That's
Well,
where
the way I
this.
consider the U.S. is U.S. is the modern Egypt in the most literal sense. It's I'm not going to go into it actually, but because I'm not
Yeah,
trying to get
yeah,
swatted, but it's essentially just like you know I don't know, man. I
Babylon.
feel like we're losing the point here. But what I was coming in here to say is to debate whether World War III was even going to happen or what the news was going to look like and shit like that. But the truth is, dude, unless we just finally start pushing out, like, be the change you guys all want to see in the world. Genuinely, you guys want change so bad. You guys want positivity so bad. You guys want a better life so badly. Then be the change, because I need to as well. But it's like when I feel everybody's fucking energy, and I feel the doubt, when I feel the negativity, when I feel the shame, that the ridicule, all that type of stuff, it fucking hurts, bro. And it's not easy. It's like it's a miserable fucking thing, in fact. But because
My
when people
my advice is to take the observer seat,
that's what I'm doing, bro. But it's like even in the
witness,
observer
yeah,
seat, people are mocking me for it.
and
They're like, "Oh yeah, well, fuck."
never take sides, never
That's
choose a camp, yeah, never follow the spirit, the soldier spirit, like
yeah,
fighting and stuff like
yeah,
that. No,
tribalism.
no man will actually be able to fight the system, stop it, change the world, make it a
You can
better
only change what
world.
the system prescribes
Yeah,
to.
you can only find your way to live in the world and survive, and
That's
that's
why I'm
all we
saying
can
I'm
really
gonna be
do.
fucking alone, bro. I'm gonna go out into the fucking
Yeah,
wilderness, dude. Gonna go buy myself a
yeah,
cabin or something like that. buy myself some guns instead of if someone decides to try to fucking.
No, you will not need guns.
Well, I want
Trust
to
me.
believe that, but I'm low key, man. I'm
No.
gonna get myself bunkered up. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna
Don't
be.
fear. Listen, trust me. Do not fear getting robbed or whatever.
Well, I'm not worried
Anyone
about
who
being robbed. I'm
comes,
worried about
yeah,
fucking just trying to like be. I don't know. It's like I'm not worried about humanity because I have faith in humanity.
yeah,
That's the whole point of this whole thing,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
But it's like at the end of the day, dude, humans are self preservation like masters. You know what I mean? They'll always take care of
Yeah.
themselves, and that's the issue, right? It's at the end of the day, we're all going to be trying to look out for ourselves and look out for our families, look out for our children, look out for the people around us. But we could all live in this society if we just work to build a better one, except nobody wants to do that because that's fucking hard and everybody's got basic level shit that they got to deal with, like food and rent and that kind of stuff.
Look, for example, the Turkey earthquake. It was a calamity, natural disaster or weapons, whatever. But many people died and many have been injured under ruins. And Turkey people, they started immediately digging and saving those trapped people. And neighboring countries, they also sent help. But also there were clowns pretending to send help. And actually did some sort of GoFundMe, get donations for Turkey and scams and stuff like that. Yeah, these things happen in the world, but no matter what happens anywhere, if you manage to live the next day, trust me, do not worry about the food, about water, about everything. God will take care of
I'm gonna play some
of
fucking
everything. Yeah.
I'm gonna play some Bob Marley, bro. Dead ass. I'm just gonna get some Bob Marley going. Don't worry, be happy type shit, and just fucking enjoy my day. Because like seriously, what's gonna happen is gonna happen, and whether we make it, whether we don't make it, we have to have faith, and we have to just pray.
Yeah.
We have to
Yeah,
remind
we have
ourselves.
to pray that we are never caught in the middle of these kind of events,
Except everybody is, and that's the
yeah,
issue. We're all in this now.
yeah,
Every single one of us has seen the truth. We know it to be true. Like, and I don't know if let me not say you know it to be true, but we can read the blood on the walls. You know what I mean? We can see the writing on the walls.
yeah.
And it's not a fucking easy thing to cope with. So of course some people are going to say it's fake, other people are going to doubt, other people are going to freaking try to argue and say, oh well, the news sources are freaking propagated to push that kind of narrative, this and that. But it's not, dude. Like when you really look at deeply into it, and you see people who are on the ground, and you look at actual live videos of the fighting and shit like that, you can see the brutality of the fighting. You can see the harshness of the conditions that they're in, and how it's only going to get harder. Because this is the main issue.
There are beasts and monsters out there in the world.
Yeah,
This is
the main issue. This is if there was one point where I could say is truly the turning point, because obviously we can say and we can start and say that Russia versus Ukraine is the beginning of this World War III situation that we're in right now, right? That's the beginning of it. That was the starting glimpse of a fire. Like that's what lit the fuse, so to speak. Then Israel and Palestine is the biblical interpretation of being, the beginning of the end. But this is going to be the real, like, flip a coin kind of decision. It's going to be China and Taiwan. Straight up. If China invades Taiwan and they manage to get boots on the ground before Americans can, react, America's going to be forced into two different situations. Either they're going to give it up, which almost certainly isn't going to be the case because they make up like 40% of the microchips in the world, or which we need for everything from iPhones to ballistic missiles. Or
the microchips for USA.
For USA.
But, that 2 nanometer technology, the Chinese already have it.
We've also made promises to Taiwan. So, it's like it's like a really, really fucked up situation. And obviously, we can go
And
back on
did you
promises.
know? Did you know that China? Martin Lockheed in USA. They make these F-35 jet fighters. Yeah,
Mhm.
modern jet fighters.
Mhm.
One of them considered one of the most advanced flying fighters and stuff. But the Chinese, they are also making the same kind of airplane, but even better.
Yeah, and obviously now you're hearing
Because
about the fucking invisibility cloak shit too, which
yeah,
I find it cool. I don't know how true that is. I'll be honest with you. I've just been
well,
seeing.
that is very true. They use this kind of red mercury, which is like
Oh,
a vampire effect thing. When
see,
you
that's
put
what I'm saying, bro. If you just
when you
agree,
put when you put that element in front of a mirror, it has no reflection. It's completely invisible, and that is what is used in these stealth technology airplanes. So, no, I mean radar system using radio waves, they are completely invisible to these systems. But the Russians, they did develop a new kind of radar systems which is measuring the electrostatic voltage potential in the air so they can determine exactly what element is at what altitude and what speed it has, even if it's surrounded by plasma, because a hypersonic missile which gets surrounded by plasma from friction with air becomes invisible to ordinary radar system like
okay. Well,
this radio wave detection. Yeah.
but see, this is how beautiful humanity can be. If we really put our minds to shit, we can solve pretty much any issue that we have put forth before us. It's about whether or not we need the carrot or the stick. And right now, it's the carrot, right? When I scream this, right? When I'm
Yeah.
screaming this, it's the carrot. What the stick is when we're fucking drafted, or when you see the fucking nukes, the nuke message on your phone telling you you've got 30, 40 minutes before they fucking come at you. That's going to be the
Yeah.
stick. And
Oh
not
my!
anybody's going to want this.
You still believe in nukes?
Oh my, don't even fucking start with me, bro. I swear. I don't care what you believe, you can believe no nukes are existing. That's for you, bro. That's for
They
you.
do have
Can
they
you
do have
stop?
very
Wait, yeah,
powerful bombs.
don't let him go jump off the deep end. Can you tell me why, like in Russia, when that nuclear power plant melted down, wherever that was at,
Chernobyl.
all the plant life came back and all the animals came back after the people
But it's
left.
still irradiated. And if you look at the animals, they're freaking
Nah,
deformed
there's
all
nothing
themselves.
wrong with them.
No,
There is a
nothing
massive
wrong with
amount
the
of
animals there.
They've got higher levels of cancer. They've got fucking higher
No,
levels
that's
of
not
genetic
true. No,
mutation.
no,
True at
no.
all.
That's not
That's
true.
hold on, give me a second.
Yeah. And the Russian actually extracted most of the uranium from Romania in some mountains where I live right next to those mountains, to that village actually. It's a mining village. And people that live in that village, they are exposed to that natural uranium radiation, radioactivity. They are living perfectly fine and perfectly in perfect harmony with nature. They have
Yeah.
everything they need. But if they
Maybe
are
that's
leaving
the
that,
whole point about life, I guess.
if they go away from that region, from that village, come down to ordinary cities and live, they will get sick in no time and die in less than 6 months.
Mm-hmm. Well, see, and maybe
Yeah.
maybe you're right about that one. Maybe honestly, we should just ennoble the world, bro, and just let the nature take back what
Don't
it's
worry,
righteous.
there's nobody flying missiles over your head and they're gonna blow up in your backyard. That's just on
Oh, I'm
TV.
not worried about that. Yeah, believe me, I know I'm chilling.
Oh,
but
you are, because you're waiting for that message to come across your phone. You have 40 minutes
I'm
to
not
run
waiting
and
for
hide.
shit, bro. I'm going to work soon. I'm gonna go take a shower, go work out, just enjoy my day. I'm not worried about shit right now. in a couple years, when fucking shit gets a little bit more hot, and when people start, when things start to go a little bit awry, then I don't fucking know. That's by that time
Question.
I'm gonna be alone. I'm gonna be self sufficient. I'm gonna be in my own world. You know what I mean? Like I'm not worried about it. But for a lot of
May
people,
God
it's gonna
help
be on
you
the
with
front of
that.
their. It's gonna be on the front of their minds.
What are you
you know.
going to do when the asteroids start hitting?
Oh, bro, the asteroid. I'm not worried about no asteroid.
There's
Every
no
day,
defense against
every
that.
day, there's like 14 giraffes tall are passing the Earth. The next one is 250 giraffes or hippos wide, according to
What kind of
NASA.
measurement system is this? My man's got two. You're like the human algebra book, bro. Just if you have a rock the size of 15 giraffes, how long is it? Like, bro, what are you talking about right now? What the fuck? Like, come on,
This is what
genuinely.
NASA. I'm just quoting what NASA puts out. Sorry.
Is that really how they put it? They put it as giraffes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh hell no, bro. This is I'm
Yeah.
fucking over it, bro. I can't be asked, bro. If that's what we're using as measurements, giraffes, I'm honestly lost. Society's already lost, bro.
Yeah.
NASA's just trolling you guys. That's all. It's just a comedy for them.
Yeah, it is. To them, they're just laughing about it
It's
all,
a
bro.
circus. It's a circus.
Yeah, but
they're laughing about it in a way that you don't know. They're laughing at you. They're not laughing with you.
I'm not worried if they're laughing with me or not. 'Cause I'm laughing at the laughing, bro. It's hilarious that they want to troll like that and use giraffes and shit as a measurement system. Like, come on, bro. Like,
Or
that's
when they show
ridiculous.
people floating in the ISS and there's a glass of water on the desk next to them, laying flat and level in the ISS while the people are floating.
Okay, you know what, bro? This is what I'm talking. I'm gonna mute you for a little bit, brother. I got to. If you got anything that you want to say, please tell me. If you have proof of that, please show me. I'd be waiting.
Oh, we got all kinds of good things from the ISS.
All right, bet. Let me see. All right, but until then, you're gonna be on like 10%. So.
Oh,
I
I'll
can't
show
really-
you a GIF. No
Yeah,
problem.
definitely try to mute me.
Yeah, you're
'cause
gonna show me a GIF of that shit.
Yeah,
What?
definitely mute me because I'm a
I can't
mod
hear
and
you,
I
bro. I
like banning
apologize.
people that
Although,
mute.
you know what, bro? That's a little mean. I feel like a dickhead now. Here, I'll let you come back. My bad.
Oh no, don't worry about it. Go ahead and mute me because I'm a mod. So when you do that, I can ban you.
I mean, if you want to ban me, you want to ban me, bro. But that just shows your abusive
No,
mod.
that's you sticking your fingers in the ears doesn't help this room out at all.
Bro, but you acting like I fucking said something so disrespectful to you when I just asked you for evidence. Like, what you said that you
Dude,
saw.
you didn't even give me a chance to put it up there yet.
Okay. Let me see. I apologize. Here, let's see.
So I'm just gonna run through a bunch first. Well, here's a guy floating on wires in the background. Give you all kinds of them first. Here's a guy that just teleports into the ISS. He teleports in from outer space. Here's a guy falling on wires.
Motherfuckers, y'all act like you're gods because you think the earth is flat.
What? That's weird.
Nothing. Don't worry about it. What is this?
Here's a guy dropping whatever he's playing with. That just falls. Doop. Let's look at things teleport back into the ISS and water falling. So here, we're gonna teleport.
I feel like I'm getting flooded with so much bullshit. I don't even know. Like, what the?
That's from NASA. I can't
This
help
is
it.
insanity, bro.
I can't help it.
Those
This is what they do.
are cut from live video streams from NASA.
Low key, bro. I don't know what even to say right now, bro. I feel like I'm looking at. Okay, let's see. Yeah.
Here, let's watch a water drop. Here, we're going to demonstrate how to take a shower, and there's a water drop where that red arrow just falling to the ground. Drip.
Can you actually show me like a video, not like GIFs,
Can
please?
somebody post a 6-hour bloopers for him? You got 6 hours of this you can watch.
I would love to, honestly, because this shit's hilarious. Like more than anything else, this shit's actually genuinely hilarious. Like I think the funniest one so far is the fucking dude who the truther where he's like talking and he just catches it, bro. That shit's hilarious to me. I thought things were floating in the ISS. All right. Well, I mean, look, regardless of what the fuck's going on with the ISS, bro, I don't know. I can't be the one to tell you about that one, bro, because I've never been on the ISS. But I like to believe that it's very real, and I think there is a maybe I don't know. I don't fucking know, bro, because genuinely this is insane to look at. It feels like I'm talking to the crazies of society right now. No disrespect to you guys, but it's
Yeah,
like,
you can call us crazy all you want. We're not the ones who made the videos.
well, my man, it's like you're saying you're not the ones making the videos, but everything's a gift. Like, what the fuck is that teleport? Like, dog, what are you doing here? Right? This looks like
This is their shit.
honestly at a loss right now. I
Yeah,
feel like I'm not even looking at that shit anymore, bro.
Yeah, you should
Right.
start tripping out. You should start having a heart attack about that you're being lied to about everything.
No, it's not about being lied to about everything. This shit's just like, it's stupid. It's genuinely stupid. Like, this is bad. Like, it's just bad editing, bro. Like, genuinely, a lot of it is. Like, this is.
No,
I'm sorry, bro.
these gifts are cut from direct videos live streamed from NASA, and you can see like
See
it's
the
the
actual live
exact
stream. I don't want.
moment
Yeah, seriously.
where it looks
I'm
like they
not
use
talking about gifts, bro.
teleportation technology.
All right. Look, real shit. I hope each of you guys have a good day, and I will be praying for each one of you guys. And I know for whatever reason,
Kiss
for
me in the
better or
house.
for worse. No, for better or for worse, bro. We're gonna have to figure this shit out one step at a time, and we're gonna get through it
I don't need to
together.
figure shit out. You're the one that's having a mental breakdown right now.
I'm not having a mental breakdown. What are you talking about, bro? I'm about to get ready for work. I'm fine.
All day while you're at work, you're going to be thinking about why the fuck did NASA fake all that shit?
No, all day while I'm at work, I'm gonna be thinking about how the fuck am I gonna eat, or how am I gonna get home and fucking chill, or how am I gonna go to the gym? That's what I'm gonna be thinking about.
All right, so take your time and don't screw that up and go do that now.
All right, sweet. I appreciate it.
Take
Captain,
care and be great until next time.
All right. That being said, God bless you all. I appreciate each and every one of you as a human being, and just know you're loved and you're valued. Okay, even
Well,
if
thank
you're
you. I've just
a
turned
little
up.
wonky, even if you're a little wonky, even if you have some funny beliefs, I hug you. I hug each and every one of you guys, and here you go.
Okay, that sounds cool.
I
Take
think
care.
I threw up in my mouth a little bit.
Peace.
But that's very nice.
Ooh, haven't heard a meltdown like that in a while.
Yeah. It was shocking news.
Nobody's ever shown him that shit before. He saw that and went, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
And then got mad at us for it.
Well, that's the first step, innit? It's the first step is the anger. In every case, it's the
hitting
first step.
in. Hug this, yeah. But they talk so fast. Why would you rush yourself, do things, or to speak fast when life is eternal and you have all the time to do it? So if you take your time, speak slow but correctly, and think righteous and correctly, it's so much better. It's so much easier to be good.
Did anybody see the video that was shown where NASA launched a satellite to impact a meteor
Hmm.
or an asteroid.
Hello.
Hey, yeah.
Welcome.
It just makes me wonder that, you know, it would be so
Yeah,
easy. It would be so easy to put some really nice high definition cameras on these vehicles that they're sending up into space. And especially if they're doing an experiment about trying to assess what asteroids are made of by slamming things into them, high definition cameras would only be of help to you in your discoveries. But the video footage is so grainy and blurry and just awful.
well, they cannot use those kind of cameras because doesn't it's not easy to fake those videos, you know, like special effects and stuff when you do this. Yeah, lower resolution cameras and
Only helps
images are
cover up
much
the
easier
image,
to,
yeah.
yeah. So,
Another thing I think they're lining up for us to swallow hook, line and sinker is asteroid mining. If we've had the ability to go to space for the last 70, 80 years, we should have been mining asteroids already. That would have been the first thing to do, really. To my mind,
using the kinetic energy to kinetic impacts on meteorites to slightly change, deviate
yeah,
their trajectories so they don't hit Earth. Yeah. They imagine they do these things and they are the heroes of the world, you know, like they are already saving us from falling meteorites, which they say, yeah, they extinct the dinosaurs millions, hundreds of millions of years ago.
yeah, no, I don't buy any of that. Now,
Yeah, where's the evidence? I mean, hello, NASA.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah.
Cool story, bro. Tell me
But
another one.
on the basis of that story, they pose as world heroes and they get billions of dollars from the taxpayers, you know, and nobody questions them.
That's it. I mean, if you can rule out, this is the thought process that goes through my mind when I think about this and think about the different angles is if you can rule out that the Earth is flat and that there is space, and you can concoct a story that you only need a select few to know that it's a story, everybody else can act like it's real and be none the wiser.
Yeah.
As long as the people that know it's the story that are generating all this are sending out the right feed for them to swallow hook, line and sinker. But if you can pervert the course of a flat earth and it being created that way, you can rule out its creator, call it nature from a big bang, and hey presto, you've got a population that no longer believes in God.
Yeah. Well, look at the Chinese. I mean, just watch their movie, Wandering Earth, you know. And
oh, yeah, yeah.
You'll see they are no different than Hollywood, you know. But actually, the Chinese people, if you go and talk to them, like, they really believe that those kind of concepts, you know, like, they really believe that it's possible for mankind that we build giant jet engines attached to the earth and you could push earth and start traveling with it in the universe.
Yeah, well, see, what's going to happen when you try doing that? Is the Earth going to pull all the water and the atmosphere with it, or is as the Earth starts to get further away, the Sun starts to exert its gravitation on the things that it can grab, so it will slowly start to suck the air and leave the air where it is.
Well, they presented the idea that they leave the solar system and they are placing the Earth on the orbit of another star, because the sun was about to go supernova, to explode. And they had to get to run like rats from the solar system.
Oh no.
And take the Earth with them.
Oh look, I'm looking at the Globe Earth right now on YouTube. It's
If
just
anyone
decided.
could do it, the Chinese could.
Sorry, it's just decided to start playing. There's been an upgrade on YouTube, so after a moment of inactivity, it starts playing these screensavers. The first picture that pops up is the curve of the Earth.
But what's funny, I worked with Chinese people in 2020 in Germany at Varta company, battery manufacturer. It was a factory which was actually assembled by the Chinese and brought from China, the production lines. And when I was talking with these Chinese engineers, they were working like 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Like they had only 1 day free in a year, And here in Germany, yeah, you work 8 hours, then you go home, do your stuff, Weekend, you're free. No, guys, the Chinese, when they were finishing their shift, they were going into the dining rooms and they were sleeping there on the table, and someone needed help or something, you just go and grab a Chinese. Okay, come to my machine. Let's see what the problem is. Fix it. So yeah, they are very weird, Their education is like give yourself body and soul, everything to work for the system. And when I try to talk with them about ideas, concepts, flat earth, whatever, these taboo subjects, or the pandemic, whatever, they were making me sign like, hey, don't say that. And they were pointing their finger to their phone and saying like, be
Phone's listening
careful
to you.
because my phone can hear you, and his social credit score will drop.
Oh no, that's mental, isn't it?
Yeah. Like I was, man, as an ex-hacker, I know that the Chinese government is using all these weapons of AI and whatever, like all the tools. And but the Chinese people are so brainwashed, heavily brainwashed, and man, they are like pawns on a chessboard, like literally pawns, body and soul,
Well, there was an instance here in the UK just a couple of days ago. There's a YouTuber who goes out and he plays piano in public places. Like there's a certain shopping mall that have a piano out in the main hall, and anybody can come up and play on it.
Yeah,
I love that guy.
Yeah, and he was playing the piano, and there was a small group of Chinese. I think there was a couple of girls and a boy.
Yeah,
and they were standing there watching him. Then they noticed that the guy that was with him was filming, and that they were on the film.
Yeah.
So they come over to him to tell him that they couldn't be on the film. Now, instead of saying, I'm sorry, but, they're out
I have the right to record myself. Yeah, yeah.
They're out in public.
Yeah.
I'm recording in public. Anybody can record in public.
Yeah.
They say, but you can't use our image. You can't use our image. You can't record us.
Yeah.
Well,
yes,
don't go out in public then.
This is because
the bloke.
in China. So when you are a Chinese citizen and you leave from China, so you get permission, to go and work in other country and stuff. Your behavior is monitored by the Chinese government through the CCTV system of that specific country. So their AI systems, they can face identify you anywhere in the world, anywhere you show up, and there is a CCTV system, it's gonna see you. And if he sees you that you are crossing the street on red lights, it doesn't matter you're not in China. If you're in UK, a Chinese citizen, and you cross the street on red lights, your social credit score is fucked. Yeah. In China.
But they're standing there and they're berating this guy for recording him. And he simply asks, "Are you from China?" And they're like, "Oh, you're racist." Oh, I'm asking, where are you from? Are you from China? You're waving Chinese flags. You've got red hats and red scarves and red coats on. You look Chinese. I'm asking. Oh, racist. Oh, look, you can't tell us what to do here, mate. You're not in communist China now, the bloke said.
Yeah.
And then the police come over, and the Chinese guy's talking to the police.
Are you from Earth?
Oh, the guy has gone absolutely viral because of it in the last few days. He's gone absolutely viral.
Yeah.
Something Kavanagh, I think it's Brandon Kavanagh or whatever his name is.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I saw those kind of videos also on YouTube. I like them. Yeah.
Well, those Chinese, their score went down for sure after getting all those.
Yeah.
Yeah. Apparently, there's pressure on YouTube and him to take down his video now and all the rest of it. So I'm like, what?
Well, we better start copying it for him and just start placing it everywhere.
Yeah.
So, what do you guys think about Biden?
Which one?
The Mr. President.
The one that just walks for the TV, or the one that talks on TV? Because they look different.
I don't know which one you mean. Yeah.
I've seen better performances from puppets, to be honest.
So, do you think like they portray him as a senile old man, lunatic, very incapable of anything. He barely can speak, and yeah, he was shown to be incoherent in his speeches. But do you guys really believe that's all real?
I think they're trolling us.
Yeah, it's an act.
That dude can barely talk.
I think it's former President Obama in makeup.
I mean, I think
makeup.
That's
interesting.
Yeah,
I mean,
in an old man suit.
Yeah,
in an old man suit.
Some of the men are.
If it's an act, if it's an act, then he's doing a pretty good job of acting senile.
Yeah.
I think and if he's really that fucking senile, then you kind of gotta almost feel bad for him. Like he's just being.
Wait, that doesn't even make sense. Wait, how does that make sense? Like
I feel
anybody
bad
can
for
end
the
up
American
senile.
people.
Like the guy's an evil motherfucker. Like why would that make sense for me to feel bad for him?
No. I understand. He's got a long history of being a piece of shit. But
yeah, he does.
But yeah, like it just shows how like it should highlight to everybody that the president isn't, no matter who's in that fucking seat, isn't really pulling any strings. That person is a puppet.
Oh yeah.
He don't know where he's at from one day to the next.
So who's pulling the strings?
The presidency, the federal government, it's a corporation. It's just a company.
So
their job is to take the American people for every cent they can without making it look like that's what they're doing.
Let's
For a
not speak in
purpose.
generalizations though. Like having conversations that are like based entirely off generalizations, like they just sound stupid. Like come on, people, let's talk specifics.
You know where you are, right?
So the weaker they portray him, I think he's actually the exact opposite, the stronger, in reality.
What does it even mean?
Yeah, he's portraying weak, like he's showing, the media shows him as very weak and incapable, but
Okay.
he's actually the exact opposite because that's an act. He's pretending to be weak, and
Why? Why do you
yeah,
think he's doing
this
that?
is a downfall. It's a prepared downfall of the USA.
Where are we
you know,
going?
and yeah, when they will bring back the US power into the world, rise, yeah, then this man will actually show himself who he really is.
And how will we know it when it happens? What will we see?
Yeah, we just have to wait and see.
So you have no idea what it will look like. It's just something's going to happen, right?
Well, I think
It's happening in
he's
Texas right
some
now,
sort
isn't it?
of android. I think he's some sort of android robot.
You'll see an increase in military activity where military activity shouldn't be increasing on American soil.
Like where?
I think it might start in Texas, to be honest.
It's okay. Well, if it ever happens, let me know.
So the media are hyping things up.
You'll get a text message that'll warn you with 40 minutes warning time. Don't worry about it. I heard that earlier.
Scott is like can't have it. Like what do you mean? What do you mean President Biden's not in charge?
Yeah, he had to jump in on that one. He voted for him.
Oh, I did. Yeah, I own that. He's done a pretty good job.
You're voting for him again.
Yeah, I am.
No man lived better in USA than under Biden's presidency. I was making this kind of jokes on TikTok, lives.
Don't feel too bad though, Scott, because sorry. Because
I don't feel bad at all.
Orion did the exact same thing you did, based off of what I said, because he thinks Trump is really in charge when he's in office. So.
Hey, I got a quick question. If
What do
you're
you think
done with
presidents
your
can do, actually?
weak-mindedness, lunatic, Scott Mackey, I got a question for you.
Cool.
So have you heard recently in Colorado how the highest court in Colorado, I think, is trying to remove Trump from the ballot? Have you heard about this?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so I'm wondering, are you in support of this or are you opposed to this?
They went through the process and they determined that he was not eligible to run. So yes, I support processes. Yes.
Okay, so let's clarify this. You're in support of a presidential candidate being removed from the ballot.
Yeah, when you try to overthrow the will of the people, you don't get to run again.
Yeah, see, that's a banana republic right there, Scott Mackey. If you
No, it's
know
not.
the real world.
No, the Banana Republic is trying to overthrow the will of the people in the first place. The Banana Republic is what Trump tried to do in 2020.
It's
That's the Banana
not.
Republic.
Oh, so
See,
not.
that's not a democratic republic, Scott Mackey.
This is not a conversation for this room, though.
That's the Banana Republic part right there.
The point is, it's third world bullshit, and you should recognize it for what it is if you're not weak-minded.
Oh, if not weak-minded. So you think a president should try to overthrow the will of the people just because he lost?
No, I'm saying the people should be allowed to vote for who they want. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so you don't support all the other provisions in the Constitution that prevent people from running?
Dude, you're just so full of yourself. Like, you're just like, oh, I can't win, so let's just take him off the ballot. Yeah, that's a Democrat way.
I just saw some stupid shit on TV.
Except they beat his ass the first time. They already beat his ass once, and they'll beat his ass again. Actually, we will. Us voters, us American people, will go out and vote against him again.
Yeah, but yet it's too dangerous to have him on the ballot. Yeah. Your confidence is oozing out.
Well, they need some kind of.
We'll beat him either way, and he'll lie
I hope we
again.
get some no mail-in ballots.
They need a head start.
And he'll just lie again about how he actually won. and
You're
he
the
didn't.
liars.
He's a loser.
No, you are the loser.
He's a perennial loser. Loses all the time. Everything he does, he loses. But you can keep worshiping the man. Go ahead.
Why don't you talk about actual policies, dude? You're just like, oh, la, he's a loser. Why don't you talk about actual policies like a man and stop behaving like a child?
All right, bring one up. We'll talk about it.
I'm not bringing one up. Why don't you bring one up if you want to say something about him?
You don't have any, do you? You can't point to a single Trump policy that you supported, can you?
Well, actually, I can. And
okay, what is it?
Well, it's actually not even that he's as far this direction as I'd want him to be, but just the fact that he's not opposed to the Second Amendment. And I say it that way because that's basically his stance. He's not opposed to the Second Amendment, but the Democrats are.
And what was his policy on that?
Well, he's pro-gun rights, but he's just not pro-gun rights as much as I am.
Okay, but you said bring up a policy. And you meant the Second Amendment. What is Trump's policy that he passed with regard to the Second Amendment?
Again, listen carefully to what I'm saying. I'm not talking about a policy. I'm talking about not the Democrats. I'm saying the Democrats have an agenda. Are you acknowledging the fact that Democrats have an agenda to take gun rights away from Americans? Are you acknowledging that? Yes or no?
No, of course not.
You're not acknowledging that. Okay. No, well, let me inform you about something going on. Let me inform you about something going on here locally, Scott Mackey, because you're not really in tune to politics. See, I live in a place called Oregon, and a little while ago,
I live in California.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, anyway, we passed just by 51%, just barely, a law called 114, and it makes civilian gun possession and purchasing completely and totally illegal, 100%. You're not allowed to own any bullets, guns, or not even magazines. Even possessing a magazine with no bullets or a gun is a felony if this is put in place, all right? So
I don't think that's
now, if you're trying to tell me that the Democrats aren't trying to take my gun rights away, you're retarded.
Well, I think you're making that up.
Oh, I'm making it up. Look it up. Measure 114, Oregon. Look it up, fool. Look it up.
Did it pass?
He's just a liar. He's going to say whatever.
51%. But it's tied to the courts right now.
You're just a liar,
you're telling me guns are illegal in Oregon right now.
He said buying them.
It hasn't been enacted yet.
No. I said it's tied up in the courts. It's tied up in the courts right now. It hasn't been implemented yet, but it may be.
Yeah,
there's about a 50-50 chance. It's a 50-50 chance. Like a year from now, there's about a 50% chance I'm going to have no gun rights. A year from now, there's about a 50% chance I will still have my gun rights. It's tied up in the courts. It's just up to the courts at this point. The local state courts.
I will fully admit I've never heard of this law.
Do you remember when Trump was recorded, though, saying take the guns first, due process second?
Yeah, I do remember that. Is that supposed to make him worse than the other side? Think about it critically. Like, think about the big picture. Stop focusing on the one tree and look at the forest, Lou.
Dude, your guy isn't the cure, okay? Mr. Operation Warp Speed.
Dude, stop calling him that. Stop putting words in my mouth like a fool. Stop behaving like a child. Stop putting words in my mouth. You're saying that. I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I'm only saying the things that Trump said.
Yeah, okay, I'm not calling him like savior, like the fucking Jesus or whatever, dude. Stop putting words in my mouth like that. That's so stupid, dude. Speak for yourself, Lou. Don't speak for me.
I'm not speaking for you.
All right.
I think you're both silly. You and Scott.
Yeah, well, at least I have a sense of self-preservation and logic. Like, imagine this, guys. Imagine if you were in, 1938 or 1939 Germany, and it was just shortly after, the German government took away your right to own a gun. Imagine you're living in that shithole country at that point in time. Like, the question you should ask yourself is, if you were a German citizen at that point in time, would you want to have a gun, or would you not? And if the answer is no, or you can't answer, then you're no smarter than a Glober. You're just as stupid as a Glober.
Wow, that's some excellent reasoning you have there.
Knife, sword, spear, shield, something to defend yourself with is always a tool you should have in your toolbox.
So you really think the people having some guns could have prevented, or could in today's day and age prevent the government from killing you? Interesting.
Well, you got to match firepower with firepower. That's why I'm so glad that we can own 50 caliber sniper rifles in this country.
Well, when you're dealing with a bureaucratic institution that wants to take your guns away from you, there's only two ways it's going to go. You either let them, or it becomes a shootout, and somebody dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what kind of keeps the peace here.
And you know who's going to die?
You are.
Well, it'll be the civilians, because there's more cops than civilians. But if civilians gather together in a large group to say no.
Oi, Cockney, are you voting Labour or Tory?
I'm seriously of the opinion that voting for any of them is a mark against me. I can't, in good conscience, vote for any of them because they're all fucking evil bastards.
What makes them evil?
That's just the policies they implement.
Like what?
The global policy, adhering to global regulations and global policy instead of the people in individual countries having the right to go. See, the government, we install a government to be the face of the world to the world for that country.
Okay. Yeah.
They're supposed to keep the bad shit away and invite good shit. But who's doing that these days? Who's doing it?
Well, what are they doing wrong, in your opinion?
Look at Brexit. Look at the whole mess going on right now.
Well, to be honest, it started back around about just after World War II. Enoch Powell predicted it.
Oh.
If we didn't enforce and keep enforcing tight immigration regulations, proper vetting, then you're just letting trouble into your country.
Have you seen
And
Ireland?
that's exactly what's happened. Everywhere. America. Everywhere. The West, the West that was built itself up.
And where's the bad part in this?
Yes. What's the trouble we let in? I'm just asking.
Different people of different cultures, nationalities, religions.
Okay. Where's the downside?
Yeah, the ideologies that are incompatible with us and the other ideology of the area these immigrants are moving to, and their rigidity in not being able to accept change when they move into a different country and try to change the country they've moved
They can
into.
be if they're young, very young. Like children can be assimilated.
But you've got a lot of work to, undo that programming. Everyone is programmed. I'm programmed from when I was a kid at school. We were all programmed in some way.
Would you agree that they should just let in the kids and their mothers?
See, all that goes away in one generation, though.
No. Look, these people have got their own country.
Well, they used to.
Why don't they care enough about that country to stay there and sort it out like the white people in Great Britain did? The white people in America did when they fought against white people in Germany. Because white people in Germany, tyrant, bad.
Nepotism.
Scott, do you see any downside to our politicians serving unelected people in a world governing organization like the World Economic Forum? Do you see any downside to that?
Instead of happening.
It's globalism, yeah, absolutely. It's what's driving it all.
Except it's not happening.
That's why our countries aren't ruled by our governments anymore. They are controlled. Our governments are controlled.
Maybe it's just incompetence.
Or maybe it's just a very complicated world, and they're doing the best they can.
It depends on what, if they're doing the best they can to fill their own pockets, make their lives more comfortable for themselves and people that they know and like, then I'd agree with you.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I don't see them
At the
doing that.
expense of everybody else.
corrupt.
I don't
I
see
mean,
them doing
there's
that.
like nepotism and corruption going on, but this is just humanity stupidity right there.
Yeah. Because Hunter Biden hasn't faced any criminal charges, has he? No.
Well, he's up on charges right now. He's been indicted.
Yeah.
And besides, what has Hunter Biden done wrong?
That's a public display. It's a public display. It's
What-
a
what-
public
what-
display. It's smoke and mirrors. It's all to take your attention away from what's really going on.
Well, why do you care about what Hunter Biden did anyways?
Take your attention away from shit like we're in right now.
But Hunter Biden's a private citizen, right?
Not sure he's human.
No,
Okay.
he's not. He's not.
He's not a private citizen?
No.
Why not?
Because his
He's
father's
Irish.
his father's in politics.
So?
As soon as you start being in politics, no, you're not private. Your family's not private anymore. You are open to public scrutiny. You don't have
Wow.
privacy. You don't deserve privacy.
It's a crappy world you want to live in. I wouldn't want to live in that world.
I would. He's rich as fuck.
I think people who are not in politics are by definition private citizens. Doesn't matter what their fathers
I mean,
do or
it's
their
kind of
brothers.
like you're expecting the world to be run by like the Illuminati, but what if it's just humanity being stupid? Like, have you ever
Yeah.
considered that possibility?
Yeah, we're just trying.
I mean, hairless apes.
But it's like everything I believe sometimes I hold into question because really, what do I know? I don't know anything.
That's
I'm
too
just
bad.
an idiot on the internet with
We're all
opinions
idiots,
and
man.
ideas.
We're all idiots. Like, none of us.
But we can all learn things.
Yeah.
Put in the time and the effort.
It's a
So, Scott,
step-by-step process, generation
don't
by
disagree.
generation.
Didn't sign anything with the World Economic Forum. They don't go and attend their meetings and say that they will push their agendas.
What agenda does the World Economic Forum have?
Destroy the nuclear family, isolate people, stop them from being able to group together in large gatherings so that they can turn around and fight against the tyranny that's being slowly but surely imposed upon them.
Who's being prevented from grouping in large gatherings right now?
Everybody except pro-Palestinians.
No, in your country they are. In our country they're not. Everybody can have gatherings again.
The Palestinians are gathering in very large numbers, but the police kind of have to have special regulations if you're, say, pro-Israel.
Bugs. Population control.
What about population control?
Yeah,
I mean, that's one of those things I actually agree with. Like, the less people, the better.
We are stressing this.
We're facing a world population crisis in the near future. Actually, there is no overpopulation problem.
What's the nature of this crisis?
It's going to peak, isn't it? As a ceiling.
The fertility rates are extremely low. We're not replacing ourselves. Like, you need to maintain a 2.1 birth rate in order to maintain.
Yeah, but this is in the West, not.
So what happens if
Indians
we
are
don't?
multiplying like crazy right now.
What happens if we don't?
Yeah.
Then an aging population has nobody to help to take care of them economically, and if they don't replace themselves, eventually we go extinct.
Even how long is that in the future? That we go extinct?
Well, not the foreseeable future, because then the population's still growing.
No.
It is. Yes, the population is still growing.
Depends on which part of the world we're looking at.
Well,
yeah,
the
the
world
third
population is still
world. But
growing.
that's just it. The third world will always have a growing population. Like, there's no shortage of people that will ever.
All Western nations have a declining population.
I don't think that's true. Where do you hear that?
Not all of them, dude. Not the United States almost does. It's 2.1 here in the United States.
I don't think anybody has a declining population.
Probably
Yeah, Japan does. Yes, Japan is going extinct very slowly. Yes, in about 100 years, Japan will not exist.
In 100
All
years,
of
Japan won't
all of Europe
exist.
is
Wow.
The people, the country will still exist, but the population size will be so small that it'll hard. The point is the
Won't
Japanese
matter.
people are not growing in size as far as population goes.
even in
Wow.
China, even in China, because of their, where they stopped with the one child limit or whatever. But now they're having a huge problem there as well, and they're trying to encourage and convince the women to have more children, but they're not doing it. There's like 30 million, or what is it? Yeah, I think it was like over 30 million more men than there are women that they simply won't be able to reproduce. And the women are still only having like less than the 2.1.
Yeah, with Japan, it's actually the worst. It's a 1.2. So for every man and woman, for every 2 people in Japan, they have an average of 1.2 children.
There's one tiny little island in all of Europe that I think their population is like it's I don't know, it's like less than 500,000 people or something like that in the entire island. They're like the only country in all of Europe that is above the replacement rate. Everybody else is like 1.7, 1.5. There might be 1 or 2 like 1.9s in there.
It might be the Isle of Man.
No, it's not the Isle of Man. It's smaller than the Isle of Man even.
Oh.
I'm still not following why you guys think this is a problem, though.
Well, it is and it isn't. I mean, it's not something that concerns me.
Oh,
Not a problem for me if every single last human being dies.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure the planet won't care and the universe will be
yeah,
completely
right.
unfazed.
Yeah, when it comes to just fertility rates, with fertility rates, there's plenty of studies showing that if the trend continues that's been going on since the 70s with the decline of the male sperm rate, that by the year 2040, if that trend continues, by 2040, there will be no more male sperm.
I'm pretty sure we'll level off. That actually sounds unrealistic. Things level off.
It sounds crazy because that's really fast. That's not a lot of time. But if the trend continues, that's where we're headed.
I mean, in order for that to be true, at a certain point in time, all the men on the earth would literally have to have their balls cut off in order for that to actually be true, and all the cholesterol taken out of their diet.
Well, a lot of them like to do that now.
I'm pretty sure they have a technological solution ready to go. So you're going to have to mail order your designer baby.
Cloning. They'll just redo the policy on cloning and make it acceptable to clone things in humans. And transfer your consciousnesses.
Never cease to amaze me how quickly conversations descend around here. Fascinating. I mean, just like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes ago, we were talking about Trump's policies. And now we're talking about the elimination of sperm.
You guys talking about politics is weird for me because I don't watch any of that shit. I don't have a favorite show, no favorite actors, none of that.
Okay.
Hey, let me ask you something, Radwin. When it comes to the Antarctic Treaty and the 60th Parallel South, what do you think is the best long-term solution to overturning that? If any at all.
Yeah, I'm not sure we're going to see anything like that. Pretty hard to even want to deal with going there if you wanted to. If it's what they say, as cold as it is.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's a whole separate subject. I'm just talking about the legal right to do so.
Revolt. Well, I'm going there, and I think the end of this year. What it's scheduled for, December.
La Revolution.
But I mean, not to go there, but to independently explore and directions and places that others haven't before, with equipment that others haven't before.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would work.
What equipment would you want to take?
Well, possibly a snowcat of some kind, but just one way or another, enough equipment to make it so I can travel, a good 500, maybe 1,000 miles or so, just southward.
Yep, a nuclear powered snowcat with a cafeteria in it.
Well,
and a
actually,
bus.
I mean, I think it's a little more risky just because of the winds. Like, I'd have to, research what, you can do. But honestly, as far as at least aircraft go, I feel like if you had a really carefully designed lighter than air aircraft, that might be more practical because you could land it on places more safely. The only thing that I'd be worried about is it getting knocked around in the wind. But you can harden things like that.
How do you know there's strong winds there?
Oh yeah.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. That I don't know if
okay.
there are or not.
I mean, that is their claim, right? That it gets pretty fucking windy.
Well, yeah, it's one of their claims, but you don't accept any of the other ones, so why would you accept that one?
Baby with the
because it's not extraordinary. That's why. Duh.
And how do you define what is and is not extraordinary?
Something that is beyond your ordinary experience. So, strong wind, I experienced that a few days ago. So that's not beyond my ordinary experience. But going to a place where things don't fall down, that's an extraordinary claim. The vacuum of space is an extraordinary claim.
I'm surprised.
We're talking about Antarctica.
I'm surprised when I said baby with the bathwater, Scott didn't say, well, what's wrong with that?
I'm just trying to see how you guys think about these things, how you accept some things and reject other things. And I've yet to see a pattern in the acceptance or the rejection other than it fits with the narrative.
I just mansplained the pattern to you. Something that is an extraordinary claim that is not presented with extraordinary evidence is dismissed. Things that are not extraordinary claims are believable because they're not extraordinary. We've experienced similar things in real life. Like wind is something I've experienced in real fucking life. What? How is this not understandable to you?
But we were talking about Antarctica, and you're in space, and that's what confused me.
Oh, there are places on
I
this
said the
Earth.
claim. I said the claim that the vacuum of space is a real place is an extraordinary claim because you've never experienced the vacuum of space or anything like it.
That. But we weren't talking about space at the time. We were talking about Antarctica.
Yeah, I know. And you were saying, "Oh, well, how come you guys believe that there's wind down there that's so strong, but you don't believe the other things they say? Derpity, derpity, derp." And I said, because that's not an extraordinary claim.
Antarctica. I was asking about other things they say about Antarctica.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So like what? Like what? You got to elaborate on that.
It's very dry.
I never experienced a very strong wind at minus 60 degrees Celsius. Never experienced that. And I'm not, for me, that is very close to the limit of survival. If it's little to be exposed to that kind of weather conditions. Even extreme winds at minus 40 degrees Celsius is little for human beings. Your exposure to that.
Minus 20 here. It gets minus 20 here in Cleveland, and that's not good. It's very cold.
Yes, it's painful. Minus 20 is painful cold.
A couple winters ago, we had negative 30 here, and if you went just a little further north, about 100 miles further north, they had negative 50 real temperature.
At minus 20, you can die.
Wind on top of that.
If you get drunk and you get asleep at minus 20 degrees Celsius, you will die.
So I like with minus 22. If it can get that cold, then you take some boiling hot water in a glass and run outside and throw it in the air. Instant snow.
Yeah.
Yeah. But minus 40, minus 60 degrees Celsius and extreme wind, oh man. And Antarctica, minus 80. And that is what they tell us that they recorded. Probably there are even lower temperatures. We have no shit clue. For real. What it's like there. You know?
Well, but you're not allowed to accept that information, according to Scott.
Oh, I see.
You have to assume that it's tropical.
Yeah. Tropical snow. Yeah, but I do stand with the idea we should have the right to explore Antarctica, but that's not gonna happen unless we defeat the Rothschild family, you know.
They need hotels and shit there first before I would attempt to stay there.
Well, I've mentioned this before, like, you know, as far as the exploration of it goes, you know, like I was mentioning that snowcat and a bunch of fuel, but
Yeah.
an idea that I think is better than that is just simply, you know, a sort of base camp system where you just simply pick a direction, sort of dead reckoning kind of strategy, and you just simply build a pathway, maybe a road, I don't know, and then 10 miles out, put a base camp, 10 miles out, put a base camp, 10 miles out, put a base camp. So, you know, you can move from place to place and not worry about getting caught in the snow so much. And, you know, it just seems like the most efficient way to actually explore a hazardous environment like that.
Yeah, that would be good because
Yeah,
you need store huts so you can keep moving your material from one hut to another along the line. Every time somebody comes, they bring another package, 2 packages, and leave one, and you keep doing that all the way down till you fill up those huts.
And you run helicopters from one to the next. Like you don't have to, because even 10 miles, something like that, you could get caught up on the ground.
You could always propose a land-based survey.
That's not gonna happen unless we exterminate the Rothschilds. So
You shouldn't probably use rhetoric like that.
yeah, sorry. So. Defeat.
There you go. That's better.
Yeah, because they own
Peacefully
NASA, and they
overthrow.
own NASA, and they own Antarctica also.
Oh, there ain't no overthrowing shit.
Peacefully and calmly, respectfully overthrow. We'll convince them it's in their best interest. Look, just walk away. Just walk away.
What is their wealth? We are not allowed to actually know.
Scott, do you want to go to Antarctica?
Yeah, I would like to go.
Scott Mackey, he doesn't want to go or does want to go?
No, I would like to go. I don't know about Scott.
I have no interest.
Me either.
I know people who went there, they said it's a lot of penguin shit. Which makes sense, right?
I'd like to go to America as well.
I like
penguins
the
aren't
boat rides
even
more
on,
than
like the main like what you would call Antarctica. They're on some of the outlying islands and shit that are closer to like Argentina and freaking shit like that.
I like the boat ride more than I like going into port and walking around and spending money on useless shit.
I'd go
Do they
to
have good
Antarctica in a nanosecond, but I don't have a boat, and it's a pain in the ass to build a boat, and not even the right to go there. But I wish I had the right. Yeah.
I'd want to go there, but only if I'm allowed to go where I want to go there.
What would you do there? Would you drink superfluid liquid helium?
No, I mean, just do exactly what I was talking about. You know, basically, dead reckoning, except on the snow.
Oh, Move the camp.
You need
Yeah.
to establish if you can even figure out what to eat there.
I wouldn't have any trouble eating a penguin, at least trying it. If it tastes good, I could probably eat a lot of
Oh
them.
my God! No, no, you can't do that. You can't kill penguins.
Again, there are no penguins on the inland of Antarctica. They're only just right there along the ice wall, if they're there at all.
Yeah, but I'm sure the meat could stay fresh from the shoreline, inland quite a while. Just send it down the line.
You could probably eat polar bears. Don't let them fool you. They're probably there too if it's cold.
They're only in the north.
Yeah, I have a
And
picture with
you can hunt
bear.
whales. You can hunt whales and polar bears, and I'm sure if there's seals down there, knock those things out too and eat those. I would.
Hey, I'm kind of curious. Like, if you took a polar bear from the north and placed it in the south, like, I'm wondering if it would survive. And if you took a penguin
he
from the
wouldn't
south and put it into the
survive.
north, I wonder if it'd survive.
They will not survive.
You
No.
wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah, they will not survive.
They need that pretend melting ice to float around on so they can get the fish underneath it. They don't need it to be solid as a rock, so they have to wait all year.
Yeah.
Well, forget, all the ice caps are melting. The sea levels have been rising. I saw the picture from almost 100 years ago the other day. It rose, I think it was 0.0001 thousandth of an inch it rose in 100 years.
We're doomed.
Wow. That's so much.
I know.
Yeah, I'm
I
freaking
give
out.
them credit for measuring that, dude. Like, that's some accuracy, too.
That's one thing that's always puzzled me.
We use satellite.
If everything's going to be underwater in a few years, why are all these superstars, movie stars, buying beachfront properties?
Yeah, freaking Al Gore, after, I don't know, when was that, like 2005-ish or something? He was doing tons of speeches about the rising sea levels and saying that we were going to be underwater within 30 years or something. He after doing his world tour, went and bought 3 beachfront properties, multi-million-dollar beachfront properties.
It's because he likes to surf, and he wants to get all the surfing in before he can't do it anymore.
Yeah, I ain't picking up what he's putting down. I'm just not going to. Sorry.
Lakes and rivers, that's a different story.
Well, obviously they're not worried about the Arctic region melting because Google Maps shows there's nothing fucking there but water.
Yeah, it already all melted, and where the sea level rise.
What are you talking about? It doesn't show ice anymore?
No, it hasn't for a very long time. People in the Mandela effect community think that it's a Mandela effect.
Wow.
I thought I couldn't see through clouds at one time or snow.
Yeah, but no, actually now you'll be hard pressed to find any maps that ever depicted ice there.
So now it's just a circle of water?
Yeah.
Yeah. That movie with Kevin Costner when he's a fishman.
Waterworld.
Yeah.
He did a lot of those. I think the actor, like IRL, had this weird thing about the end of the world stuff for a while. He was really into all these doomsday scenarios. I think he kind of drove a lot of stories, a lot of movies being produced. And hey, I want to play this Aquaman, and they're like,
Yeah.
sure. I mean, people are going to come watch a Kevin Costner movie. They watch you Pretend to be Robin Hood, for fuck's sake.
It was a good movie, but yeah, that movie includes a lot of symbolism and stuff like that.
Yeah, because the main plot point. Oh, sorry, Gibby, go ahead.
That movie is very dangerous for naive people.
Yeah, the main plot point is like, this is what's going to happen if it's global warming.
Yeah.
I might have to watch that again.
If global warming and evolution are true, you're going to sprout gills out of your neck.
Gills.
So do you just rest in the water that whole time and wait for those things to grow, or do you wish it? How does that work?
Just hold you underwater until you start breathing.
Yeah.
Oh.
You'll
Well, we
eat
should be able to do
algae.
that now. We should be able to test that on people. Hold the people who believe in evolution underwater, and if they grow gills, evolution is real.
Yeah, I liked always reading like the synopsis. After the melting of the polar ice caps, most of the globe is underwater. Some humans have survived, and even fewer still. Normandy mariner Kevin Costner has adapted to the ocean by developing gills. A loner by.
So
I heard
he was
happens to some of the
already a
Japanese at one time.
he was a person. Then it happened. Then he grew gills.
He grew
Yeah,
gills.
but I think he was some sort of. They did an experiment on him, a genetically mutation and stuff like that. So he developed those gills, and he was the only one that had gills.
The Postman. There's another one. Mad Max. Oh, that wasn't him. That was shit. I got my Mel Gibson.
They're all the same.
Yeah.
But Mad Max is the same kind of movie.
Yeah.
type.
I know. Like, for some reason, I just pictured him for a second in Mad Max, but no, that was Mel Gibson.
Was in Waterworld, was the Earth flat or was it a ball? Were they looking with like telescopes to see?
No, it was flat. Yeah, it was all flat.
Flat.
Wow. So they got that wrong.
And many oil platforms. Oil rigs.
Yeah, it was like oil rig to oil
It was
rig.
all Black Swan.
That's the movie with the guys smoking in the bottom of the oil tank.
Yeah.
Or lives down there and the guy threw the cigarette down there. Goodbye.
It was interesting too. Is like the very end when he defeats the bad guy, like sinks the bad guy's ship. Like all the people drowned, right? So how many people did he kill doing that? The ships that he sunk is called the Exxon Valdez.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what they were driving around in.
Yeah, apparently I just googled what he's up to now. He's doing a western called The Horizon.
Uh-oh.
I thought one of the most ridiculous parts of that movie Waterworld was on the big tanker with the bad guys, the smokers. They actually had like a beat up car put together. They were driving around inside the tanker. It's like they're surrounded by water. There's no land, but they bothered to put together a junker and drive it around on the tanker.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the advent for Postman, it says the U.S. has collapsed under a wave of hate crimes and armed militias that caused a massive. Oh wait, yeah, skip. Say like Think about what just happened a couple years ago.
You can't even talk about movies.
Yeah, people have reestablished a post office to interconnecting functional society. Thinking about this for no reason. Yeah, that reminded me. I think I told you a story. Like, this guy on YouTube who had like played some random video game. I can't even think, like giant robots shooting each other. And they're like in the patch, they're developing this weapon that had like some sort of like plasma gun, and then like the small, medium, and large had the names for the sun in the different layers of the atmosphere of the sun. Which one begins with the C? The C word is real. Oddly enough, there's a that word is one of the layers of the atmosphere for the sun. So his video not only got strucken, but they deleted his whole account. He said, and the C word is really powerful. If you get up close, you can really do some damage. And he's just talking about this fictional giant robot weapon named after the sun's atmosphere, and they deleted his account. And he comes back, he's like, fuck. He's like, all my content, I opened up a ticket and they told me it's gone. They can't even reinstate my old videos and shit.
Yeah, it's a crazy world.
Why is there always so many retards in here, but no one's talking?
What do you mean? I hear a retard talking right now.
Yeah, but I always have. I can't tard by myself.
Well, carry on. Go ahead. Start it up.
Do you know you love me, Heretic?
Who are you?
Your troll that comes in here. All right, well, let me know when you guys are having a real conversation. I can fuck up.
That really narrows it down. The troll who comes in here.
Yeah, I don't deny it. I know what I am.
But I mean, that's everybody who comes in here.
Yeah, well, that's why you guys are here.
What, to take in trolls?
You guys are like an exhibit. We come in, we poke, eat a little popcorn, and then we go away. You know.
We're here to exhibit trolls to the. It's the globe troll.
You guys are here to get poked.
Yeah, but you live on a flat earth too.
Yo, I always love a good flat earth debate. What's going on? Where's everybody at?
What's there to debate? You can't debate water, can you?
Okay. Let me give my strongest argument on why the earth is. I'll say this. I won't claim what the earth is, but I will claim there are holes in the theories of NASA. So, my strongest argument. Let's think. Okay, I have a good one. Why were we taught for so long, until recent, now they want to change it, but until recent, why were we taught that when a ship disappears, it's going over the horizon, when that's not the case?
I can do this. They've taken our natural ability to see distance and called that Earth curve. And now we can zoom in and see beyond what it was, so they now wanting to bring another argument in. And that's why for years it was because of physical geometry, but our naked eye is limited to that. It matches the distance for the measurement.
I think the reason is because they're perspective hijacking ball worshippers.
I also appreciate the way that he started to refute his own question halfway through making the question.
That's not true. How did I refute it?
You had to change it up. You're like, how
That's
come
not
they talk? Yeah, no. So is this an argument that you're making?
My argument is if it was a claim, a scientific claim, right? Because that's what we were taught. We were all taught the same thing growing up, that it was going over the curvature, which is why it disappeared. That's false. We now know that's not true because perspective of our eyes can't see that. Yeah, I know you said why. I'm saying, why can they change the claim when it's not convenient? Because now it's disproven. Like, why are they allowed to make that claim?
When I was in grade school, they didn't have as good a camera, and people weren't really going to the water to test it. Really, and if they did, there wasn't there also wasn't the internet, so we weren't able to get our thoughts together and join in trying to figure out what it is. And we've had hours and months and years now trying to get to where we're at now with understanding what it is and how to make a claim, and we've had to learn a lot the whole time.
Look, the obvious answer though is you called it a scientific claim. It's not scientific, and it never was. It was just a claim, a baseless claim.
No, it's like the claim of the Earth is round, right? We were just taught that growing up but we're not taught the specifics, which is the same concept I'm applying to a boat going over the curvature, where it's something that's based in science, so they say. But there's now that because science doesn't back it anymore, now they'd like to distance themselves from that. But there's nothing something like that wouldn't be perpetuated such an nth degree if it wasn't based in science. Like the science community would have disproven it or rallied against it if it wasn't the case.
Cite the science. Wait. If you say it was scientific, then where's the science?
I'm telling you.
But
who's distancing? Somebody says science doesn't say anything by itself.
No, but I'm saying it's such a widespread belief, right? That if it wasn't true or if it wasn't rooted in science, then why would it be propagated to such the extent it was until recent times when we could disprove it?
Because it was pseudoscience. Because it was pseudoscience from the start.
Because
why isn't the scientific community rallying against it? You're not answering.
I think he's trying to ask, why would they lie? Is that what you're trying to ask us?
Essentially, because it's something that we were taught. I mean, he wants to claim it wasn't in the scientific community, but I severely doubt that because
you're misunderstanding me. I'm telling you, it was never science. Just because somebody proclaiming to be a scientist or with a science degree or your science teacher said it doesn't mean that it was ever science.
Okay, but it's like somebody saying, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, because if it's like this, it's similar to this. If we at the same way we wouldn't allow a theory that was say for example, let's replace that one. Let's replace it with it's a widespread belief that the Earth is shaped as a pentagon, right? Like that wouldn't be able to be propagated to the extent that it was because scientists would straight up debunk it before it ever gained traction. So obviously it had to have some backing by the science community if it was able to have such a widespread hold on the way we
it's
we
just
all
a lie, man.
Non sequitur.
They lied.
Okay.
It is non sequitur.
Okay, fine. So we're not going to make anywhere on that. But let me think of another one because there's other good ones. That's just one of them. But
who's backing away from that?
I got a good one. Why do they say
Wait,
that?
who's backing
What?
away from it?
What?
Who's backing away from it? You said the scientific community is backing away from it because somebody proved it false. Who's backing away from it?
Well, now it's been established that you can that when it disappears, it's not going over the horizon. It's just out of our naked eye view.
Who established that?
It's just established. If you look at cameras, the cameras that could zoom in, you could see a ships disappearing out of our view. But in reality, it's if you zoom in, it's not over the horizon. It's still there. You just gotta keep zooming until it's able. You can keep zooming as long as the weather's clear. You could just keep zooming as far as that camera can go, and it won't go over any horizon.
Well, that's just not true, though.
I mean, it is, but I'd like to see your counter.
I'm sure you've seen them. They've posted pictures of these cruise liners disappearing where you zoom in and it fills the entire frame of just the top of it.
I think now would be a good time to remind this guy, if anyone's ever claiming that all swans are white, all you need to do is show them one black swan to disprove that claim. And so if someone is ever saying that the horizon is 1.22 miles away at 1 foot observer height, and that's their claim that it's always 1.22 miles away at 1 foot observer height, the horizon, all you have to do is show them one photograph of it not being that far away in order to disprove it.
I agree. The thing is, nobody's ever said that, so you're disproving nothing.
What? I don't understand what you're saying.
Nobody's ever said that the horizon is always going to appear to be 1.22 times the square root of something away. Nobody's ever made that claim.
No. Okay. Oh, yeah, Pierre. But you're claiming that the geometric horizon is 1.22 miles away at 1 foot observer height. You're at least claiming that, right?
Yes, it always is. Yes.
All right, but it cannot be observed. It can be observed beyond that, right?
Yeah, but that's irrelevant.
That's not irrelevant. That's not irrelevant.
Wait, irrelevant? Care to elaborate? You're just going to throw that word out there? Irrelevant?
Right. Elaborate.
With the naked eye, that'd be true.
Where something is not always where you see it. We see it all the time.
Yeah,
with mirrors, with reflections, with refractions.
That's not a proper way to elaborate on that. So if you're claiming that the curvature of the Earth makes it so that there's a geometric horizon 1.22 miles away at 1 foot observer height, and we observe the horizon at 9.4 miles away at 1 foot observer height, you're just saying that doesn't matter? That you're just saying, oh, blah, blah, whatever?
That's what I'm saying.
He's saying that's naked eye. I don't know how he can claim that the naked eye view is different than it makes it somehow different than if you were on a camera. That doesn't make sense at all.
No, that's what refraction does. It makes things appear to be where they're not.
Well, no, hold on. No, the naked eye can only see so far. So if you're at the Miramar Beach without a zoom camera, you're not going to see the platforms. And you're not going to see the horizon beyond it. It's the zoom in. I mean, it makes it look like the platform's across the alley or something. It's huge again.
The whole
but
point
it wasn't
is
even
that it should be over the horizon.
Too, actually, you can see the platforms with the naked eye from there.
Yeah. Platforms, both of them.
Yeah. Sure.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They're not. The whole platform isn't supposed to disappear at under 10 miles. Like they're like 90 feet tall.
All right. Well, I don't know. It looked like to me like it couldn't be seen, but that's me. All right.
But to be fair, about 2/3 of them should be disappeared because over 10 miles there'd be 60 feet of curvature.
Right.
And also when in the video for the Black Swan, also like when he zoomed all the way back, like no zoom level. In the very beginning of that video, you can see those islands that are well behind even the second rig. They're at about 28, 30 miles back, and you can see them pretty clear without any zoom.
But what did Scott just say? What was that last thing you said, Scott?
About what? I said a few things.
Refraction? It was the last sentence you said.
Yeah, refraction makes things appear to be where they're not.
There you go.
That's what refraction does, though. We all know that.
That's just a simplistic, throwaway answer. That's not. I mean, to just claim that without having any anything
hearing what he
beyond that
said.
is just very simplistic, and it's
So he's not seeing. So he's not
definition
seeing.
of refraction.
So he's not.
yeah, but okay,
seeing a
refraction,
boat
but
going behind the
can't
curve.
things hold on, can't things be true? Refraction can make it appear what it isn't, but refraction. This is the point I'm making. I think the other guy is making too. Is that it's sometimes refraction it could make it it appear distorted, right? But if it's not distorted, then it has a perfect and it looks perfect. Then how can you claim refraction in that case when refraction creates distortions?
It could
What about the geometric horizon?
No, more than
forget
likely
the
it
geometry.
creates distortions. For it to be a perfect view would mean that it's actually in the minority of situations, which is what it always is. It's always perfect
What-
view, but you want to claim
What
refraction.
about the geometric horizon, though?
What about it? What's the
Does
question?
refraction make it? Does it make it? Does refraction make it appear to be where it's not?
Yes.
Yeah, because he's claiming that he's claiming there's no distortion as well, which that's not true with refraction. Refraction creates distortion as well, so it's like you're just
It can.
it's convenient for you that the refraction is just perfect and that
No.
there's no curvature.
To be fair,
is
you
the
should know
hor-
he's not using the word refraction properly. Like refraction in reality, in objective reality, not on paper in someone's words, but in physical reality. It just involves Snell's law, which is light moving through one medium and then passing through a barrier to another medium.
Yeah.
Yes,
But I'm
that
asking.
is required.
So is the
That's incorrect.
is the horizon we're seeing?
It is correct.
Not correct.
Is the horizon we're seeing the geometric horizon appearing to be where it's not?
What's that? Sorry.
Is it? The horizon we see, is that refraction making the geometric horizon appear to be where it's not?
Correct.
Really? So the
How do
horizon
you
we
measure it?
see is
I'd be
at
physical,
1 point. So it is at 1.25 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, if we define horizon by the tangent to your eye of the curve of the Earth, yeah, that tangent will be 1.2 miles, whatever you said. But it doesn't appear that way because the light is being bent by refraction.
So the horizon in the Black Swan is at 1.25 miles. 1.225 miles.
The physical horizon, yes.
I know the horizon you're seeing in the Black Swan image.
No, because you
That
never
at one
see.
So
Well,
it's not. So refraction isn't making the geometric horizon appear to be where it's not.
It's not even close to what I said, but
So so the horizon we're seeing in the Black Swan image isn't the geometric horizon.
So what did Al-Biruni measure to?
it's not the physical horizon that we would expect to see. Yes.
Who measured the radius then? How was that done? It was claimed Al-Biruni, right? And then if it's refracted, how do you do it? If it's not a physical location. So you're saying right now you don't have a radius measurement.
Oh, but we do.
Clap, everyone. He defeated himself. Good job, bud.
But we do. Because Al-Biruni was not the last person to exist.
Do we ever see the geometric horizon?
I don't think you can literally see the geometric horizon.
Then how can refraction make it appear to be where it's not?
You can see a physical horizon.
You defeated yourself, space shovel
yes.
your own face, and then still march on like just a total dunce.
No, I mean, I
asked you if refraction makes the geometric horizon appear to be where it's not, and you said yes.
Yeah.
Now you're saying we don't even see the geometric horizon.
The geometric, you guys still don't seem to understand what the geometric horizon is by definition.
No, you don't seem to understand what a horizon is by definition.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you this.
The horizon is the last bit of water you can see. That's it,
science
right?
we're partaking in, because if you're going to claim that that is, what is it, 1.2 miles per whatever the claim is, right? But you can't. This is where you lose me and the other guy. You can claim that, but if it's not observable because of refraction, right? Which science is something that's observable. If it's not observable, then how can you make the claim that it's that's the curvature when there's no observable proof because refraction is factored in?
Oh, we calculated it.
But your calculations need to be proved though, if you're going to go by science.
No, and anytime you're making a calculation of
Not
something
true.
like that, that also means that you assumed it.
But we're not assuming in this a situation because you're trying to prove one side and we're proving another. So you have to use something that's observable, right? We can't go off of assumptions.
Correct. We go off things that are observable. This is true.
So what did you what
So I'm saying, how can you claim that your curvature of 1.2 for whatever it is? How I'm asking, where is your proof beyond it's just your claim? Like where's because
I told you we calculated that. It's a result of the calculations.
It's accurate. You're the one that's wrong.
I mean, so you say.
No, it's
because we figured out, how big the Earth is by various means. One of them could be looking at the stars and taking angles of elevation. And we've realized that every 60 nautical miles is 1 degree. And if you take, or 69 miles, so if we want to go non-nautical, and if we take that 69 miles and we multiply it by 360, because it's, there's 360 degrees in a circle, we get the circumference of the Earth.
I just feel like when it comes to things like this is my this is my worldview on this.
Because get the radius.
I'm a layman, right? I'm a layman, so I'm obviously not as smart as a lot of you guys. But I feel like this is very similar to, and this is what I was bringing up earlier when I said that we were told that.
You didn't even listen, did you?
I did listen.
And what did I say then? What did I say then?
I listened. So as I was saying,
but you can't tell me what I said though.
No, I don't think you're not gonna just like steamroll me into answering how you want. I listened to
you.
All
right, go ahead. All right.
So I look at this the very similar way that we look at finance, where it's meant to be complicated. Like Henry Ford said it best. If we were to understand finance, the world would burn down Wall Street the next day because it's actually designed to be confusing. The same way this is designed to be confusing, where we have to take your word for.
But it's actually really simple.
Okay, explain to me.
It's really simple.
Explain to me how refraction is very simple in terms of what we're talking about.
I was talking about refraction though.
But
I was talking about the circumference of the Earth, which was the last question you asked was about the circumference of the Earth.
No, I didn't ask that.
Well, you asked how we calculate the geometric horizon, and I told you we calculate the geometric horizon by knowing the circumference. I said we calculate the geometric horizon by knowing the circumference of the Earth, and do a little bit of trig, and so we can say if you're 1 foot off the face of the Earth, you can know where the tangent line is going to hit that.
I'm asking you to prove curvature. I asked you to prove curvature without assumptions because you're basing your curvature values off of the globe model, right? But you're not. I'm asking you because refraction comes into play, right? So I want observable proof where what your claim is without relying on a model behind it that presupposes it.
Why would I do that?
Because you're the one making the claim the Earth is round, so you have to.
Why would any rational person not want to use a model?
Because you don't prove. Because the scale, I guess. Because you can't prove with the scale. That's what the whole debate. This is where the whole debate boils down to. Is you want to claim that if I can't presuppose things, neither can you. Is basically where I'm going to get at.
Because the model is a reification fallacy if it can't be verified and validated with real measurements in real life. It's using your
basis.
But we can.
Exactly. What's the basis? What's the basis for the model?
The basis of what? Our observations is the basis of the model.
No, it's too macro for it to be an observation. That's not true. That's why you have to rely on your. That's my whole point. You have to rely back.
I thought you were using a model. I thought you were using a model to like figure out what the observations is telling you.
No, but instead you're using a model to prove your model.
Right.
No.
Right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, you guys can talk over me and laugh all you want, but that's not true.
But if I were to use, okay, this is the thing. I want to counter you because
Okay, you
you
do
would
that.
just the same way. If I were to use the flat Earth model, which I'm a layman, so I can't. But
But
I'm
you don't
sure I
have
can
one.
figure out.
You can't use something you don't have.
Well, yeah, because I already came into this conversation saying that I actually don't. The only thing I agree with the flat Earth community on is they've poked holes in a lot of lies within science, quote unquote, right? But I don't fall into the. You say that, but anyways, I don't fall into the narrative of claiming what the Earth is, right? I don't claim anything about that. But if I were to claim and use my model to prove my curvature, whatever equations, then you would come back to me and say you cannot base it off of your model. I'm using the same logic on you because we have both different claims of what the Earth is. So you can't presuppose anything.
I know you think you are, but you're not.
Scott, you're sort of getting your ass whooped by like an introduction to flat Earth enthusiast here.
Yeah, I'm guessing you think so because he's saying a lot of wrong things, and you don't seem to understand the things that he's saying are wrong. And I don't know what to do about that. Because the way I approach the world, the way a lot of people approach the world, we look out there and we take measurements on things. And one of the things we can take measurements is on angles of elevation to stars and such, right? And we can know how far apart we are. And what we do is we take enough of those measurements and we try to make sense of those measurements. And we come up with a mathematical model which will make sense of those measurements. And the only one that ever will make sense of those measurements is a globe. That's it. You can't find another one. And that's why the flat earthers don't have a model. Because you can't make one work.
Well, this is where it gets into a deeper question of what is.
Just ignore what I said and move on with whatever you were thinking. Go ahead.
No, because you're okay. Let me address what you said.
Okay.
You say it falls into the model you've already presupposed, right? But you're not accounting for. Let's go. Okay, if that's so true, right? So you're telling me that all the equations prove a globe, but
yes,
we've already found out that it's. You said yes. I'm glad you say that. We've already found out from Neil deGrasse Tyson himself that it's not a globe. So you're wrong, that it doesn't actually prove anything of what you just said because it's actually oblong shaped if we're going to be technical about it. So you're actually wrong.
Wouldn't it just be a normal supposition, not a presupposition?
Possibly. I'm a layman. I'm an idiot. But I do know a thing or two.
Right.
Yes, but what you seem to have skipped over was the fact that all the observations we've made only fit one model. This is the reason.
Not a globe.
This is the reason that flat earthers can't have a model because they can't now make sense of the data.
Well, you don't have a model too. You don't have a model either because your model was the globe, but it's not a globe. And if you're going to go by your experts, it's not even a globe. That's my point.
Yes, but it's really, really close.
Close ain't.
And how do you think they demonstrated that it's not precisely a globe? By exactly the method I just told you.
I mean,
no, you haven't told anything.
Okay, I guess I didn't.
Can you say it again?
Yes, if
what have you brought? What measurements?
Measurements to the stars. Angles of elevation. Angles of elevation.
Angles. Oh, where are you getting angles?
Yes.
On a sphere.
Yes.
No, not yes. Where do you get angles on a sphere? Not yes. Angles from a sphere.
we have it. It's very easy to get angles from a sphere.
When you have a curving baseline, you can't measure an angle, dude.
No,
You'd have a new arc segment. You'd have a new tangent. A new tangent every nanometer. Every step you took would be a new tangent.
I agree.
Okay, well then you can't make angles that have 90 degrees.
We can.
No, you can't.
Might not be able to, but we can.
No, you can't. And not maintain coherence to three-space reality.
This is funny. You're telling us we can't do things we've already done. That's weird.
No, because you believe you're doing it.
You're building upon a foundation,
that's curving, but that's retarded. You can't measure angles if you have a curving baseline. Just saying yes, you can is
sure we can.
Not an answer. It's proving for no, you can't.
Sure we can.
Wait, you're saying just to clarify, you're saying that if reality is bending, then you can't measure the bending properly? Is that what you're saying?
No,
You
well, the
can't take an
baseline,
elevation
if it's
angle.
curving, you can't
Sure we
have a measurement of an angle, because if you have a curving line, do it on any 3D modeling software. I have it on YouTube on mine. I proved that you cannot measure an angle off of a curving line. It's on my YouTube channel, SolidWorks.
Yeah, but
you can't do it, dude. You're wrong. Yeah, but
Yeah, no, you can't, Scott.
And
You
that's
can't,
why
you
this
can't
goes
get
back to the whole financial thing.
That's interesting
This goes
to
back to the
think
whole
about,
financial thing.
actually.
This guy wants to make it confusing and throw out all these terms and like all this stuff. But I have somebody like Lumpy that could say that could strip disprove what you're even trying to claim. I'm a layman. I can't make these claims.
What is your YouTube channel?
He has said words.
Lumpy gas in a
but words are
vacuum.
incorrect.
He said words, but it seems like he's pretty confident in what he's done. He's done studies.
I
It's on
know
his
for
YouTube
sure
channel.
I'm right. I'm a tool and
But
die
he's
maker.
wrong.
You're a retard, dude. You don't
But
even
he's
know what
wrong.
an angle is. My YouTube is Lumpy gas in a vacuum.
Yeah, but do you understand that you can get an angle between two curves?
No.
You can?
No.
It's one of the questions they ask you in calculus, right? It was an answer on a test, right? You had to come up with the angle between two curves. They give you two functions that
You would need
intersect.
2 points, and then you'd have to have 2 straight lines.
No, you wouldn't. It's the beauty of math.
Or create an average out of the...
Nope.
I don't know what you would do to do that, but not in tool making, not in 3-space reality, not in reality.
Go take a calculus class. I'll show you how. Real easy, actually. Just take the derivative. Take the 2 points. The derivatives
We're
of those
not using that. We're using angles. It's right angle mathematics. It's not that.
Yep.
So we're not doing that. I don't care about what you're trying to say about that. It's not that.
I know. That's the thing. You don't care about anything, do you?
You can't understand 5th grade triangles. I don't want to hear about your calculus stuff. You're literally off the rocker here. You don't even know what an angle is.
This is why I love this server. This is why I love.
I love this shit too. Huh?
Yeah. This is
I only understand 4th and 5th grade math.
But you're telling us we
keep it
can't do
around
things
that.
we've already done, things that have been happening.
Well,
for
you're not applying
centuries.
it correctly here. You would be following. You would if you're trying to
Just 'cause
measure
you
an
don't
angle, you
understand
got to
it.
be under the star. When you're looking at it from the equator at the North Pole, right? You're looking at Polaris. When you travel to the North Pole to be under Polaris, you have followed an arc path a quarter of that circumference. Right?
Okay.
Well, that lays your 90-degree angle out at 180, and you're a retard for not recognizing that immediately. And if you say, nah, you're here just to troll, or you're an actual retard.
Or you're wrong. That's the other option. Or you are wrong.
Okay, yeah,
and I am correct.
You would have to follow that arc path, right? That line going to be from the equator to under Polaris is a compound angle. You don't have a 90. You don't have your math. Mr. Mathematics, Mr. I'm Flat Earthers, you're dumb as shit.
You keep telling me I can't do things I've already done, which is really
You
weird.
haven't done it.
Yeah,
Shut
well,
up, you're a liar. No, you're a liar.
Then say it right now. How do you do it with 2 angles? Not points, with 2 angles.
How do you find the angle between two curves?
Nothing's curved. What are you talking about? Can you sit down and point at a horse?
Can I sit down and point at a horse? Usually.
Yeah, you're pointing at the horizon and you're pointing at Polaris. There's Polaris and the horizon. Can you point at 2 things? How about 2 things? How about a horse and a donkey?
I can point at a horse and a donkey.
There's
sure.
2 things you're looking at, man. Can you point at them, dumb fuck?
Just ask him how he gets an elevation angle.
Is it hyperbolica?
You make an elevation angle measurement.
Well,
I can take it off the zenith. I can take it off the zenith angle. I know
that wouldn't be elevation angle.
Sure it would. I just
no. You need to define what an elevation angle is. Define what an elevation angle is.
Elevation angle is the angle above horizontal.
Right.
And we know that the vertical is 90 degrees from horizontal. Hold on, let me finish. We know that the vertical is 90 degrees from horizontal, right? We agree. And so all I have to do is get the zenith angle.
No, we don't agree with the word you
from
say.
90.
and minus it from 90. Oh, he's cheating.
Done.
He's cheating.
Done.
Oh.
I answered your
He
question.
needs the baseline.
Why is that cheating? Tell me why that's cheating.
The reference plane
Still
to measure an
fucking.
angle. Dumb
It's
fuck.
still still
just
relative
real
to
quick.
horizontal. For fuck's
Just real quick,
sake.
since we
It
love
is.
talking about
And horizontal's
Horizon,
local.
so we love talking about
Which you
Horizon.
don't have. You've admitted before you don't have. Sorry,
In the
I'll
side
let the
chat.
person
But
go.
I don't
Just,
have a
yeah, no, just
horizontal
real
where
quick,
I
'cause
am.
in the
Of course I do.
So just real quick, in the side chat, I put Hyperbolica.
You're
It's
just
a
a
really
liar.
cool puzzle game
You just don't
that
understand
doesn't
anything.
have a horizon, and instead the horizon constantly molds and changes, and it's really interesting. It's hard to explain, but it's really cool. You should check
And
it out.
there's
At least
a
the
there's a
trailer.
tangent plane
Fail
at
you
every
fun
point on a sphere.
weeks
I just
class.
don't
Yes.
understand what problem there is there.
It's like what
Yeah, I
happens
know.
when there's no horizon or an infinite horizon, right? Like
Yeah.
it's cool stuff.
Yeah, because I mean the elevation angle would be just relative to the tangent plane at that point of the
That's not
sphere.
horizontal.
It
It's
is.
not horizontal. No,
It's
it's
the
not.
definition of horizontal.
How's that not?
It's fucking not.
You don't get a horizontal. You're on
How is that not?
get a horizontal plane.
How's that not?
References the ground
We've been through
position
this
because
before
measuring
with
from the
Scott.
ground to the ground position. Oh, but he's
Yeah,
an
we've been through
absolute
this.
idiot. He's
Okay, but
literally
could
just here to
you
get our blood
summarize
pressure
it?
up.
You know,
Sorry, Lumpy. I just got to
could you
address what
summarize
he's
it?
asking. We've been through this with Scott before,
I heard that.
and he no, in the past, not today, and he has admitted that all he has is a point. Because if you extend a line out from that point, which you're going to say is your horizontal tangent, then at any point along that line or plane, right? If you measure perpendicular on that line, it's no longer fucking horizontal because you think that your vertical
Look.
is
No,
Let's
centered to a
let's
sphere.
get away from horizontal. Let's just talk. Let's get away from horizontal. Let's just talk
So
about.
no, we're gonna stick with fucking horizontal
Yeah,
because
don't
it's
get away
something that
from it.
globers can't have. Globers
we
can't
do.
have
clear-
a horizontal
clearly-
plane of reference.
Okay,
Period.
clearly on a
But we
sphere,
do.
there is no such thing as a horizontal
So you
line.
say?
There are tangent lines, though. That's why I'm saying that I think the horizontal part is irrelevant, and the tangent part is the relevant issue.
Okay, that's great.
Okay, and so given some
And?
point
Tangent
on a sphere, I create a tangent plane that I can then use for these calculations. Like, I think that's pretty straightforward.
They better start rephrasing and reterming, redefining.
No, this
all
isn't
the words.
rephrasing or reterming. This
Tell
is
academia to get it
this is
right.
basic mathematics.
Tell academia to get it
Yes,
right.
on the
and-
globe.
Okay, well, are you gonna address the
Hold on
point,
for a
or are
second.
you just are you
Hey,
gonna
can I-
address the point in any way, or are you just gonna ramble?
Hold on one quick. T-Dub, how do you define horizontal on a flat Earth?
Parallel with the plane of the horizon.
But how do you know what that is? What do you do to figure out horizontal on a flat Earth?
Oh, you can use water.
Or it's perpendicular to a plumb line?
But what do you do on a regular? What do people do to determine horizontal right now in this world?
Oh, you can use a spirit level.
Yeah, I know. What does the
Do that.
spirit level work off of?
Works off a bubble inside a liquid.
And that bubble does what? It
You
goes
line
to
it
the top. It
between
goes to the top of the
markers,
curve
yeah.
and the little glass thing, right? So it's finding vertical, isn't it? That bubble is finding
Okay,
vertical,
so
right?
you've got reference, right? So you've got perpendicular to vertical.
But so in both models, all we have is vertical, right?
And horizontal.
But horizontal
Just
is
vertical.
horizontal is defined in both models as 90 degrees off vertical, because vertical is all we can measure, right?
Right. So let's say where you are, right? You establish a horizontal. And where I am, I establish a horizontal. Is your horizontal a parallel to the plane of my horizon?
But okay, will you at least grant me that?
Is your horizontal parallel to my horizon?
I don't know what that means.
In your worldview, is your horizontal parallel to my horizon? You're in one place on the Earth. I'm in another.
Oh no, definitely not. Yes.
There you go. Even though the definition of horizontal is parallel to the plane of the horizon, you're saying no, it's not.
No, but we in both models we establish horizontal as 90 degrees off vertical, right? That's the only tools we have. All we have is plumb, right? And we go 90 degrees from that. Is that correct?
Scott, you're wrong, mate. You're wrong, mate.
No,
Okay,
that's
how
wait,
else
wait,
do-
wait. That's exactly
No,
that's
no,
exactly
no, no.
correct. What are you
Hang
saying?
on.
Why is he wrong?
Hang on. Shut your mouth. All right.
No,
When
no,
we
I'll speak
use-
how I want.
Hey, shut your mouth while I'm talking.
No,
or you can fuck
I will
off out of the
speak.
room.
No, I will speak how I want.
Talk over me one more time, buddy.
Hey guys,
Cry
guys,
me-
come
cry
on,
me
come
a
on.
river.
I like the hold on. Let me just interject. I like the discussion. I'm a layman, as I
You
said
can
before.
shut up as well, because I got something to say.
I will shut up, but like, come on. There's no need for that.
Hey, you
I
shut
don't
up.
agree with. I don't
No,
agree with
you
Scott
shut
and other
up.
guy. I don't agree with Scott and other guy, but at least let him speak.
That's it. I'm
could've
gonna
finished
shut up.
what I was about to say in 10
All right,
seconds, and you
get
guys
on
are
with
still
it then.
fucking talking.
Cry me a
You're
river.
wrong. We have water levels, which use clear tubes. You fill them up with water, and you get a horizontal. From point of the top of the water level to the point of the other top of the water level, not needing a bubble. Water tells us the horizontal from a tube of water. So it's not vertical,
There you go. No vertical.
it's a horizontal.
Yeah, that's true. But take two water levels and put them 10 feet apart from each other, and they will not make the same line.
Also, that's fundamentally
Bullshit.
false too,
That
because
is
They won't.
bullshit, mate.
excuse
They
me.
You know why? You
Wait,
know
hold
why?
on.
They
Wait,
won't.
just real
doesn't
quick.
matter. There's
Excuse
up.
me.
dude. There's
Your
optical.
tube is
That is
vertical.
not.
I just
That
want
is
to point out your.
bullshit. You know why that's bullshit, Scott? Because we use these water levels to get gradient on water on plumbing pipes, which need rise over, run, fall, drop over distance. All right.
Yes.
This is used for this reason,
Uh-huh.
so we can get around corners and get a level without seeing the other side of the water level. This eliminates laser levels and works perfectly, and we've been using it for thousands of years. The Romans used it to set up their aqueducts.
Uh-huh.
All right. So what you're saying is not true.
It is
You
true,
take
though.
if you take a water level, you put it 100 meters away. You take another water level, put it 100 meters away. You shoot that with a laser.
Scott,
It's
Scott, how do you
exactly
pull up?
horizontal.
It's not, though. It's not, though.
It
It's
is.
not exactly horizontal. No.
It is.
You don't have
It's
any
off by
90s on a
it's
sphere either. You don't
it's
have a
off
90 on a
Shut
sphere.
up.
You don't. You said you have a 90 on a sphere. You don't.
Show me that this is not correct.
it's off by a very, very small
Show me.
angle.
Show me that this is not correct. You're making
I mean,
claims and you're not
I
fucking
know.
showing anything. Show
I
me
know.
that this is not correct.
Well,
Squat,
somebody
how do you
Because
follow
I
the
say
line?
so.
I've been listening to you all morning talking
Mhm.
shit, and you're not making any sense.
Yeah,
All right,
where's
the other
Bill Nye?
guy, I don't know what. Like,
Well, somebody
show me
posted.
what? No, you just
But
made a
Scott, how do you
claim.
deal with that?
You just made a
Somebody
claim that this is incorrect. If I
Yeah,
take two
somebody.
water levels, put them 100 meters apart, that's 2 reference points. That's 4 reference points. All right. Shoot it with a
Yes.
laser. You're telling me it's not level.
If you had
Go
a
ahead.
precise enough, if you had a
Go ahead.
precise enough.
He doesn't want to hear
Okay.
your opinion, dude. He wants to see the facts,
Yep.
man.
Yeah.
Well,
Post
somebody
source.
posted just the other day a
I want to see.
3-tube water level, a mile long. In the middle of it was an inch or so higher than the outsides.
In the middle.
Right?
Relative to
Yeah.
what?
What the fuck are you
Relative to
talking about? It doesn't measure the center.
I
The
don't even
center
think he
is
knows what a
90
water level is.
It measures the 2 edges, the
You know what
2
a water?
Yes,
highest
I know.
points.
I know. What happens if you have 3 points on that water level? What do you think
I
happens?
just told you.
Do you think
Same
that all
fucking
3?
horizontal. It's the same
So,
horizontal.
so you're thinking if we had a 3-tube water level, right, with 1 in the middle and 2 on the
I
ends.
just said that, and you said no, it will not be level. I'm still waiting for you to show me that it won't be level.
All right. Let me just ask the question. Are you saying that
Know
the
the
one in the
fucking
middle?
workings or shut your fucking mouth. You've got a choice.
Well, I guess I got to shut my mouth then because I'm out in my
No, let
backyard
Scott,
raking
let
leaves.
Scott answer. Let Scott
Yeah.
answer. Let Scott say what he's got to say.
Like we said,
He
we don't
doesn't
care
want to
about his
hear it.
opinion, dude. We really don't.
Why not? He seems like he's a well thought out guy.
Good
why
for
are you-
him, man. Just show us a piece of paper that's showing all three fucking not level, man. It's simple. You can shut the fuck up too.
Well, Scott, what's your response to that?
All right, I guess I got to go back in my house and get my computer and show the video of the
You don't want
person
to
who
see
did a mile-long water
Hey,
level.
listen, see an
if the
actual
middle-
practical fucking
Hold
measurement.
on. Let me
if
go
the
get
middle
it.
one's if the middle one's not level, that means the end one's not either.
Let me go get it.
If it's off by an inch and the internal hole is a half inch on each side, that'd be so. Who would believe? And by the way, why would it be rising from the original point? It's got to be falling. You know, it's not like going to rise a little and then start falling.
Well,
Just such a strange claim you made that in the center was not level.
It's called
Got nothing to do with
Right,
the
I
center.
thought it was a
Okay,
fucking
sorry, Jim.
tangent. I thought it was a fucking tangent. Ah!
Okay.
It is.
And anyway,
in the middle.
anyway, with your
little thing
tangent,
called
that guy that
waves.
jumped in, the guy that jumped in before about the tangent. If you don't have a fucking geometric horizon, where are you getting your tangent from, you moron?
From the perpendicular of the plumb line.
Yeah, level.
What, you got no response to that?
Yeah, no, that was non sequitur.
Yeah,
How's
the
that a
vertical's not.
You said before you're getting your angle from a tangent. We're talking about a horizon, correct?
No, we're talking about a tangent plane relative to a point.
Okay, so you tell me how your tangent is different to level. If you're getting it 90 degrees,
It's
from
not.
perpendicular,
Wait, it's not. Like I said, you're using a plumb line.
exactly, and then you're shooting 90 degrees off the plumb line. So you
Mm-hmm.
tell me that creates a tangent to a curve. How are you going to do that?
What do you mean? That this is like basic
Exactly, you
geometry
moron.
101.
You're just telling
Look,
us
your
level.
your
You're telling us
incredulity
level.
is not an argument.
It's not
You're telling us
incredulity.
level.
It is incredulity.
It's not.
You are
It's asking you
incredulous, sir.
It's asking you for
I will
something
say
very-
the Globists are making a hell of a lot better points just because they're maintaining levels of composure. I don't know why you guys can't do the same.
I
Yeah.
agree.
That's interesting.
Because it's moronic. What they're saying is moronic. That's why.
It's
Because you don't
absolutely moronic.
understand because you
Tell
don't
me how-
understand the argument. Then you don't understand that they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Can we get back to the point rather than you ranting about irrelevant things?
Well, let's
And
clear
now it's
shit up.
irrelevant.
You need
And my 90 degrees off your plumb is irrelevant, is it?
Where,
You're saying
where's
No.
your
You
reference?
you ranting about meta.
moron.
You're
Hold
ranting
on.
about
You're just
meta.
mad, dude, because you're
Yeah,
not
you are
letting them make
retard.
their own fucking
Hey, guys.
Let
stories.
me ask him a question real quick. So, where's your reference to measure your angle?
What do you mean my reference?
Yeah, what's your reference? You need a reference to measure an angle that's
Right?
that corresponds from
It's a great
point of
question.
measurement to the ground position. What's your reference
What do you mean? What
plane?
is your reference?
It's a great question.
Reference a zero. You need a zero to measure a degree.
Yeah,
Now, where is your
plumb line?
No, that's a vertical, dummy. That's not an angle. You're not measuring the angle from the plumb. How
It's
would you
re-
measure an
wait,
angle
it's
from a
really
vertical
simple to
line when
create-
it's simple. Tell me what you're using to to have a
I
reference.
mean, you understand how the first level flat plane was ever created, right? It was by rubbing three rocks together. That creates a flat plane.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything, dude?
Yeah, it is.
I'm just saying. Look, I'm just saying
No,
that we
this
can
is You're just
create-
saying bullshit,
There are
man.
ways.
Fuck.
True, he's
There are
right.
ways
He's
to
right.
create these accurate tools
Shut up.
from very.
No.
simple
What, as
principles.
bullshit
You just told
baffle
me a
brains?
plumb
Like,
line.
fuck
Now
you,
you're
man.
rubbing rocks together. This is
I mean, look. I mean,
These
you
are
guys.
two
You guys want
really
simple.
dumb
You guys want
things
Guys,
to
we
say,
explanations,
man.
right?
So we
And
just take it back to Lumpy. Hang on a
And,
sec,
and
dude.
it's three rocks. It's not two rocks. You necessarily need
It's a
three
rock
rocks.
sandwich.
Dude, can you go back to reality and what was your original claim?
So this is like geometry 101 that every point on a
Go for it.
sphere has a tangent plane.
Okay. So where are you getting your tangent again?
Like I said, from the perpendicular of a plumb line.
Yeah, so 90 degrees off a vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that tangent wouldn't touch the edge of the sphere then, would it?
Only at one point.
Where? You'd have to be pointing down.
No, it would be
They were
at
saying
the
the
point of the
that
plumb
he's
line.
Yeah,
He's
right.
calling the vertical line down the tangent.
He's saying literally one.
No,
not
no,
it
no,
would
no.
hit
You're
the model.
misunderstanding. No. The
What does it
vertical
say,
line
Smith?
down. No. The vertical line down would be the tangent point,
There
and
you
then there
go.
would be a plane that
Where's
is
that from?
defined. There's a plane that's defined at that point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
He's so wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
What am I wrong about?
So where it touches the ground.
Well, I mean, plumb lines don't touch the ground.
It's
Where the
trying to
plumb
use a
line is
vertical to
pointing-
measure an
where the
angle
plumb
based
line
on a
is pointing
horizontal
at
is
the ground.
retarded.
Stop! He's fucking putting himself in a grave.
Sure, you think?
That was well said, Ace. Don't listen to them.
Yeah, I know. Thank you.
Yeah, let's cheer for the man who said,
what
let's
was
rock
well
some
said?
rocks together.
Go
Yeah,
Jedi,
let's
sorry.
do that. Nothing, but I don't want to interrupt. It's just funny. Let's cheer for the guy who said
Hold on.
rocks.
Hey,
I mean, you guys need simple explanations, so I'll start with simple
So
explanations.
if you guys watch my stream, I play this game called
Ace, can I add you? Because I wanna.
Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, man. I'm an open
you wanna
book.
become a
Go
retard
ahead
as
and add
well?
me.
No, I just feel like okay. This is the thing. I'm a flat earther.
Okay, derailers. Now back to Timbo's question to whoever that was he was talking to. The rest of you, shut the fuck up.
Cool. So your tangent point is. Can you explain a tangent, please, first?
Can we actually get to the point rather than like?
Can you
endless
tell me what a tangent is?
Yeah, it's the point or a tangent, like the definition of like the tangent function or a tangent plane or a
Just
tangent
explain what a
point.
tangent is, man.
That is, at least on a sphere, the line that intersects the sphere at only one point.
Okay, so you're saying that your vertical is the tangent. Is that what you're saying?
No.
You're saying the horizontal is the tangent?
Yes.
Okay, so how are you getting your tangent point? If you're measuring 90 degrees off your vertical, you're always on top of a ball, correct?
Sure.
Yeah. So you're going to be shooting out across the ball, but not intersecting with the ball.
No, you intersect at a single point.
Well, then
Like
you
I
wouldn't
said,
be shooting.
The tangent
you
is
wouldn't
the
be
line that intersects.
then you wouldn't be
only a
shooting
single
90
point on
degrees
a
off.
sphere.
Then you wouldn't be shooting 90 degrees off the perpendicular.
What do you mean?
Oh my god! These guys don't even know their own model.
No, I do. I do. Actually, I do understand this very well. I've spent a lot of time looking into the flat Earth,
Okay,
so
if
I
you're
understand
on top
flat
of a-
Earth probably
if
as
you're on
well as
top
you
of the
do, if not
ball,
better.
If you're on top of a ball and you shoot 90 degrees off your perpendicular, are you going to intersect with that ball?
You mean 90 degrees off of the vertical?
Yes. Are you going to
Okay, so
intersect with
so
the
you see,
ball?
I'm understanding what you're saying, and
you
I would like
going
you
to
to stop
intersect with
insulting
the ball?
me.
Are you going to intersect with the ball?
Yes, at one point.
Where?
The tangent point.
So the Earth is raising up?
This is in an idealized circumstance, of course.
What do you mean? I'm talking about reality.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. It might intersect with a mountain or something in reality.
That's not the curvature of the Earth.
What are you talking about?
How are you going to get a tangent from an elevation rise?
Like I said, sure, you might intersect and make some kind of like pseudo-conic section with a mountain.
So not reality.
No,
Some fake.
in reality.
Pseudo fake.
So is this your proof? Is this your best proof?
No. This is no. Usually, when I talk about like proof of the round Earth, I'm not talking about tangent planes. I mean, if you want to actually get into my own.
All right, let's that's better because I hate talking about that shit. Because you guys always claim you're right and you're always wrong.
Well, even with all this talk of tangent planes, all you're actually doing is invoking the sphere we're still waiting to see proven.
Sure. Okay, so look, this is I think probably
you're
the most
actually
straightforward
you're just
experiment
creating
that
a
you
flat.
guys.
You're actually creating a flat plane when
Okay,
you do
so
that.
sure, but that's irrelevant.
Okay, it's irrelevant that you're creating a flat plane that's supposed to be on a sphere.
It is a tangent plane. It's
Hey,
literally
Timbo.
in the word.
Yeah, Timbo. Jesse said that you need you need to be on a flat plane to do theodolite measurements.
Yeah, I know.
So let's.
And you got to
okay, so
reference.
let's
You got to
let's
reference
get.
them to a flat plane.
So there's a very simple experiment that I've actually performed myself, and that any of you guys can perform yourselves.
Don't say
And
sticks and shadows, dude. Please
and
don't.
it'll no, it has nothing to do with shadows. So
Let's see it.
yeah, okay. So what you do is you need to take a phone or a camera. You know, you can get one of the Nikon 9000 cameras that you guys really like or whatever. And
Yeah,
all
okay.
you need to
Everyone
do.
likes them. Even nature photographers, they like them as well.
Yeah. No, they're great. They're excellent cameras.
Sunset times.
Yeah, they're excellent cameras. Please.
50 quid
And
sunset times.
all you have to do is take 2 photos.
All right, go ahead.
All you have to do is take 2 photos.
Sunset 50 quid.
So one of the photos you have to take at 6 o'clock, either AM or PM, and the other photo you have to take at noon.
Cool.
And the photos that you have to take are zoomed in photos of the sun.
Awesome.
Now, on a flat Earth, you would expect that given a zoomed in photo of the sun, that the 6 o'clock photo would have the sun be a smaller angular
Why?
size.
Oh boy.
Why would you assume that?
What do you mean? I mean, this is just the basic laws of vision.
No, okay. I'll ask you a simple question. Why would you assume that?
Because the size of the sun doesn't change on the flat
Why?
Earth model.
What's the distance?
It's about
What's the
the
distance?
distance about 3,000 miles up in the sky.
How do you know
I
that?
wonder, sorry. I wonder if
The sun?
anybody's ever observed this phenomena where the sun looks bigger on the horizon as it appears at noon. If anybody observed that.
Well, I mean, that's an optical illusion.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I mean, look, there's plenty of optical illusions. I mean, I could show you millions.
Oh, you
of them.
just got debunked, dude, right there on the spot,
Dude,
man.
you just debunked yourself.
You're creating a straw man. You're creating a straw man.
Okay,
saying,
but look,
I'm
have
a
any
flat
of you
earther. Let's
any
talk
of
about-
you guys
dude,
actually
let's be
done
quiet
this
for a second. I
experiment?
need to explain something
Wait,
to
wait,
you.
wait, no, let's keep the focus. No, before you change the topic,
Now
no,
you're not gonna
before you
listen.
change the
Now you're not
topic,
gonna listen
no,
because you're wrong and you can't handle
you're
it.
looking to change
You're
the
an
topic.
18-year-old that's been told
Do not change
that
the
you're
topic.
always right and you've never been told you're wrong.
Do not
And
change.
mummy,
No, I've been wrong
sort
plenty
you
of
out and
times.
go,
Don't tell me
wrong,
my
mate.
lived
You need to
experience.
get back and admit it. All right?
I've been wrong plenty
hear
of
me for a
times.
second?
You're
Dude.
ignorant to my lived experience. Don't tell me what I've experienced.
I can say whatever the fuck I want.
I get
I'm
that, and
making
so can I.
making
And
an
I'm
assumption,
telling you that
like
you
you're
have no clue
making
what
an
you're talking
assumption
about.
the flat Earth being the sun being 3,000 miles away. Is that okay?
What is an experiment?
So, like I
wonder
said,
if we could just get a
this
concession
is
about
an
the sun
experiment.
being
This is an
right.
experiment
He
that
just
any
kept
of you
talking over
guys
the
can
top of you,
do.
Jedi, because he realizes
What
how
is
wrong he is.
the what are the independent and dependent variables in this experiment?
My friend. We need to reach a concession.
Can we talk about the real
My friend.
variables and not the actual, like your own made up flat Earth?
What about the complex variables?
All right. Next person's
Okay,
going to talk.
Jedi's bringing it back to the point. Let him go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd
Right.
like to bring
To
this
move
back
this
to the point.
conversation on, my friend, first we need to reach a concession. The concession of the sun does appear to change angular size. For example,
No,
it
well, it's
can
not
appear
about
bigger on the
appear.
horizon. You need to concede that point, then we can move on.
No, it's not about appear. Like I said, I can go out with my Nikon P900 or whatever
And rub 3
and
rocks
take-
together. We know, dude.
and
Fuck, man.
take and take 2 photos of the sun. This is the simplest experiment that you guys can do, and I've done this experiment myself, and I've proven to myself that the sun does not change its angular size throughout the day.
You told me, it's an optical illusion a couple minutes ago. What the fuck, dude?
Yeah, because it appears to be larger. It doesn't mean that it's larger.
That's what the fuck angular size is, Goofy.
Look, just because it appears to be larger doesn't mean that it actually is larger when you measure it.
You've only taken 2 photographs so far.
Yeah, that's all you need.
That's not-
That's all
I-
you need
no,
to
no,
debunk the
excuse me.
flat Earth. That's all you
Excuse
need.
me. Excuse me. No, it isn't.
Yes,
you
it
would
is.
need to take. Let me finish, dude. Don't
Okay,
be scared
sorry.
of what I'm going to say.
No,
Truth
no,
will
go
defend
ahead.
itself. Won't
My
it?
mistake.
If you've
My
got
mistake.
truth,
Go, please,
good lad.
please go ahead.
Good lad. So you need to take multiple observations with different atmospheric conditions. For example, dry
Sure.
atmosphere, not a lot of moisture, cold outside, as opposed to a lot of moisture in the atmosphere and a temperature a nice sunny day, because we understand that atmospheric magnification does exist, and we can provide you with observations of the sun reducing in angular size because of the atmospheric conditions.
Well, but that's from specular. That's from specular rays, though.
You haven't even seen the observations yet.
No, I have. I've had flat earthers show me time lapse series of photographs where the specular rays increase as the
where the sun
is getting
appears as it goes away to reduce.
Yeah, but again, those are that appearance is from specular rays.
Are we looking at the light through the atmosphere?
Yes, of course.
Good. So, do you think we should take the atmosphere into account?
To a certain extent, yeah.
No, to a definite extent.
No, to a certain extent.
Appears when doing an optical observation, an experiment, if you will, when observing the sun, we must definitely take account for refraction. We must do, right?
Sure.
Good. So please don't make the claim that the sun doesn't do something when we can clearly demonstrate it does increase and decrease in angular size.
But it doesn't. It really doesn't.
It does, though.
No,
it does.
It doesn't.
Prove it, dude. Fuck.
I said, it's really simple. You can do it yourself. All you need to do is take 2 photos.
I'm sorry, Jedi. This guy fucking.
Yeah, can I ask a question to the photographer? Since you have a P900, how come you haven't done any long distance photos yet?
No. I never claimed to have a P900. I'm just saying, the P900 is a popular camera.
I take my P900.
No. I said I took my cell phone. I said you
or
can either
a P900 that you guys love so much. Remember?
Yes, that's what I said. That's exactly what I said.
So you've never even looked through a P900?
I mean, I've had a number of cameras, but not a P900 in particular.
So you haven't even taken the photographs we're talking about. Sorry, Timbo.
No, you're all right. Why'd you use that as your claim?
Because it's an excellent camera, and you could go ahead and use it, or you can use any camera.
You've never seen this done?
No, I've done it myself.
With the P900?
No.
With a cell phone?
With a mobile phone?
Yes, with a mobile phone with 10x optical zoom.
Wow.
With the program it built into it.
That's very scientific.
It's got a program for flare reduction built into it. Changes the size and the definition of things based on the focus. Your mobile phone is a computer with the imaging software built into it.
Certainly.
You need a raw
so is a P900.
Don't you think it would be easier?
You don't think a P900 has imaging software? I don't understand.
You take the raw data, you take it in a photo of raw data with no alterations, and then you can put it on your computer.
Okay, certainly. I mean, look, maybe sometime I'll go buy a P900 and take these photos again myself.
Until then, take your time back.
Look, but wait, but I'm imploring you. It's such a simple experiment. All you have to do is take that P900. All you have to do is take that P900, zoom in onto the sun with some kind of fixed amount of optical zoom.
This was your best evidence,
and make sure
something you've never done, but claimed that you did.
No. Look, you can do this with any camera. The camera is an independent variable.
Dude, you
don't even know what experiment.
But even if the sun changes sizes or it doesn't, what does that prove?
Okay, right. So that gives extremely good evidence that if the sun, a given
don't have any.
Can I finish? I'm in the middle of a sentence.
No.
So
you're saying that it gives evidence
if you take a camera,
that you don't have.
Hi Timbo, I'm in the middle of a sentence and I'm trying to reply to someone else.
You're in the middle.
It's actually very rude for you to continue talking
you have
the
no
way
idea
that you are.
about.
So, under Heaven Earther, to answer your question, all you have to do is just make sure that you have the same optical zoom, and you can use any camera, P900 or not. You just have to make sure that you have the same optical zoom when you take these 2 photos.
So we do the observation of the phenomena of the sun doing something in the sky, and then what?
Well, so Right. So on the flat Earth model, because the sun is so close.
Flat Earth model, what's that? Can you post that? Can you post the flat Earth model so I can take a look at it?
Sure. The flat Earth model is that there's multiple ones, right? That there's either a dome,
not the
or that
flat
there's
Earth model, because there's multiple. So this is already incoherent.
Listen, we were talking about the sun, and now you're talking about the Earth. So
Yeah,
are
I'm
you
talking
jumping
about the
from
sun.
the
I'm
sun?
talking about the
Is
sun
the
relative
sun
to the
the
Earth.
thing under your feet? Is the sun the Earth under your feet?
No, it's the sun relative to the Earth.
So you're saying that you're looking at the sun, doing something, and that changes what's under your feet.
No, it gives me an understanding of how far the sun is relative to the Earth.
The proof?
Because let's assume that the sun is about
Is it
3,000
proof?
miles. Let's
Is
say
it proof of
How
anything?
can you confirm the sun's actual position?
There are no proofs. There are no proofs for empirical questions. You can only prove mathematical statements.
Okay, we don't need to even talk about this anymore.
Okay, so under Heaven Earther, so like I said, you just make sure that you have the same optical zoom, and given the majority of flat Earth models, I'm not saying there's one flat Earth model. There's a whole family of flat Earth models.
We're not arguing a model.
The point is,
You don't even know what the model is, dude. Fuck, how can you compare it?
I actually do.
We don't even know. So how do you?
Look, I've probably known about the flat Earth longer than most of you in this channel.
Okay, but you're not very good at arguing against it. So
I was watching. Look, I was watching Eric Dubé videos 8 years ago. Sorry,
right, but you're not very good at arguing against it. You haven't kept up very well. So maybe it's time to take a seat. Maybe check your ego a little bit. Check in with what you think you know versus what you actually know.
Look, guys, just because we
Wait,
didn't
you
go
were
to the
watching
moon doesn't
Eric
mean the Earth
Dubé
is flat.
videos when you were 4 years old?
Yeah.
So he's saying, he's saying
No,
that
I'm 31.
he's been looking at this for 8 years, and he's seen many flat Earth models. So what he's talking about is an amalgamation. Right now, you're talking about an amalgamation.
You're doing a good job.
All these, now you're talking about like an amalgamation of all these models that you're talking about, and you have like a mental picture of that model, and you're talking about that, but what you have in your mind. But that's not what we're talking about.
We can talk about individual models, right? We can talk about the model with the
but
dome.
that's not what we're talking
We can
about.
talk
We're
about
talking
the
about
infinite.
reality.
We can
That's
talk
not
about
what
the
we're talking
infinite
about.
being model. There's a number of models, and all those models are
We're talking about
precluded
reality.
by observation.
We're talking about reality versus your claim of a model, the globe, right? So obviously your claim is that the sun's doing what it's doing in the sky because it eventually gets obstructed by a curve of the Earth, right?
No.
No. Okay, then what the fuck are we talking
what
about?
it's doing? No. What it's doing in the sky is because of the rotation of the Earth, not because of the obstruction.
And it's eventually going to be blocked by a curve, right?
Sure, eventually, yeah.
All right, just show me that.
What do you mean?
The curve.
It's pretty simple, bro.
Like I said, that's irrelevant to the point that I'm making.
Oh, if the curve's irrelevant to the point, then I guess the point isn't that it's a globe.
Curvature is irrelevant.
Yeah, if the curvature is irrelevant, then I guess your point isn't curvature and thus not a globe.
You are asking
what are you wasting this VC? What are you wasting this VC's time for?
Demonstrate something that has nothing to do with what I'm arguing about.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
This for 8 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with what you're arguing. The curvature and the Earth ultimately being a globe, now according to you, has nothing to do with what you're arguing. So why are you taking up our time?
No, look, the curvature is an irrelevant point to what I'm
It's irrelevant. Okay, you just said
Please
that 4 or
end
5
this,
fucking
man.
times. I just summed it up twice for you. Right, you're telling me that the curvature, the globe then ultimately, the thing that we're looking for proof of here, is irrelevant to what you are saying. So why do we let you continue at this point?
We don't.
Yeah, you're just wasting our time.
Fucking Third Rock. Shut the fuck up. This guy's full of shit, man.
Look. I'm trying to engage with you guys candidly.
Shut up, man. Fuck
So
me.
when
know,
do you
really
determine
Shut
that?
up.
So can I continue?
No.
You're a passive.
I
You're a
just told you
passive
why.
aggressive.
Why not?
People like you.
Well, unless
look,
your
I-
point
I-
is
look, I-
Opinion no more, dude.
Look, I've been candid. I've given you guys plenty of room
Yeah,
to talk. I would like to have the same.
Oh, thank you so
just
much
shut
for
up
giving
now.
me plenty of room
Yeah,
to talk in my own channel. Yeah, but you just told us that your point has nothing to do with what we're actually arguing about. So why do we want to let you talk?
And it's logically fallacious.
Okay,
Because
no,
you
no,
just determine when the sun is in an actual position, and then you just decide when it's in a parent position
So
based on your own
so
preference.
so I will agree
No,
with
he's
you
not actually.
that. So look, I will agree with you that
He's not
the
making
curvature
knowledge claims.
is relevant to the greater argument. I will agree with you that the curvature is relevant to the greater argument. It is not relevant to the argument, the specific argument that I am making. Okay.
So then, how the hell can you tell whether it's flat or curved? Then, if it's not specific to your
Because I
fucking
haven't
argument.
even. Okay, let me explain that. Right. So, assuming some flat Earth
Hey,
model, like I said, it
stop
could be
explaining.
the
Stop
dome. It could be
explaining
the
and just
dome
give
model.
a demonstration. We're not
He's
here for
contradicted himself
explanations.
like 10 times here, man.
I'm not contradicting
We're
myself.
here for demonstrations, not explanations. We can you can
Okay,
explain anything you want.
FEBI,
And have a
that is specular
demonstration
res.
or a practical argument for what you're claiming, then it's useless. Just give us something, not an
Like I said,
explanation.
so I'm trying to get to that, and you guys are over talking me and not
Not an
allowing me to actually even
explanation.
finish a sentence. So let me. Can I just get to my point? So, like I said, on the flat
Please
Earth model, where you're assuming the sun is about 3,000 miles up in the
No
sky.
one assumes that.
No, for fuck's sake.
Or fine, where it is the case that it is 3,000 miles up in the sky.
No one's saying
No,
that.
bro.
Okay,
Did you
okay,
hear
look, okay, if I'm wrong,
Did you
okay,
hear
how
anyone in this channel, dude? Shut your mouth. Did you hear
if
anyone
I'm
in this
wrong,
channel,
how
dude?
far up
Did
in the
you
sky is the
hear
sun?
anyone in
Correct
this
me.
channel
Correct
say
me.
that the sun is 3,000 miles away?
How
Did you?
okay, how
Unknown. You can't triangulate its position. It's an apparent position.
Yeah, I was gonna ask in this flatter model that you're talking about, what is the medium that the sun is in, and what is the medium between you, the observer, and the sun? Well, you don't know those variables.
it's under the dome.
What's the
So who claimed a dome? Who claimed a dome now?
So you see, that's the
or
problem with your
it's-
model.
it's-
You're
it's-
making
it's above
claims that
the
nobody's
infinite
making it here.
plane.
You're talking to a different audience. You're speaking to us, but you're talking to a different audience that is not here.
No, I'm speaking to you guys.
No, you're not. You're talking about something that
Okay,
nobody
look.
here is
Okay. Okay, so none of you guys know how far up the
Hey,
sun is in the
Jamesy,
sky.
your mic's a bit tinny, mate. You might
Yeah, I
have to
just
make
gave you
that-
the
None of
answer.
you guys know.
My bad.
No.
So it is just completely unknowable.
Yes, unknowable,
You
dude.
can only know its apparent position, not its actual.
Okay, so is it approximately 20,000 miles up in the sky?
No, it's 93 million miles, dude. Fuck. Whatever, man.
Well, look, I mean, I'm just saying, look, it's some very small fraction of 93 million. Can we agree with that, right? It's some very small fraction of that.
Did you measure the 93 million, dude?
We'll get to that. We'll get to
Jedi
that.
is trying to say something. Just stop. Go ahead, Jedi.
You're making a hell of a lot of assumptions. One, that the observed sun is the physical sun. Even within your own model, it's in a refracted position at certain times of day. We don't know. Okay, cool. We don't know the size of the sun. We don't know the distance to the sun. And when I say the sun, that's even
Well,
making
you do
claim
know that it's less than 93 million miles.
Shut up, Ace, or I'll mute you.
You can wait till the end to ask a question, dude.
Okay,
I'm going to try
I apologize. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So, to recap, don't know the size, don't know the distance, don't know even if the sun that we are looking at is the definite article, an actual physical object.
Okay.
So, we're not going to be able to know this, right? How would we? Even if we could make triangulation measurements and use trigonometry, there's no way that we could confirm that measurement.
Okay. What's your point?
You're asking us to tell you about the fucking sun.
Okay, but you know,
you're speculating, dude. Is his point?
No,
man.
but you know it's it's less than 93 million miles away. You know that for fact, right?
No, we don't, man.
Wait, okay, so
It's
it could be
speculation, bro.
So on the flat Earth model, it could be 93 million miles away. Is what you're saying?
I've never been there, dude. Have you?
No, of course not. I haven't.
So then stop talking out your fucking ass.
Okay, let's
No,
if it
I'm a
is
son of the
93
sun.
million
I've
miles
been
away,
through
do
the
you know
sun.
how you got to that conclusion?
So I'm not assuming that conclusion.
So is it 90? Is it 93 million miles away?
It might be. It might be 92. It might be 102. Who knows?
You're bringing your own.
So let me get back to the point because we've really gotten way far from the point.
You can't move on from the point because you're assuming the size and the distance. And
No, but
Jedi
this
just said
isn't
we
the point.
don't
This
know
isn't
that.
the point. So the point is that the sun is very close to the Earth on the flat Earth model, right?
Who said that?
I mean the lowercase the, as in the family of the flat Earth.
The thing is though that when you say the sun, you're talking about the heliocentric sun, the globe sun. You're talking about that thing, and that.
No, I'm talking the flat Earth model right now.
But you're bringing an object from the globe belief, and then you're bringing it towards another model, which is the flatter model.
No, I'm not.
Grabbing
I'm talking
pieces
about
from
the
different
flat Earth
models
model.
and mixing them.
Wait. Hey, guys, chastise this guy because he said the flat Earth model. Like, come on.
The one that you're claiming, you're grabbing cartoons and grabbing pieces of the cartoons and mixing the cartoons. You're doing like a Dragon Ball Z mixing with Pokemon, and you're mixing those two.
I don't watch cartoons. I don't know what you're doing.
But that's what you're doing. You're grabbing the globe cartoon and then the flatter cartoon model that you're talking about, and mixing things from those two.
But I'm not. No, look, like I said,
making a fantasy model of your own making. I'm
not. I'm willing. No, I'm willing to accept that there are multiple flat Earth models that are all distinct.
No, because you're mixing the whatever idea of the sun that you have in your mind into whatever idea of the flat Earth that you have in your mind.
Okay, where? So where am I mistaken? So on the flat Earth model, the sun is really close to the
on
Earth,
the
right?
imaginary thing that you have in your mind. Say it like that. In the image that you have in your mind. Just say it like that. In the thing that you're thinking about in your mind.
Look. Like I said, I'll just ask the room again. Is the sun closer than 93 million miles away on the flat Earth model?
I don't know.
Don't know. Don't care.
Don't know.
And the flat Earth model.
Okay, then wait. So if you don't know, then how can you even make an argument in the first place?
What argument do we make?
You're making an argument for the flat Earth.
You don't use the sun.
What does that have to do with the sun, man?
Okay, so
you're making a claim for the globe.
Yes, let's get back.
Point is, Ace, you're making a claim for the globe, right? So you're saying that you're going to use a particular model to represent what you're observing in reality. So you allow that to stand on its own merit and not compare it to any other kind of idea of what you think Earth isn't or is.
I'm letting the flat Earth. I'm letting the flat Earth stand on its own merit. Let's go with that then.
Yes. Let's no. If you're making a claim about the sun and it being represented by a model, then you let that stand on its own merit, no comparison with any other kind of model.
Wait, why can't I make comparisons between models?
You got to prove your model first, dude.
Well, I'm trying to get to that, and you guys aren't really letting me.
You're not even trying, man.
Okay, you can believe whatever you want. So,
well, we're still waiting on curvature.
So like I was saying, on the flat Earth model, the sun is very close. It's very close to the Earth.
T-Dub just said to you that you're not comparing it to anything else. You need to tell us why the sun is 93 million miles away.
That's not my argument. My argument is
But
about
it is,
the
dude.
comparison between two
What is
models.
your argument then? Because you're starting to tell us what we should
Okay,
believe.
look, like I said, my
Did I
argument.
finish my sentence, or did I not?
God, look, you're not even letting me finish my sentences.
But you just jumped in the middle of mine.
I get that. So do you.
Dude, there's a reason why we're not letting you finish your sentences,
is like a
man, because you're full of shit, and we don't want to hear it anymore, man. You got some evidence that the Earth is fucking round?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that, and you're not even.
No, you're
letting me
not,
finish.
man. You're talking about flat Earth models, dude. It has nothing to do with the fucking curve of the Earth, man.
Yes, it does.
No, it
Look,
doesn't.
Yes, it does. If you let me even finish my point.
You've got one sentence to relate this back to the curvature.
I mean, okay. Look, I'm gonna say what I'm gonna say. Okay.
Just guys, just let him get it out.
Thank you, Flat Earth Jedi. Honestly, Flat Earth Jedi, you've been
Just
a
get it.
gentleman.
Oh,
This
shut
entire
the- Get it out.
discussion.
Get it out, man.
moron.
You've
Just
been a
get it out.
gentleman.
Okay, just
So
get it out.
on the Flat Earth model, the sun is a few thousand miles away, right? We can at least agree with that, or are we gonna have a hog again about it?
I'll tell you what. I'll say this: on a flat Earth model, and I'm doing quotation marks, and you can't see them. The sun is a distance away. Okay.
A distance less than 93 million, right?
I tell you what, just to keep the conversation going. Yeah, go on.
Okay, great. Okay, so because on the flat Earth model, the sun is exceptionally close to the Earth, say a couple
That's
of
not what
thousand
was
miles,
said.
say a couple thousand miles away. Okay.
Fucking hell. You look like a kindergarten kid.
I'm like I said, I'm 31. But
You sound like you're in fucking grade
I also look very young.
Hey, shut
too.
your mouth,
I'm
kid.
a
Shut
very
it.
I'm a
Shut-
very
shut
neon
up.
individual.
Hey, shut it.
So
Hey,
okay,
listen, dude. Shut your mouth.
I'd like to continue the discussion with Flat Earth.
No,
look,
you're not going to continue. No, you're not going to continue until all the flat earthers agree that they're not going to interrupt you so you can get it out. All right, now you can continue. Go ahead.
Sure. Okay. Great. So, given that the sun is a few thousand miles away on the flat Earth model, we would expect to see the size of the sun change in the sky throughout the day, right?
Incorrect, because you just add in one variable, the distance, but you're still missing the mediums between you and the object and the medium that the object is in.
Okay.
So you're missing listen. You're missing all of these things, all of these variables to be able to make a cohesive conclusion about the claim that you're saying it should look or it should be doing this, but the observation that you're doing from the ground and the phenomena that you're observing, it's what it is. And your opinions in your mind and the cartoons that you are putting together to build a straw man of what it should be has nothing to do with the actual observable phenomena.
Okay, but look, refraction is a rounding error.
Dreamland observations in your mind and talking about that.
Refraction would be a rounding error in my argument.
And what about lensing?
Also a rounding error.
Let's see your demonstration.
I'm trying to get to that. So
if you're going to be bringing up a flat Earth model, then you must understand that with regards to the sky, there could be 2 to 3 mediums, if not more. So when you're talking about making observations on a flat Earth model, then you're going to have to start making account for an awful lot of refraction. And here we are. We're not going to be able to do anything with a measurement for the sun because we don't know what type of refraction we're going to have to account for, because it's not just the atmosphere. There could be a container in the way, like the firmament, and some flat Earth.
The dome.
Mate, what fucking language are you speaking?
Well, I mean, from what I understand, at least with the dome model, the sun is underneath the dome. It's not above the dome.
No, see, wrong. So, atmosphere, then container. Now, how thick the container is, and if the sun resides in that container, is an unknown. The sun could exist beyond the container, where the sun, moon, and stars are. Or they could all be together, but definitely not in the atmosphere.
Okay, sure. Okay, look, let's assume all those cases. Let's assume any of those cases are possible.
Of a reflection. You've seen a reflection. Have you seen a mirror?
Look. This is irrelevant. This is irrelevant.
The reflection of the light looks like the light. How do you know the sun is not a reflection?
Irrelevant.
So you don't know any of those things.
Completely irrelevant.
I hadn't even got to the crescendo of my point, man.
Well, look. Go ahead, Jedi. Like I said, you've been a gentleman in this discussion.
Okay, so the crescendo to the point is, on a flat Earth model that you are trying to give us, you must take account for possibilities within the sky, the mediums that you may have to take account for, and being as they are unknowns, then observations of the sun not doing something as you claim is going to be highly irrelevant. Because like I said earlier, all I had to do was bring up atmospheric magnification to demonstrate that sometimes the sun appears bigger on the horizon than it did at our zenith position.
Okay.
So refraction, right? We're going to have to do a lot with that.
Sure, but like I said, so at least from my understanding, all these things would be rounding errors in my argument.
Can you expand on what you mean by that?
Yeah. So if the sun is significantly closer to the plane of the Earth than is believed by NASA and all these liars who lied about the moon landing, you know.
Don't need that. We don't need the fill a bit. We don't need the poison of
I'm
the well.
just saying, man. You know, I at least
Stick to
agree
the
with you
point.
guys. I at least agree with you guys a little bit on that stuff. Okay, so
It's a point, dude. Come on.
but it would be a rounding error because you would expect the size of the sun to change dramatically throughout the day, and the angular size of the sun to change dramatically throughout the day. Right?
You don't know that. You don't know that.
That would be your assumption based on a flat Earth model where you just say, "Well, we would expect to see this," but I'm not going to be taking account for.
But doesn't it someone?
Where's your demonstration,
dude? So, don't know what the sun is, right? If you're going to be asking the flat Earth about a flat Earth model, then we don't know what the sun is. Like I've been trying to point out, even in your model, it's in a refractive position. Right.
Well, the sun is composed of liquid metallic hydrogen, similar to Jupiter.
That's an interesting, unproven hypothesis at best.
Okay.
Come on.
Sure.
Come on.
Sure. But
so
back to the point.
Your current, it's a high distraction.
No. Yeah. The gaseous model of the sun is complete nonsense. But again, this is a tangent. Like let's ignore that for a second. So, like I said. So if the sun is significantly closer to the plane of the Earth than what NASA is claiming, and given the laws of optics, you would expect the size of the sun to radically change throughout the day. And there are claims like, FEBI showed some time lapse where supposedly it does change. And I'm going to argue that that's because of specular rays and that kind of stuff, rather than an actual change in the size of the sun.
Dude, so your argument isn't that it's an actual change. It's an apparent change. What the fuck?
Yes.
I never really thought about that though, but that is kind of a good point, right? Like at the morning or at the or near the horizon, what it seems like, right? Versus when it's high in the sky, right up at the noon, you really would think that it would change more.
Yes.
Right? Like based on how.
No, that's only if you're assuming the distance to the sun and the size of the sun.
Well, right. Yeah, but that would mean his model. But that would mean that model would reinforce your guys'
model?
Point.
Right.
What model?
Whatever could be your model. I don't know. Shit.
We have to take account for multiple observations through different atmospheric conditions. We've already got the understanding that atmospheric magnification takes place, where the sun appears to be bigger on the horizon than it does at solar noon at your zenith.
Right.
We've gone through that. But the opposite way round as well. If you have a dry atmosphere, if it's cool in temperature, hasn't got a lot of moisture, humidity in it, then the sun can appear to reduce in angular size as it goes away and sets for the horizon. So it depends on the atmosphere.
The point is that it doesn't. That's my entire point.
Dude,
it changes every single time.
It does.
Right, but it should change.
No, but it doesn't. Like, see, look, FEBI posted this GIF right here. Like, you see in side chat where supposedly it looks like it's getting smaller and smaller. That's because of the specular rays that the sun produces.
What? So it gets
He's a
smaller
troll,
due to
dude.
specular rays? You're a fuck. Seriously, man. Anyway, let's be quiet.
So
don't jump in.
He's been
Don't
trolling
jump in.
for like 2 hours, man.
Look, it hasn't been 2 hours. It's about been 25
quiet,
minutes.
Man. I'm gonna. Okay, so the sun doesn't change size. Okay, so the sun not changing size makes the Earth curve.
So how that is explained is that the relative distance between the sun and the Earth is negligibly changed throughout the day.
How does that make the Earth curve?
Because how you explain that is with the round Earth model, with the sun being 93 million miles away.
relate the sun not changing size to drop over distance, a rate of change of slope on the Earth. Go ahead.
Sure, the laws of optics.
The laws
just
of
a word.
Right, sorry. Can you cite the laws of optics for me, please, or at least reference them?
Sure, things that are further away appear smaller or have a smaller angular size than things that are closer to you have a larger angular size.
Okay, fair enough. At least I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I've been studying flat Earth for like years and years.
How
and
does
years
that
and
make
years.
the Earth curved?
Anyways, I know what you're
Okay.
talking about.
Yeah.
You know
So how that makes the Earth curved is that if the sun stays the same size in the sky, has the same angular distance in the sky throughout the day, one of the explanations, I mean, maybe there's other explanations, but I think the simplest explanation. Well, look, again, you cannot prove empirical statements. You can only prove logical statements.
Listen, man. You saying that the sun
There's no
doesn't
such
change size doesn't prove that the Earth is curved.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so how about you listen to me instead of keep interrupting me every single time I get through? See, you interrupted. Look, let me finish my sentence.
Explain how
I have been giving you plenty of time to speak, and you are not allowing me to finish my points. Okay, good. Thank you. I'll tell you. I will say my point is done. You can talk. Okay.
And if you say something wrong, then I'll interrupt you.
No, that's not how that works.
It's his server. I think it is.
Not mine.
So, as I was saying, one of the simplest ways to explain how the sun stays the same size throughout the day is that the distance between the sun and the Earth changes negligibly throughout the day.
There you go. Hey, listen, flat earthers, don't make an agreement in one breath. When he says, I'll be able to finish and then I'll let you go, you say, okay. Then after that, you say, no, but I'll interrupt you if I decide you're saying something wrong. Pick one or the other.
If he's saying something wrong, then I'm going to
I don't care. I don't give a fuck, dude. You made a deal with him. You're either going to honor your deal or you can go fuck off. Why be so disingenuous with people? If you say, I'll let you finish, you then both agree that that's the terms, and then you slide it in there, but I'll interrupt you. That's asshole level behavior, bro. So you either make an agreement with him or don't. One or the other. Which one's it going to be?
Oh, go. Finish, man.
All right, I'll unmute this kid.
I apologize, AI Overlord. Thank you. I appreciate that. So, like I said, the simplest way to explain that the sun staying the same size in the sky throughout the day is that the distance between the Earth and the sun, or the Earth and the observer, the sun and the observer negligibly changes throughout the day. Do you understand that?
So what does that mean?
So, and the simplest way to explain that is that the Earth is merely just rotating and not change, and the Earth is, or the observer's distance between the sun and the observer is not changing massively throughout the day, like you would on a flat Earth model. On a flat Earth model, you know, the sun being on the other side of the Earth, or 90 degrees to the observer versus being directly overhead, the distance changes radically between the observer and the sun in that model. I know I wasn't being exceptionally clear, but hopefully you understood what I said.
So now, how does that prove that the Earth is a sphere?
So, like I said, if it is the case that the sun stays the same size throughout the day, and the best explanation for that is that the distance between the observer and the sun changes negligibly throughout the day, the simplest explanation for that, for why the sun moves across the sky and stays the same size in the sky throughout the day, is that the Earth is rotating.
Okay, so your interpretation of the appearance of the sun is that the Earth is curving and rotating.
I think I laid it out pretty clearly just
Yeah,
there.
okay, it sounds like a yeah. So just show me that curvature then.
We're talking
Yeah.
about the sun, though, not the curvature.
Well, the curvature is what you're ultimately trying to prove using the sun. So let's just go straight to that.
We
you're talking
can
about the
get to
sun's
that, but I just want to make sure we get our points straight rather than having to get back to the point again and again while we're talking about irrelevant things.
It's just you who keeps going back to it again and again. We understood what you were trying to put across the first 20 times, and you
Okay,
just
so
went
so
into
wait,
it
so
again.
you understand why it is so important that the size of the sun changes or doesn't change throughout the day, and that is relevant to whether or not the Earth is flat or round.
Your
You
interpretation
understand that, right?
of its appearance is that the Earth's surface is curving.
Well, no,
and
it's not appearance. It's measured size.
No, that's angular size.
Yeah, it's measured size. It's measured angular size.
It's what? Same angular size as me.
Yeah, so that's how big something appears. Okay, so like I said, your interpretation of its appearance is that the Earth is curving and rotating. So just show me that curve then that's blocking it. Go ahead.
Sure. I mean, aren't there pictures of, I believe, Chicago across Lake Michigan and all that?
I don't know. This is up to you. You say that there's necessarily a curved surface of the Earth. You say there's necessarily, or there must be, because it's the simplest explanation, that there's a curved surface of the Earth, that the sun is doing what it's doing. So just use whatever you have to show me that curved surface.
Well,
That's all I'm asking.
I thought I laid out that line of reasoning pretty clearly. I mean, if you would like me to repeat it, I can.
Oh my God, no. We got it.
Okay, then what's there to not understand?
Where is this curvature that you say blocks the sun? That's what.
I mean, don't you see that the sun goes down under the horizon each day?
What's
The horizon. Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
What's the horizon?
Well, we don't call it the vertizon.
So the horizon would be the the circle around the observer from the point that they're observing from.
Okay, so the sun goes because of perspective. You understand the laws of perspective, right?
Yeah, the
Things
laws of
above
optics,
your
laws of
eye-
perspective. Yeah.
With distance, things above your eye line descend towards the horizon with distance, right?
Yeah,
So as the sun appears to descend towards the
Well,
horizon.
it compresses. It compresses, yeah.
Yeah. But at the moment, you've just pointed out your circle of vision. Okay, so the sun's gone beyond your circle of vision. That's what you said the horizon was, and the sun's gone beyond it. Your circle of vision being the limitation of your view, I presume.
Yeah.
Because of optics, right? Your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Here, actually, let me see. I've got an image that where is it? Let me see if I can find it. Give me 30 seconds. This is gonna take a little bit. One second.
In the meantime, I just like to point out that I love Minecraft because it's like flat Earth model, right? And then Dyson Sphere program or Kerbal Space programs are like globe models. And of course, they're not one-to-one in any way, but they are still technically models of what we think reality is or could be. And they both work. So.
But they're flat models?
Well, Minecraft's a flat model, and most models are flat, even if they are 3D, but yeah.
Oh, darn, this GIF is not... Why is this not... Here, one sec. Let me see if I can download this. And then upload it. No, I know. I realize. Yeah, it's just a still image here. Let me see if I can upload this. Q image. There it is. Here we go. This should actually play in the browser. There you go. Okay, perfect. Here, I'll delete this other image. So, this, assuming a flat Earth. I mean, hopefully you guys have seen this image, right? Like, this is basically the argument that I'm making.
Again? I don't need any crayons now.
Let's ignore the entirety of the flat Earth quote-unquote model that you're giving us, but forgetting about the things in the sky that we can't clarify, the mediums that we're looking through, what they are and how would they affect observations of things through them. Yeah, let's do that.
Like I said, I would believe that those would be rounding errors unless demonstrated to me otherwise. Like, I mean, let's nail something down, right? What do you actually believe, Flat Earth Jedi? What do you believe that the sun is under the firmament, in the firmament, above the firmament? Like, you gave me all these alternative models,
Yeah.
but what do
Yeah,
you
yeah.
actually believe?
So when I pointed out, I said definitely not within the atmosphere. Although I can give you plenty of observations where it definitely looks like the sun is in the atmosphere, but I would suggest that would be an optical phenomena. It looks like it's in clouds and stuff like that.
Sure.
I would personally, just me, no one else, don't associate this with anybody else. But the other two options, because I don't know necessarily if it's one medium, the firmament in the entirety, which is where the sun, moon, and stars reside, or a barrier, and then a medium that sun, moon, and stars reside in, or separate things. I don't know. But
Okay, so it's either in the firmament or past the firmament is what you believe.
I would suggest, but that's just me.
Okay. And so the point that I would make for that is that even if it is past the firmament, you would expect that given different observers that they would see different sizes or even shapes, right? Because the firmament itself would
We see what we see. We see what we see, Brian. We see what we see.
I know, but you would expect that with the firmament, since it's some kind of crystalline structure or something like that.
No idea. No idea.
Whatever it is, right? I mean, I'm not saying it necessarily is crystalline, but it's something, right? It's something rather than nothing, right?
All of these things are unknown. I'm just speculating on.
Okay.
I'm trying to be logical while speculating.
Yeah.
So I can only go so far.
Yeah.
It's really telling to me that you have to try to make a point about the surface of the Earth by talking about literally anything other than that. I don't think you have any point
this is more easily observable than trying to measure some very minute deviation from completely flat.
Minute deviation from completely flat. It's a minute deviation, is it? That's what you think 8 inches per mile squared drop is. 66 feet of drop.
Come on.
Miles.
That you're comparing inches to miles. Yes, it's a minute deviation.
So your globe is minutely different from a flat plane, so you can't tell the difference.
No. In the local neighborhood of an observer, it is a minute difference.
How much of a minute difference is it in, like, let's say 25 miles?
I mean, maybe a few feet, if that.
Oh, hold on. Nobody give him the answer, please. Listen, kid. You just made a gross error. I want to give you the opportunity to correct it by actually finding a source for the math of what the deviation would be.
Round Earth calculator. Let me see. Omni calculator.
Like, you should just join the flat Earth, dude.
Yeah, at that point.
Look, like I said, just because we didn't go to the moon doesn't mean the Earth is flat, guys.
That's a fair point.
What is the moon then?
Like
Hold on, don't distract him. He's clearly not capable of doing two things at once.
No, clearly, yeah. There's a lot of. Here you go. Earthcurvature.com. Is that the one you guys use?
Dude, just pick one, dude. Pick one and get the answer, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, 200 feet, 260 feet. So yeah, like I said, it's a couple of feet.
Yeah, a couple of feet. Well, do you realize that 260 compared to a couple is 2 orders of magnitude off? Do you realize that?
Oh, I mean couple in a colloquial sense. I don't mean in a literal, like, actual sense. Like, I don't mean actually 2 feet.
Oh my goodness, dude.
I mean, you've never heard of someone use couple in, like, a colloquial sense?
more than 2. Oh yeah, bro. So one time I actually poured an entire parking lot with concrete rather than blacktop because that's what the customer wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And it came time to pay, and they're like, "Dude,
one side of the parking lot is higher than the building they're parking in front of. And I'm like, dude, it's only a couple feet off.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you admit that a couple is two?
Oh yeah, look, like I said, I was using it in the colloquial sense.
Do you think you could see
It's a
25
term,
miles?
though.
Yeah,
What
of
is
course.
colloquial?
That means like imprecise or like the way
But
that
a
people
couple is
talk
a
without
number.
actually.
They go, I'm
So
going out to
like
dinner with
deceptive,
that
but
couple.
also confident.
Hmm?
I'm going out to dinner with that couple down the road. How many people are in that couple?
I don't know. It's they them.
I don't know, dude. It's 2024. It could be 72 for all we know.
Yeah,
true.
I was thinking of
Are you
making a
guys
joke
saying-
like that. Yeah.
Are you guys saying? Are you saying that when my wife tells me we are a couple, she might mean something else? Like there's more people involved?
Yeah, there could be 296
Yeah,
people
Oh,
in
no,
it.
I'm not
let me be
cheating. I'm
clear.
not cheating on you. I'm not cheating on you. We're still a couple.
Yeah, it's just the
Well, but
200
look,
others.
look.
It's just a couple.
But I didn't say couple. I said coupla.
What?
Couple.
My colloquial relationship.
That changes the end of
You
it.
mean cupola?
Oh, man.
Anyway, Fred, I'll submit to you that the tolerance that you just described is accessible to be measured with the tools that we possess in the technology that we have in the modern era. So it's not as simple as, oh, it cannot be measured and we need to go to the sky to infer what the Earth is. We can directly measure the Earth.
But to the average layman who doesn't have access to thousands of dollars of equipment, maybe what it would cost maybe $5,000, $6,000 to set up an experiment like that. Everybody has a cell phone. Everybody almost certainly has some kind of DSLR or maybe a point and shoot.
You said you took pictures of Chicago from where?
No. I took pictures of the sun.
Oh. I heard you saying something about taking pictures of Chicago or something.
No. That was kind of a
a
tangent discussion because I believe AI was demanding that we talk about the curve.
What do you think about those pictures that are taken of Chicago skyline that we shouldn't be able to see?
We can't see the bottoms of the buildings.
Oh. Have you seen that picture?
Yeah, I've seen there's been a number of pictures taken of Chicago across Lake Michigan. Yeah.
What if we were to do
and in none of them can you see the bottoms of those buildings?
That should bother you.
What do you mean? No, it doesn't bother me.
No. Hold on, friend. I want
It's
you to
only
think
a couple.
about it. No, I'm serious. I want everyone to think about this point right now. The claim is, I can't see the very bottom of the building, whatever that very bottom fills, right? However, I can routinely see a greater amount of the building than I normally should if my claim that the Earth is a fixed size
that's
is.
right, and that's refraction.
Perfect. Now I want you to answer me this question. Okay, ready?
Mm-hmm.
Why is refraction capable of only showing you a portion of the building, but never revealing the bottom? Wouldn't it be the case that sometimes you could clearly see the bottom as well?
It depends on the refractive index, I believe. So if there was a perfect case with the refraction where it was like the refractive index of the vapor on top of Lake Michigan was just perfect, yeah, maybe in that.
He's a good troll. I'll give him that, man.
I'm not trolling, man. I'm being honest. I'm being candid with you guys.
That's an attempt to be consistent with his worldview. But I'll submit to you that the Chicago skyline isn't even the greatest observations that have been done. There are observations at hundreds of miles with objects that should be miles below the curvature.
Well, from what I remember, some of those were mistaken. Now I'd have to go back. Like I said, it's been a while since I looked at
Nice empty claims.
specific examples, but I know there's one where I think it was in like the Italian Alps where they took pictures of other mountains that were like 250 miles away, and from what I remember, those were misidentifications of those mountains.
There's a world record, dude. Look it up.
No, I know. I'm aware. I spent taking a look. I spent studying them.
It's easier than that as well. You can do a
people who claim, there were people who claimed that the mountains were misidentified. However, the mountain that they claim it was misidentified as still superseded globe geometry. We also have, written testimony of people in the southern oceans seeing mountains 300 miles away. Okay, and if you do any math on any mountain, 300 miles supersedes the globe geometry by quite a bit.
I mean, maybe.
We got pilots testimony who flew the Blackbird and stuff, seeing states from other locations, and if you do the math from their height to that state, they shouldn't be able to see that either.
Yeah, but
we got infrared photography at high altitude. Hold on, friend. We got infrared photography at high altitude, which is totally different alleged refraction profile. And if refraction makes things go in this direction, right? If you put in infrared, it should be going in the opposite direction, but it doesn't.
But then there's also plenty of examples of photos taken. Like, I remember there was a photo taken from Malibu of Los Angeles, where I'd have to dig up this video on YouTube, but where he actually compared. He took these like really accurate 3D models of the Earth where you could actually change the curvature. I forget the name of the guy. Like I said, I have to dig it up. But he's got these very accurate 3D models of the Earth. He's able to change the curvature of the Earth, and he compared what the image would look like if the Earth was flat versus what the image would look like if it was curved, and then compared it to the image of that photo from Malibu to Los Angeles, and guess which one it matches? The round Earth.
And what does that even mean?
What do you mean? I thought it was being clear.
What did you
say?
say?
You didn't give any reference to the object. So,
yeah, let me.
What was it? Purple? What was it? Flashing red? I mean, what was going on with the object?
No, like that. It would just be a photo of Los Angeles from Malibu. Let me see if I can find that video really quick.
Dude, look, let's be clear. There's only two references when you're looking at an image that has anything to do with inferring a globe or the negation of a globe, right? In light of that type of thinking, which is I can't see the bottom of something, or I can see something that otherwise would be occluded by a big hump of earth in between me and it, right? So when you're describing your picture, you might say something like, oh, I can see something that should normally be obstructed by a big hump of earth curvature at this range.
Sure, but like I said, we talked about, refraction's been brought up multiple times in this discussion, and yes, that's a significant confounder in these discussions.
So 250
that's
miles?
your claim that it is.
Well, no, this is a claim that Flat Earth Jedi and a number of people made, that these would be confounders. So it's not my argument.
Say what?
Oh, you said that refraction and magnification, atmospheric magnification, are confounders in this discussion.
No.
Well, I know you didn't use that actual word, but that was the intent of what you were saying.
Yeah, I'll guess. I did jump in, so I'm walking down the road.
Okay.
But, yeah, to a point. You still confused why you can't see the bottom of things, though?
No.
Because it's Earth curvature, right?
Supposedly, yeah.
You don't think it could be optical?
It might be. I'm willing to believe that that's the case.
We can show you time-lapse footage of atmosphere changing the appearance of things over distance.
Oh, here we go. Perfect. I found this video. There we go. Here. Behold the flat Earth. This is an excellent video. You guys should take a look at it sometime. It's a bit of a clickbaity title, but it's an excellent video.
Right. So why don't you tell us the premise in the video, since you clearly watched it and understood it?
Yeah, I did. So like I said, so
You didn't, though.
he has this software where he's able to load in very high resolution 3D scans of the Earth. And he's able to dynamically change the curvature of the Earth in his software model, and he compares it to a photo taken from Malibu of Los Angeles.
So what? He's just
okay. Well, what's being compared, dude?
to the software.
Oh my goodness!
And where the software where he is able to take these 3D scans and put it on a flat Earth, and then he's able to change it to a curved Earth.
Yeah.
I don't know, dude. I kind of laid it out for you pretty plain.
I
but
feel like I feel like I've done the same, and you seem lost.
No.
Well,
so for example, you might say when the image shows a skyline, right, where you can't see the bottom 30% of the buildings.
No.
It clearly was on the top. Dude, I'm just telling you it's the way in which you might explain it. Mm-hmm. Just saying you compared it to this and this doesn't say what was compared, doesn't say what points of information or data were compared, what was different, none of that.
Yeah, now it's video games, right?
Here, I'll show you here. So I'll just take some screenshots. So this is what you would expect to see if the Earth was flat. From that vantage point. And
that's what we do see.
And this is what you would expect to see if the Earth was round. Right? So he's able to dynamically change the curvature of the Earth in the software model, right? And you can see there's a pretty clear difference, right?
Perspective.
Well, where the mountain is curving under the horizon, right? And
dude, who's snoring? That's either somebody snoring or that's their physiological laughter response.
And then this is just like image that is laid over it. And wouldn't you know, it fits the round Earth model, not the flat Earth model.
So since you watched it, what method did he use to determine that the picture that you said this is what it would look like on a flat Earth is the way it should look on a flat Earth? What method?
Well, these are like from the 3D scans.
That's not an answer.
What do you mean?
You need to try again.
So, like I said, the first image, so I posted 3 images, right? So I posted the video, flat Earth, round Earth, image overlaid on round Earth.
What was his method for determining what a flat Earth would look like?
It would just simply be taking these 3D scans and putting them on a flat plane rather than a curved surface.
So you're saying none of it matches. So the observation doesn't match.
Okay,
no, the observation matches the round Earth.
Oh, hold on, friend. Hold on. We got to parse something out here. So I'm going to give you a little fact of history first. So one of the most prominent 3-dimensional video game shooters of all time, a turning point in the industry, is known as Doom. Now, if you play Doom, it appears to be a 3-dimensional environment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, interestingly enough, it is coded as a 2D plane. It's literally a top-down 2D plane, of which the information is then rendered on the screen to appear as if you're in a 3-dimensional environment.
Yeah, John Carmack is a brilliant programmer. Sure.
Exactly. So it's not an accurate depiction of the information. So what we're trying to get at here is, when he rendered this image, what methodology of accounting for real-world things like angular size change, perspective, all of these things were employed? That's what you're being asked. You don't just say, this is what it would be. I asked you, how does he know that's what it would be? Well, he got the data from 3D scans. Okay, well, that's fine. Now, how did he use it to portray it into an image? There's a conversion from scans to an image, right? Because we know the Earth, we know the world is three-dimensional and screens are two-dimensional. So we have a compounding axis, right? So they have to account for the compounding of that axis. So how is that done? That's what I want to know.
Sure. Just like with any AI overlord, you seem to be a pretty computer savvy guy. Just like with any piece of software, any rendering software, there are a number of variables that are used, like the focal length of the camera and a couple other things. And those can all be adjusted in software and can be used to match an actual camera that was used to take an actual photo.
Okay, so you're saying that he has this existing in a 3D render to which all of these factors are applied.
Yes, so the first...
And he demonstrates that in his video.
Yes. So there's the video, the first, second, and third images that I posted. The first image is where he assumes that the Earth is flat, and he renders the three-dimensional scan on a flat Earth. The second image, he assumes that the Earth is rounded at the curvature that's, given by NASA and whatever, and shows that in the third image that the actual image that was taken with an actual camera more closely resembles the round Earth than the flat Earth renderings.
Really?
Yeah. Watch the video. I took these screenshots for you guys. It's all there.
Let me see. I was just watching his short the other day. This guy was getting on this plane. Then he just looked out the window and didn't edit the footage at all. And it was amazing, right?
Yeah. Behold the
gonna go
flat
watch
Earth.
this video.
Yeah. Please. Come back. It's only like 6 minutes long. It's not a long video. I'll be here.
Yeah, so do these concepts within a three-dimensional matrix that's created in a computer, right? When you have field of view changes and all of these things, yes, it does change the image, right?
Yeah, certainly.
But do computers actually have physical constraints?
Yeah, and the speed of light.
No, they don't.
Well,
I mean the software.
Oh, the software. Yeah. Okay. No, you can.
Right, there's no actual true
you can code
physical
whatever you want.
constraints, right?
Yeah, you can code whatever you want.
Yeah, but there's error in the code. That's what you're missing here.
Yeah, but the error is negligible.
Never mind him. He's a troll. Carry on.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Dude, you could accurately put in some variables, right, and forego other actual variables that exist in reality, and then you would have an errored conclusion.
Certainly, of course. Yeah, if you have error, if you have false premises, you have a false conclusion.
There you go.
Hey, you know what? This has actually been really enjoyable so far. I mean, after everybody kind of calmed down and we actually got to brass tacks, this has actually been really nice.
Yeah, so I'll submit to you that no three-dimensional program actually includes the physical constraint of angular resolution limitations in regards to the physical interaction of light and a lens and a sensor. None of them. Not a single one.
Yeah, but it can be coded in, though.
I'm telling you, dude. As far as I know, there's not one that exists that does that.
Here, I don't know if I'll DM you this video if you'd like, because I'd like you to take a look at it and maybe give your criticisms of it. So here, I sent it to you in your DMs. Take a look at it when you have the time.
Well, like this is one of the main criticisms when it comes to looking at the optical world and trying to, project it geometrically and specifically orthographically. Sometimes angular changes are taken into account, but angular size ultimately is just like a trigonometric relationship between the observer's point of view and the ray lines that would reach the top and bottom of an an object at any distance, right? So that would be the far leg of the triangle. The observer's point is the acute angle, right? And the top of the ray line and the bottom of the ray line are the other two angles, the opposite angles.
I'm pretty certain that the software this guy is using does not use an orthographic projection. It uses a perspective projection. Pretty certain about that.
Well, orthographic is just a perspective projection from a side view. Right?
Yeah, or
you're only
you have
using
straight,
angular
you
side
use straight
relationship.
lines. You're projecting straight lines rather than,
Yeah. For example, most 3D software, you'll notice, especially like end user products like video games and stuff, the majority of the three-dimensional engines, as you turn them, the field of view, you'll notice that it actually, like the pixel will actually follow an arced path. And in reality, when you look out at things, they don't do that.
Yeah, that's a limitation of the engine. Probably just because it's the simpler math to do.
Well, it's because they're rendering it in a distance calculator from like a point out, and with that you only get angular size changes. That's it. You don't have the compounding factor of the difference between the angular resolution of the optic relative to the angles that the rays are entering the lens.
Is Scott Mackey still here? I know he's in the channel, but I don't know if he's still listening.
We're still trying to decide when Scott Mackey is here, if he's actually here.
Yeah, because he mentioned that he was going to go inside and bring some stuff up, and I was kind of interested.
I can hear better.
Hey, Scott.
Yes, I'm still here, and yes, I brought it up. It was in the chat.
Oh, I missed it. I'd like to take a look
I can
at
repost it. I'll post it again. Hold on.
Excellent. Thank you. Yes, a GIF of Alaska. Water level is curved.
What's the premise of a GIF?
I don't know. Flat Earth.
Water is curved. Okay.
FEBI is spamming
Okay,
the chat.
perfect. What method did they use to figure that water's curved?
I'm watching it right now. Let's see.
Watch the video.
Yeah, you even got a timestamp for us too, so I appreciate that.
Oh, I didn't know I had a timestamped.
Oh yeah. The T equals 147
Yeah, I know.
seconds.
I see that now, but I didn't realize that was there.
No, but hey, it looks like it's getting right into the action, so.
And why are we watching a dude in the truck?
Well, I assume because you're interested in understanding the world you live in. But if you're not, then no need to.
Oh man, I the fact that he put it on the side of the road with all these bumps kind of bothers me, but I'm assuming
That don't matter.
Yeah, I'm assuming it doesn't matter.
If he's doing what I think he's doing, it won't matter.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So he's got another post. Okay. Interesting.
I mean, my guess is he's got a water level, and then he's going to optically acquire it from one point to the other, and say that because he had to dip his optical acquirement device, then that means that it's lower. And then from there, infer a curvature based on the fact that he would assume water is necessary level at its equipotential.
No, he's showing that the middle tube is higher than the end tubes. If you drew a straight line from end to end, that line goes below the middle tube.
Interesting. Yeah, so he actually measures it. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Interesting.
How'd you measure the straight line?
No, he didn't. He just got he just optically acquired it. I mean, how else could
Yeah, he cited it.
All right, so the only thing you have to do there is just prove that the path of the light was perfectly straight.
No, it's not about light. It's about the.
Oh my goodness, dude! It is about light, dude. The angle of interception of the light to the optic is all that matters, bro.
But
otherwise, you have no idea how to spatially locate those things when you project them out into any semblance of like, okay, this line is above or below this line. You're making claims about their locations in physical space based on their locations in an image, right? So it necessarily requires light, correct?
Not in what I'm seeing here, no.
Oh my goodness, dude. What I'm seeing doesn't require light. Good grief, dude. Wow.
not those kind of subtle
listen,
subtle effects.
Friend, pay attention now. All these arguments that we've been having since I joined this call and since I began listening to you require fundamental assumptions about the nature of the path of light, the information received at the optic, and the ability for you to use that information to make claims about physical location.
He's not doing an optical experiment.
Oh my dude. Holy crap, dude.
Optic.
He's doing a water level experiment. It has nothing to do
Yeah,
with
no, but he's using a line of sight to determine that the water in the middle is higher than the water at the ends. He hasn't like drawn a straight edge, a physical thing, right? He's just looking down from one end to the other. That's light.
That's all right. That's
it is.
Fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've got some stuff to do. It was really great chatting with you guys. I appreciate the candidness. You all have a nice day.
Absolutely. So before you go, if there is a way to accurately understand the path of light in regards to ambient conditions, refraction, whatever, then that means that you can use a light source to measure whether the Earth curve is in the way or not, right? So you could apply this rule standard to the Earth and figure it out, right? It's either one way or the other. You either can or you can't. So I'll leave it with that.
All right, I'll consider it. Thank you so much, AI. You have a nice day.
Almost.
We all agree that this guy who went out, I don't know this guy, right? I just found him on the internet, who went out and did this experiment with this kid, saw that the water in the middle was higher than the water in the ends.
Define what you mean by saw them higher.
He sighted down from he sighted down from one end to the other, and the water in the middle was higher in his line of sight than the one at the far end.
Well, I'll tell you what. I will concede that if he shows that the final resolved image, they're higher in the plane of the image, well, yeah, no problem.
And now we just need to explain that, right?
Exactly. And that's what I was telling that kid. It's all about claims of the final resolved image, the path of light, and the ability to use those two things to make claims about physical locations of objects from which this light is received.
No,
That's what
I
the whole
agree.
argument is about. That.
Yeah, we on the Globe side use path of light all the time. We think it's a really good way of figuring out where things are.
Oh, absolutely. Except when there's lasers that shoot 25 miles and hit a target that normally under laser transit methodology would disprove the claim by 2 orders of magnitude. Then it doesn't matter.
No, it matters, and we would need to explain that, and we would need to come up with a reasonable explanation for it.
Oh, there's only one. There's one penumbric salvation device that's used in every instance that supersedes globe geometry with any optical means.
I don't even understand what that means.
Well, you don't know what a salvation device is?
No, never heard of one.
Well, I mean, that's a rhetorical term that's used in lines of argumentation to where someone has a paradigm and it always encounters this particular problem. But they have a device that, under the quote-unquote plausibility of the scope of this device, it saves every instance, right? And so, obviously, we all know what the globe salvation device is, and that's refraction. They apply this word as a penumbric term that covers all bases. And it must cover all bases because, technically, if the Earth is a globe, and we have any superseding appearance of visual information that defeats the geometry, then the necessary claim that the globe proponent must cite or assert is that the path of light wasn't true in this instance.
Well, I would agree.
Now we've had globe proponents admit that this device makes optical ascertaining of the shape of the Earth unfalsifiable on the globe side.
How so?
What's that?
How so? What argument did they make?
The argument's simple, that because they can appeal to an alteration in the path of light, that any observation that supersedes globe geometry can have this appeal applied to it. And because they already assert that the Earth is a globe and that this device solves the problem, that there is not one optical reference, whether it's an image, a laser test, anything, that they could not apply that device to. That means that no matter what you see in any image, right, it's saved by that device, making any image an unfalsifiable presentation of globe Earth versus flat Earth, in their view.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would make that argument, but...
Yeah. So plenty of Globers make that argument, the most notably of late being Mr. Dogs Are Gods, who straight up said it verbatim.
I think we all understand that there would be limitations to refraction. And if we saw something beyond those known limitations, we'd have to say, this is a problem. But if it's well within those known limitations...
Oh, okay, perfect. What's the known limitations?
As far as atmospheric refraction goes? I'd be surprised if it were more than a degree. I don't really know. I never heard of atmospheric refraction before, like 3 years ago. So I'm not an expert on it. I don't know anything about it. But more than a degree of refraction would seem kind of pushing it for me, because I couldn't imagine how there could be that great of a variation within the density gradient of the atmosphere. But maybe I just haven't looked into it enough, and maybe it's perfectly reasonable to think more than a degree, but I don't think so.
Well, if you established a limit, right, and then you were shown an image that supersedes that limit necessarily, then what would your conclusion be?
Well, we'd have to figure out what happened. Something really went wrong.
Went wrong with what?
Into it. With our understanding of the world. There's clearly something going on we didn't expect and we haven't accounted for and we don't understand. And we would seek to understand it.
Because it's got to be a globe still, right?
Well, he didn't say that necessarily, but I would submit to the audience that would be most people's position. We already know Earth's a globe, therefore we have to create a matrix of interpretation for this extraneous data that includes a device, whatever it is, that maintains that the Earth is a globe of the radius that we've already decided is congruent with our heliocentric model.
Well, I'll admit freely that, I would not accept any data that would show the Earth is not a globe because of a lifetime experience of knowing it is a globe, and thousands upon thousands of things that I've seen that have backed that up. And so, I'd have to literally check myself into an insane asylum if the Earth is indeed flat. Because
thanks, friends, and there we have the Glober mentality, friends, eloquently and precisely exposed for exactly what it is.
Yeah. What was that? And what was that?
Friend, I don't need to convince you. I don't need to hold on, friend. I don't want to change your mind, because I don't want to be guilty of putting you in an insane asylum. I want you to enjoy your life, and if you enjoy your life on the globe, then by all means, love your loved ones and pet your dogs.
Can you repeat back what I said? I'm just curious if you actually heard me.
You'd have to get sober
don't worry,
first.
we all heard you.
Yeah, just don't pretend in the future, Scott.
Scott, you're not the first. Scott, you're not the first one to admit that very same thing. That if the Earth is not a globe, I'm insane.
Did you hear that part about
Rumpus.
thousands of
Rumpus.
experiences that confirm the globe?
Yeah, just don't.
No, I understand that you believe you've encountered. Don't get me wrong. I do understand and sympathize that from your point of view, you've encountered thousands of experiences that you've concluded these experiences necessarily mean the Earth is a globe, which either leads you to then say, I believe the Earth is a globe, or I know the Earth is a globe. Either way, that's fine. I do understand that. But I also understand that you said, if the Earth is not a globe, I am insane.
Yes. That's the only conclusion I could possibly make.
I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, I think you are
That's very
insane if you
honest.
think it's a globe.
Well, I know you
But
do.
I also want to submit to the audience. I just want to also submit to the audience that Scott's not, by far, he's not the first one to make the same conclusion.
Well, at least he's admitting that he's not here to have good faith discussion, because he's already said he won't accept any evidence that contradicts the Earth being a globe, because he already knows it's a globe. But if he found that evidence, he would have to check himself into an insane asylum. So, yeah. I mean, let's not pretend that you're here based on arguments of evidence or data.
I know, but
I just want to. never made that claim. I'm here to understand how you guys can get it so wrong.
Yeah.
No, that's
You never
fine.
made the claim that you were here based on evidence or data that supported the globe. I know you didn't, because that's not why you're here. You're here to protect your worldview and try and stop yourself going to the insane asylum, which is ironic, because that's where you're putting yourself when you constantly try and argue with reality.
Yeah, but can I at least offer an olive branch that, let's say, for instance, that it's not a globe, right? Just for the sake of argument. I'm then wondering why it would be the case that you necessarily must say I'm insane, rather than just, well, the faculties that we have just aren't accurate for understanding the interpretive data of the world. And maybe there's fundamental assumptions about the nature of the world that we got wrong. Like, objects are concrete and exist in free space relative to us in a location. Maybe there's an interdimensional nature to the way objects exist relative to each other that exists in a metaphysical way. Like, why automatically assume you're insane? I just don't get it. There are other options.
Yeah, that's the rumpus. That's the rumpus take on it. Yeah, right.
Bingo, friend, you got it. You knew exactly what I was talking about.
That's the what?
Well, he knows that it's not an issue with his faculties, because his faculties would already be confirming the flat, motionless Earth that's been confirmed to him, which just shows that his real issue is the fact that he can't handle the notion that someone has deceived him, or that he himself has been fooled and isn't as intellectually on point as he thought he was. That's his real issue. It's not to do with the problem of his faculties. His faculties already experienced the flat, motionless Earth. It's his ego. The death of his ego is his big fear.
Any chance you're projecting?
No, you just.
Who will you be when you
Remember, it's
realize
everyone.
what it really
We just
is?
heard it.
Yeah, but it sounds like to me that I would say that's about you guys.
Yeah.
And that's you just
of
projecting
course
that
you
onto
would say
me.
that, because you're projecting your ego. Of course.
Yeah, but
Wait, why
but
are you
see,
talking about me?
You've already said
my
you couldn't
understanding of
any
the
data
Earth.
that would contradict
Sorry,
the
go ahead.
globe. You couldn't handle it.
Yeah,
You said you
my
couldn't
understanding and the model that we use, those of us who want to get stuff done in the world, can do things like get from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia on an airplane by projecting by plotting a heading and knowing the distance, and we end up in Sydney, Australia. And that heading
think
can
the
only
reason
be found on a globe.
You think the reason you can fly places is because you personally believe in a globe?
No, I think we can fly places because we create models in which the heading only works on a globe.
No, your belief in the globe model, Scott, has nothing to do with your ability to board a plane and be flown somewhere.
Okay. Do you understand that in order for pilots to get a plane from point A to point B, they have to set a heading, right?
Yeah, they don't rely on your belief in a globe, Scott.
They do, actually.
Do they? They come to you, Scott, and they say,
Yes.
Scott, you still believe in a globe, right?
Yes. Okay,
No,
that's fine. Will they fly today?
no, they share the
They won't
model.
come
They
into
share the same model that I hold.
Oh, you think they're adjusting for curve and rotation or something?
No, I think they can figure out a heading based on a globe.
So they're treating the Earth as flat and motionless when they fly then?
Once
It's not
again,
just what they say to people; it's what they
why I'm
believe. Is
pretty
what you're
sure I'm
saying.
right and you guys are wrong, because you can't answer a simple question. You guys keep avoiding the simple question.
No, I'm just bringing you back to reality. The pilots aren't treating the Earth as a globe, are they?
Yes, they are. Of course, they are.
They said different to me.
So how are they adjusting for the curvature or the motion?
They just fly their plane, and when the Earth curves, they curve with it.
Oh, they adjust the plane for the
How?
curve?
So they're flying down, is what you're saying constantly?
Yes, that's exactly not what I'm saying.
So what adjustments do they make for the curvature or the motion?
They just keep their plane level.
Oh, you almost said it, horizontal.
And they don't go out of the atmosphere, as you're saying.
No, they keep their plane level. And when they go from point A to point B, level turns, and they adjust to it.
It's magic.
Okay, so they're not dipping for any curve or adjusting for any motion.
But do you guys see what you just did right there, right? You're starting to get into this point that you want to talk about instead of realizing you don't have a heading. You can't figure out a heading with your model.
No, you're talking about planes and the globe, so...
And we're talking about a
what
heading.
adjustments do they make?
Talking about a heading.
But you're talking about a globe, which would require curvature and motion.
This is what I find very interesting. I'm talking about a heading, and you guys cannot allow yourselves to talk about that. You need to change the topic.
Yeah, no, but what you're
Because
talking
you know
about
that you can't deal with headings.
So why are you talking about a globe if you're with a plane if you're not talking about the globe?
This is just amazing. Can you say the word heading? Can you even allow yourself to do that?
Well, why can't you address the adjustment for curvature and motion?
You're a grown-ass
That's what you're
man.
claiming, right?
Say the word heading.
No, come on, Scott. Be honest with yourself.
Let's talk about a heading. Can you guys give me a heading? Yes or no?
You didn't answer my question. Are they adjusting for curvature or motion of the Earth?
Yes. Now, can you give me a heading?
Okay. How? How are they doing that? Substantiate that.
Anything to avoid that you cannot give me a heading. This is fascinating, guys.
You just said it. Yes, you said
Wait,
yes.
so your point is circular?
I brought up a heading,
You have
and
to
you guys
feed into
changed
your
the topic.
point, or
were they adjusting it, Scott? You said they are. How are they adjusting for it?
Yeah, see, this is what you guys always have to do because you can't deal with the fact that you can't come up with a heading.
You just made a claim. You just made a claim.
You're the first dodger, right? I brought up the airplane and I brought up a heading.
You just made it.
And you changed the topic.
You brought up a plane for the globe. So we asked, are they adjusting for curvature and motion? You said yes.
I know.
I said how. So how are they doing that?
And you very neatly ignored the part where I talked about a heading.
So they're not adjusting for them, are they? So they're not adjusting for curvature and motion, are they? Well, you're just lying, Scott, because you know they're not adjusting for it, which is why you don't want to talk about it. Oh, they are. How are they?
They keep the plane level. I said this already.
So they're not dipping for the curve then.
They keep the plane level.
So they're not adjusting for curve then.
That is to adjusting for curve.
A plane would have to dip its nose 0.02 inches in order to adjust for the curve. You think it's going to be noticeable?
At what
Is that
speed?
what they're doing then?
Any speed. That's the largest plane on Earth.
That's what you say they're doing?
No, that's the mathematics.
Right?
That's the mathematics of what they would have to do if they were.
Well, they would have to do if the Earth was a ball. Is that what they're actually doing?
I don't know. 0.02 inches is not going to be noticeable.
Scott's claiming he does know. So Scott, is that right? They're dipping their nose?
No, I never said they're dipping their nose. I said they're adjusting for the curve by keeping their plane level.
Matthew said if they were going around the curve, they'd have to dip their nose.
No, I said if we were going to figure out how much they would have to dip their nose by, this is what I mean by that.
So you're saying they would have to dip their nose by the amount you said. So you said they'd have to dip their nose an amount to adjust for curve. Scott saying no, they don't.
Right. So if you're adjusting the curve, if you're adjusting the nose down for a curve, which they don't have to do, but if they were having to do that, it would only be 0.02 inches.
Okay. So they're
How
not
often?
adjusting for curve then. They don't have to adjust for curve then.
They
Is
don't.
what you just said.
I love how
Okay,
you guys
there you
always
go.
got to get back to your talking
There you go,
point.
Scott. Scott, you're wrong. Matt just said they're not adjusting
You
for curve.
always have to get it back to your talking point. This is what you guys
Scott.
do. You ignore everything that contradicts your
Scott,
position.
don't fly off.
You
Don't
ignore
fly off.
everything. And there are so
Don't
many
fly
things
off.
that contradict your
You're caught.
position, and you just refuse to
caught,
address
Scott.
them.
You're caught, Scott. That's the problem. Because the other Globers saying they're not adjusting for curve.
And you just refuse to address them, just like you're doing
So
right this very moment.
Who's right out of you or Matthew? Are they adjusting their curve or are they not?
Yeah, I'm not going to play that game anymore.
Wait, so why do we have to acknowledge what is it called, a heading? What is that?
Yes. It's the direction you point the plane in to get from point A to point B.
Okay. So why does that matter if it's still a flat, motionless plane?
It's irrelevant. Do you know the heading?
I understand what you're saying.
So can you answer it then?
Answer what?
The heading. What is the heading that a pilot would put in his airplane to get from San Francisco to Sydney, Australia? Simple question. Because this is the kind of things that people who want to get things done in the world have to do. They have to know the heading. When they're taking off from the airport, they have to know the direction to point their plane.
So you're saying that we've measured the Earth then, right?
I'm saying
difference to north would be about.
Tactics.
No, I'm trying to tell you how they'd be facing. But okay.
Okay.
The difference to north would be about. They'd be a little northwest of it. Just a little west of it.
So you're saying they would.
So they
go
would
which
fly
direction?
and pass Africa. Maybe top of Africa, Egypt.
Wait, which direction would they take off from San Francisco?
The other one. Yeah. I wouldn't know.
Yeah. No flat earther does. And
That's
this is why my statement earlier.
If they're not adjusting for curve anyway, it
just
must
because
be
I
flat
don't know a
anyway,
lot
Scott,
doesn't
because
mean
there's
that.
no curvature.
The fact that I've been to Sydney, Australia 3 times from San Francisco, and every time we took off southwest, every time. And this would have, and if there was some other explanation for that, I would have to be crazy, because I experienced us going southwest. This is one of the thousands of things that I've experienced.
If only you'd experienced them adjusting for curvature or motion, then you might have an argument.
Don't care.
Mm-hmm. I know you don't.
They went
'cause
southwest.
You're not really trying to prove a globe. You're trying to obfuscate for a globe.
Well, I agree. I'm not trying to prove a globe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we know. Why would you do that? Why would you try and prove something that you can't prove?
Well, do you guys
I can't prove it to you. I can prove it to anybody who is not
You can't
actively
prove it to
resisting
anyone.
it.
You can't even prove it to yourself, Scott.
Okay.
I
went
already
to school.
did.
What?
How did you do
12
that,
years?
Scott?
Do you guys know what the Bernoulli's principle is?
They taught me globe the whole time. Convince me of why the globe is true.
Well, for one, we know the distance from every city on the planet to every other city on the planet.
Okay.
And those distances can only be, and we know the direction from each city to each city.
How do you
Those things
how do you
can
just
only
know
those things can only be
without
modeled on a globe.
proving anything?
Huh?
How do you know things without proving anything?
Did we
How do
travel
I
from city
know?
to city when we thought the Earth was flat? Like 2,000 years ago?
Wait, is that a question for me?
Yeah.
Nobody went from city to city 2,000 years ago.
Oh, okay.
That's crazy.
Wow.
Nobody went from San Francisco.
Whoa, I don't know if I've listened to another word from this guy.
You're telling me
Yeah,
people
Scott
2,000 years ago went from San
confirmed it.
Francisco to Sydney, Australia?
That's not what he asked you, was it?
I don't
He
know. I
just
said,
said
did they get from city to
that's it.
city?
And then
I
he
was
projects
talking
and says
globally.
that other people are using some kind of tactics when he's obviously the one obfuscating misdirecting, misconstruing on purpose, being obtuse. People didn't go from city to city 2,000 years ago.
What cities did they go from between 2,000 years ago?
Well, you just
I'll do
said
you one
city to
better.
city.
You think
so
they had a
that could be
heading
any city.
2,000 years ago?
You know what I was talking about. See, this is another deflection you guys do. You know exactly what I was talking about from continents to continents across the world. You guys know that, and you
So
have
what,
to
they didn't
deflect
travel
again.
between continents 2,000 years ago?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
Maybe between Africa and Asia, and Africa and Europe, because they're right next
So
to
those
each
aren't
other.
continents then?
See, this is another of the deflection tactics you guys do. You know what I'm talking
This is
about.
ridiculous.
You know what I'm talking
I
about.
love me some flat Earth.
It's what
Like, for
happens when
example,
I
you
love me some flat Earth. Shut the.
How far is
It's
it from
everyone else.
Santiago,
It's
Chile to
everyone
Sydney,
else's
Australia?
fault.
I love me some flat Earth.
It's everyone
Yeah,
else's fault when Scott
you
says
guys are
something
so
idiotic.
desperate to justify your worldview, you will take the things that other people say and ignore
You don't
the
need to
parts that
justify
they
it,
say
Scott.
and focus on the parts
An
that
everyday
you can challenge.
experience.
That is the stupidest thing I have ever heard.
You're watching it happen right now. Tell me how
Not
far it is from San Francisco to Sydney.
We
On a
don't have to
flat map.
justify something
Couple
that's
miles.
experienced every single day. You're in the process of trying to justify that which you've never experienced and that which you've never proven, even to yourself. And this is how it's working out, as everyone
Well,
can hear.
Once you guys can figure out how far it is from Sydney to Santiago, I'm listening. We figured that out. You know, us in the globe world, we figured that out. We're good to go. We have
Yeah, you
flights
figured
that
it all
go
out,
there every
right,
day.
Scott? Yeah, you figured it all out, right?
Not me. Collectively, the
Not
world,
you.
the people,
Someone else.
smart people,
Someone else
trying to
somewhere.
get things done.
At some point, somehow figured it out. The Earth's a spinning ball in a vacuum.
Yes.
So can I ask you, if you take your evidence from other people and you associate with them, then you don't validate them before you affirm what
Oh,
they
God,
say?
no. God, no. Hell no. That takes too much time. I got a life to live.
Okay. Is that not part of life?
No, not mine.
Validating information.
Wait, so when I stepped on this airplane, it was United Airlines, and they said they were going to take me to Sydney, Australia. You think I should have validated that the pilot knew what he was doing?
No, Scott, we already know you haven't validated anything about the globe. You've just believed it. And that's fine. You can naively believe whatever anyone tells you. But don't come into places and start insulting other people for not believing the stories you've been told.
I don't
about the
believe I
Earth being
insulted you.
Yeah,
fallen.
When did I insult you?
Fucking piece of
Yeah,
shit.
that's your whole reason for being here. You want to try and denigrate others who haven't
No,
gullibly accepted the stories that you have.
No, that's
Yeah.
you.
You're a fucking
If you think
retard,
anything
man.
I said is trying to denigrate you, then that's you. That's
You're
not
a
me.
fucking disabled retard.
I just want to know why it's a globe, and he
It's
can't
these
tell me. I
globies.
was waiting the whole time.
And of course he can't.
You're a fucking retard, dude.
Well,
Split,
I
very
can
intelligent.
show you.
Hold on, we've got
can
another
show me
intelligent
stuff.
globie standing up. Hold on, we've got another intelligent globie
I
standing
don't
up.
believe my eyes. I want to hear it.
Sure, I would say that the best thing you can do is look at the evidence and see if the globe model explains the evidence the best. I think it does. Like last night was a full moon, so the full moon stayed the same size all night long.
I took a
You can use
picture.
you can use GPS, you can use satellite TV, and you can watch sunsets. These are all observations that are well explained on the globe model.
If it's so far away, why didn't it light up the whole
Yeah,
area?
none of that's
Because it
evidence
was
for a globe, though.
like cloudy. I don't understand why it didn't light up everything instead of just lighting up the one spot where it was over.
The sun or the moon? What are you talking about?
The moon.
Yeah, the moon lights up the half of the Earth that is.
It only lit up one spot, sir.
No, the full moon lights up the half of the Earth. Like so, during the full moon, it's up at nighttime, and it lights up the whole Earth except for the cloudy parts. Are you saying it was cloudy somewhere?
Yeah, it was cloudy, and the moon only lit up that one part of the clouds.
No, it didn't.
That's what I took a picture of. I'll send it in the chat right now.
Instead of asking, show me, he said,
Tell me
no, he
what I saw.
didn't. This fucking
Right.
guy.
He's claiming that the full
Fucking
moon
guy,
lit up
bro.
only one little piece of clouds, that he happened to be luckiest person on Earth, took a picture of that one shiny spot of the cloud. I'm like, you know what? It probably lit up the whole Earth,
Let's see.
but it's probably just shining through your cloud.
And yeah, water's flat and all these things happen, eh, Matthew?
All right.
Oh
Let
no,
me
water's
share it
not
to
flat.
the Discord here.
All right, Matthew. You just said water's not flat, so go ahead and tell the homeboy why you know that.
When you watch the sunset, it disappears bottom up, and I think the best explanation for that is that the bottom half of the sun is blocked by water, which would only happen if the surface of water is not flat.
So, just for clarification, why I cannot see the bottom of something, therefore water is not flat. Right,
No,
gotcha.
if something is blocked, if a light is blocked, it's blocked by something physical usually. And so the question is, what is it that's blocking the bottom half of the sun? And I think the best answer, just look with your eyes. It's clear that the ocean is what's blocking the bottom half
Yeah,
of the
that's
sun.
fine, but blocked is an assumption, right?
I mean, it looks blocked, doesn't it?
There you go. So your interpretation is that it's blocked. All as you know is that you don't have access to that light for whatever reason. You can't resolve the bottom portion of the sun. You then say, rationally, which is not irrational to assume.
No, it seems
must
pretty
be blocked.
rational because you can resolve the top half of the sun. It's just the bottom half you can't resolve, you can't see. And it's
that's
not
fine.
because it's too small, because we can see the top half. In fact, the top half would be farther on a flat Earth, right? The bottom half is closer to the ground. But the question is, why don't we see it? And the answer is, it's blocked by the ocean.
Well, there's your answer from Matthew, friend. Do you find that satisfactory?
Yeah, so I recognize that you don't think that that's the right answer. I'm just saying that the globe Earth has a fairly simple, straightforward answer to that question, and I'm unaware of any simple answer on the flat Earth side for that question.
And I'm gonna upload those photos now.
I'd show you a picture of a sun, a video of a sun fading away, and you post a still of a sun, and that's it, a half a sun, and nothing else.
I'm not talking about any motion or anything. I'm just talking about one specific moment in time.
Yeah, that's fine.
What's happening at that one moment?
I just want to know if the other guy finds it satisfactory. Because he was talking about water is flat. You were saying it's not flat, and then you were talking about something that's not water to then claim water's flat. So I just wanted to see if he thinks that satisfies the claim that you're making. Doesn't matter whether it does or not. It matters whether he thinks it does, because that's my question, whether he thinks it does. Well, since he's silent, and silence is acquiescence according to certain maxims of law, then Matthew wins and he loses.
I wouldn't say that. Okay. So
according to the rules I set out, then you win. I said the rules are silence is acquiescence. So since it's my game, you won.
Can you tell me why it was so dark? It was a full moon?
Yeah, because there were clouds blocking some of the light.
Why didn't it shine through all of the clouds, at least so I could see dimly the light?
So it's shining on all of the clouds equally. It's just that you're seeing the bright spot that's in the clouds between you and the moon.
So it's not reflecting through the clouds.
It's shining through the clouds, yeah.
So not parallel moon rays?
Yeah, that's interesting. So let's see if this guy can expand on his point, because it sounds like he's saying if you're claiming the moon is way bigger than the imprint of the clouds, right? Then how come I'm not seeing an equal brightness on clouds that are equal to the diameter that you claim the moon is?
Because you're not
Or am I
agreeing with the
wrong?
distance.
No, it's because it's the angle that matters, not the distance. If you're looking straight at the moonlight, it can go straight through those clouds, but the clouds are off to the side. It's not reflecting it as much.
So the moon's not a sphere, is what he's telling you.
No, I didn't say that. I was saying that the angular size of the moon doesn't change all night long during the full moon, and I think it's because it's the same distance the whole time.
Okay. So you're saying is somebody else, so I'm here, the moon comes over those mountains that I'm looking at right now. There's a cloud in between me and it, it's going to appear brighter than the clouds to my left and right. But the cloud to my right that doesn't appear bright to me is going to appear bright to somebody else. That's your claim?
Yeah.
Yet you say it lights up the half of the Earth. How is that possible? That's illogical.
No, I mean it's observed. Like the moon lights up half the Earth. Full moon lights up.
I've never seen it. I've never seen it my whole life.
So when the moon's out, right, is it more visible? Outside.
Yes, it's light outside. That's a good point.
It's just emitting less light, not as much as the sun.
Right, so you're then claiming that the clouds essentially act like some kind of collimator or prism or directional reflector where the bright angles reach the person's eye from one particular location, but the other person who's at a more oblique angle isn't going to get the same amount of light.
Right.
And therefore it's not going to appear to be bright.
Right. If you look at a light, it's brighter than if you look off to the side. If you look off to the side of a light, it's not going to shine as much in your eyeball.
Oh, really?
Right.
Dude. Dude, that's not the point the other friend was making. The other friend was making the point that if you claim the moon is a greater diameter, right, then you're not really off to the side, are you? You should have went with my effort
in terms
to
of the cloud
explain
barrier,
your point.
yes.
Yes.
Right. So it's not the moon. It's not the moon being off to the side. It's the cloud being off to the side.
Yes, because you're looking at the cloud from a different angle.
Right. Much like shutters, right, in a window. If you look straight through the shutters, you see the bright light. If you're away from the shutters at an angle, you're not going to get as much bright light directed into your eyes, right?
Well, the light's going to be protruding in a different direction, so your vision of the blinds are going to be distorted.
Yeah, and I was bringing up this not anything about the clouds or anything. I was bringing this up in terms of the size of the full moon. So let's say it's a cloudless night, which it was for some people last night. They saw a full moon the same size all night, from moonrise through the midnight through moonset. It's the same size, maybe 2 nights ago.
So what's that prove?
Same angular size would suggest that it's the same distance the whole night long.
So are you making the claim that the moon is the same size on every side of the Earth?
Yeah. So everywhere, 2 nights ago during the full moon, it was the same angular size. Well, let me just say within 1%.
Are you a flat earther?
Everywhere on Earth? No.
Okay.
No, he's a globe Earth believer.
Right. And I'm presenting some observations that the globe easily explains, which I think that the flat Earth idea can't explain very well.
Hold on. I think you should change that to can't explain satisfactorily for me.
Right. I haven't heard anything about why the moon would be the same size during a full moon. Same visual angular size.
Right. So then you'd have a question, right? to somebody who says the Earth is flat, where you think this is a problem for them, and then you'd expect them to have an answer to this problem, right? You would think.
Well, we all see the same thing, so we're looking at the same observation. So the question is, what explanation explains it the best?
Refraction.
Well, okay, so person A is now going to give you optical reasons. So let's get at least one more answer from someone who's not a globe earther and see if they offer a different category of answer. So anybody who, or maybe the other kid who was saying, why is it dark or why is it light? What would you offer to Matthew in regards to his claim that this is best explained by a globe model?
I don't know.
Well, I don't know. That's a sufficient answer. Now, is it necessary? Is it necessary contingently on the proposition of whether the surface is flat that you understand why the moon looks the way it does? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, there's your answer. There's no contingent necessity between the shape of the Earth and the objects in the sky. If the Earth is what it is, then it is what it is, regardless of what those are doing. And all you could do is interpretive explanations and then say, oh, this is more congruent with my explanation.
Right. No, I agree. We're looking. We all live in the same place.
Yeah,
we're all
absolutely.
seeing the same observation.
Yeah, you got it. Right, so I'll submit to the other friend who told Matthew, or who asserted water's flat, and Matthew said, no, it isn't, because of what the sun and the moon are doing. He actually was just talking about an interpretation of optical phenomenon that does exist within his field of view, and it's not irrational based on certain experiences to say, oh, maybe I could deduce some information from this. However, he just admitted that it's severable from the logical contingency of the surface. So what that means is that if the surface is indeed flat, like the homeboy said, water's flat, then that would just simply mean that Matthew's interpretation of what the sky is doing is false. And since he already agreed that they're severable, then it's not necessary that they be explained by the same explanation. So the sky could be doing whatever it does optically. If the ground's measured flat, it's flat, right? Now, that doesn't mean it is at this point. That's just the proposition. If it is flat, it is indeed flat, and that would necessarily mean interpretations of the sky that require it to not be flat are false, right?
Right.
All right, perfect. So then the ball would be bounced back into the court of homeboy that said water's flat to then explain to Matthew, since you didn't offer any explanation heretofore, why you think the water's flat. What, you gonna let Matthew win round 2 again, bro?
You're up, son.
You know,
I think Smoke Oregano is speaking to you.
Wait, what now?
He was talking to you, I guess.
I mean, yeah. Earlier, didn't you make the assertion that water is flat?
Well, yeah, it is.
Okay, so that's just an assertion at this point. Matthew at least offered an explanation for his position. Do you have an explanation or a reason why you make the assertion water is flat?
Why do I believe water's flat? Well, go to any lake, any puddle, watch any video that's not edited by any person who's just, making, amateur video. And they go out to a beach or they get on a plane and I'm seeing all this water not curving and just going out and leveling out on the horizon.
Okay. So at this point, what we have is two men who have interpretations of visual phenomenon and have made assertions based on that about what they believe is happening, correct? Or am I wrong here so far?
That sounds right.
All right, so now that we have these two competing interpretations, how are you two guys, and I just want it to be between you two guys, how are you going to arbitrate which one of you is correct? What secondary methodology are you going to employ to tip the scales to one proposition or the other?
Syllogism.
What do you guys propose?
Don't have anything on hand.
Matthew, you got anything?
Generally, people do this in real life by sort of fitting it with a whole bunch of other evidence and like, oh, all these evidences, which one? So it's like not just a single thing; it's like a whole web of beliefs and understandings.
No. We're talking about water is flat or not, bro. We already said from our quote-unquote beliefs and interpretations, we're going to say water's not flat or water is flat. So what are you going to add, right? I didn't say a penumbra of just appeal to this mountain of whatever. I want something specific. Something that's going to arbitrate conclusively whether you're correct or he's correct that water is flat or not flat.
Just given that one observation, I don't think you can do that because it's part of a bigger picture. So I can't think of anything that would like arbitrate between.
All right. So okay, perfect. So Matthew can't think of anything that could arbitrate whether the surface of water is flat or not. How about the other guy? Does he think anything could do such a task?
What about the Golden Gate Bridge?
What
because
about
that
it?
curves with the Earth.
What?
No, it's above a body of water, right? So it's curving with the Earth.
How come the water's not
Curving with the Earth? With the Earth?
How come the
Like,
water?
how is it curving?
How come the water's not curved under the bridge?
It is curved under the bridge if you actually look at the photo.
Dude, listen, just hold on, friend. This is painful. We gotta parse this out. Does the structure, in the way it's employed, have the same curve as the alleged curve of the Earth? The answer is no. So I don't get why you would appeal to the bridge. But maybe you have a way to use the bridge as a
That was a claim
baseline
conflated
metric.
with a conclusion.
I thought you were talking about how they design bridges to flex in relation to natural phenomena.
Yeah, because then
So
the
how's it
structure would be
curving?
hold on. The structure would be uneven then if you didn't do it that way.
Okay, but that's adjusting. That's not curving.
Yep. So that's not speaking specifically about the surface of water. So personally, I would throw that out.
And that bridge is still going horizontal.
But we want to listen. We got to give.
Over it.
I know. Look, I'm interested in his point, but we at least got to give the other guy who's playing the game a chance to put his hat in the ring. If he has a method that he might be able to answer this question, since Matthew didn't offer one, we got this other guy who did offer one, but he wasn't the other one who was initially in the fray. So at least give him a chance to say he has one or he doesn't have one before we move on to the bridge.
Me?
I can make a proposition for Smoke Oregon if he has none.
Oh, for why water is flat? Well, rivers, mountains, they all flow into the ocean. The ocean's at a certain level, and it goes up and down because of the fact that it's all moving and flowing in between the other water that's been there because of the environment and the cycle that it goes through to go up and down. And when it goes back to level, in any cup, I mean, any sewage, like what was septic tank, all level.
Okay, fair, but that just sounds like water that is unsupported, right, will seek lowest equipotential according to what up and down is, right? So if you were a globe believer, you would just say that equipotential is curved to match the force that brings water down. So that wouldn't necessarily in and of itself as an argument prove it one way or the other. So
I believe in
I would throw that out.
Density and what is it?
Oh, okay, that's fine.
Density and buoyancy. Yeah.
That's fine. You still end up with the same problem. So you could interpret density and buoyancy, right, when you have water traveling down a slope or grade or falling straight down if you completely yoink the support out of it.
Okay.
Right? No matter how you do that, you still have the problem of the surface and the directionality, right? That doesn't really tell me anything different other than water just, goes down. But remember, in the globe model, down is inwards. So,
Right.
so what would you then add to that to prove that down is truly down, perpendicular to horizontal at all places on the surface of water, and that water's surface is not curved? Because that's the question we're asking here. Is water flat or is water curved?
I wouldn't be able to keep up with that.
Yeah, the pressure.
No, I don't know how to put into words what I see and understand.
Well, okay, so
In that,
then I'll submit to you
complex way.
that what you offered me is intuition, right? Your intuition informs you from your base level experience that the realm in which we lived is oriented horizontally, right?
Yep.
So a single level of water, if you put it at the same, let's just call it altitude level, would be on a horizontal plane, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so that's an intuition. I would agree there, and I think that's the natural intuition of all humans, that they must be informed otherwise before they make any interpretation that that's not the case. That's their natural first order instinct. But then we'd still be left with, okay, you have an intuition. Now how do you prove that that intuition's correct? How do you prove that level water at the same level is horizontal across its entire surface and not curving? How would you prove that?
I'm raising my hand.
What would raising your hand do?
Go for it.
I'm just putting my hand up.
Oh, you want to speak? Okay. I thought you meant raising your hand was the proof.
So, at all points on a horizontal within a body of fluid at rest is of equal pressure, and that would be a horizontal which perpendicular to vertical, established perpendicular to vertical. And this principle allows us to use water or liquid in a method which allows us to practically establish a horizontal plane of reference, such as with a water level. Practical purposes like in construction.
Okay. So you find that your natural intuition that level water is a horizontal plane across its entire surface and not curving is validated by your experience in the building trades using water as a base reference for level, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, do you call yourself a flat earther?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, do you personally see any incongruence with understanding that if water at the same level is a horizontal plane, but you're a builder and you actually have to employ differentials in grade, topography, removing dirt to create a level surface, that the Earth's structure, the physical structure of the Earth, is not actually all at the same level simultaneously, correct? You understand that?
Yes, correct.
Right.
There's absolutely elevation change, yeah.
Yeah, so you're not claiming the Earth is two-dimensional, right?
No, absolutely not.
So if somebody told you the Earth isn't flat and you shouldn't call yourself a flat earther, and you're wrong, what would you say to them?
I'd say that that's being a bit pedantic, and that of course, it should be intuitive that, like it just goes without saying that nobody is claiming It's
Yeah.
2D,
Okay.
and of
Interesting.
course we can naturally observe topography.
Right. So, like for example, you might level a foundation for your building, right? And the initial level will be dirt, right? Because that's the first thing is you make a big hole in the dirt, right?
Yep.
Now, let me ask you this: if your client said, "I want a flat level grade, of 0 for my baseline, where we're going to pour a cement foundation," you're going to have to dig that out of dirt, correct?
Yes.
Well, if you told your client, "I cannot do that for you because there will be subtle variations of change in elevations over the surface of the dirt, so I can't actually give you a flat level base for your cement, so I'm going to have to opt out of this contract," would he laugh at you?
Probably wouldn't get the job.
Yeah. So we all understand that the term flat is not an ideal, correct? In our common language, in the way we interact with the term, right?
Exactly. There's context in which it's used, which it can have varying
Absolutely. So
definitions.
you got it. So there's no world in which the term flat is employed in general use, right, to mean one thing and one thing only, which means absolutely even, without bump, indentation, or variance, right? We don't mean that usually, right?
You kind of prove
We
with
do it within a precision, right? There's tolerances, right, within the way we use this term loosely, right?
Exactly. Yeah. I think that would be
Yeah.
probably an impossible feat. Conceptual.
You could weaponize that tolerance too, right? So if I bring up an image that shows the curvature, you could just say that's not curvature, that's just a decline in height, right? For that portion of the Earth, right? So that means the Earth's going to come back up.
Yeah, fair.
Outside
So,
of the
for
image.
example, just because you have a declination angle from one point to another off a horizontal, so like I'm standing where I'm standing on a what is this called? Skate park. So obviously they came in here and they leveled the ground before they put the pavement, right? But I can tell just with my eyeballs that it's actually sloped, and they did that to grade the water into the culvert. Okay.
Israel, baby. We love Israel.
What's that?
Well, the thing is, like, the way we can test this out is by like taking a picture of a mountain, right? So you take a picture of like a clear cut just mountain, and it just you could just claim that's a sharp curvature in the Earth, right?
What? I think you missed a step. Go ahead and try again.
I didn't miss a step.
He's just being a troll.
Because the mountain in itself is curving, right? And it's a part of the Earth.
Oh,
but on
okay.
a smaller
Okay.
increment.
The profile of the mountain. I got you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you could say this portion of the Earth is jagged. This portion of the Earth is what appears to me to be perfectly smooth. This portion of the Earth appears to look like a mounded, curved hump that kind of resembles, like an accentuated, perfect curve. Right? And I can just look at this local spot and just
Yeah,
make
you can
a claim
apply the
about
same
the entire
logic.
Earth.
You can apply the same logic if you were to see like a curvature in a photo that somebody presents. You could be like, "Oh, that's just a crater," right? Oh, it's going to come back up. It's just it's out of frame. You didn't go far enough back.
Yeah, there you go. So when somebody says the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat, they're talking about the general structure, right, in a certain orientation. Right. So if the Earth is curved and it comes, like a globe, then it has to come back on itself, right? It could go up and down and left and right, but ultimately it must go in a complete 360 degrees and come back on itself, right?
I'd say yeah, relatively speaking.
I would say a more incisive question would be to ask two people, hey, is the direction of up or the direction of down, is it different in two different cities? So in New York and Los Angeles, is the direction of down parallel or not?
That's not even fair.
Yeah, no, Globers would say no, and Flat Earthers would say yes.
Yes, but you could also have a flat Earth where down is generally aggregately accrued in the same directionality, but on a micro scale, it's variant. So imagine just, millions upon millions of subtle diagonals, but generally they all point in a particular direction when oriented.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. You could say something like, is the direction of down parallel within 5 degrees?
Now keep in mind, we're still just going, how are we going to prove water is flat or parallel? If water at rest is parallel with horizontal across its entire surface, it's never going to curve down and come all the way back around 360 degrees and meet itself.
It just
back
appears
around
flat.
the Earth. Okay, well, we could talk about that all day, that it just appears flat. That's not what we're asking here. We already have two homeboys on the table. One told homeboy B it's flat. Homeboy B said, no, it's not. They both offered interpretations of what they see and what they experience.
But you're only using one single angle, right? Of a multiple
that's
angle equation, right? So if I look at a building, right, I'm only viewing one side of it. So in order to get a full perspective of that building, I have to go all around it in 360 degrees, right? And the only way to view that is to zoom out, right? You won't get the full 360 degrees, but you will get a portion of it, just enough for you to make a plausible interpretation of where the curvature's at.
No, you turn around.
Wait a minute, dude. Your claim is if you turn around and see water behind you, and you turn around and see water behind you again, then that means it wrapped around a ball and came and struck you in the butt?
That's not what I said at all. That's extremely
No, the other
distant from my
homeboy,
point.
bro. You didn't hear the other guy interject?
No, I was talking about the building. You just turn around the building to see.
Oh, okay.
You turn around the building? What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you put the building on a giant carousel and you press play and it'll spin around.
Good work.
Okay, think of it like this, okay? Let's say you're standing closer to the building, right? To a point where you can't see its parameters, right? You can't see the... You only see really up close, and it's at a particular spot, right? You only have a certain perspective of what that building is, right? So how do you gain perspective? You start walking backwards, and then the building starts to make itself out.
Okay, but if I told you that the building was a sphere, and you went to the building and you found out that the entire face of the building that you have access to was actually even at the same planar level, minus the windows sticking out, right? Then could you ever conclude the building was a sphere? If an entire surface face that's facing you is not curved? You wouldn't need to see the whole building to know it's not a sphere, right?
Well, I'd say that you just have to trust in your senses, right? So if you see a building, you're not going to bring out a ruler and start taking measurements to make sure that it's a building, right? Because the word building is kind of dynamic in the sense that there's no precise measurements for an actual building, right? So they vary in size.
Okay, so let's stop right there. Let's stop right there because we're back where we started, and I just want to point this out. That now we have, again, a third person who entered the fray who is solely relying on their visual interpretation. So we had Matthew, and then we had Gregory Tambo, or whoever his name was, and now we have this guy. So now we have all three basically stuck in the same category of interpretation. So now how are we going to arbitrate it?
So did you... Okay, so are you saying that people are optically delusional? Is that what you're trying to say? Or they have the capability of being...
Okay, check this out. We want to know whether the thing is curved or not. We want to know whether the surface is curved or not.
But you
And
just
so
said I can't
far-
trust my eyes.
I didn't say that.
That's what. So you said in a very sarcastic tone, you're like, "Oh, we're just supposed to trust our eyes, then, huh?" That's the argument this earther's
What?
trying to make.
Is that what I said?
Yes.
No, it's not what I said.
Not to the exact extent, but in a relative sense, yeah, that is what you said.
Okay. If that's the way you want to take it, that's fine. Doesn't matter. The same standard applies. We got 3 people who offered the category of this is my interpretation of the visual information. So now, at least one of those guys, right, said it's flat. One of them said it's not flat. So we have 2 people both using their visual interpretation of the phenomenological world to make an assertion. You didn't make one yet, so I'm not going to credit one to you yet. But we have 3 people in the fray. One of them said it's not flat when it comes to the surface of water on the earth. The other one said it is flat when it comes to the surface of water on the earth. What say you?
No, but I think you should know what my claim is, right? By deducing my argument, or my multiple arguments I presented through syllogisms. And I can make a reasonable assumption on what you think, right, based off of your mod roll, which is flat Earth mod.
Oh
so
my goodness.
I do assume.
Dude, just answer the question, bro.
I did answer the question.
No, you didn't. So we'll just ignore what he said, since it's still technically irrelevant, because we still have the same problem, which we have we have a group of 3 people, and we have at least 2 claims on the table about the surface of water. So if we're going to trust what we see, we got 2 people who both have eyeballs. One of them says it's flat. One of them says it isn't. So how are we going to decide between the 2 homeboys?
Well, it's not just just those 2 people, right? So remember what I talked about zooming out earlier and not just honing in on what 2 people believe. It's about getting a general consensus based off of empirical evidence, right?
Okay, a general consensus is irrelevant.
It can be, well, sometimes it's not always relevant, of course, because it's not absolute. Nothing's really absolute, right? But this is a very severe case of the truth matters, right? So the truth in the sense is if one side has an extreme belief of something, then it usually has an extreme answer behind it, right? So if I believe, what?
Okay, so perfect. So homeboy A said water's flat. Homeboy B said no, it's not. Which one of them has the extreme belief?
I'd say extreme only in the sense that you are the minority. I would say the flat earthers.
Okay, so a minority opinion, right? That's your categorical place.
Yes.
So let's say that's true. Let's say that's true, that a minority of people assert water's flat. A majority of people assert water's curved. So now that we have those 2 assertions, how are we going to arbitrate between the 2? Which is correct?
Well, I pointed out
Both
the
guys,
inconsistencies
hold on. Were you listening? Were you listening the whole time, or did you join recently? Because I want to tell you what happened earlier. If not,
Yeah, I'm trying my best to listen. Yeah.
well, I just don't know if you at what point you entered. But homeboy A is a guy I can't remember his name. He said water's flat. Matthew Learns replied, water's not flat. I asked them both the reasons why they said that. They both offered visual interpretations and general intuitions based on that. I then asked them, okay, so you both have the same category. It's just your interpretation. Now, how would you arbitrate between the 2? Like, what extra method could we employ that either of you could think of to help arbitrate the situation? And neither of them offered anything. So I'm asking you then if maybe you could help them and offer them a way to remove it from that category of interpretation and give them some kind of, for lack of a better term, concrete method to decide whether water's actually curving or actually flat.
Okay, so let's suppose that you pour a glass of water, right? Is it perfectly flat when it's sitting still? what you would consider to be still relatively speaking? Is it perfectly flat?
Well, we know that glasses of water, right, have things sometimes like surface tension, which they could have a little upward bulge, or depending on the size of the glass, you could have a climbing effect on the corners, which you then have a
Where it
downward
sticks
bulge.
to the glass, yeah. But you're still making my point because there's always going to be inconsistencies, right? And how do we account for these inconsistencies? We get a better perspective, right? That's why when I brought up zooming backwards, right, you're getting a more clearer, larger picture, and out of a larger picture, you have more puzzle pieces to work with to come to a deductible.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So basically, we're trying to help Matthew and Homeboy decide, right? So
yeah, but
you're telling them if you zoom out, you'll answer this question. So why don't you provide them that?
I wish I had picture perms in the chat. I wish I could provide them like a visual.
Well, why don't you just explain it with your words?
I'm really trying my best, but like a picture's worth 1,000 words, right? So in order for me to describe a picture, I'd have to go on a soliloquy or monologue.
Oh, there's nobody else here.
I know, you just keep bringing up like these ghosts, right? You're like Matthew. Wait, who's the other guy?
I'm not a ghost. I'm here.
Yeah, Matthew's the real deal, bro.
So would you consider, let me think. Like, hold on. Okay, would you consider the top of a table flat?
Define flat.
That's my point, right? Because being flat, there's nothing that's perfectly flat. So again, you're not accounting for that inconsistency. So I don't understand what your argument is.
No, you're wrong. I would describe the table as flat.
Right. You just claimed nothing's perfectly flat, right? Which means
Correct.
that you could disown any photo, right? Because even if it looks like curvature, you can just be like, oh, that's just a slight increment of inconsistency in the frame that
Yes, yes, friend. But when I'm looking at a table, yeah, sure. But when I'm looking at a table, you know, it's implicit in the design of a table that the variations of the surface, let's just call it, for lack of a better term, topography, right? You know, ups and downs, undulations, whatever. I understand implicitly that when I'm speaking of these undulations, they don't change the general orientation of the table as being a planar structure of various depth, right? That the depth is insignificant to the overall structure, right? So when I say it's flat, I'm not making a claim that it has zero variance on a microscopic scale compared to its surface, right? Nobody does that, right?
Would you agree that something can appear flat on a larger scale?
Say that in a different way.
Say that in a different way. So
Yeah.
if something
Like,
if
do
something
you mean
is
a larger table?
No, not a larger table. No. That's
Well,
not what I meant.
let's use the table. Let's use the table, or let's add another object to the kitchen. All right. So we're in a kitchen. We have a kitchen table. Okay. And I come into the room. And I
but we're
describe the table.
Hold on, wait.
No, just hold on up. We're going to put two objects, and we'll be able to go forward from here. Trust me, it'll be simple. So I go into a room. I look at the table. Obviously, it's a kitchen table, so I can see the entire thing. Right. I have that vantage point. I come in. I see the table. I'm going to call that table flat, knowing full well that there's variations on the surface. Now, within that room is also a giant beach ball in the corner of the room that the kids used when they went to the pool. So I look at the giant beach ball, and I say, that's a ball. I look at the table and I say, that's a table. Right, now that we have these two objects, which is scale of a vantage point, which I can clearly see, there's no sense in which I'm going to interpret variations of the surface of the table as making the table into the beach ball shape. Not going to happen, right? Intuitively. So now that
I'm
we have
talking
these
in a
two
spheric
things,
sense.
okay, perfect. So we have a beach ball, we have a table. Take it away.
No, I want to turn this into a hypothetical. If we were on a sphere, right? I'll call it a hypothetical just because that's what you proclaim it is, and I don't want to disrespect your belief, right? So going by our hypothetical that the Earth is a sphere, right? So the rules that I laid out would still apply on a spherist format, because if you're
What
on
rule?
that sphere, what?
Which rule, though?
That perspective matters, and it differs based off the object that you're using, right? Based off the different
Do you
shape.
mean scale? Do you mean scale, not perspective? Maybe.
No, I'm talking about objective reality, right? So hypothetically, if we were on a sphere, it could still give off the illusion that the Earth is flat. I mean, not the illusion. I'm sorry. It would still appear.
Would give some sort of freaking clues, bud. Jesus.
Oh, I don't know what that was about, but if you want to interject, bro, at least interject with like complete sentences. The room isn't limited to me and this other homeboy, but if you're going to interrupt, at least say something intelligible. All right, so back to the other kid. All right, go ahead, keep talking.
I'm really trying to map this out in my brain right now.
All right, you work on that, so I'll go back to my skateboard example. So I'm in the skate park. You could describe the surface as flat of the way that they laid the pavement, but it's graded, which essentially means at an angle from horizontal, right, to be sloped so that it carries the water into the culvert. Now I could go to one end, right, set up a metric station with a laser, go to the other end and put a storyboard that I'm going to shoot the laser on and get the differential in the height of the stick compared to the laser compared to the other end, and I would have an angle, a declination angle, right? So now I have 2 points in free space. That's all I got, right? Now I could put that in an orthographic view and put an arc that would pass through both points and make a claim that it's curved, which would be silly, because at my scale I can clearly see it's not curved.
I'm having a really hard simulating that. I'm sorry. Simulating. I'm sorry, not simulating.
It's 2 points. Well, just take a piece of paper. Draw 2 points anywhere on the piece of paper. Now, draw a straight line between the points. Now, take a curved line and connect the points. You can arrive back at a point with a straight line or a curved line, right?
But how would you define a curve then, right? Because there has to be a definitive definition in your standard, because then how are we supposed to account for all the small increments of inconsistency?
Well, the U.S. Navy and various other sources define curvature as a change of rate of slope, of which slope is interpreted as rise over run, essentially, in a matrix that has a horizontal and a vertical, right?
So is there a world where we can see this curvature without having to deduce it to math?
Well, that depends, dude. Like, for example, when I go into my kitchen and I see the table's flat and I see the beach ball's a ball, I'm not going to tell anyone that beach ball's flat And I'm not going to tell anyone that that table isn't flat. In other words, I don't need measurements. That's just prima facie on its face, self-evident what they are.
Then why are you disregarding the photos then, right? Because then, if you're saying the photos
What
are
photos?
distorted or they have been,
You haven't presented any photos yet.
no, I understand. I presented photos in the past. I'm pretty sure people have sent you photos before, right?
Okay, cool. So photos of what?
Photos of the curvature of the Earth. So hold on. So if I were to send you a picture of a table, right, and we could compare that photo to you seeing the table in real life, so it looks almost identical to what you see, right? So the thing is, what inconsistencies are lying within the photo that we post from NASA? Tell me.
Oh, like what? Like photos
you know
from
NASA photos,
NASA?
right? Yeah.
Like what photos in particular?
Of the Earth, just from a farther distance.
Like the entire Earth?
Well, no, not the entire Earth, because we'd have to be. It's all in puzzle pieces, bro. You wouldn't be able to see the back of the Earth. You can only look at it from one
let's say
angle.
it looks
You'd have to take multiple angles.
The entire Earth from one vantage point.
I'm talking about in a picture sense, not a video sense.
Right. Well, if it's not going to show me the entire Earth, then how can I know it's conclusively talking about the entire Earth?
No, but it can give you a description of the Earth, which then you could use to deduce the conclusion that the Earth does curve, right? On a grander scale, of course. We're not talking about on a smaller one, where it's just it curves and then it comes back up.
Okay, so if you're not going to offer me one with the entire Earth, then what are you going to offer me? A portion of the Earth?
Well, I mean, hold on. So do you need to see a full table to understand that it's a table?
Well, the thing about tables is I understand that the way they're designed and built and what they're practically used for. So if someone showed me like, a third of a table in a frame, and I could see, essentially what would look like an L shape and then a triangle color filled in, I could reasonably assume that it's probably a square or rectangle table. However, it might not be. It could be a table that's squared on one end and then juts out on the other side with some ornate stuff. So it couldn't make a true claim about the entirety of the table from a portion.
Yeah, but you could still claim the ultimate that it is a table, right?
Sure. But if somebody showed me an image that, showed land, I could say, oh, yeah, that's definitely a portion of the Earth.
I'm saying you taking a photograph of nearly half the Earth, right, I feel like is enough.
Who has a photograph of nearly half the Earth? Where's that?
No, but you can also have another photograph, right, to get a broader perspective. You take a picture of one side of the Earth, and then you take the picture from the other side. Take a picture from the other side. But then you could just claim those photos are fake. So, so then there'd have to be an incentive behind these people trying to hide the truth, right? But then where does that incentive lie exactly?
Hold on, dude. Man, didn't I say hold on so I could look at this picture? Okay, so here we got some images, right? That allegedly are images of the Earth taken from a vantage point sufficient to have the entirety of the Earth that's facing it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So that's.
But you're measuring the sufficiency of that, right? And you're trying to say that it's insufficient for the reason being that you're only getting one angle of the Earth, right? So if I were to bring up a video,
No, that's not what I said.
That's the claim that you were making, right? Is that you take a picture of the Earth, and since you can't see the whole Earth, right? That means that the argument is tossed out, that it is a globe.
Nope. Look, although rationally someone could argue if you show a circle, there could be like an infinite permutations behind the circle. It could be conical, it could be cylindrical, etc., ad infinitum.
Yes, you could apply different elements to a conceptual idea.
Okay, so then you would say this picture for you proves to you that water is indeed curved.
In
So if
the
somebody
relative
made the
sense,
claim,
in the
if
relative
somebody
sense of
made the,
curved,
yeah,
yes.
because I'll tell you how we defined it earlier. That
And then,
one, water would be flat, and a level water would be horizontal across its entire surface. Okay, that's one side. The other side would be that that surface curves back in around itself 360 degrees. So there, you would agree that those are two pretty extreme differences, right? There's no confusing one for the other on a large scale, right?
well, then it boils down to whether or not you trust the imagery that has been presented to you, right?
There you go. So then you'd have to ask, why is it that people distrust this imagery? Or why is it that people believe this imagery?
But then you'd also have to come to a reasonable conclusion on how it could be faked or fabricated, right? So if we have images that all look the same from different arbiters, relatively the same, I mean, they're taken at different angles and distances and axioms, I understand that, but it still appears that there's a spherical Earth based off of tons of photos. You'd have to make this gigantic claim that the majority of these photos are fake, and the majority of the people that made these photos are fake and are lying for a specific reason.
Okay, but if someone thinks they are lying, right, for other reasons, do they need to know why they're lying? Like, is the motive why they're lying necessary?
Yes, because in a relative sense,
Why?
right? Because usually if somebody's lying, that means there's some sort of incentive behind it. You're not really going to lie for no reason.
Okay,
Usually
but
people
that's
tend
fine.
to lie to get
But
out
do
of
you have to know
consequences,
the
right?
reason? Do you have to know the reason in order for the lie to be true? And then what I mean by
No,
lie be
but
true
I
is that
think
there's
the
a lie,
reason
not
is a
obvious.
crucial element in determining whether or not the Earth is a globe.
Okay, so basically, in your view, the arbitration of whether something is true or not, in this sense, whether this image is an accurate representation of the Earth, is if it's not, they would be lying. And since I couldn't know, then I couldn't make the claim that this is false, right?
No, it's to put it more broadly, you're making a claim that the Earth is flat and that the photos that have been represented of it not being flat are false. And to make that representation, you'd also have to follow up with the claim, you'd have a more broader claim as if all photographs are fake. Right?
Oh, no, not all photographs.
Well, you're talking about the majority of photographs that have been taken, but there's no pictures of a real flat Earth, though.
Well, what do you mean by a picture of a real flat Earth?
Meaning in the sense that if you were to present me with a photo of a flat Earth right now, which I assume you're going to do so, I could probably disprove it.
Well, dude, I'm in a skate park, right? I can stand on this, let me see what this thing is, half pipe here. I can stand on this half pipe. I can aim my camera down, and I can literally present to you as if I'm standing on a globe. Right? I can make it look like it's skate park Earth, right? So when you say a picture of the flat Earth, like, what is that? What would that be? Are you trying to say an image of the
from a
Earth
distance,
from
right? The same type
very
of
far
pictures.
away?
I meant in the NASA sense, right? Where you take pictures from space, right? Where you can actually see the end, what you would conceive as the beginning and the end of the flat Earth, right? The 2 points, point A and point B.
Right, so in your mind, what would that look like?
Just a line. I don't know. A line with some thickness
Like
behind it because you
maybe
haven't
like
given
the
me anything
table,
to. Yeah.
maybe like the table in the kitchen, maybe. Or we walked in the kitchen
No,
and we
it wouldn't
saw
be
a
the table.
table.
It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be that smooth or refined.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Look, I've heard claims. Check this out. Homie. I've heard claims from various globe, quote unquote, self-professed scientists, whatever the heck they call themselves. You know, one being Neil deGrasse Tyson, and that's just the most famous one I can remember at the moment, who basically said, and I've read other people who've backed it up within the tolerances. He's not Neil. I'll just tell you this way: this claim I'm about to tell you from Neil is not 100% accurate in the precision of the values, but it's pretty good. So his claim is that if you scale the Earth to the size of a cue ball, a billiard ball, that the Earth's topographical variance would be mechanically smoother than an engineered billiard ball. So if you took that variance and laid it out, you would end up with a very, very flat table. Right? Or am I wrong? Just hypothetically, I think that's correct, right? If that variance is true, and the Earth's variance is as smooth as a billiard ball, if I took a billiard ball smoothness and put it on the surface of a table, that table would be described as flat, right?
Because the ball is rolling? I'm confused.
No. Just the topographical variance, like the difference between the highest point and lowest point across the mean line. The differentiation of the Earth's surface is alleged to be, by this homeboy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and various other people, within the tolerance of something like a cue ball. Now, if you feel a cue ball, that thing is smooth to your touch. In fact, Mr. Neil describes it as if a giant grabbed the Earth, he would feel it smooth as a cue ball. So if I took something that smooth and I arranged it in a planar nature on the surface of a table, I could accurately describe that overall table as flat, right?
Yeah, with an exterior object on it. I don't get what you're trying to claim.
All right, so you at least agree that something that smooth, that's arranged in a horizontal plane, like a table, would be described as flat, yes or no?
Yes, it would be considered flat, but you're also mentioning the cue ball, which I don't get how this element is relevant, because you put the cue ball on the table itself. That's an exterior object. So are you talking about the cue ball, or are you talking about the table? Because the cue ball would be considered spherical in alone of itself. So go ahead.
Okay. I'm sorry it's so complicated, but I was basically analogizing the differentiation in the surface undulations, right? So rises, falls, dips, crevices, crevasses, nicks, all of these things. That if you oriented them in a circle, right, you would obviously have a circle. But if you took that circle with the same variations and unrolled it to be a flat horizontal line, then if it contains the same smoothness as a cue ball and you applied that variance onto a table surface, you'd end up with a flat table, which you agreed yes. So it's not that I'm placing a cue ball on a table, it's that I'm matching the differentiation in the surface variance. Just I'm arranging it horizontally versus arranging it around a ball. Does that make sense now?
Sure.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So that being said, what would a picture of a flat Earth look like to you? Because I'll tell you what, if I stood above my table and I didn't have the entire table in frame, right?
In what perspectival
I
sense?
could just,
meaning
I
what,
could just
what position are you taking
go ahead.
exactly?
Well, I don't want to stand on the table in this example, so let's just say I'm hovering over the table with a little
No,
drone.
from what distance? What axiom?
Okay, let's just say I measure from the corners of the table to the center. So now I have a direct center, right?
So you're admitting that that distance matters now, right? When you view an object.
Okay, hold on, Frank.
So like the farther away you go from it, it appears smaller, right?
Well, obviously.
Yeah, and you can get a whole image
Plus,
of what it
plus
is.
or
Right?
minus any optical effects that you can do with focal length and all of that.
So if you go
There
too
is a
far
certain
back,
range
you get
you
an
can fudge
unclear
it.
picture of what that thing is, right? So would you agree with that?
It depends on what you're using for your optic.
No, what I'm saying is that you get a less clear picture if you were to keep stepping back, right? Of what that object that you're focusing on. So if I were to go farther away from my monitor, I'd be less likely to make out a word on the screen.
True.
That I've prompted, right? You'd agree with that?
True. Yep.
Okay, then the opposing force is that the closer you get to it, the less you can see. So if I'm up close to the word, I can only see a portion of the letter. Right, so that same logic can be applied.
Right?
So you just proved my point.
What point? That you got to be in a sweet spot to get proper understanding of what you're looking at?
No, perspective is crucial, right? So when you look at these images from NASA, these are the only compelling evidence that we can really bring forth. Because if you're only looking at a frame, like a singular frame of something, right? Like the sunrise, for example, right? You could just create another image and put it next to it, right? Of another perspective and just say, hey, look, it curved back up. It just curved up and down. It's a different pattern.
You're putting forth to both of those dudes that the way to arbitrate whether water is curved or not is to just get a photo from NASA, and that's prima facie proof, right?
I'm saying we'd get that through general consensus, right?
General consensus that people agree that photos from NASA are prima facie proof?
Absolutely.
Wow, that's not very compelling.
How is that not compelling? So how am I supposed to trust any
It's just a bunch
whatsoever?
of people asserting that they have confidence in pictures, bro. How is that?
How am I supposed to trust any picture with a prevalent object in it? Such as the Eiffel Tower, for example. I've never seen the Eiffel Tower. I've only seen photos. So by what the standard that you just laid out, I'd have to question that. I'd have to be like, no, I don't believe the Eiffel Tower is there until I'm there, right? I can't just trust that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Dude, no, it's not the same. Consensus about something that's tangibly accessible to the common man is much different than consensus about your opinion of something that's not tangibly accessible to the common man.
But I wouldn't say that your
Okay, so
eyesight would be considered opinionated, right?
For example, there are millions upon millions of people that have seen and been to and photographed the Eiffel Tower. No such parallel exists when it comes to the Earth from the alleged vantage point of space that can see the entire Earth circle that's alleged to exist.
That is a compelling point, right? That would be a compelling point, right? If you only knew that we get those photos from satellites. So it's not actual people taking the photos.
Oh, that's even worse.
So you can't use that logic then, because it contradicts itself.
No, dude. If you're saying it's not even taken by people, that makes it even less trustworthy.
Okay, so then you'd be now you're not questioning the people, you're questioning the integrity of the technology, correct?
It depends, dude. Anything taken from that far away, right? That's alleged to be a picture of the Earth, right? Is in a totally different category than common pictures.
So do you trust a picture on a phone, for example?
Depends.
That was taken by a phone, I'm sorry.
Like, for example, I'm in this skate park, right? If I took a picture of this skate park on my phone, it's very hard for anybody to doubt it, right? Because they'd be like, well, that's a location that exists in a town that people drive by every day, that thousands upon thousands of people see, have played in, right, was built and planned, and all this concrete, tangible evidence of actual experience with the thing itself.
Yeah, but I'm saying that that experience is exempt from the person who hasn't seen the Eiffel Tower yet, that being me. So I'm a proponent of my own hypothetical to try to prove this point.
Yeah.
So since I've never seen the Eiffel Tower, then I can take your point and apply it to me, right? If I were to follow your belief system, then I would have to be questioning the photos that were taken of the Eiffel Tower.
Right, so I'll submit to you, why is it that at the scale of the Earth, you have to the Earth before you can arbitrate whether water's curved or not? Why couldn't you do it on the surface? Like, why do you need to go? I mean, I do understand that, like, from the vantage point of the kitchen example, if you walk into a kitchen and you see the table versus you see the beach ball, it's clear which is which.
But you're talking about an exterior object, as in water, right? So water's connected to what? The Earth. So without the Earth,
Right.
where would the water go? To the core. So the core has a gravitational pull that's pulling down the water onto the spherical shape of the Earth, relatively speaking.
Well, that's the claim, yeah.
It's not, well, yeah, it's a truthful claim.
Well, I mean, that is the claim. That is true that is the claim. So it's your opinion. Just hold on, let me ask you this question. I'm not claiming this is your opinion, I'm asking you. Is it your opinion that the answer of whether water is curved or not can't be answered from the surface of the Earth? Is that your opinion?
No, what I'm trying to say is that you're taking a secondary and trying to make it a primary, right? So the primary is the Earth, is the shape of the Earth. You're trying to question the shape of water, correct? Even though the debate basically boils down to Earth, because so water is only a portion of the Earth, right? There's also land surrounding that Earth that's intertwined into the Earth. So I don't get what your point is. So the planet. So when you call something a planet, right? Does it need water? Yes or no?
Does it need water?
Yeah, to be a planet.
Well, depends on how you define planet.
It's not that it depends. It's just there's a lot of planets that don't have water, right? Because water would hold potential for
that's
sentience.
a claim, sure. Bro, I don't know. I've never been anywhere but the Earth, so I couldn't comment on that.
Talking about other planets and shit, like you know what they're all about, and this is just another one of those, and la-di-da-di.
So far we've got from Matthew about water being not flat. He didn't offer anything but his visual impressions. The other guy, who I'm just going to say I think is probably a flat earther, wasn't 100%. He didn't really say so, but he said water's flat. So you would assume if he's claiming water's flat over its entire horizontal surface, and the entire surface of water is oriented horizontal, then obviously he couldn't believe in a globe. So he didn't offer anything except just his impressions and intuition. And then what you offered is trust in photographs, right?
No, I also offer trust in perspective, right? And I kind of expanded the equation onto like axioms and how they're kind of irrelevant to your argument.
Perspective. The vantage point of the differential and the perspective is based on the validity that these are actual photographs of the Earth in its entirety from that angle.
So you would agree that this was not, do you think that this is an illustration, or do you think this is distortion used by software for these photos?
Dude, it's an image. I know that. That's what I know at this
point. I'm asking you, is it one that has been illustrated, right? Completely, absolutely completely, or is it a photo that is taken, right? And they just morph it?
Well, there's plenty of optics, right? So, for example, I'll go back to my table. I could take a photograph of my table using a direct plate transfer where the light passes through the lens, hits the plate, and creates a final image. No trickery in that sense. But I could put a lens in front of that, oriented above my table, let's say 2 feet, a drone hovering 2 feet above the table. You know, the table, let's say the table's 4 foot by 2.5, that's a pretty good table. I could literally give you an image of that table that looks like a ball. Makes the table look like a ball with a direct photograph.
Yeah, but that
True?
that would involve cropping of sorts, wouldn't it?
No, zero cropping.
No, there'd have to be crop. What are you talking about?
You never seen a downward facing extreme lens before? That, I mean, maybe you haven't, but they're pretty popular, and especially in skate videos. Like there'll be a guy skateboarding, right, on a skate park. He'll have one of these attached to his helmet above him facing down, and it literally looks like the guy is skateboarding on a tiny globe Earth.
But then with that, hold on, with that premise, that means you'd be able to see the curvature not just of the Earth, right? Since the lens is also distorting its surroundings, you'd be able to see the curvature of the stars.
What?
The stars wouldn't be consistent.
Are you kidding me?
And you could point out that increment of
Oh,
inconsistency.
no, hold on, friend, hold on. Very interesting you said that. Do you have such an image with the Earth in its entirety plus the stars?
I could find one.
Yeah, good luck. Anybody else ever seen an image alleged from NASA that shows the entire Earth plus the stars?
Yeah, but do you think if they were going to make one up, they would put the stars in, right?
No, then why would they do that? That would be silly.
To convince people like you, I guess. I don't know. Would you find it more convincing if it had stars in it?
Maybe, maybe not. Depends.
Well, then I think that's why they would do it. Either that or it just doesn't have stars.
Why do you think it would be more convincing if there were stars in it?
I posted a picture with the entire Earth.
People keep asking for them.
I posted one with the entire Earth and stars.
Hold on, don't just say entire Earth, because they're literal. They speak in very literal sense. Right? I mean a portion of the Earth, if you want to be more specific and relative.
No, dude. Oh my! Everybody, please stop and look at what Matthew posted.
Hey, listen, I gotta wrap up. Close my computer now after that picture of that dot. That is proof right there.
Dude, listen, friends. I actually have an inside track on where this picture came from. So this picture is actually, whether you guys, you don't have to believe me, of course, but so there was a woman that worked at NASA who had a child, right? And every day when she would drive the child from school, right, he would look out the side window and he would rub his hands on the window and create streaks. And one day he coughed on the window and created a bunch of little splatters of his microbes, you know, and biotic material. And then the moonlight shined through the window, and his mom was trying to take a picture of him, but she got a portion of the window in the shot. And that's actually just the nasty, gupped up window with the glare from the biotic material. Imagine thinking that this is valid, prima facie evidence that this is the Earth, bro. It's just a bunch of blurs on a screen, bro, with no way to validate it. Remember that part where we talked about if you're too far away, you're not going to be able to tell what something is? Oh. But thank you for providing that, Matthew. I'm very happy with it.
I'm glad you said that because I was unplugging my screens and everything just now. He shouldn't even be allowed to post stuff like that.
What do you mean? Somebody said, "Is there any image
Yeah, what's
of
wrong
the
with it?
Earth with stars in it?" And I posted an image with Earth and stars in it. It's at least claimed to be an Earth with stars in it. So it was right in line
Yeah,
with
allegedly. We'll go with allegedly.
Allegedly, sure.
Now, I just want to ask this question. Did anyone have a contention with us describing the table in our example as being flat? Anyone? Anybody confused about what we meant by that? Anybody like had heart palpitations when we used that term?
I'm pretty sure they are confused. If you were to ask a few of them.
Okay, anybody here, speak now or forever hold your peace. We were talking about an example that included a kitchen, a beach ball in the corner, and a table in the kitchen. We described the table as flat. Did anyone's blood pressure go up?
Speak for myself, no.
All right, thank you. Now, some people know what little social experiment I was employing in that line of rhetoric, and I think it was satisfactorily concluded and self-evident to the results.
That what you distrust lenses on cameras?
No, dude. No. Dude, it wasn't. Never mind. All right.
That's what you said.
Unless
That's what you said.
No, go ahead. Tell me again what you just said. I might have misheard you.
You said you could make the table look round based off of the lens. That's what you said.
Bro, how come Scott got it and you didn't, Holmes?
Hold on, Scott, can you explain it?
No, I was just responding to when they described the table as flat with that heart palpitations, and I said no to that. I wasn't.
Exactly. That's all. That's all it was. That's all I was talking about when I was talking about the social experiment.
Saying that we triggered any time someone uses the word flat. Is that the point?
What? Say one more time.
Are you saying that we get triggered every time someone uses the word flat?
Oh no, I wouldn't accuse Globers of being that trite and pedantic.
Well, thank you for that then.
It's very nice.
That was just a little in-house stuff, bro.
I was confused by why you think that taking a photo of a table would, and that being flat, would show that the photos of the Earth from space could also be flat. That doesn't make sense because the continents aren't arranged. Like, we know that there's certain continents that aren't on that image. You'd have to take the image from really, really like dead straight on. Otherwise, if there was any deviation, any angle away from just the camera being pointed at the face of the Earth, you'd end up with that image showing the actual side, like the ice fall or whatever you believe. There's no firmament for the people that believe in the firmament. Like, it just doesn't make sense that with all the things entailed in a flat Earth, that you could take a straight on image of the Earth and make it look kind of like it's a globe.
What?
I don't know what.
I'm sorry you didn't understand that.
Hey, do you think Globers are afraid to? Go ahead. Do you think Globers are afraid to use the words like just walking down the street talking to somebody about anything, and they say, "Yeah, that's pretty flat," or like flat or level. Yeah, that picture doesn't look level. They probably don't even say that anymore. They probably have to come up with new ways, or if they hear something is flat, it probably tweaks them so bad they're gonna. Technically, it's not flat; it's actually curved, but they don't want to say it out loud.
Well, the reason that we're pedantic about these words in these servers is because you guys are so pedantic about it. So if I use the word flat, you guys will be like, haha, welcome to flat Earth. But in my real world experience, I don't second guess the usage of a word to see if the person I'm talking to would be pedantic about the usage of that word. I just say what everyone knows, in context, that word means.
Yeah. I'm down with that, bro. Language
What
is
he's
a
trying
very.
to say is you guys like to get into semantical arguments, right?
ahead.
So you like to...
Here. Sorry. What happened? Did I break it?
He cut out before.
Maybe. No, I
You may
just
have a
saying
key
we get
behind
into semantic arguments here.
Words do have meanings, though, right, Scott?
Sure.
But that meaning changes with context.
Right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
True.
And we can agree that they're contingent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Context, you mean?
As in they rely on other words. If you're trying to define an object.
I can say the baby, that's a flat-headed baby. And that baby's head isn't actually flat, it's a round head. But I can say it because that baby may have a really flat spot on the top of their head, even though the head is rounded.
But you just added another element saying baby.
Yeah, exactly. Change context.
Well, let me ask this question then. Very interesting. So if somebody told you that they believe that the entire surface of water, right, if it was at it's at one level, that the entire surface would be parallel with horizontal. The entire surface of all the water on the earth, if it was at one level, would be parallel with horizontal. Right? What would you say to them?
I'd say you'd have to show that because we've never measured that to be true.
Now, if they said such a thing, would you think they were a flat earther?
Yeah, I would.
And if they told you they weren't a flat earther, would you be like, wait a minute?
Yeah, I'd think that they were lying about their worldview because they know to argue a flat earth is a ridiculous thing, or they're being super semantic about things like, hills, valleys, mountains, that sort of thing, topography.
Or they just be using the language differently.
Well, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's cool. But what if that guy who you just spoke to says, I'm not a flat earther. Flat earthers are liars because the earth isn't actually perfectly flat. It has undulations and variations in level and elevation. Right? Would you take them, like, would you countenance
that'd be
yourself
Dev.
being like, wait a minute? Why would you call
exactly.
someone
I
a
just
liar?
tell Bev to go away.
Okay. So it'd be unreasonable to call someone a liar that employs the term flat earth, right?
Yeah, like not necessarily lying. You may have a true belief, like you may believe that it is true that the earth is flat, but that doesn't mean you're justified. And you may have to resort to lying to kind of justify it to yourself, but that's not necessary. So I would automatically assume they're
I
all
would agree
lying.
with that. I would agree with that, but I don't think that a flat earther would come into this room and tell you, who just spoke, the earth is flat, and mean when they say that the earth has zero topography or elevation changes, right? We all know what they mean,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. I don't think anybody would assume they're saying that. Yeah.
Except for Bev.
Exactly.
Yeah, but behind the
exactly.
implications of your arguments, you're asserting that claim.
What? Are you kidding?
I have some diagrams in chat. Maybe, good fellow, you need to go look at diagrams because we are speaking about something conceptual. So actually having some sort of like visualizations, this does help conceive of what we're talking about. So we're
Yeah,
talking
but they
about
always
linear
question the
perspective,
visuals.
and we're not.
What I assume is
we're
that you
talking
mean
about
all
linear
verticals are
perspective.
parallel.
Hold on. He was talking right through you, Scott. Go ahead.
What I assume is when you say this is flat, I assume you mean all verticals are parallel.
Or all horizontals are parallel, which is essentially
Correct.
right. Maybe.
Yeah. That's what I assume you mean. And every flat earther who says they're a flat earther, they mean all verticals and all horizontals are parallel. Not to each other, of course. Respectively.
Sure. So we had two guys agree generally with that, but then we had a third guy chime in and say that I, being me speaking right now, was arguing that the Earth has zero topographical variance. So I just want to give him a chance to correct himself or double down if he thinks that's what I meant. Yay, nay, maybe so.
Can I ask a quick question?
Well, that guy doesn't seem to be answering, so go ahead and ask.
Just curious, how did Enlighten get muted?
Somebody pressed the button that says mute right when his name was popped up with the mute option.
Yeah,
profound.
That's a stupid question.
You must go through all the rooms, and anybody sees with a microphone, he just breaks into the room and asks how somebody got muted. It's like a poll he's taking.
Well, at least now he knows how people get muted. Maybe he could finish his book.
You should show him how it happens.
I was wondering, like, what he said
Demonstrate.
that caused, like, if you broke, like...
Dude, a sure way to get yourself muted is ask why the people are muted. Just don't do it. Let the conversation happen.
Scott Mackey knows.
That's some funny shit there.
Well, I get muted for other reasons.
Yeah. So I guess homeboy is gone or didn't hear or he's busy.
You're gonna have to use names, man.
Man, dude, listen. If I'm talking to someone and they don't introduce themselves by their name, how am I going to use their name unless I look at my screen? And I don't have
You didn't
eyeballs.
introduce me. Introduce
Can I
yourself
get
to
muted
me.
next? Can I get muted next?
Why? Dude?
People get muted
Why?
because this room is full of snowflakes.
Whatever, dude.
Oh,
Do you want to be
Thank
muted?
Peter of the
If you want, if you want to be muted, I'll mute you and then mute you again until you climax. All right, so the name of the kid. I don't know what his name was, but he was the guy I was speaking to for like 30 minutes. So if he's here, he knows who he is, right? You don't need to know who he is because he's the one who's got to respond, not you. So if
All right, let's bring up a new premise then. All right.
No, I just was wondering if you were the one that said that you thought I was arguing that Earth has no topographical variance. Must be a trick question.
But I mean in extremist terms, right? So what I mean by that is when you see a dip in a crater, right? Like a very vastly wide crater. What was that?
Go ahead.
Sorry, I was playing the Flat Earth stream in the background.
Wow, these guys really like us. They're in Discord and listening to streams at the same time.
Yeah, I'm a tier 3 sub.
Fucking crazy.
I think I can learn a thing or two by like looking at the stream. Because I can see you arguing with other people and then I can analyze what kind of points you're trying to make and sort of deduce a conclusion from that.
You mean the text?
No, I mean in a more logistical standpoint that I'm going to use your words against you per se.
Oh yeah, then you're gonna.
Well, how are you going to do that? Yeah, how are you going to do that?
Obvious how he's going to do that. He's going to rewind a little bit so he can hear it again. Good grief, dude. It's not that hard.
Realign.
That's actually very astute.
True.
Okay, so the whole point before we get sidetracked is it seems like he's doubling down and trying to interpret what I said as arguing that the Earth doesn't have topographical variance. So I want him to finish his point, please.
No, I didn't say that. Oh, you're trying to say that you're trying to make that claim? I'm confused. What is it?
No, it sounded like, so two people were talking about it. Two people said, no, that's obviously not what you're arguing for, and that'd be ridiculous for anybody to levy that against you. And then a third person chimed in saying that I was. And so I just wanted to see if that was you, because it sounded like you. So I just double checking, that's all. Why, since you said that, seems like you said no, that's obviously not what you were doing. So hopefully that's the case.
Do you trust people in general?
Depends.
Yeah, obviously it depends, but I meant in the general sense, relatively speaking. As in, they're not lying to you. They're not lying to you more times than they are being truthful.
It really depends on how socialized I am with them, and the setting.
Oh, how equated you are with them.
Yeah, but also like the setting that we're in, and like the reasonable expectation of, like for example, I might go into Walmart and I say, "Oh, can you tell me where the socks are?" And they're like, "I don't know." Now they could be just telling me they don't know because they're too lazy to take me there. But 9 times out of 10, when they do try to take me there to help me, they end up taking me somewhere completely where I don't want to be, and I waste my time. So over time, I've learned that the majority of them are incompetent in their jobs. Not any fault to them, right? So I don't trust them when they tell me they know. You see, they tell me I know where that is. They take me there and it fails. So it's all contextual to me.
So then there would have to be some opposing context to you disagreeing that the Earth is round, right?
What do you mean? Like, it's greater than just general mistrust? I mean, what does that even... That makes no sense.
As in, you can spoof context to a certain point to where you're pointing out a fallacious inconsistency, right? But then you double back, and then you claim that our evidence is fake. So it's just a flip-flop game, back and forth.
Oh, so I just have to trust everybody then? Or not trust everybody, one or the other? I can't choose who to trust and not who to trust?
It's like turning into like a religious debate. Trying to say you should have faith in people.
You're trying to tell me I should have faith in people.
Yes. Because then, again, it's really hard for me not to backtrack, right? Because this is kind of becoming circular to a point to where I'd question, like, if you hold this distrust in people, then there has to be an incentive on why you hold this distrust, or an incentive either on your end or the other, right? So you don't want to describe the other end. You'll explain like elements like the curved lens, right? For example, but what do you internally believe is wrong with it? Like what's intrinsically invalid in our arguments?
I asked you in the middle, is there any way to arbitrate whether the Earth is curved or not? Specifically water on the surface, right? Could we access it from the surface? And rather than answer that, you immediately went on the track of trust. Right? So when people do something like that, that usually makes me distrust the whole process.
Yo guys, the Flat Earth Brain Community.
Yeah, I noticed he actually provided nothing to say, oh, do you trust this? It's like you trust just this ambiguous sort of conversation. He thinks he's going to get a gotcha somewhere.
No, I'm trying to ask, where is this distrust
What are you trying
rooted
to
from?
ask? Well, why don't you try to ask something kind of directly instead
I'm
of
just
like beating around the
elaborating.
bush?
I'm just trying to say.
You're not elaborating on anything. That's the point. You're just elaborating on literally nothing.
No,
So
but you have a deep
what
conceived
is your
notion that
claim?
the Earth is
What is
flat,
your
right?
You have a deep conceived notion that I have that notion, don't you? So why don't you just elaborate on what you're trying to say instead of just being like, you believe this and you believe this? Why don't you just try to coherently make an
Are
argument?
you a flat earther?
See, why are you so obsessed? What is your problem? Why
No,
don't
because
you
you
just
said
say
you said
what
I'm
your
wrong. You said I
argument
don't
is?
know your view, so I'm
You
just trying to
have
get to
some
know your
sort of
view.
argument. You're so mad people are in this chat room because it says flat earth 24/7. So you're very upset. And I want to know what exactly is upsetting you.
I'm not upset
Why
over
don't
the
you make
debate
a
whether the Earth is
cohesive
round or flat.
argument
This is not a do or die
of
moment. You know,
why
this
you're
isn't a
so
very high
upset?
stakes.
I think I can answer why he's so
He's just
upset.
drunk,
I can
bro.
answer. I can answer. It's because we have 13,000 hours versus the other rooms that have 7,000 hours right now currently
Oh, that
going.
don't matter.
Oh, he's
There's
doing the
no way
authoritative
to
argument.
attribute that to him. There's no way to attribute that to him unless he's expressed something along those lines in the past.
See, we're dealing with a brain in the vat. So
Well,
don't
we're
feed
dealing with
him.
your brain on heavy
put the fish food in.
alcohol.
That was just my little ad for the YouTube people, anyway.
All right.
So then, do you want to get into an actual argument, or do you just want to go into this continuous void of semantics, to where I can't grasp what your position,
on
where
your
your position
argument.
lies?
See, wouldn't we have an argument in the framework of we have an established lexicon and there's logical rules, or are you just denouncing all logic? Are you just saying you have a new
My
form of
logic,
logic?
intuition is
saying?
telling me at this current moment is that you're sitting on the fence, which means that you're neutral, because you haven't made a clear, concise stance on where you lie.
Where you lie. I'm even.
What? What does even mean, bro?
I think you can deduce my stance by quite simply listening to what I'm saying.
Okay, so that being said, the drunk guy who interjected, what do you think his stance is based on what he's saying?
I feel like his stance is more personally motivated. It's more subjective. I don't think he has a clear stance. I think he's arguing more for the sake of trying to demean me in some way because he doesn't like my character, or he just doesn't like debate in general, or we're kind of feeding into his alcoholism, right? Because when you're alcoholic, you're more prone to trying to engage with anybody at a loud capacity. So you don't even have to genuinely make a point, right? Because when you're drunk, that means you're being influenced. Your thoughts are being influenced. They're being distorted. So you cannot have a clear thought or a clear opinion. And we can also see the case when people are lying, right? If you make them intoxicated, they're less likely to come up with a lie. Because you have to think of a lie in order for you to portray it. But with the truth, it's already an axiom in your mind. So you don't even have to think about the truth. But you do have to think about a lie. Go ahead.
Yeah, you got to rationalize a lie on the spot. Oh.
Was that
so
it?
What if I were to make the claim that the Earth is a square, right? It's, well, not a square, not a flat square, but like what would you call it? Like a 3D one.
Cube.
A cube. Thank you.
Well, let's say the Earth is a cube, and the territory in which we inhabit is on the face of the cube. That's oriented to the vector of what we experience as down, which is perpendicular to horizontal. And that would make all the surface water, which covers 70% of the known territory, plus or minus any of the extraneous territory, horizontal, right? So water
But you're
at its
making the claim of
equipotential
absolutism
rest.
and with your axiom.
Hold on, bro. I'm just saying if the Earth is a cube and this is the way